I only had 200 yuan left in my pocket, but I ordered the most expensive pigeon soup at the cheap restaurant and lit a premium cigarette after the meal. My flashy behavior shocked the young girls nearby who were sharing a bowl of noodles. Turns out, I just unlocked a showing off to the opposite sex system. I earn points by acting cool in front of girls, and these points can be used to win prizes. I immediately thought of these girls because 200 yuan is pocket money for some, but it's several days' meals for them. Right after ordering, the system notified me, ding. Host's flashy behavior shocked Yao Yao plus 100, Li Mengmeng plus 100, and Zhou Fangfang plus 100. Earn 3 show-off points. Can use for 3 basic prize draws. I turned and saw 3 surprised girls staring at me. Each had dyed hair, wore tank tops with shorts, and had tattoos on their arms and legs. Their youthful looks made me think they may be rough, but they're still young. Want one? I offered my premium cigarette. Thanks, uncle, the blonde girl politely took it and shared with friends. Uncle? I touched my face first time being called that. But considering their age, it made sense. While they smoked, I used my points system, draw prizes. Ding. Won 10,000 cash, a DuPont lighter worth 10,000 plus, and 10 packs of premium cigarettes 100 pack. I was stunned. The lighter is like the LV of lighters. These cigarettes usually cost 100 per pack. I only brought them for clients, normally smoking 13 yuan packs. And the cash legal or not, it's in my account now. I wondered, are basic prizes always worth at least 10,000? To test my theory, when they tried returning the cigarettes, I waved, keep them. I have more. Ding. Yao Yao shocked plus 300, Li Mengmeng plus 200, Zhou Fangfang plus 100. Earned 6 show-off points. This time the points multiplied, probably because they recognized the value. I drew again, ding. Won 60,000 cash. With 70,000 earned in an hour, I'd finally reached the average income level people talk about. Uncle, really for us? The girls couldn't believe it. These were premium cigarettes worth about 50 yuan for the remaining 13. I casually waved, I don't smoke leftovers, pulling out another pack and the shiny DuPont lighter. Its crisp clicking sound and golden look stood out. The girls were equally impressed. Ding. The host's boldness shocked Yao Yao plus 100, earning 1 show-off point. Li Mengmeng shocked plus 100, earning 1 show-off point. Zhou Fangfang shocked plus 100, earning 1 show-off point. Another 3 shock points. I sighed, these trendy girls never disappoint. If it were an old-timer, they'd probably say, don't smoke in front of me, I hate men who smoke. Yao Yao, you're here. Let's play pool this afternoon. Just as I planned to squeeze more shock points from these girls, 4 reckless boys in bean shoes and cropped pants walked in. They spotted the premium cigarettes on the table. One boy grabbed one, but a girl snatched it back. Stop it. These are from the neighbor. Why are you here? Who swore they'd never come back last night? I gasped. This was how they talked. Every sentence had 3 curses. Pfft, just fancy cigarettes. We partied hard last night, the boy said, tossing a wad of cash, about 1,000 yuan, on the table. He then yelled at the shop owner, 1 chicken rice with extra legs for everyone. The girls perked up, asking about last night's party. They huddled, whispering and cursing. I didn't know what partied meant, but my chance to show off was gone. My phone buzzed a message from the property. The neighborhood was robbed last night. I rushed home. Back home, the entrance was crowded with residents and police. Our neighborhood was new, with less than 10% occupancy. Most homes were under renovation, so strangers came and went. We thought empty houses had nothing to steal, maybe just some wires, but thieves still struck. Last night, a group broke in, prying doors and stealing wires. Luckily, my better lock held. The door had marks, but they gave up. Looking around, I sighed. After renovating, my parents' savings were drained. Too ashamed to ask for more, I'd been buying 1 furniture item per paycheck so far, a kettle, microwave, and router. Facing the empty house, I pulled out my phone and splurged, a double-door fridge with ice maker 28,000, an air conditioner with a floral design 14,000, and an electric sofa 30,000. In 30 minutes, my 100,000 yuan reward was gone. I hurried to the trendy street, hoping to find more girls. But I was too early, hardly any were around. As I wandered, a taxi screeched to a stop nearby. Before it halted, colorful-haired girls kicked the doors open and bolted. One rainbow-haired girl tried to flee, but the driver grabbed her wrist, pay the fare. You troublemakers always ruin my car. The rainbow tornado couldn't break free, so she begged, Uncle, please let me go. It'd be so embarrassing if my friends found out I failed at the cool street swallow stunt. I stood nearby watching and listening, slowly understanding what flying meant here. The driver glared at her, I don't care what swallow you are, no money, no deal. Uncle, I only have 9.40 left in my account, can't you let me go? Rainbow tornado pleaded pitifully. But the driver had seen this act before and wouldn't budge, no way. Not 1 cent less today. Where are your little friends? Call them back to pay up. Rainbow tornado stiffened her neck, no, I won't betray my girls. As they argued, I saw my chance. I took out my phone and stepped forward, driver, how much is the fare? I'll pay for her. You know her? The driver looked surprised as I handed over the premium cigarettes. I shook my head. No, but my little sister's been hanging with their crowd lately. Thought I'd ask around. The driver sighed. Fine, you're unlucky. I'll let it go today for your sake, not worth fighting these wild girls. He released Rainbow Tornado. She immediately stared at me, more precisely, at the cigarettes in my hand. Give me one. I instantly understood and passed her a smoke. Thanks, uncle. Hey, have we met before? Rainbow Tornado expertly lit up and took a drag. Zhang Yang then had the chance to take a closer look at the tight little girl in front of him. Her hair was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet. She was wearing a yellow shirt with a black halter inside and a 3/4 hot pants on her lower body. A "Till Death Do Us Part" ZJL on her left arm, a C of HMJ next door on her right, and on her thighs. I don't know whether it is fried chicken fillet or cassoulet. The figure is like a plank in front, like a flat plate in the back, and everywhere is flat. In the face of this flat princess, Zhang Yang's interest instantly went to zero. I don't know, I want to ask you something. For the title of uncle, Zhang Yang kind of recognized it. Uncle, not that I'm blowing with you, there's no one I don't know in this part of Trend Street. Come on, I'll pull you into the group, you'll send your sister's photo to the group, as long as she's in Trend Street, you'll surely be able to find her. Rainbow Tornado heard that "do not know," long breath, immediately got up. Taking out his scarred cell phone, he opened the QR code and asked Zhang Yang to scan the code to enter the group. Good guy. Clicking on the group members, Zhang Yang almost thought that he had traveled to the floodplains. The group was full of demons. The chat in the group was also quite explosive. Soon someone at Rainbow Tornado, Yenzi, who is this, looks like Lao Dang Ah, bad rules. Queen of Trendy Street, I don't know, said it's my sister here in this part of our trendy street. Rainbow Tornado turned his head to Zhang Yang. Uncle, you send a red packet or you can't go out. Oh come on, he is waiting for himself here. After hesitating for 3 seconds, seeing that there was someone above who sent a graduation photo, Zhang Yang decisively left it. How much do you want to send? 200, it's too little, it's a disgrace to my Yenzi. Yenzi said so on her lips, but she was staring at her cell phone as if she was preparing to grab the red packet. Zhang Yang heard. Okay, 200 will be 200, just this handful of resources is worth $200, just as opening a membership. Whoever thought that the handshake sent more press a zero, sent a 2,000. This is his entire savings. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Wu Sihan shock value plus 300, gain 3 points to pretend to be a point. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Fengfeng's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tian Sini's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretending to be a bully. A series of shocking values kept ringing in Zhang Yang's ears, like blowing up the nest of his spiritual little sister. Chapter 3 Crash Old Man? Begging to be crashed. The group that had just been chattering was instantly quiet for 3 seconds, followed by uninterrupted screen swipes. I go, Swallow, where did you crash the old man, so powerful? Hiss, at sweet and spicy little pudding, grabbed more than 200, cool, please smoke tonight. Aw, why did I only grab 3 pieces? Yenzi on the side didn't expect Zhang Yang to be so bold. Looking at the $38 red packet she grabbed, her whole body was trembling a bit. Grabbing a $38 red packet is not the same kind of mood as someone giving you $38. The boss sends you $100 for the holidays, you may say boss, really ing buckle. But if the boss sent a 2,000 red envelope, you grabbed 100, you high and low in the group to come on so boss wise, thank you boss. Uncle, you're too much of a card, can you add a WeChat or not? Zhang Yang is also happy, plus definitely have to add a. If you convert this $2,000 into 520 or 1,314 and send it to the old Indian turtle dove, the old Indian turtle dove may not even be shocked. Even said you are humiliating her, other family boyfriends meet gifts or bags, cell phones, jewelry and so on. But then look at the spirit of the little sister, this emotional value directly pull full. A mouthful of a boss atmosphere, a mouthful of envy and jealousy. WeChat background friend application that is one after another. Look at the avatar of each top tender, one more than a water spirit. Only a moment's effort Zhang Yang received 4,500 points of shock value, equivalent to 45 points of pretentious points. I didn't realize that just shaking my hand would have this effect. It was as if Zhang Yang had already seen 450,000 beckoning him. Just this crumbling old man, why doesn't it sound like a good word? System, I want to draw a prize. Excited heart, trembling hand, Zhang Yang directly came with 4 intermediate draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 centimeter of free attribute points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 120,000 cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining physical strength plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 150,000 in cash. Hiss. Although he didn't obtain the expected 400,000 cash, this attribute point and physical strength value seemed to be more cost effective. Didn't even think about where to add this 1 centimeter, after all, who doesn't want to be an 18-year-old boy? Smoked the remaining 5 points of pretentiousness points again, obtaining 10 bars of gold center support, 30,000 in cash, a 16 Pro Max. Uncle, send me your sister's picture, I'll turn around and find it for you. Rainbow Tornado, who had added Zhang Yang's WeChat, was very uptight. I'll do it myself. By the way, where do you guys usually play billiards? I looked around and couldn't find a suitable one. Zhang Yang brought the matter of looking for his sister directly to a close, not wanting to dwell too much on the matter. Rainbow Tornado's eyes lit up when he heard, "Uncle, you're asking the right person, let's go, I'll take you to a place, guaranteeing affordability." After saying that, he took Zhang Yang to walk around 8 times, through an alley and up a few steps. He came to a billiard hall called Speed 8. Not to mention that the place that the spirit girl found was really cost-effective. When you go up the steps, there are 7 or 8 spirit girls standing on the steps. Clearly colorful little tank tops, 3/4 small hot pants, a small short skirt. The more conscientious also wear a stocking, not conscientious directly on the ground squatting, thighs open 120 smoking a cigarette, pants can be seen. This is the world as I wish. Yenzi, the same old thing? The receptionist at the pool hall is also a spiritual girl, with a face that has a hole in it, an eye over there, and a skull tattooed on her neck. In a horror movie, she wouldn't even wear makeup. Her name is also very popular, Water Ghost. Who are you looking down on, Water Ghost? My uncle is here today. I have to make arrangements. Charge my card for an hour and a half, then bring me Zuanheman, a bottle of Coke each. Uncle, what are you drinking? Hiss. Zhang Yang counted, she grabbed 38 red packets in their own, originally they still have $9.60, Zuanheman 18, billiards $10 an hour, a bottle of Coke 3 yuan 5, 4 people. Exempt, actually still leaves 60 cents, please yourself. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Just let her please how much of their own face. After all, this Yenzi just helped himself earn 250,000 yuan. After all, this Yenzi has just earned herself $250,000. If she follows her own way of thinking, how many chicken legs and rice would she have to eat? Just when Zhang Yang was planning to treat himself, a couple of spiritual girls beside him spoke up. Sister Yenzi, are you planning to crash the old man again? Zhang Yang froze, not understanding what it meant to crash the old man, but continued to speak. How can I let you invite uncle? Give me a membership, fill up 2,000 first, cigarettes forget it, I don't smoke other people's cigarettes, water, what do you guys drink, I'll treat you to milk tea. Ding, feeling the host's arrogance, Lu Xian's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 points of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Lin Fei Fei's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Tingting's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Wang Ying's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lu Liying's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 pretense point. Hiss. Another 8 pretentious points. Zhang Yang himself froze. These spiritual little sisters are too unseen. If you say in front of the old Indian turtledove, the webmaster will charge me $2,000 for the internet, and then turn your head and ask the old Indian turtledove, what do you want to drink, I will treat you to milk tea, then the old Indian turtledove will not scold you. The old Indian turtledove does not call you in tea, even if she has a culture. That's not all. Along with Zhang Yang's 2,000 yuan code sweeping to the account, the Water Ghost also gave Zhang Yang to recharge the money. Ding, recharge 2,000 yuan. The Water Ghost also gave Zhang Yang to recharge the money. Ding, recharged 2,000 renminbi, arrived at 3,888 renminbi. All of a sudden, all the eyes in the entire billiard tube looked this way. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Dai Fongfong's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tian Sini's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a pimp. With the shocking beeps in his ears, Zhang Yang saw envy in Spirit Guy's eyes and saw the shadow of his fantasy. He saw greed, adoration, and envy in the eyes of the Spirit Guy. Another 20 pretentious points into the account. Together with the previous 8 points, the whole 28 points, before there are still 5 points not used up, another 28 points. What should I do? I can't finish it at all. At least another $100,000 will be credited to his account later. Zhang Yang's heart began to surge again. Looking at this cannot be considered luxurious billiard hall. Zhang Yang just want to sing a song. My home. My sky. Hall. Uncle, why are you charging so much? Wait for an event before charging. Charging 1,000 to send 2,000 it. Rainbow Tornado's face has been tilted to the sky at this moment. Just listen to the side of a few spiritual little sister said, or swallow sister powerful, this is another collapse to the old dang. Rainbow Tornado frowned and squinted, the few spirit little sisters who spoke instantly shut up. Platoon. Zhang Yang did probably understand what chipping meant. But he cared, crash me, begged to crash. Chapter 4, the Peak King comes to the novice village. It's fine, turn around, I'm not there, you guys up and play. Zhang Yang's sentence directly pulled the Rainbow Tornado's face full. All the way to the inside, in the middle of the various colors of spirit boy, spirit girl all stopped the pole to look at them. The gaze was like worshipping the emperor, and Zhang Yang was a bit embarrassed. On the contrary, the rainbow tornado girls were as excited as adrenaline, and almost didn't have the head to look at the ceiling to walk. It was too damn nt. $2,000 of the deck is like this, if you charge a 10,000 it. After thinking about it, I threw out this unrealistic idea. Charge 10,000 at least 18,880. $10 an hour, $240 a day, $7,200 a month, a year. Zhang Yang counted, have to die this. Walking to a pool table against the inside, Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and told them to order their own milk tea and turn around and transfer the money to them. He himself opened a shot. He had not played for a long time and his skills were a bit rusty, but he was still more than good enough to play with these spiritual girls who couldn't even afford to pay for the billiards. In the middle of the spirit of the little girl and the spirit of the little boy came over to pick on Rainbow Tornado. In fact, they came over to rub cigarettes. Zhang Yang was not stingy with the cigarettes. How much does it cost for one cigarette? If there is a shocker, it will all come back. I don't know, this opportunity really came. Zhang Yang was in the middle of his fight when a couple of ghostly teenagers wearing beanies and 7/4 pants walked in. Yo, where did Yenzi crash the old man? This time it's quite hard. The person who spoke, Zhang Yang seems to have some impression. The first one who opened his mouth at noon was him, seems to be called something like Li Wei. With a huazi in his mouth and a lighter in his hand, he kept turning and turning, with a big python tattooed on his arm. Followed by the side or the 3 traffic lights. I have to say that the spirit of the boys' side never lack of girls. Li Wei, shut the up, this is my uncle. We bumped into each other on the road and played pool together. Rainbow Tornado seemed to be quite at odds with this Li Wei. As soon as he opened his mouth, he rushed. The 3 traffic lights beside Li Wei were quite polite when they saw Zhang Yang, and once they opened their mouths, they said, "Uncle" in unison. "Uncle, hello again." Zhang Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Coincidentally, did you finish your cigarettes?" he said and threw a packet over, another packet of gold medium cigarettes. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value plus 100, gaining a point of pretense. Ding, feeling the host's arrogance, Li Mingmang's shock value plus 100, gained a point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 pretense point. Hiss. These 3 spirit little sister cost-effective should be the first into the Jianghu not long have not seen what the world Especially that Yao Yao looked not too big, not even a tattoo on the body, thighs milky white, looks also wow. Old dang, what do you mean, in front of my face to pry my horse? The Ghostfire teenager named Li Wei was instantly enraged and pointed at Zhang Yang with a pool cue. Rainbow Tornado was also enraged. Li Wei, you open your doggy eyes, it was clearly your little who ran over to seduce someone else. Swish. Rainbow Tornado just finished speaking. Next to the 7 or 8 spirit little sister, spirit boy stood up. They were about to make a move at the drop of a hat. This little temper is a bit explosive. It made Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of his young and wild self, throwing a 2 kick into the toilet while the head of the grade department was squatting in the pit. Flying free, just thinking about it makes one nostalgic. Enough, swallow, flying snake don't make a mess here or dog will be very angry. Water Ghost came over when he heard the commotion. The moment he opened his mouth, it was full of animal names. Zhang Yang was happy to hear it. Just happy, but 3 seconds, the real uncle came. A come as 6, 2 guard the door, 2 guard the fire. The 2 of them started to scan the billiard hall. The billiard hall, which had just been unbeatable, immediately quieted down. Don't look at these spirit girl, spirit boy crazy no boundary, but see the police uncle not one dare to move, dare to blow thorns. Smoking all the cigarettes to the pinch, uncle passed by the side of all obediently stand. Uncle also no nonsense, straight to Li Wei's side. Li Wei is likely to know that the east window has been discovered, the whole person trembling like a sieve chaff. Li Wei, what did you do last night in Tiancheng Garden, remember? Li Wei nodded. The process was very skillful, and took the initiative to extend his hand to put on the handcuffs. The several Ghostfire teenagers next to him also had no desire to resist at all. Their small physique in front of the police was really like a small chicken. One hand to slip one, and carry out. Before leaving this, Li Wei also did not forget to come to a deep love it. Yeah, wait for me, I will come out in a few days. The police looked around one by one. Wherever their eyes went, all of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at them. Only Zhang Yang acted like a normal person, smoking and playing as usual. After the people left, all the mental boys and girls breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yang had thought that these spiritual girls and boys would be a bit more restrained after this. However, after the uncle left, they were still in a state of chaos. In the middle, 2 of the spirit girls fought over one of the spirit guys. Good guy, this time tearing, 3-point hot pants are torn into thong, spring light leaked. Zhang Yang's blood surging, straight call this money spent value These spiritual girls, or spiritual guys like commonplace, laughing and watching the show. From 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yang had wanted to continue to follow this group of spirit girls at night, but he didn't expect this NT leader to keep calling out from phone to phone. Zhang Yang didn't dare to blow up yet, because this leader would beat people up if he was anxious, or the kind of beating from childhood to adulthood. Sister, today I am resting. There is something unknown tomorrow, say. Zhang Yang was dissatisfied and took a taxi back to the company. You fell into the cesspool, what smell on the body? Away from me, cousin Lin Jojo disgusted cover the nose. This is the old Indian turtle dove. Think of all the mental little sister, one by one to lean on you, you have foot odor or said to have a man smell. How about the woman introduced by great aunt? It was only when Zhang Yang stood at the door that Lin Jojo loosened her nose. Not good, people want downtown 300 square feet of large flat, Mercedes-Benz, children with her last name, my parents, that is, your third aunt, the third aunt husband, hang yourself Southeast Branch, children with her last name. Oh yeah, and also you drive me $30,000 a month, better give me your position. Zhang Yang sent a screenshot of the old Indian turtle dove chat to his cousin. Cousin was also surprised and dumbfounded by this condition. Only after a few moments did she get over it. Forget it, let's put aside the blind date beforehand and accompany your brother-in-law with a client tonight, it's more difficult to deal with. Zhang Yang heard a face of bitter melon phase, tonight is estimated to be another thing fine. The truth is just as Zhang Yang expected. When you eat, the fish head is not placed in the right position, do not eat. If you want to make a toast, you have to make a round first, otherwise you won't drink. If this is all there is to it, a lower stance and more attention is fine. These days money is hard to earn, is hard to eat, want to be a master must first start from the grandson. Just wait for the meal, drink, a group of people intend to find a business case when things came. The leader of a leader called Wang Defa, some bald, a little beer belly. After drinking wine everyone said to go to the business case singing, pulling a small hand. He shall not, he said no fun, he said the business K girls are mercenary, profit-oriented. Zhang Yang was happy to hear. People are not profit-oriented, but also figure what, figure your baldness? Figure you wind up pissing on the shoes. Zhang Yang's brother-in-law has also been Jiang City for many years of characters thought this Wang Defa want a healthcare it. The corner said to know a few lost young women, really cannot learn a foreign language can also be He shall not, he said he enjoys the pursuit of the process, once up to the exchange of hostages, no fun. What he wants is spiritual pursuit, emotional value. A group of people stood in front of the hotel, not to go, not to go. Just when everyone was scratching their heads, Zhang Yang's cell phone rang. At a glance, it was a video sent by Swallow from Trendy Street, asking Zhang Yang if he wanted to come over for a drink. In the video, there were 7 or 8 mental girls, each holding a bottle of beer, surrounding the palm-sized table, not drinking but just swaying there. They were like the balloon people swaying in the wind in front of the restaurant. Probably afraid to drink out of the hand, embarrassed it. Where is also flamboyant, a colorful hip short skirt, a minute pants. This is good, young, energetic, I'll go here with you. Wang Defa did not know when to appear behind Zhang Yang, pointing to Zhang Yang's cell phone to go. When Zhang Yang heard it, he wanted to curse, you directly say you like tender not finished, drag so much why? Zhang Yang had no choice but to take this Wang Defa to the trend of the street, the key is that this grandson is not allowed to let people follow the two of them. It's a sin. Zhang Yang estimated that the bar owner's fortune is not as much as his. Chapter 5, pulled out. The trendy street at night was a different scene. The neon lights kept flashing, and the deafening music isolated the sounds of the outside world. Everywhere was full of flamboyant spirit girls, all in ultra-short skirts and one-piece pants. The white flowery thighs are dazzling. Wang Defa's eyes looked straight. This pomp and circumstance as he wished. The car sped all the way, and steadily stopped in front of a bar named Night Color. Bar signboard in the street, but the bar door is in the alley, but also have to go up an iron railing stairs. It was not comparable to the previous K clubs and clubhouses. Zhang Yang looked at the environment and was worried for a while. He is not worried about the money, he is worried about whether this small bar can spend the money. Unfortunately, it was not his turn to backtrack. Wang Defa was just as high as he was high, the narrow iron staircase could not trap Wang Defa at all, as fast as he could, he was on his hands and knees. Once inside, the deafening music deafened Zhang Yang's ears. Wang Defa stood in the doorway and greedily enjoyed the sickening smell of corruption. The scent smelled of cheap perfume, overnight beer, and the smell of a damp mop mopping through. Where has the bartender seen such a temperament of the guests, standing in place not dare to come up to pick up? He almost turned off the music and turned on all the lights to be inspected. Find us a booth, something a bit bigger. Zhang Yang didn't have much experience, so he could only go on with his head, and stuffed a packet of gold centerpieces into the bartender's pocket. Got it. Once the bartender heard that it was not over to smash the scene immediately as backwards arrangement of 4 glasses of wine before and after the left and right protection, holding up the lamp carefully lead the way, the card face directly pull full. Uncle, you're here. Trend Street Yenzi changed a set of clothes, black small dress, black fishing net stockings, black small gloves, dress side or lassoed. The whole undead. Together with the 7 or 8 spirit of the little sister, wearing a cool and incomparable. White flowery thighs, just so in front of human eyes, so swaying. Uncle, treat us to a drink. The little sisters were also familiar with each other. As soon as they came up, they sat down. Zhang Yang skillfully pulled out a packet of Jin Zhongzhi, letting them take it themselves. That what kind of drinks do you guys usually drink? Zhang Yang looked at the menu handed over by the bartender and smoothly handed it back to Trendy Street Swallow. This Trendy Street Swallow was also an open person, and did not pit Zhang Yang to death. After ordering a round, it is less than $1,000, which can satisfy the minimum consumption of this card seat. Zhang Yang looked at this not all beer, fruit plate on 1, how to fall off. So what, in addition to beer, all the wine for me 1 by 1, fruit plate on 4, cigarettes, even if, I do not like to smoke other people's. Said Swish pulled out a gold center branch on the coffee table. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Wu Sihan's shock value plus 500, gained 5 points of pretentiousness points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 points of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Fangfang's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tianxini's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tianxini's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tianxini's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. The series of beeps were louder than the bar's stereo. The most expensive wine in the small bar was the bottle of XO, the rest was whatever ace of spades, and in that order, foreign wine, red wine. The spirit of the little sister usually drink beer. When on the card seat, so ordered wine to so a pendulum, fruit plate so on, 5 meters long bar, froze put full, a little leftover place or not. Each one of them was shocked enough, and the eyes of the entire internet cafe were leaning towards this. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth were about to open up with joy. Trendy Street Swallow had brought a total of 8 people, 1 person with 5 pretentious points, a total of 40 points. The starting point is $200,000. The key is that this money doesn't need to be spent by himself, just turn around and reimburse his brother-in-law. Wine to the table a set, the spirit of the little sister scrambled to start taking pictures. Not drink is to shoot after sending. Not a moment's effort, one after another, there is a spirit of the little sister over to toast. The toasts were actually just to rub cigarettes and wine and take pictures. However, these little spirit girls are very understanding, at least they will come over to say hello to Zhang Yang and Wang Defa before making the toast. All of them were very tender and very smart. A few of them even took the initiative to add WeChat to the old man, which made Wang Defa very happy. Not a moment's effort, cigarettes, wine was drunk. Zhang Yang is also high a wave of hands, according to the list continued to do it again, brush and pulled out 2 gold in the branch on the bar. The spirit girls have never seen this kind of consumption, all of them are dumbfounded. The shock value of the system prompt kept flashing, making Zhang Yang happy. But these spirit girls were really good at shaking things up. Zhang Yang had been shaking them since they came over at 9:30 and Zhang Yang had fallen asleep at some point and these guys were still shaking. Sir, wake up, your friend is leaving. Zhang Yang slept in a blur and was pushed awake. Once he opened his eyes, he found that Wang Defa was chatting with a couple of spiritual girls. What a great guy, he was in high spirits, he didn't look sleepy at all. The bartender nervously held a long list of orders and handed them to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took a look and realized that he had actually paid more than $120,000. It was estimated that if this order did not work out, his sister would have to kill him. However, after seeing the shock value of 90 points, it seemed like everything was fine. Decisively took out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay. Sir, do you want to store the rest of these wines for you, or pack them up? On the bar, there were still a few bottles of foreign wines and dozens of bottles of beer. When Zhang Yang didn't say anything, Wang Defa opened his mouth. Xiao Zhang, this wine will be stored under my goddaughter Yanzi's name. My goddaughter? Zhang Yang took a look at the undead Yanzi, who was taking pictures with her arm around Wang Defa. What a beast! However, when Wang Defa opened his mouth, he could not refute. He nodded and did as he was told. After leaving the door of the bar, Wang Defa wanted to call out a few spirit girls to go eat a late-night snack. They came by car and had a specialized driver. Just Yanzi, the 6th spiritual little sister to the car sit, even the passenger seat on the 2 people where there is still his position. Looking at Wang Defa's eyes, he obviously didn't want Zhang Yang, the rich and handsome man, to follow him and steal his own thunder. Zhang Yang had no choice but to find a reason to withdraw first. He went back and slept without taking a bath. Did not sleep for a while. First was cousin phone to wake up. To Zhang Yang as a burst of praise, said that the single negotiated. The leadership of their company's strength is very recognized, very satisfied with their arrangements. The courier company called immediately after, saying that the things bought yesterday had arrived, and whether to send them over for installation now, or another day. Zhang Yang thought also another day why, to be woken up by the phone for the second time, directly over to install it. When the installation was over, he thought of going back to catch up on his sleep, and then Wang Defa, the beast, called again. He said he wanted Zhang Yang to go with him. Zhang Yang is not good to ask more, so he can only take a shower and take a taxi to go out. Only when he waited for the place did he realize that it was Baolong apartment, no at all. Wang Defa was standing under the apartment building, carrying a lunchbox and waiting for Zhang Yang. Leader, do you know someone here? While riding the elevator, Zhang Yang really couldn't help but ask. I don't know, my goddaughter lives here. When Zhang Yang heard that, this swallow is too strong to collapse the old man's ability, this is considered to be pulled out on the Chapter 6, Wasted, completely wasted. According to the address to find the doorplate, press the doorbell half a day also did not respond, call also no one answered. Luckily, Yanzi sent the combination lock code to Wang Defa. Input the password, directly push the door to go in. As soon as you go in and push the door, a stream of complex odor comes to your face. Said fragrance, sweat, foot odor, garbage smell of decay came to the face. When it came to the odor, the smell of cheap perfume took the upper hand. Anyway, it didn't make Zhang Yang vomit. Which one of you parents is looking for me? Hearing someone open the door, a mental boy jolted awake and lay down again after seeing that it was not his uncle. Only then did Zhang Yang realize that in this room, no less than 8 people were sleeping at the very least. There were 4 on the bed, 1 on the chair, 1 on the sofa, and 2 on the floor. There was not even a place to put your feet when you entered the house. Clothes, takeaways, water bottles, cigarette butts, there are traps everywhere, and if you don't pay attention, you can step on soup and water. When Zhang Yang's feet stepped on the floor, he could feel the sticky silk sticking to his feet. Godfather, you're here, wait for me, I like to change my clothes. Yanzi opened her eyes, still dressed in the same undead outfit from last night. These spiritual little sisters, spiritual little guys don't even take off their clothes when they sleep. Ding dong ding ding, Yanzi then started to wash up. One of the spirit girls recognized Zhang Yang and didn't show any politeness. Uncle, do you have any cigarettes? Zhang Yang took out a gold centerpiece and passed it over. The others saw that there were cigarettes and did not sleep, asking for cigarettes one by one. While swallowing the smoke, they did not forget to give Zhang Yang and Wang Defa a seat on the bed. Zhang Yang didn't dare to sit down for fear of sitting down and stabbing and scratching. Uncle, can you charge me $5? A little mental girl with a chicken nest head, as thin as a cutlass, wearing a hot pants sat next to Zhang Yang. The hot pants were so loose that even the underwear inside could be seen clearly. What do you want $5 for? Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of his cousin's little girl. If she grew up to be like this, reaching out to strangers for $5, his cousin would probably go crazy. Charge my phone bill, my cell phone is down, I still have $5 here, just enough. Zhang Yang was in a sweat when he heard this. What kind of poor is this, still going to spend money on alcohol? Okay, give me your cell phone number. Zhang Yang took out his cell phone, and according to the cell phone number that the other person lost, he directly charged 100. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lin Xiongxiang's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point for pretending. Thank you, uncle. Spirit little sister didn't expect Zhang Yang to directly charge her 100 and happily wanted to give Zhang Yang a kiss on his face. She was stopped by Zhang Yang. Not to mention whether there was cauliflower or not, Zhang Yang couldn't stand the powder on his face alone. A few other spirit girls were envious, but for some reason they didn't come over to ask for it. 100 for 10,000, Zhang Yang was still happy. After the spiritual girl got her cell phone bill, she immediately turned on the hotspot, and the others connected and started sending messages. The spiritual girl just now also sat next to Zhang Yang and started sending messages. The message was just one: brother, I don't have money to eat, can you send me $10? As soon as the message was sent, it was a group message. I don't know how many people sent the message, but a large portion of the message was red exclamation marks. I guess it's not the first time I did it, and I was directly blacked out. Zhang Yang actually also received, and not one, is several. Good guy, these guys are spared, not missed off. Zhang Yang thought about it and directly sent a 200 red packet one by one. He wanted to send 100, but he was afraid that 100 would not have a shocking effect. As expected, the money was just sent out to the systems. Beeps rang again. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Wu Sihan shock value plus 300, gained 3 points of pretentiousness points. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 points of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Fengfeng's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tian Sini's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretending to be a bully. Wow, an old den sent me 200 finally let me shell out on it. A spiritual girl on the bed jumped up happily, and her strength was so strong that she directly pushed a spiritual girl off the ground. The spirit girl who fell to the ground was not angry, but also shouted with extraordinary excitement, I also got it, it's also 200. It's been a long time since I've encountered a foolish and rich old dang. Cough cough. Zhang Yang was speechless for a while and shook his cell phone at the bouncing 2 people. The duo then realized that it was Zhang Yang who sent the red packet. They smiled awkwardly at Zhang Yang. Finished saying to a spiritual little sister next to him, Xiong, we didn't intentionally crash your old dang he said it himself. Zhang Yang was stunned when he became her old den. Seemingly sensing Zhang Yang's doubt, this Xiong was also thick-skinned. Not only did he not explain, but instead playfully sat on Zhang Yang's side. "Uncle, you also give me the same thing," said Xiong. "Uncle, you also send me 200, I'll show you the underwear I just bought." But Zhang Yang almost choked on a mouthful of cigarettes and hurriedly stopped her from showing her neckline to Zhang Yang. "Stop, I said just cackle, underwear or not, see, I'm not interested in your kind of siping princess. Tell me, what does it mean to ask the love of your life JBC on your body?" Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and sent 200. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lin Xiong's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point for pretending. "Oi, sisters, let's go shopping for clothes today." A few spirit little sisters started shaking directly. The bed, the dust of the sofa were stepped out. Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at how good the spirit girls were. $200 to be happy like this, and also show you underwear. If you send $200 to the old Indian turtle dove will not even take care of you. You just give her the real estate book or not necessarily let you kiss a bite, even if you let you kiss can also say you molestation. Excitement over, this Lin Xiong is very bold to jerk up the arm. "This is my ex-boyfriend's name Jibo Chang." Said and pointed to the neck, arm, back of the hand, palm, thigh respectively, said this is Zhou Jun Kai, Luifeng, Wang Tao, Lin Hao. Not addicted to her also pulled down the collar of the clothes. "This is my first love, Su Flood." Exempt. Zhang Yang don't glance at the Snow White, but also really Su Flood. "You guys are in love like a car transfer, does the new boyfriend not mind?" Zhang Yang looked at a few other girls again, with more or less a few names on them. Suddenly Zhang Yang remembered Yanzi. Her body full of a large area of feelings is not a tattoo, it is 100 surnames. Ah. What's this? Look at me here, also have Zhou Jun Kai, dislike it, not talk about it. A spiritual little sister fished out a piece of clothing, above the belly, the chest below the engraved until death ZJK. I don't want to talk about it, but in terms of spirituality, spiritual girls are definitely a few versions ahead of the rest of society. What are you guys happy about here? Speak of the devil, Yan Zi, wrapped in a towel after her bath, came out with 100 names on top. From her calves to her thighs, there were hundreds of names wherever she could see the light anyway. "Uncle, one person just gave us 200 red packets. Yanzi, going shopping later?" A few spirit little sisters couldn't care less about sleeping, and excitedly started washing up. One of them started undressing in front of everyone and rushed into the bathroom wearing an underwear. Yanzi glanced at Zhang Yang and then at Wang Dfa. Her goal was clear. "Godfather, I want to buy clothes too." Wang Defa's eyes went straight and he took out his cell phone and swiped it to transfer $2,000. Finished with a wave of the hand. "Not too disgusting. This is the Godfather to give you pocket money, eat first, later want to go where to buy clothes, Godfather to take you to buy. It's a waste." Zhang Yang took a look at this as not completely ruined. This is not being collapsed on it. Chapter 7, Ginger is still old and hot. This is what you call avalanche Laodang, right? There were people bathing in the bathroom and Zhang Yang was not worried about his words being heard by Wang Dfa. He whispered to Lin Xiong next to him and asked. Lin Xiong was not without a heart, and said bluntly. "This is just where we are, our sister Yanzi is a ceiling level, she won't stop until she has broken Laodang's body into pieces. You'll see, that's just the beginning." Realizing that the words were wrong, he quickly explained, "Uncle, I didn't kill you, you took the initiative to send it." Zhang Yang nodded. "Well, Uncle has something in mind." Seemingly to verify Lin Xiong's claim, after eating Wang Dfa's meal, this Yanzi stood out with a big wave of her hand. "Everyone, I'm going to make an announcement, from now on I, Yanzi, will also be the one with the Godfather." A few spiritual little sisters immediately took out their cell phones when they heard this, excited and unusual. Even a few spirit boys did the same. "Uncle, don't just stand there, hurry up and get ready to grab the red packets, Sister Yanzi is going to make an announcement." Zhang Yang watched Lin Xiong open his cell phone WeChat group and kept rubbing his hands. He didn't understand what this announcement meant. But still follow the cell phone out, fly legs are also meet off. A few $dozen is enough for his parents to get 2 wangbangs out to bleed. Ding. Ding. Not a moment's effort, Trend Street Swallow in this group even sent 888 red packets. Then the administrator of the group came out and sent out 2 announcements in a row, welcomed the Godfather of Trendy Street Swallow into the group. Lin Xiong's few people finished grabbing the red packets at a rapid pace and started copying the contents of the group's announcements and then forwarded them. "Uncle, don't freeze you have to copy and paste the group announcement after grabbing the red packet, this is the rule of the Jianghua." Zhang Yang heard the goddamn Jianghu rules. It's too middle-aged and too NT. However, for the sake of money, Zhang Yang still copied and pasted it. Immediately after Yanzi pulled Wang Defa into the group. As soon as Wang Defa entered the group, he also sent 888 in a row, which was considered as a group entry ceremony. Zhang Yang followed a burst of point and click, grabbed the bonus $100, enough for his parents to fish 5 wangbangs out to bleed. Look at Lin Mengmeng and a few of them with this flushed face, it is estimated that they did not rob less. Unfortunately, the green snake that record is too high, if on the number of our swallow sister is definitely the first sister of the trend street. The Lin Xiong who grabbed the red packet still has a face of regret. A sister? What does one sister mean? Zhang Yang froze, looking at Yanzi who was still pampering Wang Dfa slightly. Lin Xiong seemed to have seen Zhang Yang's doubts and opened his mouth to explain. Whoever collapses more old dangs on Trend Street and whoever collapses hard old dangs is the first sister of Trend Street. Last time, that from Green Snake made 33 consecutive announcements in the group and smoothly ascended to the position of first sister. Zhang Yang listened to the whole person is stupid, this is not pure NT. Anchor playing PK to earn a guild first sister, well at least they can also get some awe. There is that money to rent a good point of the house, change a cell phone, buy a dress, and then do not help you eat chicken leg rice, add a sausage marinated egg, he does not smell it. Wang Defa just turned $2,000 so sent. I have to say that the spirit little sister this mental state, difficult to understand, 2 middle 2 and T. Yo, 100 yen you this collapse of the old dang also cannot not hard enough The group's red envelopes were received, and immediately began to be active. An administrator called Trendy Street Green Snake then at Trendy Street Swallow. It came up and directly mocked, without the slightest bit of sentimentality to speak of. 100 swallows? Zhang Yang looked at the tattoos on Swallow's body, 100 swallows, this appellation is damn godly. Yen did not open his mouth, but the sight of the Lin Xiong a few spiritual little sister cannot help it, up to spray. All kinds of dirty words, unpleasant words all sprayed out. In less than 10 seconds, they were all banned by this green snake. Then look at this swallow as worthy of the spirit of the little sister in the most able to collapse, as if they do not see the message sent in the group. Wang Dfa's arm said, Godfather is fine, let's ignore her, let's go shopping. Just that little expression, said nothing ghost believe. If Wang Defa can't see this, he doesn't deserve to be a leader. Swish, 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 swish. Zhang Yang does not know whether he is willful, or willful. After sending 10, the card actually limit. One by one, he apologized to this 100 yen. 100 yen also expects to continue to collapse old dang it, how can be angry? The mouth said it was fine, but the small face suffocated, full of disappointment. The group was inevitably another burst of mockery. Looking at this disappointed look of bye-bye yen, Zhang Yang suddenly had a bold idea. 1 red packet 888, 10 is 8,888, 100 is but only 88888. In case there were 10 spirit sisters who were shocked, he would get his money back. Even if there is no spiritual sister shocked, he put this money brush, after saying that his Wang Dfa sent, the other side will certainly also lead this love. To Wang Defa's network of relations, casually introduced some relationship list to them, this money is also worth The money is also worth it. If you try, the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Let's do it. Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and typed on the screen, Swallow Godfather's cell phone limit is now sent by me. After saying that specific at the administrator who just sent the announcement, as well as Trendy Street Green Snake. Quickly another person sent an announcement, a spiritual boy shouted a voice, the others hastily stared at the phone. Swish swish swish. Red packets came one after another, and it simply didn't stop. There were 100 of them, and Zhang Yang's hands were sore from sending them out. In an instant, the whole group went crazy, many people were sleeping and were woken up by the phone to grab the red packets. Next to the Lin Xiong a few spiritual little sister are crazy point, cell phone have to point smoke. Group members are more than 400 people, but the number of red envelopes cannot send more than 400, some are zombie powder. Generally 99. Whoever cannot grab it is whose bad luck. When a burst of red packet rain was grabbed, Lin Xiong several spiritual little sisters hugged the clueless 100 swallows and started cheering. Swallow, 117 announcements, you are now the first sister of Trend Street. First sister, Yanzi you're the first sister of Trendy Street. This 100 yen was also crying like a tearful person. Zhang Yang shook his head, 2 and T. But it was all worth it, as soon as these 888 red packets were sent out, the system's beeps didn't stop. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Wu Sihan's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretending points. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 pretentious points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Fangfang's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 pretense point. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tian Sini's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretending to be a bully. One of the shock value called Lu Xian was 1000 at once, directly 10 pretentious points, immediately back to the capital. The system's beeps are not over yet, there are constantly new beeps ringing, it should be someone who has just been woken up and ordering red packets. The balance of Zhang Yang's pretense points is also climbing a little bit 181, 182, 183. It's a great deal of money. Heart surging ah. Uncle, thank you so much. After this Bai Yen finished her speech, she was going to come over and kiss Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang pushed her away. Not to mention the leader's grudge, but I don't dare to let you kiss this 100 yen. Don't thank me, your godfather let me send. 100 swallows finished and went to kiss Wang Defa. This Wang Defa is a lone hero, also not afraid to go up and kiss a bite. Xiao Zhang we go out to smoke a cigarette, let Yen Zi they clean up a little. Wang Defa could tell that he was very happy and actually took the initiative to pull out a cigarette and handed it to Zhang Yang. When the duo walked out of the doorway, they could still hear the noise in the room and had no choice but to walk to the elevator entrance. Xiao Zhang what are you doing? How much money I transfer you? Wang Defa said as he pulled out his cell phone and was about to transfer the money. On the surface, Zhang Yang hurriedly pressed the cell phone. The leader is joking, it's good that the leader is happy. But in the bottom of his heart, he scolded again, you blind, 100 red envelopes, you can't see If not cousin treat me not thin, if not I have the system, I give you brush? To you as a green leaf. When I gathered the pieces of Cullinan, I will resign and never serve you again as an old man. I will let this 100 swallows kill you. Hearing Zhang Yang do this, Wang Defa smiled more happily. Okay, your company is really good, I'll introduce another order to your company. Zhang Yang cooperated and said thank you, and then said in a fake manner, leader, you should take it easy, these spirit girls can kill people. I didn't realize that Wang Defa didn't care, it's okay, just play for a few days, I'll give those anchors brush gift is not also brush it. Besides, the anchors can be cost effective with these spirit girls? Zhang Yang instantly understood what he meant and gave him a thumbs up, Ginger is still old and hot. Chapter 8 Matchmaking with an old Indian turtle dove. Wang Defa's words instantly made Zhang Yang realize who was the prey and who was the hunter. Behind the seeming collapse was a long-planned anti-hunting plan. This in turn made Zhang Yang feel a little guilty. 100 Yen looked experienced, having talked about so many boyfriends and crashed so many old men. But she is also simple-minded, otherwise she wouldn't have cared about this one sister or not, and she is no match for the resourceful Wang Defa. I have to have the opportunity to remind myself, but also to be able to stand up to my own conscience. After a cigarette, the other side also quieted down. But one by one, excitement was written all over their faces. Whether it was the title of first sister, or the huge amount of money in each person's card that was no less than $500, it all made these spiritual little sisters, spiritual little guys flutter. Uncle, with us, huh? 100 Yen directly wrapped her arms around Wang Defa's arm, sticking tightly, emotional value pulling full. No, my house is installing air conditioning today, I have to go back and look at it. Playing billiards was okay, but hanging out with them, forget it. Zhang Yang couldn't stand the thought of standing in the middle of a group of spiritual little sisters and spiritual little guys, suffering from the strange eyes of normal people. Besides, he had already reached 212 points, he couldn't wait to go back to the lottery now. Putting aside this draw, he was afraid that in case the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed, he was treated as a psychopath. Returned home in a hurry, air conditioning, sofa, and so on all installed. The house finally has a sense of home. Zhang Yang clicked on the ice-making function of the refrigerator, and in less than 5 minutes, the first block of ice fell. There was nothing to drink, so Zhang Yang just chewed a piece of it. Full of the flavor of money. Opened the rose petal cabinet machine and recessed the whole person into the sofa. Cool. Now that's NT life. System, give me a premium lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a Cayenne Top Edition, please go to the Porsche Forest store in 3 days to collect. Hiss. Zhang Yang's impression was that the Cayenne should be priced at around 1 million, even 800,000, 900,000 could be bought. Not knowing the market, Zhang Yang searched how much the top-end Cayenne cost. 3.5 million. Cayenne is still Cayenne but with a few words attached to the back. Cayenne Turbo GT. The strongest SUV on the earth, bar none. The moment Zhang Yang searched the video immediately fell in love with this Cayenne Turbo GT, oversized wheels, roaring engine sound. Of course, if it is a 3-bounce can be sold to 3.5 million and is recognized by the world, Zhang Yang probably also like. Cannot help but immediately go to the 4S store, bring the car back for a ride. It's just a pity that you have to wait for 3 days. 3 days, how can you survive these 3 days? System, go ahead and have an advanced lottery. Noticing that the 3 lucky draws, primary, intermediate and advanced, had different popping rates, Zhang Yang decisively chose the advanced lucky draw. There was no blowout for the things obtained from the beginner's raffle. The value of 10,000 is 10,000, only low. While the intermediate raffle will have to draw a little more, 10%, 20%, but never more than 100%, the advanced raffle can even draw 300% of something. Zhang Yang is somewhat looking forward to the advanced lottery above the special lottery can draw what? Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the vision recovery card. After using it, the vision will be restored to 1.5 naked eyes. Zhang Yang was slightly sorry to hear that. He was still thinking of drawing a few $1,000,000 worth of money to pay off his mortgage. This way, without the mortgage and car loan, he still has a few $100,000 of savings in his hands. Zhang Yang couldn't even dare to imagine what a great NT life that would be. However, if his eyesight can be restored to 1.5, he will be able to wear his glasses and hang out with his spiritual sister, which makes him a bit of a scumbag. Taking off his glasses, Zhang Yang's sealed face value had loosened up a bit again. After drawing the remaining loaded points together, Zhang Yang's cash came to 400,000, a DuPont lighter and 6 gold center sticks. Zhang Yang's heart was surging. Without saying a word, immediately opened the King pesticide, charging money elite, VIP charge to 10, the first Qin lady step, fighting gas to turn the horse all to a range on. Don't care how the strength, the card face first pull up. Even open 10 games, the defetet, the landing into a box, Zhang Yang's heart only calm up. He smacked himself in the mouth. The previous self is not even 6 yuan sub first flush to the old horse to earn, now actually flushed more than 40,000 yuan. It's a sinful thing to do. After his mood calmed down, Zhang Yang thought of going to Spirit Little Sister and the girls to fight for some more. However, he found out a very important thing, that is, these Spirit Little Sisters, Spirit Little Guys can't have money at all. Once these Spirit Little Sister, Spirit Little Guy, have money, you want to go to find them difficult as the blue sky. For 3 days in a row, the 100 swallows, bears, and the spirit of the previous little sister all disappeared. In the daytime cannot see people, night want to find them also have to find from the circle of friends. All of them were drunk at night. Until the morning of the third day, Zhang Yang washed up and prepared to pick up the car before one of the spiritual little girls grouped a message. Brother, can you send me $10? My cell phone is down. Zhang Yang saw, also pretended not to see, directly to eat breakfast and then go to work. In the middle, there were a few spiritual girls who sent messages one after another, but Zhang Yang didn't return them. This group of spiritual girls just finished being intoxicated, and it is the time when their hearts are pounding. At this time, not to mention 200, you just send a 2000 may not be able to shock. You have to hang them out to dry, pull them down from the paradise of 200, 500, and send 500 items to the hell that they may not be able to ask for 20. 3 days of starvation for 9 meals to shock the awesome. Normal work in the morning, the work at hand to deal with the end. Zhang Yang took advantage of the rest of the gap, went to the Force store to lift the car. Of course, the car formalities done, cannot immediately take away, to paste the film, on the license plate and so on. Zhang Yang simply let the Forest store people help to do it. I don't know how many procedures I would have to go through if I did it myself. Zhang Yang, when you get off work later, go to this restaurant and get a date, WeChat has pushed you. Near the end of the day, my cousin called Zhang Yang to the office. Zhang Yang took a look at WeChat, exempt, or bank woman. Look okay, small suits, black silk, high heels, daily either stuffed food, is stuffed work, the whole of an elite white collar persona. I'll look at the age of that column 31, proper Indian old turtle dove ah. Not sister, you are to your aunt fish pond and the king of 8 did not die is not at ah. On the one hand, it is the Cayenne Turk GT that will come to hand soon, on the other hand, it is to accompany an old Indian turtle dove to eat. People who don't have NT brains know how to choose. Zhang Yang just wants to enjoy NT life, not to be NT ah. What's the waste of words, this time it's introduced by my sister-in-law, guaranteed to be reliable. When Zhang Yang heard that, he had a black line. Last time, his sister-in-law introduced a girl who said that she was very reliable. As a result, halfway through the blind date, her boyfriend came, and the two of them had a bitter Qiangyao drama. I don't. Oh on. You bad. The two of them are back together, Zhang Yang $800 is gone, but also is a villainous clown. Sis, I have stage fright alone, why don't you let my brother-in-law go with me? Zhang Yang's brother-in-law is average looking, but his temperament is good, and he has money, so going on a blind date with him will end the fight quickly. Get lost, that psycho woman still harasses your brother-in-law every day. If you don't want to be talked about by them, you cannot go. Zhang Yang thought about it and let it go. If you go, you will only suffer for an hour, if you don't go, you will be talked about on New Year's holidays and chatting every day. Ah! The woman I introduced last time is so good and pretty, why don't you go? Thinking about it gives me a headache. In order to pretend, Zhang Yang went ahead and picked up the Cayenne before he left work. Chapter 9, Meeting the Red Light Spirit Little Sister Again. The system gave Zhang Yang the optional color of matte gray titanium which cost an additional $45,000. With the nightlights, glittering, low-key but not lose luxury. Audio also changed from Boss to the sound of Berlin. After ordering a song of spring wind and autumn rain, he felt that he was only a big sniper away from Director Chi and Xiao Qin on the passenger side. Zhang Yang also drove a car before, the car skills are not bad, follow his sister, his brother-in-law when he traveled on business, it was him who drove. From the semi-trailer to the BMW X5, the car skills are not bad. It was parked firmly in front of a restaurant in Flaunting. The restaurant's parking lot is full of luxury cars, less than 500,000, the security guards are not allowed to enter. A mouthful of rebuffs, no parking space. Zhang Yang gulped a mouthful of saliva, this wallet is considered unprotected today. Sir, how many? The waiter was dressed in a small suit, with a watch on his hand and shiny shoes, feeling that his wealth was higher than Zhang Yang's. However, he was not as handsome as Zhang Yang. He carried Zhang Yang all the way into a small card room, which was a world of its own, with a rockery, bridges and waterfalls, and everything in between. Zhang Yang was like Lu Lawai entering the Grand View Garden looking at this side and that side. At the moment, I'd like you to put on a pot of hot water for me first. I'll order when the people arrive. Not to mention the waiter's service attitude is not bad. Zhang Yang did not rush even after looking at it for half a day. Sorry sir, we don't have hot water here, only spring water. 88 a guest, want to help you to a cup? The waitress is still smiling service, but Zhang Yang can from the bottom of her eyes flashed a world of contempt. Well, can't help but boast Okay, let's have a cup. Zhang Yang didn't believe in this mountain spring water, but the farmer's 3 punches were possible. However, Zhang Yang took a look at the tablet handed over by the waiter. A cup of orange juice 128, a cup of pear juice 168, a cup of coffee 228. Forget it. Let's go for the spring water. At least the spring water is at most plain water. If you drink a cup of orange juice with a little flavor, Zhang Yang will have to go back and hit his head against the wall. The waitress left with a tablet in her hand. Bored, Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and started playing the game. Once inside, a bunch of people complimented him. Wow, Big Brother, give me a skin. Thank you, Big Brother is so cool. Can you give me a skin after you're done playing? The rainbow farts calmed Zhang Yang's depressed mood. After 5 games, the sky was dark and the old Indian turtledove from the blind date came late. A small floral dress, red high heels, carrying a small LV satchel. Don't ask Zhang Yang is how to recognize that is LV, ask his small satchel written on it, dense LV small mark. Left hand wearing a delicate lady's watch, there is a small golden bracelet, the neck is also hanging one. Next to it was also followed by a female with a foo shower face. Hello, you are introduced by Auntie Wang Chui Fong, right once seated a light perfume flavor, slowly injected into the nasal cavity. Aha, Zhang Yang nodded and ignored his teammate's bitter plea, directly closing the background to exit the game and greet politely. Even though Zhang Yang acted like a gentleman, after the other party scanned Zhang Yang's outfit, Zhang Yang still saw a touch of dislike in the other party's eyes. I didn't realize that you still like playing games at such an old age. The old Indian turtledove didn't open his mouth, but Fu Shower beside him sneered. Swish. Zhang Yang's small fire swished up. Damn, how to talk to the Honorable V10. Ah, bored of waiting, killing time. Zhang Yang didn't spoil her either and rolled back with a clip. The old Indian turtledove saw that the atmosphere was not right, teared up and came to say, sorry the bank had a meeting to assign a task. I heard from Auntie Wang that Mr. Zhang is the sales manager of the company, that annual salary should be okay. Zhang Yang thought about it for a while. The company's sales department has a total of 3.5, his sister, he counts 2 and his brother-in-law counts 1.5. But his sister is the general manager, his brother-in-law is the chairman of the board, and he is the sales manager. That seems to be true. It's not bad, the deposits are almost a couple dozen. Zhang Yang took a small pride. After all, it was not bad to have hundreds of thousands of deposits in an era where per capita income was $1 million a year and deposits were zero. The old Indian turtledove brightened up in front of his eyes, but Fu Shower next to him muttered in a disdainful whisper, Che, hundreds of thousands of dollars is not even a first-class customer in our place. Do you have a car and a house? Zhang Yang looked away, he counted on understanding. This old Indian turtledove was intentionally not wanting to go on a blind date and brought a cab bit over to disgust people. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang was not polite. The car is a Cayenne, the house is in Tianchang Flower Garden mortgage. Fu Shower cut a sound, Indian old turtledove mouth said Zhang Yang really young and talented, but Zhang Yang's system tone did not ring at all. It shows that this old Indian turtledove is still very disdainful. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang's mind is curious instead. Cayenne, this are not shocked for a moment of it. That can ask how much you pay, what kind of car you drive, what are the requirements for the other half. Indian old turtledove tone calmly said I-5 insurance and gold paid 5,000. A person to buy a car is not cost effective, temporarily did not buy. Usually with girlfriends shopping, drink afternoon tea, and occasionally go to the gym. On the other half of the requirements of a set of their own house, mortgage is not impossible, but the dowry has to be high. 688,000, the car Cayenne is enough. Hiss. Zhang Yang looked at the old Indian turtledove is still there to make a wish, and then looked at her delicate makeup under the folds. The age column said 31, but Zhang Yang estimated starting at 33, 35. When the old turtledove was talking, the cell phone on her desk rang. Zhang Yang glanced at it, it was a credit card payment reminder text message. I didn't see how much money, anyway, that series of numbers Zhang Yang didn't count over. The old Indian turtledove was talking for 2 minutes, Zhang Yang followed her request for the right number. Maybe the brother-in-law who will soon be 40 is barely able to satisfy. I just don't know if my cousin, who has been working together for more than 10 years, is willing to do so. When the waiter came over to order, Zhang Yang deliberately ordered a boiled pork slice, don't meat, how spicy and greasy. This can be next to the Fu Shower to the angry not light, her face pitted pits looks to be dissatisfaction suffocated all the pimples. She can't eat spicy and greasy food. However, Zhang Yang did not give them the opportunity to order, and directly gave the menu to the waiter to urge them to serve. The old Indian turtledove saw that Zhang Yang ordered so shabby, and did not have much desire to chat. He didn't even move the food and left with a lame excuse. Zhang Yang was also angry. A checkout spent 688, actually also suffered a belly, directly let the waiter pack, he went home to eat alone. When passing by a supermarket, Zhang Yang intended to go in and buy a case of beer. He didn't expect to meet a familiar face. It was the 3 traffic lights from Shaoxin County last time. The one in the middle, Yao Yao. Zhang Yang still had some impression. Today, she was wearing a small boot without stockings, her legs were milky white, and her delicate features were painted with thick smoky makeup. A head of small red hair, nails dyed pitch black. 3 people are buying things in the supermarket. Picked half a day, nothing to buy, next to a counter clerk staring at the 3 of them the whole time, inch by inch. Chapter 10: The Emotional Value of Spirit Little Sister. Uncle, you're buying here too. Yao Yao in the center with sharp eyes immediately saw Zhang Yang and shouted excitedly. Passing by, smoking? Holding the beer case in one hand, Zhang Yang pretended to pull out a pack of gold medium branches from his pants pocket and threw a pack over. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value plus 100, gaining 1 point for pretending. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Li Mingming's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point of pretending to be a bully. These 3 spiritual little sisters were also considered to be giving face, and were actually shocked again. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Yao Yao saw Zhang Yang holding a case of beer inconveniently, and very actively came up and gave Zhang Yang the gold center stick in his mouth and lit it. Emotional value pulled full. Passing by ready to buy a case of beer, eat and drink. Have you guys eaten yet? Zhang Yang asked in passing. He had thought that these 3 should have eaten, because it was almost 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock now. According to the jet lag of the little spiritual sister, it should be more than 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, and they were about to get high. How can I get high if I don't eat enough? Unexpectedly, the 3 spiritual little sisters shook their heads in unison. Uncle, can you take one of us? Yao Yao playfully tugged on Zhang Yang's arm. Sure, wait for me to settle the bill. Zhang Yang, who had just been in contact with Spirit Girl for not more than 2 days, did not realize how stupid it was to take Spirit Girl home. Zhang Yang placed the beer on the counter and scanned the code Snowflake 55 a case. However, the 2 tellers were blocking the entrance of the supermarket, not allowing a few people to leave. Sir, you can leave, we need to check the few behind you. The staff of the supermarket, including the security guards, blocked the entrance and would not let them go. Zhang Yang looked at the bulging clothes of the 3 people and instantly realized something. He said, in the past, the spirit of the little sister who could not wait to get naked, why are they still wearing a jacket today? Needless to say, under the clothes bulging, there must be something. Also really stupid, you pick winter, or take less off. It's okay, pull out the stuff, I'll help you pay for it together. Zhang Yang with the 3 of them together, walking is definitely not an option. For the sake of those 3 pretentious points, he could only be the big wrong seed. 3 spirit little sister began to pull out things, bread, ham sausage, yogurt, lipstick. A scan code, more than 100 is not expensive. After seeing the 3 people through the security machine, the machine did not ring, before letting a few people leave. Wow, uncle, did you drive here? The supermarket's parking lot was on the roof, and at the exit, one went up the elevator and one went down, not to mention it was still a little bit of a small sense of superiority. The 3 of them chirped and chirped, not at all under the illusion that they had just been surrounded and humiliated. Well, just mentioned it, you guys are still the first ones to sit on it. Zhang Yang responded with a smile, looking at the bouncing trio, his mood also became good. Waiting for the roof, the 3 of them surrounded Zhang Yang's car, just kept looking and touching it, followed by taking pictures. Wow, uncle, your car is so beautiful, this is a Porsche, how much is it? Sort of, Kayan heard of it, this car is the high end of the landing, more than 300W it. Ding, feeling the host's arrogance, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 points of pretending. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Li Mingming's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Hiss. After hearing more than 300, the 3 people who had just kept touching the car and leaning on it to take selfies were all of a sudden restrained. They obviously became cautious when sitting on it. Zhang Yang, however, was overjoyed, another 30 pretentious points. Looking at the trio's shocked expression and cautious appearance, Zhang Yang's vanity was instantly satisfied. In terms of spiritual value, it had to be a spiritual little sister. Unlike the old Indian turtle dove herd, Zhang Yang drove a Cayenne Price, did not ask to cut a sound. The car sped all the way. On the elevated, 3 people began to lively up again, and constantly began to take pictures. After shooting the car, shoot the scenery, after shooting the scenery, and selfie group shot. What is the situation of you 3 just now? If I do not come, you are not dead that off. Idle boredom, Zhang Yang asked a mouth. It's all fast, Yao Yao, too nervous. Once I went in, I was stared at by the security guards. Xiao Huang was the first to open his mouth. Yao Yao was a bit dissatisfied. It's not my first time to fly something. Zhang Yang was happy to hear that. Flying? These mental girls are really good at finding a way out for themselves. Stealing is stealing, but they don't have to talk about flying. Do you guys often fly cars too? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Zhang Yang suddenly remembered 100 swallows. Flying cars seem to have become a mainstream. Money does not pay. It's a must. Flying is a basic operation. We don't only fly cars, but also fly meals, fly food. On the supermarket of those food, drink, eat a mouthful to throw below, but also flew over the shampoo, flew over the bath, flew over the hotel. If you catch them, they'll kill you for money. The journey is not far, on an elevated is only 20 minutes away. Along the way, Zhang Yang listened to the back of the three people kept talking about a variety of fly experience, only feel breathtaking even a $5 hand cake can fly. Zhang Yang somewhat regretted bringing them home, so that they would not fly to his house again. The car drove all the way forward into the basement. The only bad thing about driving a luxury car was that it felt like time would pass extra fast. Wow, uncle, your house is so big. How much does this sofa cost? It feels so soft. The three spiritual little sisters went upstairs, opened the elevator door, changed their slippers and sat on Zhang Yang's sofa with one butt. 30,000. Zhang Yang coldly reported a string of numbers, scaring Yao Yao, who stood up in a flash and kept touching her butt. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretending. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Li Mingming's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point of pretense. What, the sofa is leaking electricity? Zhang Yang was putting the dishes on the plate. When he heard the system's beeping voice, he was surprised and looked at it. He didn't expect to see Yao Yao dabbing and standing up curiously and asked. No, uncle, she's on her period. She didn't pad the sanitary napkin, afraid of leaking. The other two laughed heartlessly. Yao Yao was also uninhibited in front of Zhang Yang. She put her hand into her hot pants and realized that it was not exposed before she stretched it out. Zhang Yang glanced at the bag with snacks. There is food and drink but nothing useful. This is a case of head but not butt, top but not bottom. However, it was just a meal. At most he would help them call another car after the meal, so Zhang Yang didn't think about it that much. When the table is set on the table, the three people look at the value of 30,000. Automatic ice-making refrigerator is another 3 points of pretentious points into the account. Indian old turtle dove smell, do not want to smell the dishes. Three spirit little sister eat wolf swallow. Eat sweating coat, what all fly? If not too familiar, I guess the underwear have to fly. In the middle of the intermittent with you boxing and drinking, the emotional value, business K2000 are not as good as this food Chapter 11 are open people It's been a long time since I ate so full. The three spiritual little sisters rubbed their stomachs and kept burping. No, you guys didn't grab so many red envelopes in the group a few days ago? Starving like this. A few dishes. Zhang Yang did not eat a few mouthfuls all into their stomachs. Zhang Yang eater tired of panic braised pork, a bite. I grabbed it, we grabbed it as soon as the group sent it out. I grabbed more than 400, Meng Meng grabbed more than 500, Yao Yao grabbed more than 600. But all spent. I bought 3 sets of clothes, Meng Meng charged the cell phone bill, also did hair, Yao Yao paid the room fee, meal money is gone. What room charge to more than 600, you are not all sharing a room, a talent $10. Zhang Yang a burst of sweat, this three people's consumption concept is really ahead of the curve But what room fee to more than 600, the bear told him, the spirit of the little sister are sharing rooms. Girls $10 a person, boys free, because the boys simply do not have money. More than 600 can rent a poor single room That was before, when Levi was around, he was the one who took us to share a room. Now that Levi's in, we're just old singles. We can only live by ourselves for $100 a night. Uncle, can we stay here for one night? We'll leave tomorrow morning. After this, Yao Yao ate and drank enough, suddenly rely on the sofa, do not want to go. Little Green followed suit. Uncle, we'll sleep on the sofa without going into the room, I can help you mop the floor. Little Yellow also reached out. Uncle, I can help you with the laundry. Zhang Yang still shook his head, joking. Spirit little sister is really tender, but she is also really poisonous. Zhang Yang was going to throw away the bowls they had just eaten, not to mention letting them sleep here. In case there was a cauliflower, rape or something, Zhang Yang would really have to cry to death. Don't, I'm afraid I'll wake up and you guys have flown my house. Let me book a hotel for you, a double bed, is that good enough for you? Zhang Yang said and picked a hotel for a few people and called a car. Before leaving, Yao Yao was so thick-skinned that she tugged on Zhang Yang's hand and said, Uncle, you'll be a good guy to the end and give us another $20 for tomorrow's breakfast. This is a great way to get on his good side. But looking at the trio contributing so many pretentious points, 20 really isn't much. Take out your cell phones, I'll give you some points each. Zhang Yang asked the three to pull out their cell phones. Only Yao Yao pulled it out, the remaining two did not pull out their cell phones. Where are your 2 cell phones? I lost my cell phone, I don't have money to eat, I poured it from 11 to X, and then from X to 8, and then I simply sold it. Hiss. Zhang Yang listened to a burst of sweat face. This also line. Sharp added Yao Yao's WeChat. The avatar is not like other people's fancy but a stand in the rapeseed field, smelling the fragrance of the flowers of the little girl. With the other spirit of the little sister rebellious wind, bloody wind, dark wind avatar compared to, is simply a stream of clear water. Don't say it's quite pretty, quite a pure little girl. If you look at the current smoky makeup, you won't be able to recognize her. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and sent 200 red envelopes. 100 the extra 100, go buy a sanitary napkin or something, don't dirty the hotel sheets or something. Yao Yao didn't say anything, she went up and kissed Zhang Yang's face. When Xiao Huang and Xiao Green heard that there were 400, they also wanted to give a kiss, but they were rejected by Zhang Yang. When the elevator closed, this Yao Yao also gave Zhang Yang a milky heart. Zhang Yang shook his head, too skinny, he had thought that he would not have any good or great interactions with these three little spiritual sisters. Unexpectedly, the next afternoon, Zhang Yang's cell phone received a call from the hotel. It said that the hotel's instant noodles and drinks were eaten and drunk, and even the condoms were taken and not paid for. Zhang Yang often traveled to live in hotels. Many hotels have members, check-in does not need a deposit or anything. Last night, I booked the one that Zhang Yang often goes to. I guess the hotel side is also confused, their hotel is quite upscale, a night standard room after discount is also more than 300. Where do they need customers like Spirit Girl and Spirit Guy? Zhang Yang was so helpless after hearing that. However, in yesterday's nearly 40 points on the point of pretend, had no choice but to add the hotel side of the WeChat, transferred $200. Zhang Yang, who was a bit bored, drove to the Trend Street side after work. However, the car was parked outside Trend Street. This group of mental boys, but very hate the rich, the car is parked in case it is scratched, scraped him to cry to death. It was the same speed 8 billiard hall as last time, and it was still the same water ghost as last time. After seeing Zhang Yang, he politely dispersed a cigarette and accompanied him for a while when he was alone. I have to say that this water ghost still has 2 brushes, and he played with Zhang Yang back and forth. After a short while, 100 swallows led Xiong Xiong to come over. Along the way, Yen sister, shouted non-stop. The trio's dress code had also changed. A few days ago it was rainbow tornado, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple, undead dress. In the past 2 days it turned into a dirty braid, granny gray, dicky cowboy look. Uncle, why didn't you call out to us when you came over to play? Yanzi lightly picked up the cigarette on Zhang Yang's pool table and lit it herself. Don't, I'm afraid you guys will crash me. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Yanzi turned her gaze to Xiong Xiong. Xiong Xiong looked aggravated. Uncle, I didn't crash you in the past 2 days. It wasn't you, it was by the others. Zhang Yang unconsciously remembered Yao Yao Bai's milk heart. Hundreds of yen heard on the unhappy, hua, so do not talk about the rules of the Jianghu, do not know that other people collapse of the old den cannot be robbed? Oh, there is this rule. Boyfriends can share a, old den actually cannot rob. Okay, don't give me trouble, where is your godfather? Zhang Yang curiously looked at the doorway and actually didn't see Wang Defa's figure. He went back, bought me a 16 Pro Max the day before yesterday and put me to sleep. Cough cough. Zhang Yang didn't choke on a mouthful of water as he listened to the breezy words of Bai Yen. He used means? If you want to call the police, uncle will be your witness. Zhang Yang hurriedly waved his hand to express his contempt towards Wang Defa. In his imagination, this 100 yen shouldn't give it so easily. If this Bai Yen said that she didn't want to call the police and wanted some money, Zhang Yang would also give it for Wang Defa. It is estimated that Wang Defa's kind of beast will probably not give it. 100 yen is a bit despondent. No, normal drink too much, you love me. From the beginning I know what he wants to do, just did not think he would go behind. But he gave also quite a lot of it, see an uncle you face forget it. 100 yen said so. Instead, Zhang Yang's heart is a little bad, still thinking how to comfort or make up for it, did not expect the other party opened his mouth again. Uncle, do you still have a suitable old deng? Introduce another one to get to know you. Zhang Yang. I just thought she would be sad, but I didn't think it was even on my mind. What, with your first sister's strength you won't be able to meet an old man? Zhang Yang said jokingly. It is not the main uncle you introduced the old man deng resistant to avalanche. As soon as Zhang Yang heard 100 yen say this, he quickly waved his hand. Don't, there are no bad guys around uncle, the rest are good guys, you can't crash. His brother-in-law is the only one left by his side, and he is the only one who can resist a little bit. But introduced 100 yen to crash his brother-in-law, his sister no non-kill him. Oh, 100 swallows didn't think so and went on to find the little spiritual sister and the little spiritual guy to chat. Zhang Yang also thought that he would never give Bai Jiayan introduced Lao Deng it. Do not think that only after 2 days, things will lead to a turnaround. Chapter 12 Resist Collapse, Casual Collapse. Although Wang Defa is a bit of a scumbag, he showed a scummy look after sleeping with Bai Yen. However, he is still very trustworthy. When he said he would introduce business to Zhang Yang, he did so. In less than 2 days, a boss surnamed Fong took the initiative to go to Binjiang to discuss business with Zhang Yang's brother-in-law. I thought they were all businessmen. Talking business is good. Zhang Yang did not want to continue to mix with the spirit of the little girls. The said not to say, every day in that play billiards, listen to the spirit of the little girls talk about some bull things were quite good. However, the boss surnamed Fong actually had to ask Zhang Yang to go to the drinking game by name. This depressed Zhang Yang. Can't it be that this boss Fong is the avenue of heaven? He. Just thinking about it made Zhang Yang feel like he had chicken skin all over his body. But despite the reluctance, things had to be done. Although he had been pretending occasionally in the past few days, the shock value was still not enough to gather all the Cullinan fragments. As soon as he entered the box, Boss Fong had already arrived. Luckily, this Boss Fong was a competent man, and the lack of a beard and small round face had put Zhang Yang's mind at ease. You are Zhang Yang, right? My name is Fong, I am Fong Dezhou. Director Wang often talks about you and praises you for being young and promising. When Zhang Yang heard Fong Dezhou's words, he only felt a hot pain on his face. Boss Fong is too kind. Zhang Yang responded politely and then looked at the young man next to Fong Dezhou. He looked similar to Fong Dezhou, playing with his cell phone with his head lowered and not paying attention to anyone. If it wasn't for the fact that his hands and feet were full of pussy-whipped energy, it would have been very similar. However, Zhang Yang did not think too much about it, looking at him like that wearing a gold glasses, thought that he just read too many books. Read some muscle weakness, nerd only. After 3 rounds of dishes and 3 pots of wine, the atmosphere on the table gradually became lively. Zhang Yang's brother-in-law is a northern man, the amount of alcohol. Coincidentally, Fong Dezhou is also a man from the north, and his drinking capacity is also excellent. The two of them were also considered to have a lot of wine. The last time Zhang Yang watched his brother-in-law drink so much was when he attended a sobriety group, a gathering of group members. However, Zhang Yang cannot, his drinking capacity inherited from his father, 3 cups down, hold up the death of 6 tails drinking capacity. He can still drink 4 or 5 bottles of beer, but if he drinks more, he will definitely have to learn how to scream like a dragon. When Zhang Yang had finished puking for the second time, Fong Dezhou asked his son to go to the car to get a document. Although his son was reluctant, he didn't say a word and left without saying a word, his eyebrows filled with impatience. As soon as his son left, this Fong Dezhou walked over to Zhang Yang with a jug of wine in his hand. Zhang Yang took a look at it. Oh no, I'm going to die tonight. However, if he could get Fong Dezhou's order, his sisters and brother-in-law's factories would be completely prosperous. Even if he leaves, he will have peace of mind. Let's do it. For the sake of performance, drink to death this old dang. Brother, don't drink this wine for the time being, I want to ask you for something. Zhang Yang was all set to dry up, but unexpectedly, this Fong Dezhou actually stopped Zhang Yang's move to drink. Mr. Fong, look at what you are saying. What do you mean by begging? You just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do it. If I can't do it, then I can't do anything. Zhang Yang thought that this Fong Dezhou was just like Wang Dfa and had already planned to refuse. Damn, he is a system host or a pretentious system. If he is introduced again, he will become a pimp. If this is known by other hosts, or written into the system log, will not be laughed to death. As soon as Zhang Yang's brother-in-law heard this, he realized that something was wrong in Zhang Yang's words and hurriedly picked up the wine pot. Zhang Yang, you've been drinking too much. If you can't do it, you tell your brother-in-law and he will think of a way to do it. After saying that, he apologized and punished himself with a jug. A jug is a jug of almost 3 taels for a wine dispenser. Unexpectedly, this Fong Dezhou actually also followed the dry. Older brother, what do you think of my son Fong Yuan? When Zhang Yang heard this, he was instantly creeped out, and the wine was scared out of his wits. What kind of words are these? You ask a guy what another guy is like, that sounds like a tightening of the chrysanthemums. Naturally, Mr. Fong's son is also an extraordinary man, he's just a bit. Zhang Yang wanted to continue, but his brother-in-law coughed and wanted to drink again. Unexpectedly, this Fong Dezhou smoothed down Zhang Yang's words, a little bit effeminate isn't it? I won't lie to you, my son is this. Fong Dezhou said and made an O with his thumb and forefinger. Zhang Yang followed Fong Dezhou's example and posed an O, thinking left and right not knowing what it was. Instead, his brother-in-law whispered in Zhang Yang's ear. Hiss. Zhang Yang sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder, looking at the girlie, it feels like a heavy chi. Boss Fong, this favor I cannot help my mom still expect to hold grandchildren As soon as Zhang Yang heard this, he hurriedly stayed away from Fong Dezhou. He was afraid that Fong Dezhou would ask Zhang Yang to be his son-in-law. However, Zhang Yang's hand was pulled to death by Fong Dezhou. Brother, I don't mean that. I heard Director Wang say that you are a capable person. I want you to take Fong Yuan and straighten him out. You said I started with nothing, but my son is the same, how can I lose face? I'm ashamed of my ancestors. Don't worry, I won't let you help me for nothing. Whether it's a success or not, we'll talk about it as usual. If it works out, I'll be very grateful. Listening to Fong Dezhou's complaints, Zhang Yang only felt like sucking in a breath of cold air. Hiss. To break a straight. That's a bit of a difficult task. Mr. Fong, I don't know how to do it, why don't we find a psychiatrist or something to take a look at it, it's not the right specialty. This is not just a bad match, this in case of an inattention, they have to become a victim. Stirring stick cannot care whether you are old constipation or save belly diarrhea, according to the stabbing not wrong. It's okay, you just take him to play, director Wang said. You know a lot of girls, Yang Chi heavy gram him. You just take him to find girls, money, or something, brother will report it to you. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to refuse, Fang Yuan walked in with the documents in the corridor. When Fang Dezhou heard the commotion, he immediately went to drink with Zhang Yang's brother-in-law again. When Fang Yuan pushed the door in, he pretended and asked Fang Yuan to take the contract to Zhang Yang, his brother-in-law. It was impossible for Zhang Yang's brother-in-law to sign the contract on the wine table, especially if he was drunk. Moreover, the contract was brought by the other party. After making an excuse, he was going to the second field, which was exactly what Fang Dezhou wanted to do when he heard about it. Tugging Zhang Yang's brother-in-law to go to the second field, he looked as if he had been drinking and looking for his soulmate at the end of the world. That son, don't follow, you young people have your own way of playing, follow your brother Yang, watch and learn well. Oh, Fang Yuan nodded and just followed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was so scared that he didn't dare to walk behind him. He would not dare to bring it home. If he brought this home, he would not be able to sleep at night. Thinking about it, he could only bring him to Bai Yen. Where are you? Zhang Yang sent a message to 100 Swallows, but the other party did not reply. Zhang Yang had to send the message to Xiong and the other party returned in seconds. It was estimated that he was there making up messages and preparing to crash Laodang. Where is 100 Yen? Asked Zhang Yang. Dancing with the mold, Xiong sent a video to him. Good guy, a water of airplane head, 7 pants, soybean shoes. What is the mold? Zhang Yang did not understand the meaning of this. But still let the 100 Yen look at the information. This by Jian is quick. Uncle, what are you looking for me for? Zhang Yang did not say anything. Didn't you ask me to introduce you to an old dang last time? I found it. Do you still need it? Do you still need it? Just as I point mold to spend the money, he is resistant to collapse or not. Zhang Yang thought about it. Anyway, his old man spend money, sure resistance to collapse, and this swallow if he can collapse to him is also regarded as half of the success of it. His father should not be stingy. Thinking about this, Zhang Yang quickly sent a message, resistant to collapse, you can collapse at will. Chapter 13, What Feels Wrong? After more than a week, Zhang Yang once again came to Trendy Street in the middle of the night. Maybe it was because of the red packets from the previous days, there were more spirited little girls and spirited guys on Trend Street. Fang Yuan, who had been sullen before, came here and his eyes lit up. The difference was that everyone else was staring at the spirit girl. Good lord, this Fang Yuan was staring at the spirit boy. Frightened, Zhang Yang hurriedly brought him to the bar. The bartender recognized Zhang Yang at a glance. Zhang Yang didn't begrudge him going up for a pack of cigarettes. Years of experience in the business, K told him, if you don't want to have more saliva in the fruit plate, these bartenders and waiters you cannot offend, not to offend. Brother, how to arrange today? The bartender this time personally led the duo towards the card seats, and the DJ on the stage also shouted at the right time, thank you for my daily consumption of 100,000 Mr. Shang's presents. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Tian Sinny's shock value plus 100, gained a point of pretentiousness. Before she even started pointing, a series of pretentious points popped up. Zhang Yang is already used to the usual tricks of bars and business K. First, he puts you on the shelf there. See if you are okay with being embarrassed to order a few beers. But for all the shock value and pretentious points, Zhang Yang couldn't possibly keep a low profile. So what, just have the usual set. Zhang Yang didn't want to look at the menu, and the same old thing wasn't much fun. I don't think this bartender whispered in Zhang Yang's ear, brother has a new package, you want to see it? What package? The bartender took out a tablet computer, put away the paper menu and released a video. Brother, the Supreme Emperor set of 199,999, the card face directly pull full. Zhang Yang took a look at it. It is not a few years ago, the internet is very hot dragon set, added a little number of people, added a little wine well. Don't say it's really quite handsome, the deck is directly filled. It is estimated that they are the boss to see their own store also has a big wrong species, overnight modification. The package of 199,999 will only be ordered by a big wrongdoer. However, Zhang Yang had Fang Dezhou, the great injustice seed, and the system to back him up, so at best, he would not make a profit but definitely would not lose money. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and ordered one. When the bartender heard this, he immediately picked up his cell phone in excitement. Attention all units, the guest of one pack ordered a Supreme Emperor. The guest of one pack ordered a Supreme Emperor. All units receive over. All units, over. Atmosphere team receives over. Props team, over. Security team, over. Zhang Yang covered his head, it was too damn and tea. But spirit girl, spirit boy is still eating this. 100 Yen heard the commotion and jogged all the way over from the dance floor. After taking a look at the square on the card bag, she went straight to Zhang Yang, and as soon as she arrived, she directly wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang's arm. Uncle, did you order Emperor Supreme? Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, I did. Call all those little sisters of yours over. Bai Yen nodded once. Alright, I'll go pay for those molds. Only then did Zhang Yang notice that there was a group of spirited guys in beanies, airplane heads, and all weighing no more than 120 down there. No, the money is spent, don't waste it, just take my brother and don't let him get cold. Zhang Yang looked at Fang Yuan's eyes that were glowing in the dark and felt creepy. Rome was not built in a day, not broken straight in a day. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. First, a few airplane heads, let him relieve his hunger, forget it. This. Bai Yan looked at Zhang Yang and then looked at Fang Yuan next to him. The meaning was obvious. It's okay, this is my oldest brother, usually more boring, more lively, Zhang Yang said, and also did not forget to shout towards Fang Yuan. Cousin, don't mind if those people play with us. Zhang Yang pointed his hand below to take a group of airplane heads. Fang Yuan shook his head when he heard it. 100 yen, then AO gesture, ran down quickly, all of a sudden to call people over. Not a moment's effort, a group of colorful demons and monsters came to Zhang Yang's side. The hair was red, green, or no black. All of them were as skinny as a cutlass. Zhang Yang didn't recognize the others and sat down next to this bear. The other party is busy sending messages. Zhang Yang glanced at the content are similar. Brother, I don't have money to eat, can you transfer $10 to me? Brother, I don't have money to charge my phone bill, can you give me $10? I don't have money to take a taxi, can you give me $10? You can't get anyone to respond to this, you can't learn from those who engage in fraud, you have to be innovative, you have to keep up with the times. The day after day, so the group send, can have a few people back off. Xiong heard a bright-eyed brother, how to keep up with the times, you teach me. Come on, you lie on the sofa. Zhang Yang said snap, took a picture, and then used her cell phone to send a circle of friends, who children drink too much, hurry to me to turn 50, I will call you a card to send back. Less than 5 minutes, ding 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 transfer sound are ringing. This can put the bear to the happy, non-stop collection of money, pull black. Uncle, or you have a way, there is this money enough for me to point mold. Xiong said he was about to leave, but was pulled back by Zhang Yang. What are the molds you just mentioned? Just those things? Zhang Yang used his hand to point at the several airplanes' heads surrounding the 100 Swallows neighborhood. Our spiritual little sister crashing old men for a long time is also in need of venting. Usually a lot of the money we crash old men is spent on them. No, isn't Uncle more attractive than them? Zhang Yang took a look at these airplane heads and they don't have any skills, they are dressed shabbily and a few of them are even holding XS. It's hard to imagine anyone using XS nowadays, isn't that thing stuck? Don't tease Uncle, it's all out to play, who doesn't want to find some emotional value? Zhang Yang. I'm also a post-90s, not even 30 yet. Not waiting for Zhang Yang to feel emotional, countless staff members poured in from all sides. A huge dragon head appeared at the entrance, a dozen or so okay-looking ladies held up bottles of wine, flanked by a colorful dragon lamp. The DJ on the stage began to shout, thank you for my 1 pack of Zhang Yang's great presents, wish me Zhang always fly dragon in the sky. You. Seeing someone taking pictures, Zhang Yang could not wait to bury his head in the crotch of his pants, embarrassed cancer. He had no choice but to put on a look of disdain, took out his lighter and lit a cigarette, and continued to look at his cell phone. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Wu Sihan's shock value plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. The system's beeps didn't stop from the moment the lights gathered. The pretense point rubbed up. Many of the spirit girls were cheering and shouting, and the dry ice near Zhang Yang kept on spraying like it was no money. The dragon dance continued for almost 5 minutes before it finally stopped. When the bar owner heard that Zhang Yang had ordered the Supreme Emperor set, he specially sent a few more fruit plates and beer until Zhang Yang's bar was filled to the brim. Many people who knew 100 Swallows came over to make a toast, and some of the cheeky ones even wanted to make a toast with Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang just raised his glass in a gesture. But he did not drink. So many people, a person not to mention a drink, a mouthful of him have to lie here. Moreover, I heard that someone here opened the Emperor Supreme, and there were quite a few spiritual little sisters and spiritual little guys coming in. Uncle, so you're the godly man. Zhang Yang was searching down his head for tips, how to break straight, when 2 figures stood in front of Zhang Yang. Suddenly someone sat next to Zhang Yang and wrapped an arm around him. Do not look at Zhang Yang outside inconspicuous, but in this bar, ordered a Supreme Emperor but in that head down playing with the phone. It was enough to give these spiritual girls, spiritual guys, a mysterious reverie. Generally, the spirit girls and spirit guys did not dare to approach Zhang Yang. At most, when they saw Zhang Yang looking up at Fang Yuan's side, they grabbed over to show their faces. Yes, you guys. Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao, who had her arm around his shoulder with some tears and laughter. The other 2 sat next to him even though they didn't have their arm around her shoulder. It caused envy and jealousy from the other spirit little sisters. Uncle, is this the Ace of Spades? Can you invite us to drink some too? Yao Yao picked up a bottle of Ace of Spades for herself and looked at it. Drink it if you want, wash your hands all you want. Really, Uncle, then I can wash my hands, Yao Yao said and did her hand washing, looking at Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang did not care at all. He even took the initiative to open a bottle for them and held it in the air for them to wash. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Joe Nanan's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. By the time he played until 2 o'clock or so, Zhang Yang was a bit sleepy and the pretense points didn't go up much, so Zhang Yang was not in the mood to stay here anymore. So he called 100 yen over. Bai Jia Yen was a little too high tonight and was walking around in a daze. Uncle, isn't this cousin not normal? He doesn't like to stay with us, he likes to stay with men. Zhang Yang smiled. You also finally found but he cannot say, these spirit little sister mouth are not too firm. No, he is still shy for the first time. It is estimated that he intentionally stay with a male. I gave him to you at night you take him to share a room. Zhang Yang searched the strategy, the general more or less a little bit of cleanliness, first change him this cleanliness. 100 yen heard Zhang Yang so say heart believe 7 or 8 points, but turned his head to look at drink high, affixed to the airplane head of the body of Fang Yuan, always feel we're not right. As for Yao Yao, she had been drunk for a long time. Unlike the other spirit sisters, this Yao Yao seemed to be a drunken fool. Other spirit sisters were all shaking vigorously, but she was drinking vigorously. At the moment, she was curled up next to Zhang Yang like a wounded kitten. Zhang Yang booked a hotel for the 3 of them and instructed the bartender to send the 3 of them to the car later before leaving. Chapter 14, Being Treated Like a Little Yakuza. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already past 8 in the morning. Zhang Yang was woken up by the sound of a power drill. There were people renovating all the houses and buildings, so there was no way to get an early night's sleep. As a last resort, Zhang Yang had to take a shower. Taking advantage of the shower, Zhang Yang opened his system and checked. Exempted, another 300 plus pretense points. Last night's Emperor Supreme is not a white point, just last night's Emperor Supreme alone contributed almost 200 points to Zhang Yang. The clip at the back, presumably washing his hands with the ace of spades, added almost a couple dozen more points. System, give me 3 advanced draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a watch Richard Mille 6502 watch. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining face value plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1. 3 draws, all without money. Zhang Yang was a bit tearful. However, after looking in the mirror at the stunningly beautiful face of a flower in a car with a flat tire, Zhang Yang was quite satisfied. Pull out that piece of Richard Mille watch to take a look at the red plastic strap hole with a toy watch like. Talking about it is better than nothing, simply also put it on the hand. Drove to the factory neighborhood, then stopped the car and walked to the factory. He now does not dare to drive the car to the factory, cannot explain. If his sister asked him where he got the car, how could Zhang Yang explain? He couldn't say he won the lottery. If his family knew that he won the lottery and bought a $3 million car instead of paying off the mortgage, they would treat him like an asshole and dry him out to bleed. Good morning, Boss Fong. As soon as he entered the factory in the morning, he found that Fong Dezhou was already in his brother-in-law's office. There are also 2 files on the table. It should be last night's contract undoubtedly. Good morning little brother, you're in good spirits again after not seeing you for a day. Fong Dezhou looked behind him when he finished speaking and realized that his son was not following Zhang Yang. Noticing Fong Dezhou's doubt, Zhang Yang hurriedly explained, Fong Yuan and a few of my friends had been playing at the bar last night. I couldn't bear it and went back to sleep. Fong Dezhou was very excited. Oh? My son drank last night? Zhang Yang thought about it and nodded. He should have drank a little bit. Fong Dezhou slapped his thigh. Drinking is good. How can a real man not drink? Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, is your friend a man or a woman? He doesn't have any bad habits, does he? Female, will smoke a little, drink some wine, but also like to tattoo a body and so on, but yellow gambling and drug is certainly not accounted for. With the strength of 100 swallows before, yellow, gambling and drugs will definitely not be taken up. This point Zhang Yang surely dares to guarantee. Fong Dezhou heard that it is a woman, more happy. As for smoking and drinking, tattoos and so on, that is not called a thing. That what can let me your friend to open a video it. Do not hide, you say my son has never stayed out at night it. Fong Dezhou took the initiative to hand a cigarette to Zhang Yang, saw Zhang Yang hand wearing Richard Miller froze for 3 seconds, did not say anything. I'm not sure I can contact them. It is estimated that they are sleeping. Why don't you open one yourself, Mr. Fong? Contacting spirit little sister at this point is like you contacting a hitman at 2 a.m. If you didn't have a handle on the other party, you would normally not be ignored. Fong Dezhou smiled sarcastically. Old brother, I won't hide it from you, my son and I have a relationship. Fong Dezhou didn't say it explicitly, but as soon as Zhang Yang heard it, he knew that this kid might also be in a rebellious period. Okay, I'll look for it, they don't necessarily get up. Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and looked at it. It's only more than 10 o'clock now, the 100 yen is definitely not up yet. He is now counting on this bear. As luck would have it, he just opened the dialogue box and saw Xiong Xiong sending a message. Brother, I'm so bored today, can I go find you to play? Zhang Yang thought to himself that the sun had come out of the west today and he actually called himself brother, but it seemed that there was nothing to do today, so it seemed good to go and play billiards. So he replied, sure. The other party also replied, yes. The other party is also a second back. Brother, then you turn me 20, I take a car over to find you can? Zhang Yang froze for 3 seconds. The other side is also. 3 seconds later, the message was immediately withdrawn. Uncle, I avalanche Lao dang it, send the wrong person it, I changed the note. Zhang Yang. Where is Fong Yuan? Open the video, I'll see where he is. A minute later, the video was opened, still a mess, there is not even a place on the ground. Fong Yuan did not take off his clothes, lying on the floor between the bed and the gap between the wall and hit the ground. Compared to the string-like sleeping method on the bed, he belonged to the luxury king-size bedroom. The brother-in-law aside frowned a little. Zhang Yang, how do you let Fong Yuan live in that kind of place, later go to the imperial palace to give Fong Yuan a long-term suite? Fang Dezhou also frowned a bit, that place was too dirty. The effort of turning on the video could still see bubbles on the floor, which immediately grew some green-colored hairs. Zhang Yang also slightly embarrassed. Last night when he left, he seemed to have forgotten to give the money to the 100 yen for the room. Mr. Fong, I think that their kind of people are more or less a little bit of cleanliness fetish. I will first change this cleanliness fetish of his, little by little. Fang Dezhou listened to feel very reasonable. Or old brother means hi with people do not suspect people do not use, my son will be handed over to you. With that, Fang Dezhou handed Zhang Yang a black card. This is my credit card, the limit is $10 million, just swipe it, don't think it's too small. Zhang Yang's sister came over in a flash. Mr. Fong, this is not acceptable. Zhang Yang is a moonlight family, I don't dare to give him more than my salary, I give him at the end of the year. Fang Dezhou laughed. Just like my son, I don't dare to give him more money, but I believe in my brother, come and take it. Without being told, he placed the black credit card in Zhang Yang's hand. Exemption, the amount of 1 million, that this Fang Dezhou assets at least 100 million right. Hundreds of yen this time is considered to shell out on it. After chatting for a while, Fang Dezhou left, and when he left, he took Zhang Yang's hand and urged him to send a photo every day. When he left, he also left the driver, at Zhang Yang's disposal. Look at the body shape and physique at least is also practiced. A tendon meat is not the kind of protease irrigation out of the appearance of goods. Zhang Yang heard also did not break down, really when the rich is a little cute. The people are stupid and have a lot of money, it is estimated that they stay to monitor and protect with. Fong Yuan in case there is anything wrong with the seed, such as stain with gambling, and drugs, it is estimated that the next second this Fang Dezhou will appear to Zhang Yang as a small yakuza to clean up. In less than half an hour, the driver returned, carrying a bag in his hand. It was a few sets of clothes. Mr. Zhang, this is a gift for you from Mr. Fong, the size is not right, I can go and see it. Zhang Yang opened it and looked at it. Exempt, all unrecognizable brands, but the label says it, Givenchy, Prada. A t-shirt, more than 8,000, a pair of pants 12,000, and the belt more than 20,000. Taking advantage of Zhang Yang's frozen effort, the driver pulled out another green watch. This is from Mr. Fong, saying that he will send Mr. Zhang an identical Richard Mille after the event. Oh, one is being underestimated. Zhang Yang said this Fang Dezhou will stare at his watch for half a day. Feelings is to treat himself as a little punk with a fake watch. On second thought, it seems to be right. The clothes on his body don't add up to more than 1,000, the car doesn't have one, and then he brought a piece worth more than $1 million, Richard Miller, who wouldn't believe it's real. Older brother, how do you call him? Looking at the body, he shouldn't be an ordinary person. Zhang Yang leaned on the door of the Maybach and handed a cigarette to the other party. Surnamed Zhong Shanyue, veteran Zhong Shanyue was quick to take the cigarette and light it up. As for what veterans Zhang Yang did not asked the other side will not tell the truth. Zhang Yang turned his head and asked about Fong Yuan. What's the situation with Fong Yuan? How to become a for good reason? As Zhong Shanyue sighed, smoked a mouthful of cigarettes before slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Fong is usually busy with business, alienated Fong Yuan, so that the boy is a little rebellious. I and Mr. Fong did not care, thought to the rebellious period a little bigger on the good, do not think. Zhang Yang did not have too much shock after listening to the rich people a little eccentricity and then again the rich people's eccentricity that is called hobby. That Mr. Fong usually gives his son how much pocket money how much money does he have on him now? Zhang Yang was worried if this Fong Yuan would spend with a vengeance after leaving the constraints of Fang Dezhou. He wasn't worried if Fong Yuan would spend money indiscriminately or if he would succeed in his transformation. What he was worried about was if he would bring the bye-bye yen girls down. Fong Yuan is like a city child participating in the metamorphosis, and Bai Jian is like an exchange student. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If Fong Yuan takes them to the big clubs, to the luxury shopping malls. If Fong Yuan took them to all the big clubs and luxury shopping malls, and then Fong Yuan patted his ass and left, Bai Jian girls got used to the luxury life, but they didn't have anyone to pay the bill. That doesn't leave much of a path for them. Don't give a Zhong Shanyu side and continue to speak. Mr. Fong said that raising a son poorly and raising a daughter richly, even we are not allowed to secretly give Fong Yuan money. When Zhang Yang heard that, it would be strange if this was not rebellious. If his old man had billions of dollars but didn't give him a dime, he was afraid that he would have long gone to the pond himself to fish for wongbangs and bleed them out. Alright, you send me to the neighborhood in front. Zhang Yang pointed a place with his finger. When he got off the car, Zhang Yang put all the gifts from Feng Dezhou in the trunk of the car. So what, brother, you don't follow? I'm afraid Feng Yuan will resent it. Saying that, he kicked the floorboard oil and directly took off. The Earth's strongest SUV is not a joke. 100 kilometers acceleration, 3.3 seconds, a turn on the shadow. Although the Maybach acceleration is not low, but that is an executive car, straight line acceleration is okay. Hey, Mr. Feng's gift he accepted, but people lost him. Zhong Shanyu stopped at the side of the road and called Feng Dezhou. How could it be lost? He drilled the alley? Feng Dezhou, who was waiting for takeoff in the ordinary cabin of the airplane, asked in surprise. No, it's because he has a car. Zhong Shanyu pulled out his phone and searched for the meaning of those letters behind Zhang Yang's cars but on his phone. What car? Feng Dezhou puzzled. Zhong Shanyu drove a Maybach. What car can be lost? Zhong Shanyu looked at the information searched on the cell phone, froze for 3 seconds. Cayenne Turbo GT, landing price of 3.5 million. Ha! Chapter 15, 2 buried. Cool. Zhang Yang remembered that just now in the reflector Zhong Shanyu that surprised look on the feeling of body comfort. It is a pity that there is no point of pretending in the man that pretending, otherwise high and low and then pretending, oneself this is the real table. Passed a KFC, ordered a few breakfast, with the natural Feng Dezhou's card. Walking somehow, inexplicably detoured a little way, walked to the hotel side. Because it was his ID card that opened the room, it was easy to find the room number here at the front desk, and let the front desk send one up. He himself traveled to the apartment side. The room is the same as the scene of the crime, this side lying one, that side sleeping one. Bear was the only one awake in the entire room, holding his cell phone and constantly group sending. Uncle, your method is really good, it's almost 500 already. Zhang Yang hit his eyes and exempted. Brother, can you help me buy a high-speed train ticket? I want to go to you. Brother, I'm leaving, can you help me get a car? I don't want to take the bus. Brother, the driver took a detour, not enough money, what to do Zhang Yang took a look at the avatar and wondered which unlucky guy was the one who was avalanched by her today. Okay, less avalanche, otherwise people call the police. Zhang Yang brought out the breakfast. The people in the room smelled the scent like a zombie coming out of its cage and slowly climbed up. Uncle, aren't you going to work today? Feng Yuan did not wake up, looked up to see that it was KFC after, and then fell back to sleep, but it was the 100 yen was flavor enough to hook up. Spirit little sister is also a girl, mouth also greedy. Not work, take you guys to play. Zhang Yang carefully took the Kleenex and laid a place where he could sit. Just as soon as he sat down, I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but he immediately felt a bit prickly and scratchy all over his body, and immediately stood up again. Wow, uncle go where to play go before I cannot go to a tattoo parlor, I want a Wang DFA 3 words to wash. Hearing the words tattoo parlor, just Feng Yuan swooshed and sat up, uncle, I also want to go to a tattoo. Pfft, Zhang Yang's mouthful of soy milk almost didn't spray out. Good guy, this is only one day you are going to the sky There is also this name is what is going on, your father called me brother, you call me uncle. Think about it or forget it, no loss. Tattooing is fine, but have you thought about what to tattoo? Zhang Yang thought tattoos are fine, boys have tattoos how domineering as long as it is not tattoo what ABCD on the line. Anyway, he will not enter the factory, and he is not worried about finding a job. I haven't thought about it, but I want to get a tattoo first, it should be very painful and refreshing. Zhang Yang's hair stood up when he heard that, and he had a not so good picture in his mind. If you don't think about it, don't get a tattoo first, wait and think about it. Zhang Yang turned his head and looked down at Xiong, is there that kind of tattoo sticker? Find one for him. There is, wait for me to finish replying the message. Xiong said to the cell phone again, thank you, brother, I'll be right there, oh, so happy. Swish. Deleted the person after sending it. Started from under the bed to pull out a number of suitcases, which is a mess of everything, dirty clothes, cosmetics, drink the rest of the water, long hair underwear. In one suitcase, I found 2 large tattoos, one with a dragon on the shoulder and one with a tiger on the mountain. Estimated that the girl sticker is not appropriate and fell. Zhang Yang asked Xiong to paste it for him. Probably because of the rebellion, Feng Yuan didn't reject this new thing. Instead, after posting it, while holding a cigarette, he sent a friend circle. Swish swish swish. After posting, the following colorful question marks. After being recognized by the parents, Feng Yuan seemed to be in a good mood and started to eat a burger, but still didn't say anything. Uncle, where are you going to play after packing up? After Feng Yuan finished applying the tattoos, Bai Jiayan also washed up, and a few other spiritual girls also packed up after hearing that they were going to play. The room also has 2 spiritual guys also want to follow, but Zhang Yang to the car cannot sit on the grounds of refused. Joking to the sister to spend money shock is okay, Feng Yuan that is paid by his father. And he is not on what basis. Go to run go karting, before wanna go has not had time. Karting is the kind that burns gasoline 30 at a time, if you run a card, you will be sent a few times, but it works out to be 20 times. Zhang Yang can't afford to go, but every time he runs a lap, Zhang Yang has a picture in his mind. His father and mother were carrying a kitchen knife and rubber gloves, catching an octopus to dry and bleed it out. Running a lap, catch a, running a lap, catch a. I can't bear to do it. But now that he swiped Fong Dijo's card, he didn't care. When Hundred Swallows' several spiritual little sisters heard this, they were so happy that they jumped and went out the door. Wow, uncle, your car is so beautiful? A Porsche? A few spiritual little sisters all exclaimed when they saw Zhang Yang's car. Do you have a driver's license? Zhang Yang looked at Fong Yuan, who was brightening up, and asked with a smile. Yes, just got it, but are you sure you want to give me this $3.5 million car to drive? Fong Yuan looked at the car keys handed over by Zhang Yang and opened his mouth in a rare moment. What are you afraid of? If it gets wrecked, your father will pay for it. Fong Yuan hesitated for 3 seconds after hearing this and took it anyway. However, it may be because of the novice, or because Fong Yuan is more effeminate, he is always being stuffed during rush hour. When he entered the viaduct, there was another person who wanted to add traffic. Fong Yuan's face was suffocating red, closely following the car in front of him, as if he didn't want the other car to plug in, but he dared to be angry. Opened the window and scold him. Zhang Yang sat on the passenger side and squinted at the other car, a lewd man driving a BMW X3, staring at Fong Yuan with a disdainful face. The window had been rolled down, with a look of determination. Fong Yuan's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, his hand was placed on the button of the car window glass, but hesitated to press it. Scold him, this kind of yakuza you don't scold him, what are you keeping him for? Zhang Yang urged again, wanting to inspire the blood in Fong Yuan's bones. Just waited for 3 seconds. Fong Yuan still did not see any movement, but it was the back of the 100 yen could not bear it, rolled down the window to the lewd man on the spray. You rob you, stupid, grass. Imbecile man which can stand this gas head out to start to spray, just the spirit of the little sister in the cursing this piece is the level of the school bully. Imbecile man is not a rival at all, but a look at the other side is 3 girls, driving and a weak little boy suddenly arrogant, get out of the car to real PK. Zhang Yang was also a bit excited. Yesterday he drew 1 point of strength value and just felt energized. The limit of human strength is 10, and every increase of 1 is a sea change. Zhang Yang was confident that he would beat up that lewd man severely. Just as Zhang Yang was about to get off the car, something flew out from the back row. The thing was white with red, red with black, with soup and water, and it whistled on the other guy's face in an unbiased manner. Quickly go, quickly go. Bai Jiayan. Several people in the back row excitedly kept patting Fong Yuan's shoulder. The strongest SUV on the surface is not covered, a pass ahead, a foot of gas and scampered out. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can you not be so buried? The big deal is to go down to him, we 5-1, the advantage is in our Zhang Yang just from the reflector to see that is a red dragon, red cannot red dragon. The spirit of the little sister does not hold back until it cannot be loaded, it will not be changed. Hee, uncle, what do you know, this dead fat guy being covered by my anti-towel will be unlucky for a year at the very least. The spiritual little sister who just threw the red dragon laughed proudly. After hearing this, Zhang Yang was speechless and quickly took out a pack of paper from the passenger compartment. Okay, wipe it off, it's too much. Instead of being ashamed, the trio started to talk about the experience of the 3 of them in the fight. All sorts of deviant stories, the whole time muffled. Zhang Yang only felt his ears into the dirty things, while Fong Yuan listened exceptionally seriously. Something was slowly awakening. Chapter 16: The happiness of being a main character. The car sped along and soon arrived at a go-kart club. As a place specialized for karting enthusiasts to play, not only were there many types of karts here, there were also several kinds of tracks. Curve, straight line, hill climbing. There's actually a mud pit one. Bubble carts into a mud pit, sure it's not a prop race. Wow, it's so big here. 100 yen. These 3 spiritual little sister, or has come to such a place, one by one looking around, happy. Fong Yuan was also in good spirits, after getting off the car keys handed to Zhang Yang to catch up with the 3 people to talk about the game. Sir, how much do you want to recharge on your side? Recharge 100 extra for 1 time, recharge 500 for 10 times. The salesgirl was very enthusiastic in introducing the recharge activity to Zhang Yang and the others. Coincidentally, next to them, someone was also doing the recharge, and the sales clerk next to them was also introducing, Sir, recharge 500 to give away 10 times, and recharge 1000 to give away an exclusive helmet. Zhang Yang took a look. This is being underestimated. However, looking at his side of the lineup, in addition to a Fong Yuan dress is still quite human-like, the other several have a counter that is called a shabby. What about the recharge of 10,000? Zhang Yang put his left hand with a Richard Mille watch on the counter, with a bunch of Porsche keys in his hand, and a black card in his right hand. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Zhang Lily's shock value plus 1,000, gaining 10 pretentious points. Sir, charge 10,000 to have an exclusive go-kart without waiting for the whole day. Zhang Yang looked at the red toy watch, it seems to be somewhat recognizable. Alright, then charge 10,000 for each of us. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Wu Sihan's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Lu Xian's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Zhang Lily's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Cool. No wonder in the novel, the male lead likes to pretend to hit the face, but unfortunately, there is no villain. Thank you, uncle. Upon hearing this, several people from 100 yen immediately went to pick a car as well as a helmet with joy. Zhang Yang also picked a black go-kart and started stepping on the gas. Go-karts don't roll over, so the huge centrifugal force and the excitement of a crash was especially noticeable. Not having to worry about money, Zhang Yang naturally swiped the laps over and over again. He had been brushing for nearly an hour before he stopped and sat on the side to unload for a while to play with his cell phone, and opened it to see the message sent by Yao Yao half an hour ago. Uncle, did you buy breakfast? Looking at the very playful avatar flashing, Zhang Yang replied, Yes, I'm afraid you'll fly to the hotel again for the instant noodles and drinks. I didn't expect Zhang Yang to reply just after the message. A video popped up over there. Uncle, so you just saw our bodies, how about our 3 who has a good body? In the video, Yao Yao was hiding under the quilt, showing a white shoulder. She was giggling and chatting with Zhang Yang. Next to her, Xiao Huang was probably watching TV and Xiao Green should be taking a bath. Pull back, I didn't watch it, I'll ask the front desk to send it up. Hurry up and clean up, it's checkout time later. Ordinary people are 12 o'clock checkout, members are 2 o'clock in the afternoon, normal people were front desk at 1 o'clock blow to check out, it is estimated to have gone. Also the spiritual little sister immediately almost 2 o'clock, still rely on the room. Yao Yao at the end of the video heard, smiled even more. Should say not to say that this Yao Yao looks really good, peach blossom eyes, features are also exquisite, after removing the heavy makeup, there is a kind of very clean feeling. Especially her body is quite clean, unlike other spiritual little sister, has already been transferred a dozen times. Uncle, do you want to take a look? I'm not wearing any clothes right now. Oh. Zhang Yang. Don't look, it's poisonous. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Zhang Yang got up and turned his head with the intention of walking towards the lounge, and the moment he turned around, the karting track was reflected in the cell phone screen. Uncle, where is that for you? It feels so fun, can you take me one? Yao Yao stared curiously at the go-kart behind Zhang Yang, the roar of the engine whining deafening. Karting club, you want to come? I'll send someone over to pick you up. Zhang Yang thought to himself that this Zhong Shanyu is idle, why not make use of it? Go, uncle, I will get up now. Yao Yao heard the quilt directly lifted, this girl is really honest, really not wearing clothes. A Hello Kitty, swaying from side to side. Spirit little sister mixed is really mixed, poison is really poison, but still very credible, said nowhere, said to show you. Better than those old Indian turtles. Of course, except for the time of the collapse of Old Den. Made a phone call to Zhong Shanyu to let him wait for the 3 girls downstairs in the hotel and send them here. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value plus 1000, gained 10 pretense points. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Li Meng's shock value plus 1000, gaining 10 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang was brushing his circle when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the shock value, it should be Yao Yao and the girls, it looks like it should be Zhong Shanyu arriving at the hotel. Zhang Yang brushed for a while longer until an hour later, which reminded him that Yao Yao and her girls were coming. Immediately, he got down from the cart and ran to the front desk. At this moment, there were 3 greasy men, standing at Yao Yao's trio who kept laughing and joking. Beautiful girl, who are you waiting for? Why don't you go in with us first and run a couple laps, it's boring to wait here. Little yellow, little green today is also well dressed, cannot say ugly it, but very tender. Yao Yao in the center is dressed very plain today. In addition to a head of red hair, other smoky makeup, black nails, all did not put on, looks just like the neighboring little sister. The red hair on the other hand gave people an extreme sense of contrast. Beauty, don't wait, let's go, I'll charge 500 for you, let's play first. Charging 500 for a girl they met for the first time was already a lot of money in the eyes of these 3 greasy men. But unfortunately, they met Zhang Yang who didn't need to spend his own money today. $500 and you're learning to come out and hit on people? Sister, go with brother, brother will charge you $10,000. Zhang Yang stretched out an arm, signaling the 3 of them to come over. Yao Yao heard Zhang Yang's voice and immediately poked her head out from beside the 3. After seeing that it was Zhang Yang, she flew and hugged Zhang Yang's arm. A soft touch traveled from Zhang Yang's nerve endings to his brain, which quickly fed back the sense of touch, small but real. Beauty helped the 3 of them charge another 10,000 each. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value plus 300, gaining 3 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Li Meng's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretentious points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhang Lily's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretense points. Ding, feel the host's bravado. Zhang Yang looked at the sales clerk doubtfully. Yao Yao and the three of them were shocked even if they were. Haven't you seen the strength of my brother? Why are you still shocked? Zhang Yang didn't know that having money and being willing to spend it are two different things. Charging almost $100,000 to different people at once, who wouldn't be shocked? Then look at the next three obscene men, did not even put a fart, hastily charged $1,000, and left. Cool. Zhang Yang finally enjoyed the treatment of a protagonist for once. Uncle, are you really charging us $10,000? Can this not be played? Can it be refunded? Yao Yao looked at the card in her hand and froze a bit, not knowing what she was thinking. It can't be refunded, but you can put it up for sale on the second-hand net. Someone should buy it for $5,000. Zhang Yang rubbed Yao Yao's head and dragged her to pick her helmet. This helmet can be taken away or labeled and put here. Yao Yao was dragged by Zhang Yang all the way to the helmet and picked a red helmet that matched her hair. Xiao Wine, Xiao Green on the other hand, chose the yellow one and the green one. The three of them added up to exactly one stoplight. It's you guys? 100 Yen, who had just finished a round of biking, immediately stopped the car after seeing Yao Yao and the girls. I don't know, are the rules of avalanche Lao Dang? 100 Yen's aura was on full blast as she stared at the trio, staring Yao Yao so much that she let go of Zhang Yang's hand as she tugged on it. However, 3 seconds later, not knowing what she remembered, she pulled it up again. I know, but in terms of order, I should be the one who met my uncle first. Isn't it, uncle? The three greasy men just now, once they heard Zhang Yang's side of the quarrel, thought it was his girlfriend, lover large overturned car seen it. They gloated and came over to watch the fun. When you knew uncle, you were following Li Wei, can you show some face? Nonsense, we just play with Li Wei. I still have my first time to uncle. You have the first time. You had your first time. You had your first time? Why don't you believe me? Let's go to the car and check it out. Zhang Yang. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhang Lily's shock value is plus 300, and she gains 3 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Lin Xiaoyun's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretense points. As soon as he turned back, the 2 staff members from just now were standing behind Zhang Yang with small tickets, and in a flash, he only felt that his 3 views were shattering. Can I help you? Zhang Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he didn't rely on his banknote ability to get the pretense point. Oh, this is your small ticket. You see the convenience of adding WeChat. If you come and go in the future, we can help you heat up the car in advance. Do not add. Do not add. This time Yao Yao and 100 Yen answer is quite united. Snap. Zhang Yang seemed to have heard the sound of 3 hearts falling on the ground and breaking. Karting also stopped playing and turned his head away. It is too bullying and unfair. The drought is dying and the flood is dying. I don't know if the 3 people whose Taoist hearts have collapsed will comfort each other in the future. Chapter 17. The words of the spirit boy. Punctuation cannot be trusted. Uncle, can I sleep at your house at night? As soon as Bai Bai Yen left, Yao Yao, who was still tough just now, suddenly wimped out, holding Zhang Yang's arm with some fear. You were so tough just now, what's wrong now? Zhang Yang smiled and sent a message to 100 Yen, meaning that this matter was settled. If a 30-year-old says he's going to get you, you can laugh about it, but if a 13-year-old kid says he's going to get you, then he's really going to get you. Spirit little sister was the same way. When she said she wanted to find someone to get you, it was never a joke. Uncle, I can spare them for the other 2, but this Yao Yao I have to get her. Zhang Yang was first stunned when he saw the message, followed by a slight anger in his heart. Although he was doing it for the shock value and to put on a bit of a show, he had swiped almost $500,000 on this Bai Bai Yen before and after. This face is not given, it is also too ungrateful. If you can support one trendy street sister, you can support the second one. He just wanted to send a message to make a scene, but he didn't expect Bai Jiayan's second message to be sent. Uncle, if I'm not wrong, you want to chisel this Yao Yao, right? As soon as he looked up, he realized that 100 Yen was looking at himself with a very ambiguous look. It was very different from his previous angry look. Chisel this Yao Yao? Zhang Yang was in tears. To be honest, this Yao Yao was considered very pretty in the Spirit Little Sisters, and it was still a first-hand card that had not been transferred. It was simply a national treasure. 100 Yen's meaning is obvious. Let this Yao Yao cannot leave Zhang Yang, followed by some wine also chiseled on. But with that kind of underhanded means, like Wang Defa, Zhang Yang still can't do it. Okay, that's enough. Uncle is not that kind of person. Instead of replying, Bai Bai Yen sent a rather ambiguous emoticon. Zhang Yang still wanted to persuade a few more sentences, but he did not think that Xiao Huang, Xiao Green suddenly folded back. Yao Yao, don't be afraid of her. Li Wei was released, we are not afraid of her. Zhang Yang was a bit incredulous after hearing this. It can't be, it's only been a few days. Even if the other party is a minor, he should be 16 years old. In the neighborhood, and as the wire was stolen, and as the owner of the home was smashed, this amount of money to start her 10,000, which can easily return to the well. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green dragged Yao Yao to go to find Li Wei, but Yao Yao looked at Zhang Yang a glance. A few moments later this followed Xiao Huang, Xiao Green hit a car to leave. As for whether they took a taxi or flew, Zhang Yang did not know. Uncle, you've seen the duck in the hand fly, right? It was obvious that Bai Bai Yen also knew the news that Li Wei had been released. Zhang Yang smiled and shook his head and did not say anything, but continued to brush the circle until the evening when several people were tired and hungry. Fang Yuan, who was a little bit excited to play, proposed to go to the bar in the evening, so Zhang Yang could only take a few people to dinner. Of course, it was not that kind of upscale, but just an ordinary shasian on the trendy street. Boss lady, 5 portions of chicken leg rice for the whole family, and the regular soup, you watch out for it. Zhang Yang was a long-time customer here, and it was Scorpion Poop's only order in shasian like this. The so-called chicken leg rice family portrait is to order a chicken leg rice with sausage, plus marinated egg, plus jasmine, and then a pigeon soup, pork chop soup, etc. 1 is 30, and 5 is 150. 1 is 30, 5 people is 150. Have this money can find a small restaurant, order a 2 meat and 2 vegetarian. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Zhou Shuyu's shock value plus 100, gained a point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Li Xiaoye's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a bully. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lin Qingqing's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point of pretending to be a bully. At this time, it was the peak time for spirit little sisters to dine, and many of them came out to forage for food in preparation for tonight's drunkenness. They ordered the most fried rice, or fried noodles, which were large and filling, and cheap. It was still shocking to see Zhang Yang ordering so much in Shasian. Sister Yen. There were a few who knew Bai Yen and immediately greeted her when they saw her come in. And after seeing Zhang Yang, they were also very good and called out, "Uncle." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded his head. This group of little sisters really took riding a bike to the bar, that save and spend, to the extreme. Obviously the meal is spelled out, but they still want to go to the bar to have fun. Boss lady, give a couple of them each a chicken leg rice set meal as well. Those 3 points of shock value just now were provided by these 3 girls, and one person's portion of chicken leg rice is also considered deserved. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Mao Shulei's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Meng Xiaoye's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Su Yue's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 pretense point. Thank you, uncle. Upon hearing this, the 3 little spiritual sisters put down the fried rice in their hands and waited for the luxurious meal. Listening to those 3 pretentious points, Zhang Yang had to sigh in admiration of the spirit girls. Think about the previous day spent 688 to invite the old Indian turtle dove, not only did not get the shock value, even a good word did not get. Then look at the spirit of the little sister, $30 of chicken leg rice gained 6 points of pretentiousness points. There was simply no comparison between the two. Uncle, are we going to go to the bar directly, or are we going to the billiard room first to play some billiards? Fang Yuan, who had been playing all day, asked Zhang Yang with slight excitement. Just now, several spiritual guys and spiritual girls had already come over to see his tattoos. Even though some of them were there for 100 swallows, and some of them were there for Zhang Yang, and his tattoo was just incidental, the recognition still made him happy. Whatever, as you wish. Zhang Yang ceded the choice to Fang Yuan, allowing him to make as much judgment as possible. Instead of prescribing him to do this and that like Fang Dezhou did before, there was no time for independent thinking at all. Then how about we go play billiards first, play until 10 and then go to the bar? As Fang Yuan was talking, a group of spirit boys and spirit girls came volubly at the door. The leader was none other than Li Wei, who had just been released. Yo, Yanzi, this old dang hasn't been crushed to death by you yet? Li Wei stood dejectedly in front of Zhang Yang and their dining table as soon as he came up. 100 Yen was not used to him and directly started disliking him. Why did you eat this just after you were released? Boss lady, add a marinated egg for him, counted as my treat, forget about the sausage, I guess I didn't eat much in there. In an instant, the Sand County was in a ball of laughter. Understand, all understand, on the spirit of damaging people, little sister is also the level of the king of Zwan. Cut, to you please, brothers eat what? Li Wei waved his hand and let the airplane heads go to see the menu. One by one, they actually ordered. Some ordered chicken leg rice with duck leg, some ordered duck leg rice with chicken leg, and some fried rice with chicken leg and duck leg. Although the unit price is not as high as Zhang Yang's, but their number of plus Yao Yao, a few of them, a grand swath of nearly a dozen people, add up to 200 to 300. Not to mention that each person also took a bottle of beer, $5 a bottle. This money for the spirit to fly things to spend the day, guys, is like a sky-high cost. Only to see this Li Wei silently borrow someone's cell phone and walk out. It just so happened that Zhang Yang was feeling a bit pissy, so he was going to find a pole, or nook, or cranny. And vaguely in the darkness, Li Wei's voice could be heard intermittently, Mom, can you ask Dad to transfer this month's salary to me? I want to buy a battery car to deliver takeaways. Really, Mom, this time I promise to tell the truth. Zhang Yang sighed. I guess the parents on the other end of the phone might be relieved to no end. Chapter 18, only $100,000, so little. Not long after Zhang Yang went back, Li Wei also followed him back. The difference was that Li Wei was carrying a big bag in his hand. The bag was full of lo mei, pork, pig's ear, roast duck, cold vegetables, and so on. Brothers, set up the cold dishes. Li Wei dejectedly glanced towards Zhang Yang and their side. Brother Wei is mighty. A bunch of spirited guys shouted their slogans loudly. Those who didn't know thought that Li Wei had brought back 108 dishes. Zhang Yang smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue with them, mainly because it was 2-and-T. A group of mental boys, in the San County, one person ordered a chicken leg rice, finished with a bottle of beer, bought a few cold dishes to show off to you. How do you respond? Do you buy a better cold dish than theirs, and then buy a few bottles of wine, taunt back? This is not better than a dog biting you and you biting the dog. Seeing that Zhang Yang and the others did not reply, Li Wei thought that Zhang Yang and the others had wimped out and dejected even louder. Brothers, let's go to Dynasty for a disco tonight, my treat. Li Wei waved his hand and was about to take his parents' hard-earned money to play the fool. Dynasty was a more upscale bar than Night Color. The staircase of Night Color is opened in the alley, while the door of Dynasty is facing the trend of the street in a dignified manner. Night-colored door parked or ghost fire battery car. Dynasty heard a color BBA, you drive a bit people will only take you as a net car. Night Color into a lot of soybean shoes, airplane head of the spirit of the young man, and Dynasty into the middle-aged beer belly Mediterranean uncle. But you have to ask the spirit of the little girl, the spirit of the little guy Dynasty, the biggest difference between the color of the night and which. A lot of spirit girl, spirit guy will tell you, the same bottle of beer, Dynasty's beer is more expensive than a bottle of beer Night Color $5. This is the compulsion, this is the style. Uncle, which venue are we going to at night? Hearing that Li Wei and the others were going to Dynasty, Bai Yen was dumbfounded and at first Zhang Yang thought she was going to compete with Li Wei. But when they waited until the night, they realized that this was the territory of Green Snake on Trend Street. Spirit little sister, spirit little guy is like the village hyena, each has their own place to play. If you crossed the line, it was considered a provocation. Of course, Zhang Yang didn't know these rules. As soon as he came in, he was shocked by Dynasty's huge crystal decoration. The entire bar was decorated with a lot of crystals and wall lamps. The space was also horizontally divided into upper, middle, and lower spaces, successfully categorizing people into 3, 6, 9 classes. What was even more peculiar was that standing at the bottom, you couldn't see the upper boxes unless you stood very far away. But under the dim light, standing far away from the line of sight and not enough power, money is being played clearly at this moment. Yo, isn't this 100 yen? I heard that you were backdoored by your godfather, are you alright, can you pocket? Zhang Yang and the others had just gone in when a spirited little sister in a pleated skirt stopped Zhang Yang and the others in their tracks. Don't say that this green snake does have some good looks, a bit of baby fat, and a body that is quite a bit more eye-catching than the many scenes of Bai Yen and the rest of them. This is the mouth, really damaging all. Zhang Yang really wants to slap this Wang Defa, he should send him to Tianfu Avenue so that a bunch of bearded men, small fat peer hard around him. However, on the artillery, 100 yen really did not goad. Che, my godfather can at least stab me, your godfather did not defecate on your bed it. I heard that last time you also found the Aldebaran to help the fun, the bottom has to be so wide, right? When Zhang Yang heard this, he felt that his 3 views had been refreshed again. He thought he had understood the world of the spirit little sister, but now found the understanding is still not comprehensive enough. Trend Street Green Snake did not think of 100 yen this all no. Suddenly some angry, Che, guess what, your godfather have dumped you, when I do not know 100 Swallow was not angry at all, instead, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang. I still have my uncle is handsome and has a lot of money, the key is that he is also very big. Isn't that right, Uncle 100 Yen dejectedly looked at Zhang Yang's face, then slowly looked at Zhang Yang's bottom. With 100 Yen's gaze, the crowd unanimously gazed down. Even if Zhang Yang has a thick skin, he can't stand the crowd looking at him like this, so he hurriedly looked at the water ghost on the side. The other party just got off work and heard that the crowd was coming to Dynasty, so he volunteered to bring them here, saying that he had someone he knew. The water ghost quickly beckoned to the distance, not a moment's effort an estimated 26-year-old woman wearing a stepmother dress will hurriedly run to the side. Butterfly, I brought some friends over to have fun, help arrange a seat. This butterfly is also a good host. She took a look at Zhang Yang and his friends, and her eyes instantly locked on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked unimpressive, but when she swept Zhang Yang's wrist, her eyes instantly lit up and she turned her head and ordered the small follower beside her. Go and pack up the number 8 card bag, and by the way, bring up my stock of wine, and serve a few fruit plates on me. Thank you, Sister Butterfly. Water Ghost dragged 100 Swallows and the girls to follow Butterfly, heading towards card pack number 8. Just when they walked to card pack number 8, Zhang Yang stood still. The card holders of this Dynasty bartender are divided into 3 steps. First step, card holder number 1. Second order, number 2, number 3 card holder. Third order, number 4, number 5, number 6 card holder. Fourth order, card holders number 7, 8, 9 and 10. The area was also bigger than one another. This number 8 card seat, although compared to the scattered platform, to be a lot better, but is the lowest level of this, the smallest kind. Sitting here to play, there was a feeling of being stepped on, not to mention the fact that the trendy street green snake who had just been at odds with 100 Swallows was sitting in the number 5 card bag above. One would not be taunted to death if they sat here. Brother, what's wrong? Is there something you are not satisfied with? Butterfly was walking ahead, and when she waited for the card bag number 8, she stopped and wanted Zhang Yang to go in first. However, Zhang Yang stopped in his tracks, and even 100 Swallows and the girls also stopped in their tracks. Let's take that card bag. Zhang Yang pointed with his hand to the card bag number 3 above the green snake on Trendy Street and led the crowd up there without a second thought. Brother, that card pack up there has a minimum spending, it's too high to be economical. Butterfly hurriedly stopped the crowd upon hearing this. She had seen a lot of people like Zhang Yang. A phoenix that has lost its feathers is not as good as a chicken. It has been brilliant and arrogant before, now it has fallen down and has to find its existence in the spirit little sister. The watch on her hand is probably the last splendor. They may have a house, have a car, but by no means have much money, otherwise how could they come to spirit little sister? Getting the word out now saved them from coming down later and being embarrassed. Oh? What's the minimum spending? Zhang Yang stopped his steps to go up when he heard Butterfly say that. He had always been in small bars like Nightcolor. In case he was sitting on a well and the minimum consumption was high, it would not be cost effective if the shock value and pretense points could not make ends meet by then. Butterfly took a look and saw that it was true, in his heart, although he was disdainful, but the steps that should be given still had to be given. Brother, number 3 package minimum consumption of 100,000, not very cost effective, we come out to play, the most important thing is to have fun. Ah? Only 100,000, Zhang Yang heard that the dynasty's compulsion is not good. Chapter 19 Torrential Version Supreme Emperor. Butterfly after hearing a face of disdain, what is called only 100,000? The $100,000 is very little, your parents' arm smoke are not necessarily able to earn 100,000 it. As soon as Zhang Yang opened his mouth, she knew what Zhang Yang was going to say. A mere $100,000 before I charge the game of 0 or more than this. A mere $100,000 is more than what I have spent in the previous reward. $100,000 is not even enough for me to touch a hand of cards before. What about the top card pack number 1? Zhang Yang used his hand to point to the top number 1 card bag, a 10-meter long independent card bag seat with glass fences on both sides and a colorful light above. Although Butterfly did not hear Zhang Yang's pretentious words, Zhang Yang's words were not out of her expectation. What kind of big-tailed wolf had she not seen before these days? Toads yawning with mouths that were bigger than one another. But there was no way who let her eat this bowl of rice. Brother, if it's the first package, it costs 1 million, and so far the first package has only been opened 2 times. Hiss. Zhang Yang immediately sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard that. 1 million. Spending 1 million just to bungee jump and drink. $1 million to pull out all the wankers his parents raised and bleed them out one by one and dry them in the sun. Sure enough, there are people who live just to live. Butterfly saw Zhang Yang with a surprised expression, which was expected, and secretly despised in his heart while hoping that Zhang Yang would hurry back. Brother, why don't we hurry back? In case I'm booked, it's not good for me to do it. Go back? Go back for what? Although the smile on the butterfly's face was still bright, Zhang Yang was still able to detect a hint of contempt in the bottom of her eyes. Gotta be. Being treated like a little yakuza again. Come back tomorrow, high and low, change all the clothes that Fang Dejo gave him, and wrap the big belt around him as well. Zhang Yang took a big step towards the number 3 card bag, and once he sat down, he picked up the menu and was ready to place his order without any nonsense. But when he saw the menu, he was happy. The first in line was the Supreme Emperor. So the Nightcolor copied the menu of others' Imperial Dynasty. Let's order the Supreme Emperor, swipe your card. Zhang Yang directly passed Fang Dejo's card over. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Carrie, whose shock value is plus 2,000, and she is awarded 20 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Li Qinchin's shock value plus 1,000, gaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Wu Sihan's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 pretense points. Probably because they were used to seeing Zhang Yang's bravado, the response from Bai Bai Yen and the rest of them was flat, but it was Butterfly and Water Ghost next to them who contributed the bulk of the money. If I had known, I would have just chosen box number 1, it would have made all of them drop their jaws. Conservative ah. I have to raise my own consumption consciousness. Butterfly looked at Zhang Yang's black card with disbelief. With her extensive knowledge, she instantly recognized that this was a black card that only appeared in novels with overbearing CEOs. However, the overbearing presidents she saw were all old men who were middle-aged and had forked urine. This was the first time she saw such a young overbearing president. Until the moment the POS machine swiped the card successfully, she was still a bit incredulous. Congratulations to card pack number 3's, Mr. Zhang, for spending 18,888,880,000 renminbi and becoming our supreme VIP. It was also the moment Zhang Yang consumed successfully that the DJ, who was still playing the disc just now, suddenly stopped his voice and the lights in the whole place suddenly lit up. The sets were all exactly the same. Not only did Nightcolor even learn from others' menus, they even learned the contents. Only the details are not handled as well as Dynasty. Night color lifting are some waitresses. Spirit Girl wore like the Dynasty clear color short skirt uniform, responsible for escorting the wine security or unified fly fishing clothes. Dragon's head mouth with a bottle of limited XO, the base under the dry ice, constantly spitting out the cold air. Whether it is the cost effectiveness of the wine, or the emotional value, Dynasty is going to throw off the night color by a large margin. One is the original, one is a cottage that can't even be counted as a high imitation. There is no comparison at all. Do you still have an atmosphere group here? Zhang Yang looked at the young lady who held up the sign to say that she was not moved, and he was not a saint. Some of the spirit girls are poisonous and some are not. Zhang Yang is not a warrior like Wang Defa, he doesn't dare to gamble. But the atmosphere group was different. They all had medical checkups before going to work, otherwise they would not prosecute him to death if they infected the guests. Yes, do I need to call a few for you? Won't they get in the way over there? Butterfly glanced at 100 yen, somewhat confused about Zhang Yang's relationship with this 100 yen. It's fine, we are not the kind of relationship you think. Help me call two. Yes, help him call two more. They need to have high emotional intelligence. Zhang Yang glanced at Feng Yuan. His old man 200,000 are spent. The least you can do is to give people building two girls. Take a picture, look ah. Butterfly heard immediately went to arrange. Not a moment's effort, for looks, body or very good girl came up. A few girls see 100 swallows and a few spiritual little sisters still a bit of weakness. They also came from the spirit sisters, and knew that these spirit sisters liked to be jealous the most. 100 swallows do not care at all, holding a cigarette in his mouth and smoke two directly down to throw. 100 swallows, you want to stir up trouble, don't you? The cigarette directly hit the green snake in an unbiased manner. To say that it was not intentional he did not believe. Sorry green snake, habitually throw things down, who let you below it? 100 yen's indebted appearance infuriated the green snake below, but there was nothing he could do at all. Her godfather, whether physical strength or money power or day-to-day, simply cannot play. Can only call the security personnel over. Ma'am, please also refrain from littering, otherwise we'll have a hard time. Security also can't help, one is an old member, one is a new member offending, which is not good. 100 yen is very good behavior to just smoke the cigarette to put back. Finished picking up a bottle of Ace of Spades, said to the security personnel, I open a champagne to celebrate, no problem, right? This. The security was a little hesitant for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Uncle, I open a bottle of champagne is okay, right? Bai Yen still knew some rules, and even though Zhang Yang didn't care, he still politely inquired. Open it, except for this foreign wine, the others are up. His family's liquor cabinet is still short of wine for pretending to be a bully, and this XO is just right for him to take back. As for the rest of the Ace of Spades or something, all open. The three spiritual little sister heard joyfully went to get the Ace of Spades. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, who jelly shock value plus 1000, gained 10 points of pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Li Qinchin's shock value plus 1000, gaining 10 pretending points. The nearby butterfly and water ghost looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. This was to consume $200,000 of wine in one night. Usually, even if a guest ordered this kind of package, he would drink it over several times, but he didn't realize that Zhang Yang was actually planning to consume all of it in one go. Hearing the system's beep, Zhang Yang was also happy, picking up a bottle of Ace of Spades and standing at the lead to start ahead. 3, 2, 1. Counting down 3 numbers, all shaking the bottle in their hands, without a moment's effort the hops were overflowing. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Lu Wolin's shock value plus 100, gained a point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Tao Yaring's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a pussy. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhuang Mingjia's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Yu Xianglian's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a pimp. The loud noise attracted the attention of the entire bar. 100 yen even stood on the coffee table and frantically sprayed the Ace of Spades downwards. The whole place was cheering and shouting, of course, except for Green Snake below, because the others couldn't spray it at all. Angry, Green Snake took a few spiritual girls and left. Following his gaze, Zhang Yang saw Li Wei and Yao Yao at the bottom of the bar. 7 or 8 of them were sitting on a loose table with a fruit plate on the table and a bottle of beer for each of them, shaking as if they were leaking electricity. Chapter 20 Spiritual Little Sister Meeting Parents. By the weak light of the loose table below, Zhang Yang saw Yao Yao was posed with a depressed face. On the contrary, next to her, Xiao Huang, Xiao Green looked unusually exuberant. They kept clinking glasses and shaking the dice with a few airplane heads. Zhang Yang took a look and didn't say anything, continuing to go back and drink with the atmosphere group. He just asked Xiong to send down a few bottles of wine. As for the 100 swallows, forget about it, it can choke a person to death when he opens his mouth. Probably because of the company of the atmosphere group today, Zhang Yang played for quite a long time. He had been playing until more than 2 o'clock, and only then did he carry a bag with the intention of going back. When he left, 100 Yen Fong Yuan was drinking with the Atmosphere Group 2v2. Zhang Yang did not squeak, just greeted Xiong Xiong and left. When I passed by the following stage, I found that Yao Yao had already left, and I was a bit sorry, but I didn't expect to meet them again when I walked to the door. At this time outside is raining heavily, lightning and thunder kind of, a group of spirit girl, spirit boy is freezing and shivering. One by one, they were waiting for a cab. As for the taxi software? As for their experience of daily flying cars, it is estimated that they were all blacked out by the platform, or owed money. Uncle? You went back too? Yao Yao looked unusually happy when she saw Zhang Yang and came over to greet him. Are you guys waiting for a ride? Do you want me to give you a ride? After seeing Yao Yao, Zhang Yang subconsciously pulled out a packet of gold medium branches from his pocket and threw it to the other party. This made the butterflies in the back light up. Although Zhang Yang had ordered the Atmosphere Group, he gave off the feeling as if he was just playing along, not making any very excessive, greasy moves throughout. Unlike some customers, who ordered a mental girl because they had some money, they couldn't wait to touch the stockings of others to make them ball up and stretch. She was afraid that if she touched less, she would lose out. She thought Zhang Yang would be a trickster zero, but she didn't expect Zhang Yang to have a favorite. Hee, thank you uncle. Uncle, we can't get a cab, can you give us a ride? Yao Yao playfully took a packet of gold centerpieces from Zhang Yang, not noticing Li Wei's hidden green face beside her. No need, we will call our own car later. Li Wei stood in front of Yao Yao as soon as he could, just like a peacock with an open screen. Zhang Yang did not insist after seeing this, it was not his style to chase after a spiritual little sister up the pole. After making a call to Zhong Shanyu, in less than a minute a Maybach pulled up in front of the bar. I'm a bit tired, I'll go back first, you'll ask the chauffeur to help me drive the car back to my destination later. Zhang Yang handed the car keys of the Cayenne to the butterfly at the back, while he himself went back inside the Maybach under the umbrella of Zhong Shanyu. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Carrie whose shock value is plus 1000, and she is awarded 20 pretentious points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Li Qinchin's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Wu Sihan's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 3 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Zhou Nanan's shock value plus 1000, gaining 2 pretense points. The system's voice suddenly rang out, which in turn made Zhang Yang freeze, he really didn't want to pretend. Outside, the storm was raging, and the rain hit his face with a raw pain. The chauffeur was still not seen even after the timeout, so he probably wouldn't arrive for a while. Zhang Yang did not want to wait, simply let the Zhong Shanyu waiting in the neighborhood to come over. I didn't realize that this is instead in the invisible pretend a hand. Especially the way Zhong Shanyu appeared, white shirt, black suit, playing a black fan, forced Gara full. At first glance, he was a man of extraordinary skill. Combined with the fact that Zhang Yang had a license for $1,000 at the bar, it was enough to shock many people's mental little sister beyond belief. System, give me 6 premium draws. Back home, with the strength of alcohol, looking at the prize of nearly 600 plus pretentious points, Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to save up to 1,000 points and have a big wave, but he couldn't help it. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 1.2 million in cash, proven source. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing power plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 1.4 million in cash. Proven source. Ding, congratulations to the host who drew 2 million in cash. Proven source. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pills. Liquor cure pill, after taking it, it can instantly neutralize all the alcohol in the body for 1 hour. Cool. Looking at so much money that suddenly appeared, Zhang Yang only felt like eating 100 ice creams in the middle of summer, his body was permeable. The mortgage that had not been paid off all along was like a big mountain across Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang did not dare to spend any of the money he earned. He was afraid that if the system disappeared one day, he would have to pay back the thousands of dollars every month. Zhang Yang planned to go to the bank tomorrow morning to pay back the loan, and when he found a suitable opportunity, he would quit his job and focus on pretending. Turning his cell phone into silent mode and putting on his headphones, Zhang Yang started to sleep. When he woke up and opened his cell phone, Zhang Yang only felt that the sky had collapsed. There were more than 20 phone calls and 40 to 50 messages. When I opened it, there were calls from 100 Yen, Yao Yao, my brother-in-law, and Fang Dezhou. Looking carefully at the messages, it turned out that after Zhang Yang left, the two waves met again in front of the bar. They fought at the drop of a hat, and naturally, the result was that both of them went to the police station. It is estimated that Fang Yuan could not get through to Zhang Yang's phone, so he had to call Fang Dezhou, who had no choice but to call his cousin's husband. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang did not care about brushing his teeth and washing his face, and drove the car to the police station with one foot on the gas. By the time he arrived at the police station, his cousin and her husband were already chatting and shaking hands with a middle-aged man. Behind them were Fang Yuan, Bai Yen and a few of them. You guys, aren't hurt? Do you need me to send you to the hospital later? Zhang Yang looked around Fong Yuan and found that apart from the color hanging on his body, there didn't seem to be any accidents. The only thing that surprised Zhang Yang was that Fong Yuan was actually holding the hand of Bai Jinyan and was dead set on protecting Bai Jinyan on his body. There were a few points of manliness on his body. No need for you to send, Boss Fong will be here soon, just wait for Boss Fong to scold you. Cousin hated the iron and poked Zhang Yang's head with her hand. Zhang Yang also just spat out his tongue to show his helplessness. Speak of the devil, in less than 5 minutes, a Maybach steadily stopped in front of the police station. Fong Dezhou got down from the car in a hurry and didn't even look at Zhang Yang and his cousin's husband but went straight to Fong Yuan. After a careful inspection, he noticed that Fong Yuan was holding Bai Jiayan's hand. He just followed Bai Jiayan's hand and looked at that all Bai Jia surname, frowned tightly. He just wanted to open his mouth to reprimand a few sentences, but after looking at Zhang Yang, he held back. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries with the police station chief here, he pulled Zhang Yang aside. Older brother, is this your handiwork? Zhang Yang didn't even think about it and shamelessly admitted, well, I purposely didn't answer the phone last night in order to test this kid's bloodlust. This Fong Yuan deserves to be Boss Fong's seed, he's got blood, Boss Fong can't reprimand him at this time, or else all the previous efforts will be lost. Fong Dezhou heard overjoyed, to Zhang Yang as a thumbs up suddenly remembered something, old brother just this woman. I arranged, turn back and sew Fong Yuan back to the right path. I then arranged to derail, and then find a normal female comforter, not to leave the company of him, and so normal and then dumped. Hiss. When Fong Dezhou heard this, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Is this a solution that a human being can come up with? Looking back at his son, his heart ached for 3 seconds. Cousin on the side, cousin's husband all looked stunned, originally thought they would bear the thunderous anger of Fong Dezhou, did not expect the two actually hooked up. Son, good job, like a man. Fong Dezhou patted Fong Yuan's shoulder, smiling from ear to ear, only the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. On the side, Bai Jiayan saw Fong Dezhou looking at her. The first time she met her parents, she tried to put on a good behavior. But the nature of the spirit little sister is hard to change. A nervous directly pull out a cigarette. Uncle, hello, smoking? Chapter 21, Old Indian Turtle Dove in a Hurry? Zhang Yang could not suppress the corners of his mouth on the side. The thought of the future, the family dinner, the 100 yen revealed 2 flower arms, mouth with a cigarette, a mouth, uncle, you raise fish it, dry up. TSK TSK TSK. Thinking about that picture Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. However, he wasn't sure if this 100 yen was running to Fong Yuan's family property or people. Feeling that Fong Dezhou was about to have a brain hemorrhage, his cousin's husband hurriedly came out to round up the situation. That Boss Fong, you see the children have been tossing and turning all night, let the children go to bed first, let's wait for the children to wake up from their sleep before saying anything. In order to ease the embarrassment, cousin's husband hurriedly came out. Although the corners of Fong Dezhou's mouth kept twitching but he still managed to hold it back, he smiled and was about to lead the people to leave, but he was stopped by Zhang Yang. Boss Fong, see if you can help fish out a few of the remaining people. Fong Dezhou frowned, buddy, did you arrange these people too? Zhang Yang hastily shook his head, no, but I know a few of the women here. Fong Dezhou nodded after hearing this, turning his head, he went to talk to the director here for a while again. A few moments later, he called his cousin's husband over, and the three of them chatted and laughed, and things were agreed upon. Only after the three left did the director lead Zhang Yang to the front of the detention room. It had rained heavily last night, and a few people had gotten their clothes wet from the fight, and were currently huddled in the corner, like a bunch of little chicken cubs helplessly shrinking into a ball. Yao Yao, Li Meng Meng, Wrinkle Fong Fong come out. The few spiritual little sisters whose names were called walked out with disheveled faces. Don't look at how lively they were before, but after a trip to the police station, they all returned to their original form. Ruthlessly interpreted what is called 3 sticks to break brothers mixed. Police officers, I am their own people. Thank you, uncle. I thought I won't come. Yao Yao was so excited when she saw Zhang Yang, but her face was a little flushed, and the hand holding Zhang Yang's arm was so hot that it was scary. Zhang Yang touched it with his hand. Good lord, it was so hot. You're catching a cold, let me send you guys back. Do you have medicine at home? Yao Yao shook her head. Uncle, can I go to your house? I don't want to be whisked away as soon as I open my eyes. This. Zhang Yang glanced at, next to him, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Green, and had some difficulties in his mind. After all, if it was just Yao Yao, he would gladly take her back. Although this girl is a bit rebellious, but not like Xiao Huang, Xiao Green is incorrigible to put it bluntly, she is still a fledgling, and she doesn't see any disease. But little yellow, little green. Never mind, looking at Yao Yao's shaky appearance, Zhang Yang couldn't bear to refuse. Alright, I will go and buy you some medicine first. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green immediately cheered up, but soon got an inch up. Uncle, can you get them out together too? Zhang Yang looked at Xiao Huang, Xiao Green and Yao Yao in his arms and sighed, I can't get them out, they are on parole. Do you really think that Fong Yuan's father is a vegetarian? It's not easy to get you guys out. Oh, Xiao Huang, Xiao Green didn't dare to ask more questions and followed Zhang Yang to the car. When they passed by a pharmacy, they bought a thermometer and some medicine and went back. When Zhang Yang's home, he let Xiao Huang and Xiao Green take Yao Yao to take a bath. He himself secretly pressed a camera. Don't get me wrong, he didn't mean to install it in the bathroom, but he planned to install it in the living room, lest his home would be overrun by these three spiritual girls. Or invite a large group of spiritual little sister, spiritual boy to come to the home to toss, then he cannot cry. After finding a hidden corner, he hid the camera. After all this, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered something, and a trace of anticipation rose in his heart. He quietly walked back to his room and pulled out a bunch of money from the cash, almost a few $1,000s. He secretly placed it in the sofa's compartment, revealing a few of them in a corner. Concealed but detectable. He himself carried the rest of the more than 4 million out. So much money in the house is not safe, or to deposit the money in the bank is better. You guys play in the living room for a while, I'm going out for a bit, there's food in the fridge if you're hungry, just put your clothes in the washing machine to dry, I'll be back at noon to bring you lunch. Don't fly my house away. Before leaving, Zhang Yang also instructed, which carried a suitcase to go out. Not to mention that he was slightly nervous about going out with a few $1,000,000 in his pocket. Look who is like Zhang Shihao, Hu Jijun, by Baoshan. But soon arrived at the bank. Once inside on the music, really narrow, actually that acquaintance Fu Shouer, posing a bad face, Not Yang said. What are you doing here? Looking for our family Yuan it, she is busy. I'm not looking for her, I'm here to deposit money, Zhang Yang said, going to pick up the cue sheet. Che, I've seen a lot of people like you, depositing 1 or 2 cents, deliberately accosting our Yuan. Fu Shouer finished and left disdainfully. This can make Zhang Yang angry, hate to open the suitcase with money to hit her face. However, when he thought of her surprised expression when she saw so much money later, Zhang Yang held back. Coincidentally, another bank receptionist came over. Although she was not a trainee, she was not pretty, but at least she had a good attitude. Sir, may I ask what kind of business you are here for? Let me take your number. Oh, I came over to deposit money. I heard that you need to make an appointment to withdraw money. I don't know if you need to deposit money or not. The receptionist in the lobby hadn't realized that Zhang Yang might want to deposit a lot of money. She smiled and opened her mouth. Sir, you don't need to. How much money do you want to deposit? I'll fill in a list for you. Now more than 50,000. You have to fill in the source of income. Almost 4.5 million. I have proof of the source of income. The system has already helped him to open all the certificates. The tax that should be paid has also been paid. How much? The teller who just received him instantly froze after hearing Zhang Yang's words. Sir, are you sure the deposit is 4.5 million? I brought all the money. Zhang Yang pointed with his hand to the travel case next to him. Upon hearing this, the bank teller immediately shouted to the hall manager at the back, Manager, this gentleman wants to make a large deposit. The voice was not loud, but it was enough to draw a lot of eyes over, including Fu Shouer, including the old Indian turtledove that had been watching Zhang Yang at the counter. Sir, your second floor VIP please. After confirming again and again, the lobby manager was immediately happy to lead the people upstairs after hearing that Zhang Yang had really deposited $4.5 million. The tellers in the lobby were also very happy to hear this and helped serve tea and water. 4.5 million was not much, but now that the industry was in recession, any deposit was a performance. Zhang Yang hadn't made an appointment yet, which meant that the money deposited was counted as her performance. But Zhang Yang had just submitted the money and the proof, and in no time at all, the old Indian turtledove came running up in a flurry. Manager, this person is my friend, just wanted to find me. The teller who was just a bit happy instantly put away her smile. However, Zhang Yang spoke up, I don't know him, lest that fat-headed lady just now says that I'm deliberately looking for trouble. Manager, it was this lady who brought me here, do you understand what I mean? When the manager heard that he didn't understand, he quickly got up and apologized. I'm sorry, the teller must have bumped into you, I'll criticize her later. Yuan is now work time, not back to your workstation to go. Indian old turtledove were willing to give up this nearly $5 million in deposits. With this deposit her year's performance is half completed. Manager, we really know, 2 days ago also blind date to come. The manager looked at the old Indian turtledove and then at Zhang Yang, a bit torn. Zhang Yang was happy instead. Oh, can you say my name then? Indian old turtledove instantly passed mouth. After the kiss, she attributed Zhang Yang to the column of spare tire, or can still remember what name. Ha! Zhang Yang sneered and turned his head to continue drinking tea. Unwillingly, the old Indian turtledove still wanted to stick chopsticks in his ass and stir up some business, but he was directly shooed away by the manager. After Zhang Yang finished depositing the money, it was already an hour later. The manager and the teller escorted Zhang Yang all the way out of the bank. After returning, Fu Shouer was scolded. But Fu Shouer did not care, until the time of dinner still muttering, what's the big deal, not just driving a Cayenne, well, this money must be used to pay the house loan, in a few days there will be no money. Next to a male colleague who knows about cars, but after listening to the face of ridicule, this is not an ordinary Cayenne, expensive it. Cut a Cayenne can be how expensive, hold up more than 1 million chant Fu Shouer listened to a face of disdain, but she did not even know that she did not have a car. More than $1 million? That is the Cayenne Turd GT, the strongest SUV on the surface of the ground, landing 3.5 million to start. Also more than 1 million, your money can be bigger than your face. Fu Shou'er was anxious when he heard, "Who are you talking about, fat head and ears? Who are you talking about, fat head and ears?" And the old Indian turtle dove next to him also got anxious and hurriedly took out his cell phone to send a message to Zhang Yang. Chapter 22: Spirit Little Sister vs. Old Indian Turtle Dove. When Zhang Yang saw the message from the old Indian turtle dove, he didn't even look at it and deleted it directly, and even deleted the person along with it. This kind of gold-digging woman, what are you keeping? He is not the protagonist in NT TV series, knowing that the supporting role is a still stay around. Opened the phone to look up the monitoring, found that only Yao Yao left at home lying on the sofa, the remaining two people do not know where to go. The sofa is also a little messy, it looks like those money should be found. Luckily, this surveillance has a playback function. As soon as Zhang Yang left in the surveillance, not a moment's effort, the three spiritual little sisters came out after washing. I have to say that young is really young. Three people will put the clothes into the washing machine drying, wearing a lingerie sitting on the sofa to watch TV. Soon the stack of money was found, followed by small yellow, small green began to frantically search. Ready to take the money away, only to be stopped by Yao Yao, the three people in a stalemate. The TV was too loud, plus the surveillance was too far away. Zhang Yang did not hear what they were saying. All he knew was that the three of them were holding the money and no one was giving in to each other, but in the end, Yao Yao seemed to have one. She put the money back in its original position and even laid herself down to sleep on it. But soon Yao Yao fell asleep. While Yao Yao was asleep, Xiao Wan, Xiao Green took the money away. When Yao Yao woke up, she cried anxiously in the monitor, picked up her cell phone and didn't know who she was messaging. Almost after more than an hour, in the middle of Yao Yao holding the phone has been in the living room to move back and forth. When the time was almost up, there was a knock on the door and Yao Yao put on her clothes and took out a card. Zhang Yang took a look at the card and saw that it should be the membership card for go-karting that he had gotten for them. After another 3 minutes, Yao Yao returned with a few $1,000s and carefully put the money back into the sofa's compartment. Only after this did Yao Yao lie down on the sofa and fell asleep. Zhang Yang didn't know whether to cry or laugh after seeing this. A $10,000 karting card was only returned with a few $1,000s and more than enough for a broken bone. Luckily, the money was paid by Fong Dezhou, or else he would have to be heartbroken to death. When I drove past a coconut chicken hot pot restaurant, I spent $200 to pack a coconut chicken. It is said that the chicken is Wenchang chicken and the coconut is Flaunting. Zhang Yang doesn't know much about it, but his cousin's husband took him there a few times and thought it was okay, so he packed one. When he carefully opened the door of the room, Yao Yao was still lying on the sofa sleeping. Zhang Yang did not move and dismantled the surveillance. He then took out a hot pot and put Wenchang chicken and coconut water in the hot pot and started cooking. In less than a few moments, the whole house was filled with aroma. "Uncle, you're back?" Probably hearing the commotion made by Zhang Yang or smelling the aroma of the coconut chicken, Yao Yao snapped her eyes open. As always, she was cheerful and lively, and she could not see that she had cried before at all. Are you hungry? Get up and eat a little something, ah?" Zhang Yang placed the chopped seasoning in the center and took a bowl for both of them. And just ate. Wenchang chicken meat was tender, the fat was evenly distributed, very suitable for cooking in a short period of time, and with the coconut water, it was sweet and refreshing. Even with the simple soy sauce, vinegar and garlic seasoning, it was quite delicious. Yao Yao may be really hungry. A chicken was dazzled into half, also drank several bowls of soup, sitting on the sofa constantly rubbing her stomach. Her legs were just hanging down on the side of the sofa, like a little girl frolicking in the waves. Zhang Yang also ate a lot and sat on the sofa and opened his cell phone to play King Nongya for a while. But just after playing for not long, a number from Binjiang called. "Brat, Auntie introduced you to the object, why did you delete the person WeChat?" When Zhang Yang heard it, he only felt that his scalp was going to explode. This old Indian turtle dove was so shameless, he ignored her and actually approached his parents. Zhang Yang had to explain in a hurry, "Mom, not I deleted, is that people's requirements are too high, you two old men raised the 8 or dried and bled, but also not enough Bull, they are in good condition, what's wrong with asking for more? Your sister-in-law dragged a lot of connections before she asked for the contact information. People said they wanted to invite you to dinner, but you deleted them." Shameless Indian old turtle dove directly dropped to black and white, requirements she has not mentioned at all. Zhang Yang is still listening to his mom's reprimand, and did not dare to retort. His dad taught him a truth with decades. Never argue with a woman, if you win, you lose. Yao Yao at the other end of the sofa, however, got restless. Her legs retracted from the edge of the sofa and she kept twisting like a white snake, and in no time at all, she twisted to Zhang Yang's side and rested her head on his leg. Zhang Yang was watching TV while listening to his mom's reprimand. A low look at Yao Yao's delicate face suddenly pillowed in his lap to Zhang Yang, startled, hastily made a hush gesture. Yao Yao didn't make any extra movements but just sat quietly on Zhang Yang's lap and eavesdropped. But Zhang Yang couldn't stand it. Yao Yao had just taken a bath, and her body had a faint smell of shower gel. Somehow, the same shower gel smelled exceptionally good on her. The fiery red hair was just draped over Zhang Yang's legs and it tickled. The key was that she had seen some inappropriate images in the surveillance earlier. Even though Yao Yao was now fully dressed, it was always another picture in Zhang Yang's mind. Seeing that the engine was about to fire, Zhang Yang knew that he couldn't see any more open flame. The oil piston would growl sooner or later. He hurriedly recalled some scary images in his mind. For example, Sadako slowly climbed out of the TV. Just thinking about it, the mind couldn't help but autonomously recall Sadako stuck in the TV set, a man on a plane, catching a train, finding the dry well, looking at Sadako stuck half stupid. Good thing the doorbell rang, giving Zhang Yang an excuse. Mom, the takeout has arrived. I'll go down and get a takeout. Hang up first off. After picking up Yao Yao's head, he walked towards the door and opened the door to none other than the refreshed little yellow and little green. When the two saw Zhang Yang, they were still a bit formal and didn't dare to look straight into Zhang Yang's eyes. Zhang Yang also did not point out, opened the door and let them come in. The two of them had put half of the sofa with big bags and small bags. Xiao Huang and Xiao Green subconsciously looked at the corner of the sofa where they had put the money. After seeing the money back to its original state, they were shocked and chirped with Yao Yao about something. Although it was very quiet, they still argued. Zhang Yang didn't have the time to talk the fight out and kept picking up the phone like a grandson. A moment later, my dad called. Hey, Zhang Yang, my sister-in-law introduced you to a banker's girl. Why don't you talk about it? How stable is her job? A little while later, my sister-in-law called. Hey, Zhang Yang, what kind of girl do you want? She's so pretty and you haven't even had a relationship. A moment later, my cousin called again. Hey Zhang Yang, you are not a little bit floating lately. The rich white beauty took the initiative to look for you, but also deleted the person. Zhang Yang listened to a burst of speechlessness. I guess a few more phone calls. Will have to become a big star to take the initiative to find you this short and poor you still dislike on the. After thinking about it, I still pulled this old Indian turtle dove out of the blacklist, not for any other reason. I just want to hurry up and cut it off, so that I won't have to harass myself again in the future. Zhang Yang, last time I am sorry something on the first to go. This time I can invite you to dinner, as an apology? The old Indian turtle dove opened his mouth and a tea flavor came out. It's okay, I didn't waste it anyway. I packed it all up and brought it back. Zhang Yang sent a paragraph and stopped speaking. The cell phone was silent, like two top masters playing with each other. Whoever strikes first loses. In the end, old Indian turtle dove couldn't help but lose. Since you won't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I won't see you at the Sigma Shi restaurant. Zhang Yang was originally planning to let her off the hook, but after looking at the chirpy spiritual little sister on the sofa, the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth couldn't help but start to rise. Chapter 23, Suppose I was young and not inferior. Do you guys have time on the third night? Zhang Yang opened his mouth to interrupt the chattering quarrels of several people. Yes. No. The three replied in unison, only with very different answers. Yao Yao, Fei, and the others have been asking us out for a long time. We promised last time. It's not good not to go. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green are still trying to do Yao Yao's work, but Yao Yao insisted not to be moved. No go. That Fei brother is not a good thing at first glance. Last time he even tried to make me blow up balloons. The way he looks at me is all horny. I advise you not to go either. Zhang Yang didn't know what blowing up a balloon meant, but it certainly wasn't a good thing. Xiao Huang and Xiao Green didn't seem to take Yao Yao's words to heart and said, What are you afraid of? He's Li Wei's big brother. What else can he do to you? Yao Yao firmly shook her head and said she would not go. Xiao Huang and Xiao Green had to give up. After hearing this, Zhang Yang could only take Yao Yao alone. Originally, the first thing he thought of was 100 Swallow, poisonous mouth, even if it is 10 fat head of Fu Shouer is not 100 Swallow's opponent. But now, Bai Jiayan is with Fang Yuan. To avoid Fang Yuan's misunderstanding, Zhang Yang had to settle for the second best, choosing the traffic light trio. Unfortunately, this little yellow, little green is also something. Then there is only this Yao Yao left. Looking at the cheap fabric clothing on Yao Yao, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head. This definitely won't work. She has to go and change her line, or else she will be ridiculed by that fat head and the old Indian turtle dove. Yao Yao, pack up and take you somewhere. Zhang Yang decided to take Yao Yao to buy some clothes after thinking about it for a while, and directly brought little yellow, little green with him on his way out. However, the two of them seemed to be tired of shopping and didn't want to move. Uncle, we can't go, I'm a bit tired. Zhang Yang shook his head and laughed. That's not good, you'll be flying thousands of dollars if Uncle is not here. If I leave you alone for a couple of hours, you'll fly away from Uncle's house. When Zhang Yang's words came out, Yao Yao looked at Zhang Yang in shock, while Xiao Huang, Xiao Green looked at Yao Yao suspiciously, as if saying again, Yao Yao, you said that? The most important thing between spiritual little sisters, spiritual guys is righteousness, and it's between buddies, sisters. You robbed your brother's girlfriend, your sister's boyfriend might be able to make up after a while, but if it's a betrayal, it's basically impossible. Alright, don't guess, that few $1,000s is what I put there on purpose. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green was slightly embarrassed after hearing this. They wanted to explain, but nay, they are not green tea, they are not repeat offenders, their pale language ability makes them not know what to say. Can we go now? Xiao Huang and Xiao Green, who had been told by Zhang Yang that they had no intention to stay, followed Zhang Yang and the others with their big bags. When they passed by a bus stop, they directly got off the bus without saying hello to Yao Yao. Yao Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, curled up her legs and didn't know what she was thinking. She was silent all the way. But soon after Zhang Yang arrived at the place, the other party immediately became lively again. The place Zhang Yang brought her to was not a high-class place, it was just an ordinary Wanda Plaza. Once inside, Yao Yao touched this side and strolled over there. I can see that Yao Yao's family is not very well off, or else ordinary plazas like Wanda would not be so exciting for the average person to visit. Zhang Yang also did not rush to buy clothes, but took her to stroll around, like what 10 yuan small jewelry store or toy store accompanied her to shop. Tired in a dessert store, order a small cake of $18, with a cup of milk tea, even if the past. When she was tired, she ordered an $18 cake with a cup of milk tea, and then she went shopping with her, probably because of Zhang Yang's extraordinary clothes. Zhang Yang put on the clothes that Feng Dezhou sent him, and the Richard Mille watch as well. The attitude of the waiter was much more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Almost as soon as they entered the door, some salesmen surrounded them and immediately brought several sets of clothes for Yao Yao after learning that they were buying clothes for Yao Yao. "Uncle, does it look good?" The attendant brought Yao Yao several sets of styles. Yao Yao took a glance at a set of pleated bustier skirt, with the tight and exposed waist of the top. The back of the dress was a big bow. Together with her red hair, the whole person had a ballet girl style. Good looking, this is the set. Yao Yao's doll face looks small, and then with this set of kawaii-style clothes, it's simply adorable. Compared with the old Indian turtle dove can be mother and daughter. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Yao Yao's shock value plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. "Uncle, will it be too expensive?" Yao Yao couldn't help but be a bit surprised when she heard that Zhang Yang wanted to buy the set. Expensive? How expensive can it be? Wanda is not Deji Plaza, there is not even a luxury store, how expensive can it be? Yao Yao turned around and looked at the hang tag. Poof, it's only more than 1600. More than 1600 to buy a set of clothes. If this is put on the body of the old Indian turtle dove, afraid that will be taken off on the spot to go away. Not to mention shocked. Want to rely on buying clothes to let the Indian old turtle dove shocked estimated to go to the LV Hermes store in Deji Plaza. A go in and pull out a black card, a big hand wave, buy, see what to buy what. In that case, almost Indian old turtle dove may be shocked for a moment. However, once he thought about the way these spiritual girls consume and their consumption concepts, Zhang Yang could almost understand it. The place where they buy the most clothes is estimated to be the clothes of the store in the alley. The asking price is only more than 100, and after returning the price, it is at most a few tens of dollars. A full outfit won't cost more than 200. Now a skirt plus a top is 1,600, for them it is indeed a bit expensive. "Sir, would you like to take a look at this one? She looks pretty good in this one too." The waitresses are all human beings. As soon as they heard uncle, the title, they immediately knew what was going on. They looked at Zhang Yang and then Yao Yao, who was not yet experienced in the world, and they were eager to gossip. One by one, they were attentive and brought a set of clothes. "Buy." Zhang Yang waved his hand and pulled out a black card and handed it directly to the conductor, and on his way out, he remembered something and bought 2 sets of clothes for Feng Yuan. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a bully. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. After consecutively strolling through several stores, Zhang Yang was buying and buying. It added up to $5,000 that he hadn't even spent, but Yao Yao had almost contributed almost 800 points of shock value. At this time, Yao Yao had long been refreshed. The upper half of the white tight short-sleeved, vaguely can be flat delicate belly exposed. The lower half of the white buttock pleated skirt. White flowery thighs which men passing by shall not stare at the 2 eyes. The feet with a pair of black big head shoes, plus white small stockings, pure and sexy. However, Zhang Yang still feels that something is missing. Happened to pass by the entrance of a gold store, see the shopper wearing a black suit, lined with white bottom, white arm wearing a bright gold jewelry, the whole person is overflowing with a high-end, exquisite feeling. And then look at the cheap small jewelry Yao Yao was carrying. Zhang Yang instantly understood what was missing. Confidence. Even if she has a good figure, even if she has outstanding looks, Yao Yao's eyes always reveal a sense of inferiority when she looks at her equals. Even if she hides it well and looks like she is smiling, she still can't change the nature of her low self-esteem. This kind of inferiority complex Zhang Yang also had when he was in school. Carrying more than $1,000 on his body, he took his girlfriend to a Western restaurant. Even though he was dressed properly and looked handsome, he still had a faint sense of inferiority. "I feel inferior that my cell phone is not the latest model. I feel inferior that I don't wear brand names. I don't wear watches. I feel inferior that I can only order the cheapest set meal." If you had $4.5 million in your bank card, even if you were wearing slippers, you would be very confident. Chapter 24, Tiger Poison Will Not Eat Your Children. Having figured this out, Zhang Yang immediately took Yao Yao into a gold store. The attendant of the gold store was second only to the luxury stores in terms of eyesight, and one look at the clothes Zhang Yang was wearing as well as his watch, and he immediately knew that this was a big client. Give her a lovely looking, nice bracelet, something that doesn't look so old-fashioned but rich. If other people heard this request, they were afraid that they would have to curse, but the gold store was selling gold after all, and it was also a luxury item now. An ordinary person would only buy it a few times at most in their life except for marriage. A 3-ring bracelet was soon found as per Zhang Yang's request, one over the other with rows of small bells hanging below. Shaking the arm, the bells jingled. Even the $10 compilation crafts didn't look so cheap. Hee, this lady looks so pretty. The lights in the hardware store were struck with white light, so that the gold would look glittering, and those with fair skin would look even fairer. Yao at this moment is like that, fair and shining, no more that cheap feeling. If you don't look at the expression and just look at the outfit, surely many people think that this must be the little princess of some family again. Would never associate her with the spiritual little sister. Uncle, would it be too expensive? Yao was surrounded by a few sales clerks praising the raresome blush, just looking at the price of the bracelet, a little jittery. Zhang Yang took a look at the label, exit, more than $40,000. Now the price of gold more than 800 grams, nearly 40 grams, but good looking indeed, good looking. No, it matches you. Zhang Yang took out his bank card and handed it to the attendant. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Yao's shock value plus 1,000, gaining 10 pretense points. After leaving the gold store, Zhang Yang went to the nearest Apple 4S store to buy the latest 16 Pro Max. After this whole set, Yao was obviously much more confident, but Zhang Yang knew what was still missing. So he asked her to bring her cell phone and directly transferred $5,000 to her and put it in her WeChat balance. As for why not a bank card? As for her bank card, she was afraid that it would be deducted by all kinds of taxi software and loan software right after she put it in. Uncle, why did you suddenly give me so much money today? You don't want to sleep with me, right? Yao looked at the balance of nearly $5,000 and contributed another 100 points of shock value. Yes, can I? Zhang Yang jokingly replied back. Then he planned to pull the seatbelt on her to go to the Western restaurant. Unexpectedly, this Yao did not talk about martial arts and virtue. She directly sneaked in and hugged Zhang Yang's head and barfed on it. Zhang Yang was a bit confused. However, if Zhang Yang didn't have any response, he would be too unmanly. When Zhang Yang was about to be in the middle of a firefight, his cell phone rang in an inopportune moment. When Zhang Yang saw that it was Fang Dezhou, he thought it was about the credit card, but he had already thought of a countermeasure. Didn't he also buy a few clothes for Fang Yuan and a gold necklace for Bai Yen? Asked to say this. But to Zhang Yang's surprise, Fang Dezhou did not say this opening. Instead of talking about Fang Yuan and Bai Yen. Older brother, where are you? This rebellious son is going to be angry with me. No, I will take him back and forget about it. Zhang Yang's face is a question mark. This is not already like a woman, although this woman is a bit like a man. Older brother, what's wrong with this? Is it that you are not satisfied with this 100 yen? No, it's this kid, actually want to set up a stall to sell fried rice. I am the son of Fang Dezhou, actually want to set up a stall to sell fried rice. Spread out the word, shall not let people laugh to death. I would rather he is a... As Zhang Yang listened to Fang Dezhou's panting, he could imagine that the father and son must have had another big fight. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, he didn't expect the imp-like hand to attach itself. Uncle. Just let him go. Pendulum chanting, do not experience. How can you know? How can you know it's not easy to earn money without experiencing frustration? A brother you do not know, since his mother left early, he was a child is to think of their own food, gradually like to cook, that craft I ate all the praise. Hiss. Yao actually unscrupulously used her mouth. Older brother. No. Things turn back and wait. Wait, when his business has taken off, I'll find a few. I'll find some city police and a few more. I'll find a few actors and actresses, and make his business. I'll let him know how it feels to have power and money. He'll know the taste of power and money, that's all. Hiya, old brother, or you have the means. Fang Dezhou still wanted to continue to listen to Zhang Yang's detailed plan. But suddenly heard Yao's slurred voice, uncle, paper. Older brother, really not to live up to the light then I hang up first have time to invite older brother to dinner. After saying that, he didn't give Zhang Yang a chance to explain and hung up the phone. Yao next to him happened to open the passenger window at this time, and directly poked her head out, and gave a mouthful of spit to the window. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Li Wenjie's shock value is plus 1,000, gaining 10 pretense points. Zhang Yang was still wondering who this Li Wenjie was, only to see Yao shrinking back to the car seat next to the passenger side. The young woman driving a Polo looked at Yao for a while, and then looked at the big pile of thick sputum on the ground, with a shocked face. Zhang Yang was so scared that he hurriedly ran away in a puff of smoke. On the way of driving, Yao's face was so red that it could drip blood. Uncle, do you think I do this often? Like a little girl who did something wrong, Yao took off her shoes and curled her legs on the passenger seat. No, you bit me several times in the middle. It looks like the technique is not skillful. I'm just suddenly curious why you are suddenly like this. Aren't you afraid that I'm the kind of person who eats everything? Zhang Yang naturally knew what Yao Yao meant in her words, he wouldn't go along with it. Yao Yao lowered her head and put her head on her knees. Uncle, you are not, you are a good person. Zhang Yang was happy to hear that. A good person? The security guard at the door also picked up gold. This is not a valid reason. The good guy card, Zhang Yang was not issued once or twice, this can only be believed once or twice. Yao Yao didn't say anything, she just put her head on her knees, and after a long time, she opened her mouth back. Actually, it was last night when Butterfly's sister and Water Ghost told me. They said that there are only 3 kinds of final destiny of spiritual little sister. One is the best, find a favorite, the family has money to get married to marry, but this possibility is minimal. More is to be someone's second wife, third wife, to give people a son and a half child, the mother by the son to get some money, or house. The second is to go as a dance teacher or music teacher, because the spirit of the little sister has a tattoo on the body, cannot enter the factory, can only do the bar KTV these unseen industry, and so save enough money, go back to open their own small store, or find a civil engineering brother married. The third is the most miserable, because of looks or various reasons, can only go to the foot massage parlor, or go to sell. Yao Yao's words did not cause Zhang Yang shock. Many of the spiritual girls were left behind children who grew up with their grandparents due to poor family conditions and divorced parents. Without anyone to prop them up, they could only take those crooked paths if they wanted to survive in the society. What he was curious about was why Yao Yao suddenly became like this. Yao Yao lowered her head and was silent for a moment before she continued to speak. After being arrested and taken in last night, everyone called to pay the fine. I also called my dad, but he didn't pick up. I called my grandpa again, grandma still didn't pick up, I guess she was asleep. Levi only knew how to tell me that it's okay, he didn't do any real help. I realized that you're the only one who can help me, uncle. It's a good thing I made the right bet. The atmosphere was slightly depressing. Yao Yao lowered her head and didn't say anything. The end of the emotion was not a loud venting but a deafening silence. There is no such thing as betting right and betting wrong, there is nothing you can do about it, and the moment you have no choice but to bet, you have already lost. Zhang Yang handed a cigarette to Yao Yao, who lit it and took a drag, then handed it back to Zhang Yang, relighting one for herself, and smoked it. After a few puffs, Yao Yao suddenly turned her body sideways and looked at Zhang Yang wryly. Uncle, let me tell you a secret. You say? I just forgot to rinse my mouth. Blah blah blah. Chapter 25, Girlfriends count as relatives, right? The Western restaurant chosen by the old Indian turtle dove is in Daiji Plaza, and New Street is in a busy shopping center. All luxury stores, there is no most expensive, only more expensive. Cars that dare to park here start at $200,000. The car under $200,000 is not afraid to park, but can't afford to park. The parking fee is $15 an hour. An hour and a minute he is charged according to 2 hours. There is no such thing as an hour and a half. Some people say it is not just $45. I eat a meal and then come out what cannot afford to eat. I'm sorry, but the normal wait time for a restaurant is 3 hours to start with. Unless you are not here to eat, but to shop. But the paradox is here again, can afford to buy things here, will not drive less than 200,000 cars. Yao Yao looked around curiously as soon as she got out of the car. Spirit guy wouldn't bring his spirit little sister to a place like this, where they might have to crowdfund to buy an ice cream. Uncle, this place is so beautiful. Yao Yao was holding a 16 Pro Max in her hand and kept taking pictures. A lot of people just took a glance and then immediately retracted their gaze. It wasn't just because of Zhang Yang, the Apple 16 Yao Yao was holding in her hand and the big gold bracelet she was wearing on her hand were also part of the reason. If Zhang Yang wasn't wearing a famous brand and Yao Yao was still looking like a spiritual little sister, it was estimated that Zhang Yang would be accosted by a lot of people while he was going to the toilet. It was even possible that Zhang Yang didn't leave. But now they would have to weigh their little wallets to see if they could resist the crash. It's not bad, if you want to come in the future, I can bring you here more often. Zhang Yang looked at each and every eating place with a lot of emotions. A meal here would cost an ordinary person half a month's salary. He found the Western restaurant booked by the old Indian turtle dove and walked straight in. Unlike the long lines in front of other restaurants, the Western restaurant here is going to seem a lot of cold. The expensive prices discouraged many people. Zhang Yang, here. The old Indian turtle dove was still very enthusiastic when he saw Zhang Yang approaching, but his enthusiastic face instantly cooled down when he saw Yao Yao following behind Zhang Yang. While Fu Shouer next to the old Indian turtle dove was still busy taking selfies, facelift, whitening, and slimming her face. Zhang Yang, is this a relative of your family? The old Indian turtle dove's face was as embarrassed as if he had been constipated for 10 years, but still retained a hint of fantasy. Sort of. Zhang Yang gave Yao Yao a look to stop her nonsense. Before he came in, he cautioned Yao Yao not to piss people off before the meal was ordered. Hello, auntie. Yao Yao did shout out in a very well-behaved manner. Just one sentence really makes the human duo a bit solid and breaks the big defense. How old are you? Just call me auntie. Indian old turtle dove also take into account the point, aside Fu Shouer some taught. I 07 auntie you how big? I Fu Shouer was directly disliked, dumbfounded, or she is after 0, she almost after 80. Calling auntie is indeed not wrong, she actually has no way to refute. The old Indian turtledove looked at the watch Zhang Yang was wearing in front of his eyes instantly bright, and then look at the clothes on Zhang Yang. Gucci's top, Hermes belt, Prada's shoes. This set of clothes alone will cost you $20,000. It was true that they were all pretending to be pigs before. In order to avoid the relationship stalemate, quickly let the waiter over to order. The price is up, the quality of service is also up, not because of just 4 people will be. Instead, there was a menu for each of the 4 people. A filet mignon set, medium rare, plus a cup of mixed fruit juice. Fu Shouer was the first to speak, not caring at all about who was actually treating and who was paying. Uncle, things here are so expensive. Yao Yao took the menu and found the set meal Fu Shouer had just ordered at $18.88 a guest and 198 cups of mixed fruit juice. Her jaw dropped in shock. It's hard to imagine what it's like to eat $2,000 for one person in one meal. It's fine, your auntie's treat, just order whatever you want. Zhang Yang hadn't finished his sentence when Fu Shouer on the side suddenly got anxious. Are you a man or not, letting our Yuan treat us, and bringing one with her? Don't you know if a guest is a guest or not? Zhang Yang frowned, did not open his mouth to spray. Yao Yao directly spirit frame up hand, Che, can't afford to invite, can't afford it, but also about people out to eat. Uncle, we go to the next door, I invite you. Said, tugging Zhang Yang to go to the next table. Do not even look at the old Indian turtledove. This is the bottom line brought by the change of clothes. If she was still in the same outfit before, Yao Yao probably wouldn't have the courage to open her mouth. If it wasn't for the $5,000 in her balance, Yao Yao would probably say, no more, let's go. The old Indian turtledove was anxious at first glance. In order to this meal, she has made many phone calls, and her face is out of the initiative to invite. She is determined to marry Zhang Yang, not for any other reason, and then do not accept the bride price. She is not able to continue the cycle of tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall. Although Zhang Yang is not a tycoon, but the house, car, deposit is already in the people she knows, the kind of top. The key was that Zhang Yang was still good looking and it was not ashamed to take it out. It's alright, I'll treat, I was wrong last time. Old Indian turtledove blankly glanced at Fu Shouer and hurriedly apologized, soothing Yao Yao to sit down. Although Fu Shouer was unconvinced, but after seeing the old Indian turtledove's eyes, he also chose to shut up. Haven't eaten much Western food, have one of the same with her. The 1,888 filet set meal himself had never eaten before, and it was also considered to be dipping into this Fu Shouer's light. Yao Yao did not look at the menu when she heard, I'm also the same as this aunt, she is so fat that she will eat. Fu Shouer heard and anxious, Yao Yao dejectedly looked at her, look, you want to quarrel, let's quarrel. Who is afraid of who? Fear that the 2 people really quarrel. Indian old turtledove, timely opening, well, let's talk, give me a Wellington steak, a bottle of 5 years Lafite. After ordering, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Zhang Yang was in no hurry, playing with his cell phone slowly and methodically. Yao Yao then was in even less of a hurry, pulling out her cell phone to take pictures and send them to her friends. Fu Shouer looked like she didn't care, anyway, she didn't need to spend any money, just dilly-dally. The whole scene made only Indian old turtledove most anxious, more than $10,000 spent, always have to be a little gain. He could only find his own topic. Zhang Yang, I didn't realize you know how to speculate in stocks. Stock speculation? Zhang Yang was stunned when he heard the words of the old Indian turtledove, but he quickly figured out that it should be the system to launder the money he got from the lottery. Occasionally, I play around, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Then you are quite good, you can earn so much money by playing casually. Actually, I quite like studying stocks too. By the way, what do you think of me? The old Indian turtledove didn't get angry because of Zhang Yang's indifference, but on the contrary, he was in thought that rich people should have this attitude. What do you think about me? Zhang Yang was still indifferent, but the old Indian turtledove did not show any sign of anger and persisted in the awkward conversation. He asked Zhang Yang what his plans for the future were, what his parents did for a while, and how many children he wanted to have in the future. Zhang Yang just wanted to laugh after hearing that. What fairies are on earth and fairies are in the private room. When you don't have money, it's sexual harassment for you to ask the goddess for peace, but when you have money, she praises you for your manly taste when you have bad breath. Soon 4A5 Wagyu beef set meals were served up, leaving aside nutrition, hygiene, the selling appearance is still okay. Fu Shouer and Yao Yao almost at the same time picked up their cell phones and started to take pictures. After taking pictures of this, Fu Shouer began to click a show, small knife and fork cut fly up. Fu Shouer looked at Yao Yao's clumsy appearance, sneered and began to feast. Yao Yao simply did not cut anymore, knocking her legs on Zhang Yang's lap and her whole body came over. Uncle, this knife and fork is so hard to use? Can you help me cut it? The old Indian turtledove, who was just about to ask Zhang Yang, had his jaw dropped and his eyes stared round. What kind of relative is she? Zhang Yang, a little forehead, glanced at Yao Yao. You wait for people to pay the money. However, since this is the case, I don't want to pretend. Girlfriend, right? Girlfriend is also considered a relative. Chapter 26. Uncle, are you 18 this year? You have a girlfriend, and you still let us yuan treat you? Fu Shou'er put the last bite of steak into her mouth and angrily put down her knife and fork. Oh, auntie, so you invited our uncle for dinner for a purpose, so shameless. Ya made a gesture and wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang's neck. Her whole body hung on Zhang Yang like a sloth and looked at Fu Shou'er as if she was provocative. How old are you to be his girlfriend? He is 28, you are 18. Fu Shou'er gasped and drank another mouthful of juice, finished getting up and dragging the old Indian turtle dove to leave. Ya was not spoiled her. Directly to the distant waiter shouted up, waiter, here is someone want to escape the bill, she left, we cannot pay. The waiter and the manager ran over as soon as they heard that, and also brought a POS machine and payment code. A few people are eating well, this side of who buy a total of 16,000, sweep code or other payment methods. Fu Shou'er, who was also overbearing just now, wilted and sat back down again. Zhang Yang, you found her to deliberately take revenge on me last time. The old Indian turtle dove was still a bit reluctant. Such a good ingrate was snatched away by a spiritual little sister. Zhang Yang, what point is she better than me? I have a bachelor's degree, what about her? Yao, I am young. I work in a bank, I have a stable job, I know a lot of people, I can introduce a lot of contacts. What about her? What help can she give you? Yao, I'm young. If we get married, I have all kinds of allowances, all kinds of maternity subsidies. What else can she do besides spending your money? Yao, I'm young. Old Indian turtle dove. Zhang Yang, you tricked me, I won't pay this money, whoever likes to pay. The old Indian turtle dove only realized at this time that he had been tricked and paying was firmly out of the question. Fu Shou'er even stood up and shouted, look everyone, this scum has a girlfriend and he's coming over here to cheat food and drink. 160 gas tank voice as big in an instant attracted the attention of the whole audience. Many people began to take out their cell phones, ready to send a circle of friends. Waiter, order us 2 A5 Wagyu beef set meals, plus a bottle of 90-year-old Petrus, just put it next door. Zhang Yang directly pulled out his black card and placed it on the dinner plate. The waiter was a bit frozen, however the manager immediately understood what was going on. Okay sir, I will place your order, he said, and sent another waiter over to prevent the duo from running away. Zhang Yang, do you mean this? The old Indian turtle dove directly stared at Zhang Yang with a cold face. Interesting? You invited me for dinner saying that you are apologizing to me, and this is how you apologize? Zhang Yang said and picked up his cell phone again to call the manager who had added him on WeChat during the day. He himself had only saved $5 million, but that was still a VIP. Hey Mr. Zhang, are you experiencing something by calling so late? No impatience could be heard on the other end of the phone, a very respectful look. I want to file a complaint. Your staff said they were inviting me to dinner to apologize, but they changed their mind at the last minute and slandered me, causing me a lot of reputational damage. I hope your bank can give me a satisfactory answer tomorrow. The manager on the other end of the phone knew what was going on as soon as he heard it and immediately responded in a hurry. You. Hearing Zhang Yang say that Indian old spotted turtle and Fu Shou'er instantly panicked. The bank job was something that their family had spent a lot of effort to obtain, especially the old Indian turtle dove, who had sacrificed her color in order to stay out of the hall. What's more, the bank job was the +1 condition on which her blind date depended. Without the bank job, a lot of people probably wouldn't even look at her. Not a moment's time, 2 A5 Wagyu beef set meals were served up, along with gold foil sea urchin, black truffle tea king steam, and freshly killed king crab. Behind them was also a 3-star Michelin chef cooking in person. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Yao's shock value +1,000, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Li Kameng's shock value +1,000, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Lin Shui's shock value is +1,000, gaining 10 pretense points. Everyone in the entire restaurant who saw the scene was shocked. As long as they weren't blind, when they opened the first page of the menu, an entire cover was devoted to this A5 Wagyu beef set meal. Only this set meal could make the chef personally come out to cook it. The price is so high that it scares the hell out of people. One person is nearly $100,000, 2 packages is $200,000. As long as they are not stupid, they know who just lied. There are a few cannot suppress the fire of gossip quietly to the waiter to inquire, after learning the truth, immediately changed the title. Fishing for gold female want to catch rich second generation, miserably hit in the face. Wedding trust was recognized by the tragic face hit. Gold digging woman failed to pit rich second generation, was hit in the face. Why are you waiting to eat? It won't taste good when it gets cold. Zhang Yang looked at the 100 points of pretentiousness that had arrived in his account, and his mouth was about to crook with laughter. It looks like next time, he will have to invite all those spiritual little girls and rub them out. Okay, thank you Uncle. Yao looked at the Wagyu beef handed over by the waiter and put it into her mouth with her fork. Immediately melt in the mouth, top quality beef coolness filling the mouth, and then a mouthful of red wine. It is simply enjoyable. Yao will take a picture and can't help but do it herself, having fun. Other people looking at Yao can only be ashamed of themselves. Poor God-rich basin. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Li Si Yen shock value +100, gained a point of pretentiousness. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Li Mengmeng shock value plus 100, gained a point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Fangfang shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a pussy. As Yao Yao's circle of friends was sent one after another, the shock value continued to increase. It's a pity that this pretending system can only be useful for women, or else Zhang Yang would have sent his friend circle too. The old Indian turtledove was standing there with two old Caucasian black eagles. In the face of the two people do not want to pay the move, the restaurant will not bold directly choose to alarm. As a large luxury plaza, Daiji Plaza is naturally equipped with police on duty. In less than 3 minutes, 2 policemen came up. When they met, the old Indian turtledove was still trying to argue, and kept talking about Zhang Yang's behavior, his abandonment, and the beasts of the earth. It was only when Zhang Yang threw out the WeChat chat records that he shut up instantly. The police also had a headache. You invited people to dinner, and then regretted and reneged on the bill, this is also your fault. Police uncle, if it doesn't work, let's notify their unit is a bank, their leaders should be happy to help them pay for this. Zhang Yang would definitely not pay, even if he didn't have to pay for it. The old Indian turtledove panicked when she heard this, she didn't know how to solve the problem before, but now if she makes trouble to the unit again, she is afraid that she will be dismissed. There was nothing she could do but choose to pay, but when she swiped her card, there was another problem, her card couldn't swipe that much money. Zhang Yang, can you lend me some? I'll pay you back later when I get paid. The old Indian turtledove shamelessly wanted to borrow from Zhang Yang. This would give her a chance to ask Zhang Yang out alone later on. She didn't believe that by virtue of the fact that there was no man who didn't cheat on his wife. As long as the relationship has occurred, do not Zhang Yang peeled into the skin also have to split the house in half. However, it would be strange if Zhang Yang could care about her. Are you full? Let's go if you are full. Yao Yao touched her rolling stomach, her face was a bit flushed, a big part of the wine just went down her stomach. The aftertaste of red wine is actually not small, it's just that spiritual little sisters like Yao Yao rarely drink red wine. Ignoring this old Indian turtledove, she called a chauffeur and went straight back. Back home Yao Yao seems to be to anticipate what? Rare shyness. Put the things bought today on the sofa, sitting over there in a hasty manner. Do you eat fruits? Zhang Yang didn't know how to open his mouth, Yao Yao was the first time, why wouldn't he be the same? Eat, thanks uncle. Yao Yao lowered her head and shrunk like a quail on the sofa. Zhang Yang simply washed some small tomatoes, cut some cantaloupe and served it on the coffee table, accompanied Yao Yao to watch TV. Suddenly a kissing scene was shown on the TV and the air seemed to be sticky for a few minutes. Zhang Yang turned his head in embarrassment and realized that Yao Yao was also looking at him. Everything seemed to not need so many reasons. Yao Yao passionately wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang's neck and Zhang Yang hugged Yao Yao's waist. The two of them kissed obliviously on the sofa. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Uncle, how old are you? Just now in the car, she had only seen a little bit in the tube, now after seeing Zhang Yang's real face of Lushan, Yao Yao was shocked that she could not close her mouth. If it's too much, then forget it, it's not urgent. Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao's beautiful eyes slightly frowning, he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. But Yao Yao still clenched her teeth and insisted. After a sleepless night, when Zhang Yang opened his eyes in the morning, Yao Yao was curled up like a kitten next to Zhang Yang. Her brows were furrowed and she seemed to have not yet gotten over it. Chapter 27 Spirit Little Sister Wants to Start a Business. Zhang Yang quietly pulled back the corner of the quilt, intending to go down and cook some instant noodles or something. As soon as I opened my cell phone. Exempt. Ding ding ding. The cell phone was ringing non-stop, like a firecracker. Calls, SMS, WeChat, and videos all came. Zhang Yang was so scared that he thought he was wanted. He took an instant noodle, ham, eggs, and some vegetables, washed it and put it in a pot before opening his cell phone and slowly checking it. The first message is yes, played 5 phone did not answer, followed by WeChat video also did not answer, and then WeChat message, asking Zhang Yang want to do what, have a girlfriend but also her introduction. The second is the mother's, up directly to open the video, did not pick up after the symbolically said Zhang Yang a few sentences, and then is to ask when to let them see what the girlfriend looks like. The back is the father, also want to see Zhang Yang girlfriend what look like. After that is cousin, cousin husband, 7 aunts and 8 uncles and so on. In the morning, a local number did not call, but sent a direct message. Opened a look is the bank manager, said the Indian old turtles have been suspended to deal with, the follow-up will meet to study. Zhang Yang replied a good, then did not say much. As for the Indian old turtledove yesterday, Zhang Yang pulled her black. Check a few more, and found that there are still 100 yen fong yuan called. Zhang Yang thought for a while and replied back, Uncle, you finally answered the phone, I thought you were sucked dry by that little nymph Yao Yao. Cool, uncle? 100 swallows bite was still of the kind where the words were not shocking. Not bad, anything? Zhang Yang yawned and rubbed his waist. It seemed that he would have to pump up his stamina in the future. No big deal, just that Fong Yuan and I are opening our stall at night, and I want to ask uncle to support us. Zhang Yang froze upon hearing this, so soon? You only got the news yesterday, but you're ready to open today? Well, it will officially open at 8 p.m. downstairs at the billiard hall. Remember to show your support. 100 Yen hung up after saying that, leaving Zhang Yang in a daze. This speed is also too fast. The boiled noodles were brought to the room. Yao Yao had already woken up, but when she heard the commotion, she buried her head in the comforter. Awake yet? Have something to eat? Only then did Yao Yao slowly lift the covers. He, thanks uncle. Yao Yao's naked body sat up violently. Her white ketone body was a sight to behold. Looking at Zhang Yang's eyes, Yao Yao immediately covered the blanket again. Can you still go out today? If not, I will stay home with you. Zhang Yang collected his mind and thought of making a trip to Expressions today and quit his job. Even Spirit little sister has started her own business, so it doesn't make sense for Zhang Yang to continue working at his cousin's place. Although Zhang Yang hadn't thought about what exactly he would do, but with the system at his back, even mixing every day would earn more than going to work, right? I can, it still hurts a bit, but it's better than last night. Do you want to do it again, uncle? Zhang Yang just ate a mouthful of noodles and almost sprayed it out. No wonder they say that you should give birth to a child before it's too late. No wonder they say you should have a baby before it's too late. Older women give birth to a child and lose half of their lives, but the spiritual girl sang a song and drank a beer before giving birth to her child. Afterward, she sang the same songs, danced the same dances, and nothing happened. This resilience is not comparable to that of an old Indian turtle dove. Come on, hurry up and clean up. Later on you will take you to meet your cousin in them. As soon as Yao Yao heard that she wanted to meet her parents, she immediately started to pack up in a nimble manner. Before all kinds of smoky makeup, face coated with 3 layers of powder, not only did not Yao Yao become beautiful, but also covered up her original innocence look. Simply washed her face, changed into the floral dress that Zhang Yang bought for her yesterday, and slung a small bag, the whole of which was a 18-year-old woman who had just stepped into the university. Not only does Zhang Yang think so, cousin also thinks so. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Lin Jojo's shock value plus 100, gaining a point of pretentiousness. Cousin looked at Yao Yao who came down from the Cayenne. The whole person was a bit bad, pulling Zhang Yang down to one side and started chopping his head off. You're drifting, you're talking about such a small one. Is she an adult? And what's with this car? Sister, adult, we are in a normal relationship. As for this car I bought my own money, 3.5 million, how handsome it. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Lin Jojo's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. You bought it? You bought it with Boss Fong's card? Cousin was so shocked by Zhang Yang's words that she could barely stand still. How can that be? I earned it from speculating in stocks, and also my mortgage will be paid off soon. When I'm done paying off the mortgage, there should still be more than $1 million in the card. I'm going to quit my job and find something to do on my own. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lin Jojo's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Cousin naturally could not believe Zhang Yang's bull, let her take out Fong Dezhou's card to check the balance and found that less than 1 million had been used. Moreover, the car's license registration information was a few days earlier than when Fong Dezhou arrived. This made cousin have to believe that Zhang Yang really earned so much by himself. For Zhang Yang to resign, the cousin didn't have much to retain. Zhang Yang's personal ability was actually very strong, and since Zhang Yang came to help her, she and her husband had been a lot more relaxed as a whole, and the factory's orders were on the rise. Especially the 2 orders of Wang Defa and Fong Dezhou. Without Zhang Yang it could be said that they were very difficult to handle. However, everyone in the family, including Zhang Yang's parents, believed that it was Zhang Yang who had dipped into his cousin's light, and it was his cousin who had rewarded him with a bite of rice. Zhang Yang's good fortune was a slap in the face of those people. Simply had a meal at his cousin's place. Before leaving, his cousin gave Yao Yao a thick red packet which should be 10,000 to start with depending on the thickness. Wow, this will be too much. Why there are 0 in whole? Uncle, will not be too much? After bidding farewell to her cousin, Yao Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately pulled out the red packet given by her cousin. There are 50, 100, and coins. This is called 10,000 purples, 1 in 10,000. It's fine, you just take it, there will be more later. Thank you uncle. Yao Yao blushed and didn't care if Zhang Yang was driving. She went up and gave a kiss, then counted it beautifully. The car sped all the way to Trend Street, and by the time it arrived, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was past the mealtime, it was the right time for Spirit's sister to get up and move around. Zhang Yang parked his car and came to the Speed 8 billiards. He was really curious about what the stalls of Bai Bai Yan and Fong Yuan had become. Once inside, the water ghost was wiping the queue, and after seeing Zhang Yang, he customarily called out to his uncle. Just after seeing Yao Yao next to him, a face of shock. Others see the backyard is no better. The system beeps one after another. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Wu Si Han's shock value plus 300, gain 3 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Zhou Nanan's shock value is plus 200, gaining 2 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Fongfong's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Tian Sini's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretending to be a bully. The day before yesterday, Yao was wearing cheap stall goods, her cell phone was an AP, she was wearing thick smoky makeup, and had a misanthropic look, only smiling when she saw Zhang Yang. Today's Yao floral long skirt, slung across a small bag, wearing a circle of gold bracelets on the wrist, clean as a silly white sweet smile, also more than a few points from the heart of the happy. To say that they were not envious, that would be a lie. Unfortunately, they knew that they didn't have a life as good as Yao's. Uncle, you're sort of pulling out on Xiong holding 7 or 8 cell phones, constantly sending messages, after seeing Yao froze, sourly said. What are you doing, where are the others? Zhang Yang was curious as he watched Xiong keep sending messages to his cell phone, vaguely having the tendency to evolve into an e-commerce business. Sister Yan, they are preparing the ingredients in the rented house, I am helping her to pull customers, Sister Yan said to give me a commission. Zhang Yang took a look, exempt, a few other spiritual little sisters are also in the group posting. Is brother here? We've opened a new fried rice restaurant, it's really good, do you want to order one? Zhang Yang looked at this group of spirit girls speechlessly, a fried rice restaurant is opening, make it look like what? But this is a good thing. At least you don't have to eat and wait for death, it's also considered to be earned by your ability, finally you don't have to crash the old boarding house. Just thinking about it, Xiong with a cell phone looking to hit Zhang Yang. Uncle, give me to transfer a 30 chant, my cell phone is out of service. Zhang Yang. Chapter 28 10,000 points of shock value. Have you guys seen Little Yellow, Little Green? Little Yellow, Little Green cell phone sold, want to contact also can't contact, Yao searched around also didn't find them. Don't look for them, they are now following Dafei and the others, I advise you not to look for them, they are now playing with balloons. Xiong didn't want to take care of Yao, if it wasn't for her, she might have been able to crash into Zhang Yang, but just think about it. Without looking at the face of the monk, Zhang Yang's face should still be given. Playing with balloons? Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled in the face of the new word that suddenly popped up. He had only been here for a few days and had already evolved new words? A kind of gas in a balloon, not a good thing, they still wanted to play here, they were shooed away by dog. The water ghost was carrying 2 cups of coke and came over, hearing Zhang Yang's doubts explained to Zhang Yang. When she said that, Zhang Yang immediately understood what it was. Luckily, he had pulled Yao away the night before, otherwise I guess Yao should have played with balloons by now. If you get hooked on that stuff, you'll be useless. Yellow gambling and drug, why Yellow in the forefront, a person he again Yellow, top day is only 3 times a day, 90 times a month, the body out of the dry only. Gambling, is a broken family, gambling dog's ultimate fate is to lose all, borrow all, cheat all, kill themselves. Drugs, but not a person's business, the family all have to be dragged into hell. And women who are addicted to drugs will be sexually promiscuous. I'm sure Little Yellow and Little Green have been beaten up in front and behind many times by now. Then where can we find them? Yao was anxious when she heard the water ghost say this, but now she didn't know where to find them. Defei and his group are all in the Imperial Dynasty lately, we'll have to wait until the night if we want to find them. Water Ghost glanced at Yao and then at Zhang Yang and continued to speak, Uncle, Dafei is Li Wei's elder brother, you have pried Li Wei's horse, be careful yourself. Zhang Yang nodded after hearing this, but did not put too much stock in it. He is now at least a VIP of Dynasty, so this Daffy wouldn't dare to do anything in Dynasty. Out of the Dynasty they drove home, now the neighborhood was stolen, a dog in the strict have to see if the neighborhood. They simply will not give them a chance. Boredom played a moment of billiards, in the middle of the guidance of Mengdom. The old Indian turtledove is not a good person but she also has redeeming qualities. Had Spirit Little Sister changed the sale to an invitation. Invite them to come over for breakfast, incidentally adding that they can drink ice. As for after coming well, order a cheapest egg fried rice on the line, tell them money is not enough, can only buy brother to eat egg fried rice. Then he just looked at him and swallowed his saliva from time to time. Zhang Yang didn't believe that he had the heart to eat it. This is the kind of thing that would make old Ding faint. Of course, this is only suitable for Lao Dang, but if this is sent to the spirit boy, it would probably be a different story. The spirit of the boy is afraid to eat dry white clean on the go, no matter what you talk about is a cow. Playing until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 100 yen slowly appeared. Fang Yuan pushed a food cart, slowly appeared at the entrance of the alley, a group of Spirit Little Sister, surrounded the food cart. First sister fried rice, fried noodles. A food cart was polished and oiled, the food cart was originally supposed to be some other fried rice, fried noodles, and the back was covered by the printed words one sister. The dining table was also second-hand from somewhere, a scribbled picture. What's going on with you? Harmonized. Zhang Yang looked at 100 yen, many tattoos on her body had been washed, as if a layer of gauze had been put over her body. It's washed, only Fang Yuan will remain on my body from now on. Bai Jiayan held Fang Yuan's hand, a sweet little woman's look. Exclusion, good guy. Zhang Yang glanced at Fang Yuan, on this hand shall not Fang Yuan that boy collapse the body without skin ah. Uncle, do you want one? Fang Yuan looked at Zhang Yang with grateful eyes, but Zhang Yang looked at those spiritual girls around him, and always felt that the rice would not be left over for them to eat. Wait for a while, tighten the others first, uncle's own people are not in a hurry. Zhang Yang thought about it or wait, in case of poisoning, vomiting, diarrhea and so on. Okay, then uncle, you first wait a while, Fong Yuan said and picked up the spatula and began to crazy upside down. It should be said, the dragon is born of a dragon, the phoenix is born of a phoenix. Fong Dezhou's species even if it is cooking can also do a good job. The iron pot kept rolling up and down in Fong Yuan's hands, and the fragrance was overflowing, and many people who were tricked by Spirit Little Sister were also full of praise. Especially the final plating, unlike the disposable lunchboxes or plastic bag set plates of other roadside stalls. Fong Yuan's cutlery was an exquisite large round plate, with a few servings of chopped small dishes. Those who didn't know thought they were eating at a Michelin restaurant. Uncle, this is Fong Yuan's special order cumin curry fried rice, specially made for you. Bai Jiayan brought over a bowl of golden-colored fried rice with a few pickled vegetables on a white round plate. After putting it down, 100 Swallows didn't leave, but looked at Zhang Yang with an ambiguous face. Uncle, chiseled on? Yao Yao was sitting next to Zhang Yang. Even if the spiritual little sister had a thick skin, she couldn't withstand such an opening blitz from Bai Jiayan. Her face brushed red. Don't talk nonsense, it affects the appetite. Where is your cell phone for you to scan code? Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and tried to change the topic. 100 Yen faced disdain. Uncle, you men are really hypocritical. Last time I asked you if you want a chiseler, but also said that you are not happy. Nua, a total of $16. Count you as 16, okay. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was thinking on the 100 yen this mouth. Business is not afraid of being beaten it, but after seeing her pull out AP, Zhang Yang the whole person was stunned. Where is your 16? Poured, otherwise where is the money to buy a food truck? 100 yen was speaking frankly, but Zhang Yang could start to sympathize with Fong Dezhou a bit. Fong Yuan just came out of the novice village and met such a top chimera. First, washing tattoos, then selling cell phones to support business startups, and later, unless 100 Swallows took the initiative to get out of the game, or else in accordance with Fong Yuan's rebellious character, death is afraid that they will not leave. By the way, I haven't asked how did I suddenly get on with Fong Yuan. There is no sign at all. Zhang Yang checked the spoon and found no stains for the time being, which made him feel relieved to take a bite of rice. The rich cumin and curry formed two different flavors bursting in his mouth. Nothing, I found out that he likes to go through the back door, so I let him go, and then he cooked for me to eat. I think it's very delicious, and as we chatted, we realized that we still have something in common. He grew up without a mom, I grew up without a dad. He started to do all kinds of rebellious things to get his dad's attention, and I started to dye my hair and get tattoos to get a sense of being in my stepdad's house. Zhang Yang ate his fried rice while listening to 100 Yen recounting his story, and could only say that human sorrows and joys were not connected. Zhang Yang when it was a story, but Yao Yao had already reddened her eyes. Her family always blamed her for her sudden change, but the sea breeze blew people away, and everything was hidden in the heart. Who cares at such a young age, who comforts, and who can say what they say with who they say? Behind their deviation, they may just want their family to pay more attention and care more. Yo, isn't this the first sister of Trendy Street? Why are you selling fried rice? 100 Yen was talking about the first scumbag she knew when a discordant voice rang out. Wearing black silk, stepmother dresses, Ching Snake held the arm of a balding middle-aged man and appeared in front of the stall, followed by 7 or 8 spiritual little sisters. If others can sell it, why can't I sell it? Green Snake, you want to eat fried rice? I welcome it. If you want to make trouble, please leave. After the 100 Yen saw the green snake, the sadness on her face was instantly put away, and she returned to that small chest, few words, an expression of a sister. Do not eat. Who knows if you, the guy who likes to be walked behind, has any infectious diseases. By the way, where is your godfather? Your boyfriend is afraid that he doesn't know. Enough, watch your mouth. Green Snake wanted to say something else, but Zhang Yang directly interrupted. He knew what the other party wanted to say. But Wang Defa's relationship with Fong Dezhou should not be ordinary, and if Fong Yuan's character knew about it, he would not know what kind of trouble he would make. Green Snake was startled by Zhang Yang's rebuke and hurriedly snuggled next to the middle-aged man. Godfather, he's so fierce, I'm so scared. The balding middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Yang with a somewhat disdainful expression. Little brother, wearing a 1 million plus Richard Mille, crazy enough. Do you believe that one word from me can make this stall never open? Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 points of pretending. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Lu Xian's shock value is plus 100, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Lu Qingqing's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. All the spirit girls around were surprised to look at Zhang Yang's watch. No one thought that Zhang Yang would be worth more than $1 million when he was wearing a red watch that looked like a toy watch. Zhang Yang smiled and unwrapped the watch. It's not bad, but you said that if I put out the word that I will give this watch to anyone who can get in Green Snake's face, I don't know if there will be any spirit boys willing to do it. I heard that underage mental boys can only go to jail for 1.5 years for intentional injury. Zhang Yang playfully glanced back and forth at Green Snake's face and placed the red Richard Mille on the worn-out dining table. Gulp! A sound of gulping seemed to recall around them. Over $1 million for a year, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Definitely worth it. The spiritual boy dared to break down doors and steal for just a few $100s. $1,000,000 is enough to buy a life, let alone just a few cuts on Green Snake's face. Especially the 100 swallows next to him. If they were to go back a year, they would probably be willing to make a few scratches without paying. Oh, do you believe that my Vacheron Constantin can buy you and your girlfriend's lives now? The middle-aged bald man disdainfully put the watch on his wrist next, the same on the table. Don't believe me, why don't we try? Zhang Yang smiled and lifted the watch up, teasingly looking at the other party. As long as the other party nodded, the next second the spirit guys around him were afraid that they would all swarm around. However, it was estimated that the spirit boys would not move Zhang Yang, but all of them would run towards the green snake. After all, one of them would only be squatting for a year, while the other one would have to pay for his life, and the spirit guys were pythons, not idiots. Which one is cost-effective, they know in their own hearts. You. The balding middle-aged man did not expect Zhang Yang to be so rigid and was racked for a moment. He was not worried about Green Snake's face being scratched. After all, as long as one is willing to spend money on a medium-poised one like Green Snake, there are a lot of them. What he was worried about was if a mental boy really did that, would he lose his watch and would Zhang Yang's family retaliate against him? But Zhang Yang wasn't going to let him go. I'm going to count down to 3, let's start after 3, okay? After saying that, he didn't care if the middle-aged balding man agreed or not and started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lu Qingqing's shock value is plus 10,000, gaining 100 pretense points. Chapter 29, The World of Spirit Sisters is full of changes. Godfather, forget it, let's ignore this psycho. Green Snake panicked, she could feel the stupid hearts of the people around her. Especially 100 Swallow, her eyes were filled with the desire for revenge. You can't be afraid of a 30, 40-year-old rich man, but you can't be afraid of a 13 or 14-year-old poor mental boy Che, who fights with you to talk. At night the imperial dynasty dares to come. Balding middle-aged man as if he had found a step downhill on the donkey. I don't dare, how about we fight it out here? Zhang Yang's cheeky demeanor completely broke the opposite side's defense. He didn't even put down any harsh words and left with his people with his head turned around. Uncle, you were so domineering just now. After the people left, Yao Yao immediately happily wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang and pampered him, cheerful like a little butterfly. A hero loves a beauty, why wouldn't a beauty adore a hero? 17 or 18 is the age of fantasy. Do you like it? Zhang Yang smiled and kissed Yao Yao. Yao Yao immediately responded enthusiastically, love it too much. The other spiritual little sisters also gathered around and started taking pictures of Zhang Yang's watch and sending them to their friends. Uncle, what kind of watch is this? More than $1 million. 100 yen had stars in her eyes and looked like she wanted to touch it. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, did not panic to put the watch on, jokingly their nails so long, and then his big baby buckle bad. Xiong, tugging on Zhang Yang's arm, started to pamper him. Uncle, you're going to break me once, can you break me once? Yao Yao took a look and immediately hugged Zhang Yang's arm tightly like a puppy protecting its food. Xiong muttered unwillingly, why are you so stingy? Can you be busy by yourself? You can't let uncle hold it when your aunt is coming. Yao Yao, what do you care? I don't have mouth ulcers or hemorrhoids. Zhang Yang. Xiong is still a bit reluctant. Uncle, are we really not going to Dynasty tonight? Why do you have a grudge against this green snake? Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled that this should be asked by 100 yen. When did she get so attached? Don't mention it, Green Snake's subordinate, a spiritual little sister called Procambarus Clarkii, stole my mold. Procambarus Clarkii? Zhang Yang. Is this a case of suffering from a lack of culture, or are these spirit little sisters favoring livestock and not wanting to be human? So? You don't want uncle to snatch it back for you, do you? Uncle isn't good at chasing men, huh? Xiong hemmed and hawed, that's not necessary, I ordered a new one, piss him off. Zhang Yang. What's so good about this mold? Each one weighs no more than 120 and is as skinny as a ribs. How many days the clothes don't see washing, it's hard not to lick them just because they can. Go, but wait for Fong Yuan, they sold out of rice. Today is once a month Members Day, members in the Dynasty consumption 20% discount, the night is a third-rate star performance of what? This is the reason why Dynasty is still standing, always able to toss out some new tricks on a dull day. Wow, great uncle, I'm going to put on my makeup then. Xiong took advantage of Yao Yao's inattention and uttered a mouthful of Zhang Yang's face. Anxiously Yao Yao took the paper and kept wiping it on Zhang Yang's mouth. Her mouth was still chanting, what is she doing? Pfft, what is she doing? The rest of the spirit girls also ran to make up in a swarm when they heard that. Maybe the first day out of the stall is not prepared enough, or maybe the spirit of the little sister collapsed too hard. Only 1.5 hours after the stall, fried rice, fried noodles sold out. 100 yen and Fong Yuan totaled, found that only earned $70, a large part of which was eaten by the spirit of the little sister, and a part of the 100 yen free of charge. As soon as the stuff was sold out, 100 Swallows was in a hurry to go to Dynasty to fight with Green Snake, but Fong Yuan insisted on washing the dishes before going. Fong Yuan, this road you can think well Bai Jiayan and other girls are not the same. In an old and broken underground garage, Fang Yuan started to take out today's plates one by one to clean them. Zhang Yang sat in the Porsche car, rolled down the window and watching Fang Yuan constantly wash the dishes again and again, cooking all the rice to be used tomorrow. There was no air conditioning in the small underground garage, only a palm-sized fan whirring and blowing. And 100 Swallow has long followed the other spirit girls to the pool hall. He could feel that 100 yen was a little bit not quite the same, but couldn't tell. Uncle, I know what you want to say, but my mind is made up, not just for yen, I also want to prove it to my dad. Fang Yuan raised his head, under his sweat-dampened hair was a pair of resolute eyes. Zhang Yang wanted him to keep the money and stuff in his hands. 100 yen's character was really not suitable to manage money. However, after looking at Fang Yuan's current state, Zhang Yang did not open his mouth again. Now it seems that the 100 yen is the rivers and mountains easy to change the nature. Although Fang Yuan is young but really become a qualified old den, iron will let the 100 yen collapse. I just don't know who will change first, who will not be able to carry it first. Alright, what difficulties on uncle said it is good, and do not do anything to carry their own. Zhang Yang handed a cigarette over, Fang Yuan clamped on the ear, said it was waiting to be busy and then smoke. But when he finished, the cigarette was already completely wet. After a simple wash, Zhang Yang took Fang Yuan to Dynasty. At this time, the Dynasty is overcrowded, scattered platforms are basically full of people, outside the corridor also stood squatting a lot of spirit of the little girl. They all want to see if there are any acquaintances, rubbing points. Two familiar figures appeared in Zhang Yang's line of sight, only the hair was no longer yellow, green, but colorful dirty braids. The clothes were also no longer sexy, but tie. One wore a tank top and a super short skirt, which was so short that half of her ass was exposed. One wore hot pants that went up to the base of her thighs, the kind where you could see her panties if she moved a little. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. If the previous Xiao Huan, Xiao Green was just a fun-loving, hilarious, spirited little sister, then the current outfit became a complete. Even the spirit little sisters on the side were looking at them with eyes that revealed contempt. Little Yellow, Little Green, why are you guys dressed like this? Yao Yao was first delighted to see the two of them, but after seeing how they were dressed, she couldn't help but frown. How could she not have imagined that in just less than 2 days, the two of them had become like this? Xiao Huang and Xiao Green were also quite happy when they saw Yao Yao, circling around Yao Yao constantly. They kept circling around Yao Yao, taking a look at Yao Yao's clothes and touching her bracelet, their eyes full of envy. Only after seeing Zhang Yang, she was a bit nervous. Uncle, the two of them shouted obediently. Zhang Yang didn't begrudge them but took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the two of them. Well, have you eaten dinner? The two saw that Zhang Yang was not angry with them, their hearts finally relaxed, shaking their heads, not waiting for a few people to catch up. A young man with the same dirty braid walked over. Chewing betel nut in his mouth, he frivolously slapped Xiao Huang, Xiao Green's butt. You're the one who stole my little brother's girlfriend? How do you settle this debt? Zhang Yang took a step back, the tone of this man's mouth was just too big, it was a bit too much to bear. Little Yellow, Little Green, we are going in, do you want to join us? Zhang Yang ignored this dirty braided young man and instead looked at Little Yellow, Little Green. The two of them had changed a lot but they still knew how to be polite. How bad could a polite person be? You're ing looking for death, aren't you? I'm talking to you. The dirty braided young man reached out to give Zhang Yang a mouthful, but before he could raise his hand, he was pushed away by a man. Daffy, if you smoke too much, get lost, don't make trouble in Dynasty, or don't blame me for flipping out. Dirty braid young man was pushed to stumble, but not angry but also piled a smile. Brother Panther, we did not suck, just want to go in to drink a cup of wine only. Don't even think about it, hurry up and leave, don't give me trouble today. Brother Panther naturally couldn't believe the words of these drug addicts, and directly began to whisk people away. Little Yellow, Little Green were also pushed by the security to leave. Yao Yao, on the other hand, as soon as she stepped forward, she pulled Little Yellow, Little Green's hand, hoping that the other party would go in with her. Little Yellow, Little Green was a little hesitant, but was soon taken away by Defei with their arms around her. The lighted passageway, the stairs with fluorescent light, some people were going up while others were going down. Chapter 30 Outer 5 Counties Yoga Pants. Being tossed around so much by Little Yellow, Little Green, Yao Yao's mood looks unusually low. Xiao Huang and Xiao Green were from the same place as them. It's a bit too much to describe them as like brothers and sisters, but the feelings are definitely a bit deeper than other spiritual little sisters. How's it going? Want to go back? Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao's sullen appearance and was also a bit disinterested. It's alright uncle, I'll accompany you. Yao Yao forced a hint of smile and took Zhang Yang's arm. Following the stairs upwards, they soon arrived at the entrance of the bar. The number of people in Dynasty today was more than double than before. It was similar to the last big fair at the end of the year in the countryside. When Butterfly saw Zhang Yang coming over, she immediately went through the crowd and quickly looked for him. Brother, 100 Swallows said that they have already booked the card seats for you. Butterfly pointed upwards with her hand, and under the dim light, several people from 100 Swallows stood on the number 4 card seat, swaying non-stop. Although they couldn't see the faces, they were still able to vaguely distinguish that there were a few men and a few women dancing in a group.
Well, go up. Zhang Yang escorted Yao Yao and a few and protected Zhang Yang and the others.
The bar nowadays is crowded with people, so it would be a big loss if any of the ones who don't open their eyes reach out recklessly. By the time they arrived at the card table, Bai Yan had already ordered some wine and drank it. When she saw Zhang Yang, she called out to her uncle and took Fang Yuan's arm directly after sparing Zhang Yang. The attitude was a bit perfunctory, which made Zhang Yang's brows knit and his not-so-good mood even worse. However, Xiong was quite polite and went up and shouted uncle. He also introduced the mold he just ordered to Zhang Yang. Airplane head, skinny like a cutlass, the line on the pants leg is cracked, and the neck is tattooed with a shrimp line. I don't know if it was because he was afraid of being picked for shrimp threads, but he was very humble. After seeing Zhang Yang, he respectfully handed up a cigarette to Zhang Yang 45. Zhang Yang took it with a smile, but did not smoke it. Yo, Xiong, the mold you ordered this time is good, let's introduce it. Almost as soon as he was seated, a flower-armed spirit girl came over and shouted loudly across the partition to this side, followed by a spirit girl next to her. Xiong heard on the explosion, ran to the partition side, began to curse up, Procambrous Clarky eye, you damas belong to the toilet, old lady eat the rest of you want. The spirit of the little sister belongs to the powder keg, a little on the fire, freshwater crayfish is also temperamental, separated from the partition began to curse up. The content of the curse is nothing more than this mold is who first point, you eat slop. But the two people have a sense of proportion, just spit on each other, and did not do anything. Uncle, why don't we sit in that number 1 card seat today? Bai Jian pulled Fang Yuan to sit next to Zhang Yang with one, but the difference was that she sat next to Fang Yuan, so that Fang Yuan was next to Zhang Yang. The minimum spending for box number 1 is $1 million, you think uncle's money is a windfall? Zhang Yang glanced at Bai Jian playfully. Bai Jian was a little too familiar with the nose on the face. But Bai Jian didn't seem to see Zhang Yang's eye color at all, and still said with a smile, Uncle, didn't Fang Yuan's father give you a 10 million black card? Just swipe it, you don't need your money anyway. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yang froze for 3 seconds. Who told you that? Uncle Fang, he told me. He said that if Fang Yuan has any urgent need for money, he can look for you and ask for the card back. When Zhang Yang heard this, he immediately understood why this Bai Yan suddenly let loose on himself. He wouldn't think that the reason why he was spending money so recklessly was because of that card. But Fang Dezhou's meaning was very interesting. Did he dislike himself for spending money recklessly? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang suddenly smiled. He didn't want to be in charge of this mess. Since Fang Dezhou had this meaning, he would save himself the trouble. Handing over the black card worth $10 million to Fang Yuan, there is still $9.28 million left in this card. Uncle gave it back to you, ah? Uncle, you take it, I'm not lacking. For the time being. Fang Yuan was a little embarrassed to think that Bai Jian wanted it so directly, a little too much. But Bai Jian was not hesitant, can even be said to be able to use the robbery to describe, a hand on the card to take over. Thank you, Uncle. Bai Jian took the card and went to look for butterflies. Fang Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Uncle, Yanzi doesn't mean that, she just. It's okay, Uncle knows what's in his heart. Zhang Yang smiled and patted Bai Jian's shoulder. If the sky wants to make it die, it must first make it crazy. If Bai Jian took this card to buy a house or a car, Zhang Yang would still be able to think highly of him. But if she took this card to spend money and fight for face, Zhang Yang knew that this Bai Jian was still the same Bai Jian before. When a spiritual little sister had a wealth that did not match her, the disaster was afraid that it had just begun. Older brother, the card was given to Fang Yuan. Use up this $820,000, collect it. As for the stuff, I'll ask you to pick it up later. Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Bacchanal Yan, who was waving his card and fooling around with the other spiritual little sisters. None of the ones who can make their business to billionaires are oil saving. Old brother, what are you doing? I'm just letting Fang Yuan run out of money to ask for it at your place. This money is still forgettable. Fang Dezhou directly ordered a refusal, but did not mention anything about letting Fang Yuan return the card to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and went along with it. If he really returned the $800,000, Zhang Yang really felt some loss. Alright then, thank you, old brother then. Zhang Yang replied back, and Fang Dezhou's side didn't return, let alone mentioning treating them to dinner or anything else. A very tacit way for adults to disperse. Zhang Yang estimated that this old dang didn't accept the $800,000 because he couldn't see it, and secondly, he wanted to keep a personal favor. He is obviously trying to get rid of himself. In case something happens, he may use himself. After closing the chat box and putting away his cell phone, Zhang Yang dragged Yao Yao to this side of the partition. At this moment, Xiong and Procambrous Clarky Eye had changed from a civil fight to a martial arts fight after the security's warning. The two of them took a cup each and placed it on the partition, and you drank a cup and I drank a cup. From time to time, there are other people to help replace a few cups. The battle was so fierce. Bai Yan and Butterfly were waving their black cards excitedly to book the number 1 card seat. When Zhang Yang walked to the door, the DJ was blaring exciting music. Uncle, if you are tired, let's go back. Yao Yao could also see that Zhang Yang's mood was not very good, and took the initiative to change her arm into a clasp.
Tired? Zhang Yang was indeed a bit tired.
From the time of graduation to now, Zhang Yang seemed to be a driven donkey, busy non-stop. Busy graduating, busy looking for a job, not finding a job, defecting to his cousin, buying a house, paying off the mortgage, blind date.
Even after getting the system, Zhang Yang seems to be desperately pretending and deliberately making money. It was indeed a bit tiring.
Especially after passing through the two individuals, Wang Defat and Fang Dezhou, it was a bit tiring. Why don't we go back to my hometown? It's just the right time to eat lobster and drink beer. Let's go fishing and boating during the day, and then go to a barbecue and drink beer at night. As the old saying goes, if you have money and don't pretend to be rich, you will be struck by heaven and thunder. Their own less than 30 years old bought a 3 million car, full payment bought a suite, the card is still deposited more than 1 million. Also with a small 18-year-old wife.
This on he has to pretend
Chapter 31 White Moonlight, Rotten White Moonlight, Yellow Moonlight.
Yao Yao is in a bad mood. Zhang Yang mood is not very beautiful, the two together, simply direct day overnight back.
Clothes are confiscated, drive the car and set off directly. Halfway to make a phone call to mom, let her room simply clean up. Mom may be sleeping, at first just to cope with a few sentences, they do not want to move, so let dad go.
Dad was tired all day and didn't want to move. Until Zhang Yang said that his girlfriend was also in the car. The sleeping dad got a kick out of it. When he got home, he realized that there was a long red carpet on the road from his house to the intersection. This was left over from the previous opening of Wanghua breeding when the town came over to cut the ribbon.
Zhang Yang is living in the countryside. The countryside build their own 2-story small house, single family. Along the red carpet all the way open, small house inside and outside, bright lights. Curls of cooking smoke down the chimney, straight into the clouds.
Dad.
I'm afraid I can't set off this firecracker. Zhang Yang's dad didn't know what kind of car Zhang Yang bought. Even if the car passed by, he just took a curious look. When Zhang Yang got out of the car, he was shocked but still ready to light a firecracker to celebrate. Dad, it's too unlucky to set off firecrackers in the middle of the night, turn around and you'll wake up the village again. It's okay, your grandpa and grandma are dead balls, it doesn't matter. Dad waved his hand and resolutely lit the firecrackers and cannons in the wee hours of the night. The crackling and snapping woke up the dogs in the whole village, scaring Zhang Yang, who hurriedly drove the car into the alley for fear of chipping the paint. Quite a few people in the village had gone to sleep and climbed up again when they heard the commotion. As if on purpose, Zhang Yang's dad stood at the mouth of the hut waiting to apologize to the neighbors who came over.
My son brought his girlfriend back, there's no way to set off a firecracker.
Sorry, my son brought his girlfriend back.
Master Six house is fine, Zhang Yang brought his girlfriend back.
Mom didn't care about dad, she opened the gate of the yard and let Zhang Yang drive the car in.
Mom, isn't it a bit exaggerated?
Zhang Yang looked at the table, braised turtle, braised eel, braised meat, braised eggplant, plus 4 plates of cold dishes, cold tomatoes, cold cucumbers, cold fungus, cold eggplant. If it is not now too late in the day the supermarket closed, it is estimated that mom will have to the whole 8 meat and 8 veg out. It's not a treat for you, what do you care?
Mom looks at Yao Yao, her mouth is almost closed.
At this time, although Yao Yao is a head of red hair, but behavior is exceptionally well behaved. From getting off the car to start calling people, into the house, until the seat are very good behavior. Mom's character belongs to the kind of staggering character, naturally do not like daughter-in-law is also the kind of staggering.
Yao Yao's performance undoubtedly poked the mom's fantasy about her future daughter-in-law. Quickly sit down, see if the food cooked by auntie is to your liking, said mom, looking at Yao Yao. The more she looked at her, the more she liked it, and she kept pinching the food one after another. Zhang Yang looked at the thumb-thick, spine-yellow eel, did not eat it feel hungry. Eels are not good for farming, and most of the eels you can see in the countryside are wild. Such a thick eel to the patient who just opened the knife to eat is more or less, to the young people to eat? I'm afraid it's not a hot nosebleed in the middle of the night. He did not dare to eat more he can stand, that wooden bed cannot stand. Of course, Dad, Mom certainly did not have any bad intentions, it is estimated that this is the family's best ingredients. Yao Yao, this thing is very complimentary, eat less for good. Yao Yao looked at her mom and Zhang Yang and finally decided to hold her mom's hand. Zhang Yang looked at her and said that she didn't need to sleep tonight. After almost 5 minutes, the 100 loud high artillery only finished, Dad's mouth cannot be suppressed, walking her waist straight. Son, how to sleep at night? Need Dad to sleep downstairs? After simply eating a little, Dad pulled Zhang Yang to one side. No, Yao Yao and I will sleep in the same room, you guys hurry up and go to sleep, I'm tired for the whole day today. Upon hearing this, Dad was delighted and went back to the house with Mom. Uncle, why is it so hot? Back to the room of Yao Yao, lying on the bed counting the red envelopes given by Mom, the small eyes smiled almost squinted. Is it hot? Let me help you turn on the air conditioner. Uncle, it's so cool on you. Ah. The night was sleepless and when the next day dawned, the two of them slept until noon before waking up. Zhang Yang only felt like his bones were falling apart. Yao Yao was also duly punished, curling up like a little lazy cat. Burying her head in the quilt, she didn't dare to squeak. Get up, your ass is showing. Zhang Yang slapped Yao Yao's exposed but Yao Yao was shy. Uncle, it's all your fault. Last night the commotion was so loud, Auntie and the others must have heard it. Zhang Yang rubbed his waist. Sister, do you blame me? I want to sleep. It's you who refused to come down. Zhang Yang was about to say something else, but Yao Yao covered his mouth. Don't say it, it's so embarrassing. A ray of sunlight just shone on Yao Yao's body. Every single hair was dyed in golden color by the sunlight. The big watery eyes were full of shyness and sweetness. It made Zhang Yang couldn't help but kiss again. Zhang Yang, I heard that you brought your girlfriend back. Come out and let my brother see it. Zhang Yang was still ready to have a day out, but he didn't expect an untimely voice downstairs to ring out. Yao Yao, who was still a bit emotional, immediately hid under the quilt in shame. Hearing the voice of the visitor, Zhang Yang could only put on his clothes and go downstairs. Zhang Yang, you kid can buy a car without saying a word, or a Cayenne to get rich. When he went downstairs, Zhang Yang's best friend, Lu Bo, was rubbing Zhang Yang's Cayenne non-stop, like an obsessed man. I quit my job and I'm ready to come back to raise crabs with you. Zhang Yang took out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Bo. Lu Bo looked at the huazi that he just took out and prepared to disperse, and then looked at the gold medium branch in Zhang Yang's hand, and decisively switched over. You just blow it, car keys, quickly let me see what this Cayenne looks like. A cigarette ended, Lu Bo opened the car door and sat on his butt. Boom, a foot of gas did not startle him. You, this Cayenne changed. Why is the movement so big? Lu Bo did not dare to drive again but got out of the car to look at the exhaust until he saw a few letters following the back of the Cayenne, took out his cell phone and searched. More than $3 million landed. Zhang Yang, you are tying up a rich woman. No, I have to send a friend's circle to pretend. Lu Bo took out his phone and sat on the driver's seat and took a picture of the car's butt. Guess how much this car costs? The friend circle was just sent and soon someone commented. Lu Bo, your kid can are driving on the Cayenne, crab sold to us when adulterated it. I said every time that rope house so thick, so long it, combined with this Cayenne is our crowdfunding. We have to treat them, we will pull out all the crabs in his pond and bleed them out. Several of the comments are from their high school classmates, all in a joking tone, although Lu Bo's high school grades are not good, but he is a good person. When Zhang Yang was in college, he stopped studying and raised a fish pond with his dad. Who has a birthday, who has a thing he is fine will send some. When everyone graduated, this group is not like other classes of high school group as soon as the graduation is silent. Of course, there is a payoff. Lu Bo's crabs have been selling very well. Who has a wedding and funeral, send people to send gifts to find him. The price is cheap, not to mention, the service is good. The county personally send, the county outside the car to send. The lack of catty, watered down what does not exist, we are not little cute. The price is expensive, where else can someone buy it? Zhang Yang's family can engage in 8 breeding more than half of the credit in him. It's not my turn to treat you, this car is Zhang Yang's, you have to invite him, and this is not an ordinary Cayenne. Lu Bo took his cell phone and was about to reply one by one when a video suddenly popped up. Lu Bo, you changed your car off? The woman in the video was wearing tight yoga pants and a white sunscreen suit and was running outside the neighborhood in the morning. The car Zhang Yang's, where can I change? This car more than 3 million it. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Lu Cici's shock value plus 1000, gaining 10 pretending points. Cici, let's come out for dinner tonight, just as Zhang Yang is back. Lu Bo did not notice Lu Cici's dumbfounded look in the slightest. Zhang Yang was also stunned when he heard the system beep. How does this Lu Cici sound so familiar? Only a moment later did he remember that this was not the schoolgirl of their high school. How did he remember that this woman was married to a rich second generation once she graduated? I heard that when the university also for the second generation abortion, when many boys heard her very difficult to level. The only fantasies in the heart of the white moonlight are dashed. If there's one thing that's more upsetting than the white moonlight, I'm afraid it's the rotten white moonlight. If there is still a rotten white moonlight, it has become a yellow moonlight. Lu Bo, how did you hook up with this Lu Cici, not afraid of his husband coming over to pull out all the crabs in your house and bleed them out? Zhang Yang looked at Lu Bo, hung up the phone and couldn't help but shiver with a warm and happy look. Finished. This properly become licking dog, die licking addiction. They divorced a long time ago, her husband didn't care about her and wasn't motivated, so they divorced. I'm pursuing her now, already half successful evening to eat a meal together, I'll reintroduce your future sister-in-law to you. Lu Bo put Lu Cici's circle of friends point open, it is full of all kinds of travel alright, writing, open selfie? The upper body changes from time to time, the lower body standard are a pair of tight yoga pants. Zhang Yang's mind instantly recalled a word, outside 5 counties yoga pants. Chapter 32 3 Nyang Teaching Bureau. Hey. Zhang Yang, your eyes are not right, we are brothers, you can't love your sister-in-law. Lu Bo looked at Zhang Yang staring at Lu Cici's circle of friends and couldn't help but push him. Lu Bo, have you ever heard of the term yoga pants in the outer 5 counties? After all, Lu Bo was his hairy little brother, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing when he saw his hairy little brother being played as a dog by the outer 5 counties yoga pants. More critical is that the spirit of the little sister avalanche Lao Dang, that at best is to avalanche a phoenix feather.
30, 50 collapse a collapse, no harm. Outside the 5 counties yoga class but belongs to the old Siberian crab, reach out all want money ah.
Immortal emperor came, after the divorce have to be divided half of the cultivation.
His own brother all these years, get up early and save the 3 melons in 2 dates is not easy ah. Never heard of it, but don't worry, Cece is not the kind of gold-digging woman, she hasn't asked me for a penny until now. Hiss. Zhang Yang heard the heart even cooler, do not want a small profit will be a big plan ah. Lubo's home pond crabs in the future for fear of all have to split 2.5, divided it. Is the evening alright, let's make a dinner appointment, long time have not had a drink together. Lubo, who was poisoned by licking, obviously did not understand the meaning of Zhang Yang's words, and handed a big bucket of crabs to Zhang Yang's mom and then turned his head to leave.
It's almost noon, why don't you stay here and eat before you leave?
Mom looked at the 4.5 tails of female crabs in the bucket and said she was afraid that the bucket would cost 400 to 500 pounds. No, there is a little bit of crab delivery in the afternoon, otherwise the night delay.
Lubo waved his hand, drove his van ass on the long way.
Lubo's income in these years can be, the family also has an Audi Q5, the reason why did not open is afraid of causing people to resent. You drive an Audi to your home to send crabs, people will subconsciously think that you earn a lot of money, otherwise you have this car where the money. After sending Lubo away, Zhang Yang got up and went upstairs, wanting to take Yao to the county mall to buy a few sets of clothes, she can't keep wearing the same clothes all the time. Yao was staring at her cell phone screen and didn't even see Zhang Yang coming over. Looking at Yao's cell phone, the screen showed that Little Yellow and Little Green were getting drunk in a bar, swallowing clouds and spitting out fog, and comparing their ghostly expressions towards the screen. From time to time, they also tongue-kissed with the spiritual guy next to them, and not the same one. The mesmerized eyes were clearly not the eyes a normal person should have. Yao was not only not attracted, her eyes also revealed a wave of sadness, and there were hidden tears flashing in her beautiful eyes. Wasted. Little Yellow and Little Green were considered to be completely wasted, and everyone else could see it except for themselves.
Uncle, can we help Little Yellow and Little Green?
Yao didn't dare to look at Zhang Yang and could only bury her head on Zhang Yang's stomach, hugging Zhang Yang to keep her tears from flowing down. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, it wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he really couldn't. The reason why people are deep in the mire is not the floating algae in the mire, nor is it the silt in the mire that makes people fall, but the light that has long been extinguished in the self that has given up struggling. Even if you find a job for Xiao Huang and Xiao Green, they will not go on it, and they will not work at ease, and they will not be able to save money even if they work. Get up later you will take you to the mall to buy a few sets of clothes, there is a party at night. After Yao calmed down a bit, Zhang Yang touched Yao's head. Yao wiped her tears with Zhang Yang's clothes and put on a happy smile again. After dinner, Yao followed her mom to go out for a stroll, to be exact, it was her mom who took Yao for a stroll. Originally straight through the fish pond of the small road does not have to go to the main road. Instead of going in the cool evening, she had to pick noon when everyone was eating.
Yo, Auntie 2 is having dinner.
Who's this?
She's so pretty. Zhang Yang's girlfriend went to the pond with me. Third aunt, this is Zhang Yang's girlfriend, isn't it? She's so pretty. Yao came back with peaches, watermelons, and grapes in her hands. Mom, in the evening Lubo called me to go to dinner, Yao, and I will not eat at home. Seeing that his mom is going to call his 7 aunts and 8 uncles over again, Zhang Yang decisively skipped out. It's not that Yao can't hold her hand, and it's not that Zhang Yang dislikes the poor and loves the rich and doesn't recognize his relatives, it's really too much nagging. Especially my sister-in-law, she would probably compare Yao with that old Indian turtledove, so she can't help but get upset. Instead of having 2 big heads, it would be better to bail out earlier. The economy of their county is not bad, there is RT Mart, there is Wuyue Plaza.
Took Yao in the square mall shopping for a while, bought a few suitable clothes, and played a little crane machine. Time unknowingly came to the time agreed with Lubo. Following the navigation, I found the restaurant Lubo said, a very small and shabby fly tavern, but there were quite a lot of people. Zhang Yang frowned a little, Lubo business mind so good, how in the relationship so low? People outside the 5 counties yoga pants can come up here to eat? Just when Zhang Yang thought that Lu Cece would find a reason not to come, he didn't expect the other party to arrive one step ahead of Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang, long time no see.
Lu Cece was wearing a white sunscreen with a gray sports undershirt inside, paired with a pair of gray yoga pants. Getting down from a white Mercedes-Benz C, her eyes obviously brightened a few points when she saw Zhang Yang's car. Taking the initiative, she greeted Zhang Yang, no longer living up to the high spirits of the class flower back then. Long time no see, old classmate. Facing the hand extended by Lu Cece, before Zhang Yang could shake it, Yao took the lead and shook it.
Hello Auntie, I'm Uncle's girlfriend. Auntie? In the face of this super doubled name, Lu Cece obviously didn't react a bit.
Calling chicken hair Auntie this is my high school classmate. Zhang Yang was a bit helpless knowing that Yao was jealous. From the moment she got off the bus, Lu Cece had been staring at Zhang Yang, and the woman's intuition told her that this woman was up to no good. Auntie chicken hair, I 07, how old are you?
Yao Yao said it again, not on purpose, better than on purpose. Zhang Yang, this little girlfriend of yours is really cute. Lu Cece laughed teasingly, as if she did not take this rivalry to heart. Turning her head, she led Zhang Yang and the others into this fly tavern. She seemed to be a regular here and asked the owner for an outside table as soon as they entered. Not a moment later, there was another Audi A4, parked beside Zhang Yang and the others. A black and a blue pair of yoga pants came down from the car. The two of them seemed to be quite familiar with this place and went straight to Zhang Yang as soon as they got out of the car. They didn't mind the mess or anything, they wiped the stools with paper and sat down on the table with their asses. Among the three, Lu Cece's appearance and figure belongs to the best, but the next two people also have their own style. Black yoga pants rippling, the same piece of XXL code sunscreen, she froze to wear out the illusion of S code. Blue jeans are also not much to let, peach buttocks, small waist, seam outline just right. As soon as the three of them were seated, Zhang Yang obviously heard the voices of the men around them talking a few minutes less. As soon as the three of them were seated, they all greeted and chatted, and did not show a very impatient look. Could it be that he was really looking at people with colored glasses? It was just that Zhang Yang's heart always had a faint sense of dissonance. It was only when Yao Yao huffed and puffed and pulled out her cell phone, turned off the beauty face, turned off the filters, turned off the peeling, and used the native camera to take the picture that Zhang Yang realized where that sense of dissonance came from. These three yoga pants had never taken a single photo since they got off the bus. It was important to know that they were very fond of posting on their friends' circles, and they could post 18 selfies even if they stepped on a piece of dog. They didn't move like a mountain at this time. What does this mean? It means they can't see this place since the beginning. They don't want the lickers to know that they are eating in such a low-fly shop, to maintain the nobility and purity of their circle. Just let them sit here. What is the motivation? Looking at since the beginning of the eyes or intentionally or unintentionally fall on their own three people. Then look at the three people sitting posture, a front, a left, a right, three people, or stilted legs, or bowed head and waist, or one hand resting their cheeks. Properly three mother teach children bureau ah. Chapter 33 Outer 5 Counties Yoga Pants Shocker. Cece, sitting here for half a day you do not also give an introduction ah. After the three of them chatted for a few moments, they finally shifted the center of their strategy to Zhang Yang. At once Zhang Yang felt a sense of oppression from the tea master. Hello handsome, Su Hua, currently running a flower store in our county. The black yoga pants took the lead and stood up, slowly extending her right hand. As she slowly rose, the beginnings of the Grand Canyon of East Africa slowly began to appear, and after she stood up, the full extent of the terrain was able to be glimpsed. Butterfly-shaped and quite fat. Zhang Yang, currently jobless, intends to come back and do farming with Lu Bo. Green yoga class's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of disappointment after hearing that Zhang Yang was planning to come back to do farming. The butt that was just about to get up sat back down again. The black yoga pants, whose segment should be the highest amongst the several people, did not move and glanced at Zhang Yang's watch and spoke with a smile. Handsome guy, what a joke, wearing a $1 million+ Richard Mill dry farming. Handsome, what is this intended to breed ah? Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lu Cece shock value plus 1000, gaining 10 points of pretense value. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Pan Danny's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 points of pretense value. Looking at the unimpressive toy watch on Zhang Yang's hand, both of them were stunned for a while. Ha, just kidding, it's not that expensive. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, he was also shocked in his heart, the Su Hua segment was high. No wonder she just stretched out her right hand, she wanted to look at her watch. What's even more scary is that she actually knows that it's Richard Mill just by looking at it for a few moments. This woman is either a watch repairer or she has seen the world. Su Hua also wanted to continue to chat on the topic of watches, but unexpectedly green yoga pants is directly up. Due to too much excitement wrongly estimated the distance between herself and the table. The moment she got up, her chest almost didn't lift the table. The girl named Pan Sweet delicately covered the chest, screamed miserably, and kept rubbing the chest. The rippling and surging images made many men swallow a mouthful of saliva. Hello handsome, Pan Tian, a small anchor, if you have nothing to do you can come to my live room. Pan sweetheart? Aren't you called Pan and I? Zhang Yang was surprised for a moment as he looked at the deliberately bent over Pan and I in front of him. The little bit of caution of Pan and I was seen by Lu Cece and Su Hui, both of them flashed a trace of contempt in their eyes. This Pan and I still wanted to continue nagging with Zhang Yang, but the boss had already brought up a plate of sauerkraut and fatty intestine casserole, braised pig's feet, and stovetop duck. The 3 pots of food made my mouth water just by looking at them. Lu Bo happened to be driving an Audi Q5 as well and rushed over, carrying out a white phone box from the back box. Lao Kai processing a bit, and then give us a table, there will be a friend to come. Okay, where is the wine? What wine to drink today? The boss skillfully took the phone box and began to process it. A case of Birit, half ice, half room temperature. Lu Bo moved a stool and sat next to Lu Cece. Looking at Lu Bo's clothes, he should have gone back and changed. However, there was still a faint seafood odor on his body, and as soon as he sat down Lu Cece instinctively frowned. Zhang Yang, you're kinda shelling out today, the pike crab that just arrived. Usually I can't even eat it if I want to myself. Quick taste, this is me and Cece, they often come to Eat Point Restaurant, this Kaibo's cell phone bar. Lu Bo said and started to pick up the beer and distributed it. What made Zhang Yang a bit surprised was that he had thought that Lu Cece and Su Hui were driving and would not drink. He did not expect that the three of them would each take a bottle and receive it. When Lu Bo sent to Yao Yao, he froze for a moment. Zhang Yang, this is? Lu Bo looked at Yao Yao next to Zhang Yang, although he had guessed in his mind, he did not dare to jump to conclusions. My girlfriend, Yao Yao. Yao Yao seemed to be a little bit grumpy, probably because she was just pissed off by these three yoga pants scratching their heads and seducing Zhang Yang, as soon as she opened her mouth. Hello uncles, aunts, I'm uncle's girlfriend Yao Yao. But Lu Bo, who just took a sip of plain water, almost didn't spit it out. Zhang Yang, you are really a beast, are you 18 years old? Although Su Hui and Pan and I were surprised, but when they thought of the watch that Zhang Yang drove to the car with, it seemed quite normal. After all, although the girl will not always be 18, but there will always be 18-year-old girls. Yes, just had a birthday. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly and rubbed Yao Yao's head, signaling her not to talk nonsense. Beast you eat and drink spicy food, people are still not weaned, this is all down the drain. Lu Bo cursed with a laugh and handed Zhang Yang a bottle. Lu Cece, who had been quiet for half a day, suddenly said, Zhang Yang, you didn't used to be like this, now that you are rich, you have learned to be bad. When these words came out, Zhang Yang's eyebrows instantly frowned. What Lu Cece meant in her words was that Zhang Yang used money to get rid of Yao Yao. Although this is the truth, there are some words that can be seen but not said. If you say it, it will hurt the peace and harmony. The sight of Su Hui green tea is very, here Lu Cece so say immediately began to fall down the well. What's wrong with that? The one upstairs is 60 years old, and he still has a mistress. The key is also often change, get tired of playing with a new one. Lu Bo's face changed drastically when he heard this, fearing that Yao Yao would set the table. He poured wine to interrupt. Hui, you're wrong, my brother is single, he should be punished with a cup of wine later. Su Hui is also a senior-old green tea. She smiled and said to Zhang Yang, sorry, I said something wrong, I will punish myself with a cup later. The conversation was in their local dialect. Yao Yao was playing with her cell phone with her head down, as if she didn't hear or understand. There was just a hint of tears flashing in the bottom of her eyes. The dialect of their place is actually not difficult to understand, plus the speed at which a few people talk is not slow. Uncle, what are you all looking at me for? Are you saying something bad about me? Yao Yao raised her head and pretended she didn't understand, still wearing a pouty smile. Just the flash of tears at the bottom of her eyes, other than the chesty Pan and I, everyone else noticed it. Nothing, they said that this gold jewelry of yours is nice, but unfortunately it doesn't match with this color. Zhang Yang smiled and from his wrist, he took off the Richard Mille on his left hand and wore it on Yao Yao's hand. See how much smoother it looks this way. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Yao Yao looked at the Richard Mille on her hand and was a bit incredulous. This was a watch worth more than $1 million. Zhang Yang actually gave it to her. Zhang Yang actually gave her this watch. He was not afraid that she would bump it, touch it, and sell it secretly. However, after a slight daze, she still gave Zhang Yang a kiss on his mouth. Thank you uncle. On the side, although Lu Cece, Su Hui, and Pan and I were envious, the corners of their mouths unconsciously revealed a teasing smile. A little girl is a little girl, letting you wear it for a bit makes you happy. When you get tired of playing with it, you will have to cry. Zhang Yang didn't see the teasing in their eyes and smiled as he helped Yao Yao put it on. Not bad, good looking, I'm giving it to you. Give it to me? Yao Yao looked at Zhang Yang with some disbelief. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value plus 10,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of pretense value. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Cece's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of pretense value. Ding, due to the host's arrogance, Su Hui's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of pretentiousness. Ding, due to the host's arrogance, Pan Danny's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of pretense value. Chapter 34 Brother, Cost-Effective Ramen. Time seems to be frozen in them. People were coming and going all around them, but they were the only ones who were still and silent. Except for Zhang Yang, everyone's eyes went to the red watch that Yao Yao was holding in her hand. Lu Cece, Su Hui, and Pan Danny gulped in unison. They had seen and heard of watches that cost more than $1 million, but they had never owned one. They didn't expect Zhang Yang to give it away just like that. If someone could give them this watch, they would be happy to be played with and dumped. Well, I gave it to you, this watch is too cartoonish for uncle to wear. Zhang Yang rubbed Yao Yao's head, and when he was done, he remembered something and instructed, this is a Richard Mille, don't just sell it like a membership card. Spiritual girls are emotional creatures who dare to do anything on impulse. Zhang Yang was afraid that if she got carried away, she would sell the watch if something happened to her. Of course it's useless to talk about it, when it comes to something she should sell it, Zhang Yang just hopes that she won't sell it too cheaply. Got it, thanks uncle.
Yao Yao got up and sat on her but in Zhang Yang's arms, kissed Zhang Yang and then showed off as if she was holding the watch in her right hand in mid-air. To the setting sun, she gestured, "Uncle, it's so pretty." "Ahem, cousin, I'm not late, am I?" Just when the three yoga pants were about to get red eyes from staring at Yao Yao's watch, a yellow hair suddenly opened his mouth to pull back the several people's sight. Lu Bo also came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly introduced Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, this is my cousin Wang Kuan, just graduated from junior college. He's the sixth in line, just call him sixth son." This Wang Kuan is also a good person, immediately took out a pack of lacun from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yang. "Good day, brother Yang." After that, he took a look at Yao Yao in Zhang Yang's arms. In the end, he was a young man, not the slightest bit surprised, and continued to pass up a cigarette to Yao Yao. "Good for you, sister-in-law." Finisher was about to take out his lighter and light it for Zhang Yang. "Sister-in-law?" The crowd had a black line. Yao Yao shouted uncle and auntie to them, and this sixth son shouted sister-in-law to Yao Yao. This generation is really messed up. Yao Yao, however, looked very happy. "Uncle, he doesn't like to smoke cigarettes from others, sister-in-law smokes." The crowd again had a head of black lines. But anyway, the relationship is already messy enough, it doesn't seem to matter if it's a little more messy. As soon as sixth son was seated, he immediately began to liven up the atmosphere. It wasn't without reason that this fly restaurant could be so vigorously promoted by Lu Bo. "Boss Kai, this dish is really okay." Coupled with the pike crabs brought by Lu Bo, a mouthful of crab, a mouthful of cold beer, felt like the whole person was refreshed. Yao Yao's attention was still on a few yoga pants at first, and whenever there was any head scratching, she covered Zhang Yang's eyes at the first opportunity. But soon she was immersed in the food. A mouthful of crab, a mouthful of pig's feet, a mouthful of beer, it was refreshing. Of course her worries were a bit redundant. Probably because Zhang Yang had acted too bashful, the original San Yang Dumpling Bureau had imploded before it had even started. "Cici, you and Lu Bo are getting engaged, right?" The big-breasted Pan Danny's words made Lu Cici's face instantly change, looking at Pan Danny's eyes full of hostility. "Really big boobs, people's real girlfriend is still there, you think about getting rid of the competition first." But the outer 5 counties yoga pants are not spiritual little sisters, they should have the city still have, because they figure not 30, 50 so simple. Lu Cici did not say anything, just lowered her head and drank a mouthful of beer to suppress the shock, and then pretended to be a little shy to look at Lu Bo on the side. Lu Bo heard Pan Danny's words, has been using the afterglow to watch Lu Shishi. He realized that the other party was looking at himself with a bit of shyness, and his heart was delighted. Who can refuse the touch of shyness that doesn't win the cool breeze? Seeing this, Lucy immediately began to coax. "Cousin froze for what? Confession ah." Glimpsed a flower seller in the distance, pulled out $30, and ran over in a hurry. "You can't buy a few more bunches?" Lu Bo looked at the 3 bunches of red roses handed over by Lucy, always felt a little chilled. "Brother, there's no money, my mom won't give me money." Lu Zi looked at Lu Bo with an aggrieved look. As soon as Zhang Yang guessed, he knew that when a man started using cash, don't doubt it, he was still really broke. "Cici, marry me, okay?" Lu Bo knelt down on one knee like on TV, where has the small county seen such a meaty thing? One of them flew out their cell phones ready to send a jitterbug. Some people have already begun to coax, marry him, marry him. "Uncle, how romantic." Yao Yao held a crab leg in her hand and leaned her head on Zhang Yang's shoulder. In spirit little sister's worldview, it was very romantic to receive a bouquet of flowers and to have a chance to formally confess. After all, you can't expect a spiritual guy who can't even afford to eat to go buy a bouquet of roses without eating. Unfortunately, Lu Cici is not a spiritual little sister, she is outside the 5 counties yoga pants. Here if it was an upscale western restaurant, Lu Bo's hand holding up not 3 roses, not 99 roses, but a 10-carat diamond ring, surrounded by not a crowd of eaters, but a group of violinists, there might still be some possibilities. Just as Zhang Yang thought, Lu Cici looked at the sounds of the people around her who were uproarious, and then looked at the surroundings and the 3 red roses, and a hint of dislike flashed under her eyes. Fake and fake, she picked out one of the 3 roses, and just like the scum, she didn't take the initiative, didn't refuse, and didn't admit. "Lu Bo is sorry, I just ended a marriage, and I don't have any security at all about marriage right now. Can you give me a little time to think about it?" Appeal. The surroundings resounded with a pouring applause, although Lu Bo's heart was a little disappointed, but also awkwardly smiled and said, "It's okay, there's no rush." After this, Lu Cici chatted for a few moments, called a chauffeur and left. As soon as Lu Cici left, Su Hui followed and also left. Pan Danny would have liked to stay, but unfortunately, no one took care of him. "Zhang Yang, do you think I'm a bit buttoned up?" Lu Bo poured a glass of cold beer and drank it all in one go. He had stopped studying at the age of 18 and had not gotten married at the age of 28, and there were already people in the village talking about it. However, Zhang Yang felt that there was no need to rush. The market is not good this year, and the days of yoga pants in the outer 5 counties are not easy. On the one hand, 60 installments of hard on the Mercedes-Benz C-loan, on the other hand, only out of the high consumption persona, not half a year these outside the 5 counties yoga pants will have to thunder. Lu Cici's Salomon or open line still wearing, should not last long. At that time, if Lubo doesn't look for her, she will have to take the initiative to look for Lubo. Brother, you're more than a deduction, you're simply a deduction to the house. If I were you, I'd take someone to a Western restaurant, order a row of violins afterward, and finally pull out a big 10-carat diamond ring to ensure a smooth take.
Brother, do you want to buy a diamond ring?
I know an old cousin who sells rhinestones and guarantees you can't tell, and the key is that you can get a refund.
In case the confession is not successful. Rol Lubo did not pay attention to the six sons' bad idea, simply eat a little, is ready to call a car back. Now it is Zhang's turn to be dumbfounded. No, we do not call a chauffeur to go back? Just put the car over here.
Zhang Yang watched as Lubo stopped a cab and couldn't help but stare. It's a waste to call a chauffeur, a taxi will cost you 30 at most, but a chauffeur will cost you 80 at least.
Lubo carried the shrewdness of a businessman into his life.
Forget it, I'll call it, if it gets scratched, there's no place to cry.
Zhang Yang's car is a $3+ million Cayenne, put it here.
In case any mental boy stands on it and does a social rock, Zhang Yang would have to cry to death. No cousin, you guys are going back, you're also too deductive, brother Yang rarely comes back, you must not have a two-field. Brother, let's go to KTV, I have an old cousin who works as a waiter in it, and I guarantee that the price-performance ratio will be full. Lubo originally did not want to go, too waste of money, the mood is not very good. But I can't help it, 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 I can't help it. Singing is not a song, it is a conversation of the heart.
Just half an hour later, he regretted it. This is what you call cost-effective ramen? Lubo looked at the 10 music teachers in the box instantly with a black line.
The 10 music teachers also had black lines on their heads. They had been practicing for so many years, and for the first time, they saw someone order a bottle of beer after ordering 10 princesses. The key was that this bottle of beer wasn't even from their place, but was a side trip from an unknown stall.
Chapter 35 Extraordinary Lucky Draw.
Brother, how's it, isn't it a cost-effective raffle? Sixth son looked at the box 10 music teachers, a witty as me expression. The box picks up what is left of others, the drinks are self-brought, maybe KTV also have to take a little bit of white water. $5,000 ordered 10 music teachers, is indeed cost-effective pull full. Just the remaining hours, how to get 10 music teachers drink a bottle of beer? Let others music teacher just sing Cousin, if you don't order another case of beer, I won't be able to explain. A waiter looked at Lu Zi with some difficulty. Not to think of the six as a justified, point what beer, out to play is not to point music teacher, singing it, I want to drink beer I will not go to the stalls
Lu Bo. Zhang Yang. Mom sang.
Okay, give me this menu of yours. Zhang Yang's face was a little bit hanging, he suddenly felt that Lu Zi should play with Xiong and them in one piece.
A light point mold doesn't eat, a light point music teacher doesn't drink.
Alright, brother. Sixth son's old cousin respectfully handed a gilt menu to Zhang Yang. The mom-san on the side was also looking at Zhang Yang with some apprehension. The two of them were like a tortoise and a pimp. The usual commission for a room at a KTV was 200, which this old table no longer wanted. The mom-san's big head is still the commission from the drinks in addition to the princess's commission. This operation of the six sons is like going to a 4S store to buy a car naked, full payment, without adding accessories. If all the customers did what Rocco did, she would starve to death. That's why all her hopes were pinned on Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Yang kept flipping back, her heart sank more and more. In the front, there were foreign wines like XO, in the middle, there were high-end beers like Shili and Budweiser, and in the back, there were some low-end beers. She had thought that Zhang Yang would be a rich man looking at his extraordinary temperament, but she didn't expect. Let's have a book. Zhang Yang closed the menu and whispered. What do you mean? Mom-san didn't understand, and looked at the menu that Zhang Yang threw over and stared blankly. After a few moments, she asked with some disbelief, Boss, are you saying that you want to order all the wines on it? Zhang Yang nodded, not the wine, but everything on it, including the fruit plate. Zhang Yang looked at it, the most expensive thing on it was probably the bottle of Hennessy XO 5180, then Royal Salute, vodka. Like what Budweiser, Powertrain is only 78.58 a bottle price is much more conscientious than the bar. There are 10 music teachers here, plus a mom-san, one person contributes a little shock value, and he earns it back. Just as Zhang Yang expected, the mama-san's voice trembled a bit. Boss, are you telling the truth? Including these meat dishes, vegetarian dishes, and fruit plates? Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Hongmei's shock value is plus 1,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's arrogance, Wang Suetsue's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Zhou Tingting's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. The 10 music teachers contributed 1 point each, and the mom-san contributed 10 points alone. Zhang Yang, isn't it a bit of a waste for us to have just 3 people? Lubo's heart was dripping blood as he looked at the string of bills that added up to almost 80,000 plus. With more than 60,000, I'm afraid I'll have to pave this box with crabs.
Sixth son also on the side to persuade, Yang brother, so little cost effective is too low, if I say. Get lost. Lu Bo didn't want to listen to his cost performance comment. Seeing that Zhang Yang's mind was made up, he was ready to pay for it himself. But how could Zhang Yang agree to it? He stopped in front of him and handed his cell phone to the mom-san. Tell her to just scan the code directly. Ding, due to the host's bigness, Lu Hongmei shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pretentious points. Zhang Yang was stunned. He didn't seem to have done anything. Why was he suddenly shocked? Then he saw Lu Hongmei staring at her cell phone screen and knew why. He had booked this mortgage but had not yet paid it off, and after spending more than $80,000, the bank's spending reminder came. It is estimated that it was shocked by that series of reminders. This trip is worth on the cost-effective still have to be a small county Soon 7 or 8 waiters pushed one trolley after another and came in. The table is filled with a variety of snacks, what fishing juice, small seafood, meat and vegetarian dishes, duck necks and so on. The floor was piled up with all kinds of foreign wine and beer. Boss, why don't I upgrade you to a large package, on me? The corners of Mama San's mouth could barely contain her smile. Today's commission was worth a month's worth for her. Music teachers are also eye-opening. They have been here for so long on the class, or the first time to know that the original KTV can also be ordered to fish juice, small seafood, peppered shrimp, duck necks and so on. No, just this box, I don't want to move. Zhang Yang looked at the music teachers wearing ultra-short skirts one by one. The cost-effective remarks of the sixth son is still a bit reasonable. With the consumption in place, the service enthusiasm naturally came up. The music teachers had previous induction training. They could not drink more of the guests' wine or eat more of the fruit plate. A plate of fruit plate is so little, if you come up to even eat and drink, guests eat what? But today is different. There are too many things. Wine tube enough, eat also tube enough, also do not have to care about the guests, just 3 guests, one of them also brought a girlfriend, like open patty, and even between music teachers and music teachers also PK up. Lu Bo was a bit reserved at first, but could not help but persuade the music teacher not a moment to play high. Lu Zi, needless to say, the pursuit of cost-effective each music teacher cut a little. Played that called a not happy. Have been playing until 1 o'clock, one is still not yet finished. Uncle, this watch is still yours. After sending the somewhat drunk Lu Bo to the cab, Zhang Yang drove himself back with Yao Yao. He had antidote pills, and after one of them went down, he instantly sobered up and the alcohol was all gone. After driving halfway, Yao Yao suddenly took off the watch on her hand to show back to Zhang Yang. HM? Don't like it? Zhang Yang was a bit stunned. This is Richard Mille, this are not like. I like it, but uncle, it's too expensive. I know it's uncle's way of earning face for me at night. I can't accept it. Yao Yao returned the watch to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed. If this is known to outer 5 counties yoga pants or Indian old spotted dove, it is estimated to be pissed off. Okay, what can't I accept? Uncle gave it to you because you are worthy of this watch. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Yao Yao shock value plus 10,000. Congratulations to the host to obtain 100 points of pretentiousness points. Hiss. This Yao Yao part-time is her own treasure girl. Another 100 points. Looking at Yao Yao, who was still dumbfounded, Zhang Yang suddenly smiled and put the watch back again. Alright, since you don't want it, I will give it to that music teacher just now tomorrow. Yao Yao immediately came back to her senses from Zhang Yang's hands and snatched the watch back with a puffed up look. Okay uncle, I just saw you and that little not coming or going. No, I will judge you on behalf of the moon. After saying that, no matter if Zhang Yang was willing or not, he started to go up and down, causing Zhang Yang to have to park the car on the side. 5 minutes later, uncle, it hurts. After returning home and simply washing up, Yao Yao slept tiredly while Zhang Yang stared at the column of system moon with an expectant face. It was time for another 500 points of pretentiousness, but this was the only time he was planning to save it for the 1000 points and have a special draw. Chapter 36 Mixed Gotham, Big Brother Batman. Preparing to look at a friend's circle, as soon as he opened the message sent by the group of bears, he sent it over. Zhang Yang thought about it. Seems to have been many days have not given this bear sent relief money. So decisively transfer of 500. Quietly waiting up, this time cannot send a message, so that the chat box will only be a transfer 500 tips. For the spirit little sister, the sudden transfer of 500, I am afraid that it is a huge sum of money. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lin Xiong's shock value is plus 100. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 point of shock value. After receiving the shock value, Zhang Yang then opened the chat box. Thank you brother loves you How come the quest is still all over the place now? Has it changed to $10? Zhang Yang just sent it over and realized that it was actually an exclamation mark. Bear deleted himself? What kind of operation is this? But less than 10 seconds later, it was added again. I'm sorry uncle, I thought it was those old colorful ad after transferring the account to look at the breasts, look at the graduation photos. Uncle, do you want to see it? It's free. Zhang Yang. Don't look, dead Bear you really cheap. Yao Yao saw the message sent by Bear after snatching Zhang Yang's cell phone and cursed a voice.
This is not cursing, okay? Once cursing that head is like awakening what M Physique General actually really sent a lot of photos. However, with Zhang Yang's experience of reading people for so many years, this should not be the same person. I think it must be a spiritual little sister like Xiong Xiong Avalanche Lao Deng used.
Sending one at a time until it is revealed. Uncle, delete her quickly.
Seeing that Xiong Xiong is still sending, Ya doesn't care if she is someone else, seducing his uncle just won't do.
Okay, just blacken it. Zhang Yang pulled Xiong Xiong into the blacklist, and Ya was satisfied and got up.
After Ya went to wash up, Zhang Yang pulled Xiong Xiong out again.
Xiong, doesn't 100 yen have a black card? Why do you want to crash Lao Deng now?
Zhang Yang has always looked at people quite well, he shouldn't be the kind of ungrateful person. Even if you don't give Xiong Xiong their money, this 3 meals a day, surely no worries.
Sister Yen is doing business now, she's so busy every day that we can't even see her, so we can only think of our own way to make a living. Fong Yuan's fried rice stall is doing so well?
Zhang Yang froze. Fong Yuan's cumin curry fried rice is really good, but a roadside stall, and he's making big pots of marinated vegetables, how busy can he be again? Not that roadside stall, the roadside stall Fong Yuan is doing it alone. Sister Yen is planning to open a gym, and she runs every day without seeing anyone. Uncle, I'm not talking to you. There's a Deng Zhongding on the hook over here, I'm going to send him a picture.
A gym?
Zhang Yang was slightly stunned, he didn't think that Bai Yen would go for any gym. However, all this has nothing to do with him, he is worried about Fong Yuan. He was afraid that 100 Swallows would get the money to engage in some KTV, dance floor, disco, and so on. Can open this in the big city, black and white must have a relationship, otherwise it is just a piece of fat meat on someone else's plate. Want to get you, can be within the rules, with 100 ways to play dead you. Although now Fong Yuan, 100 Swallow what with Zhang Yang has nothing to do, but really out of the matter, Fong Dezhou will certainly be angry at them.
As long as Fong Yuan is fine, 100 Swallows to the 10 million loss, Fong Dezhou will not be angry at Zhang Yang and his brother-in-law's head.
After the chat, Zhang Yang's hanging heart was put down.
Yao also finished freshening up at this time.
Young is good. There is no need to wipe the face. Left 3 layers, right 3 layers of putty powder, followed by the eyelashes to paste lines, lips on the brush paint, foundation smoothing, eyebrow pencil seam, finished. Also have to spray some perfume air purification in addition to formaldehyde. Before you go out, you also have to put some jewelry on your head, after all, the value of the face is high again, but also to hang the ceiling. Yao simply washed her face and wiped some sunscreen on. Okay. Today's Yao is wearing the slit floral long skirt she bought yesterday, a beige long skirt with small strawberries printed all over the work.
If you think she is conservative, that is wrong. Spirit little sister is still spirit little sister. The hem of the skirt has been opened to the top of the knee.
Matching with small white socks and big head shoes, it is also a different flavor.
Uncle, does it look good?
After Yao was fully dressed, she spun around in front of Zhang Yang, her long white skirt twirling like a small lily in full bloom. Especially Yao also ghostly lifted up her skirt as soon as she could. Uncle, look. Under the bloodbath spray, it couldn't help but make Zhang Yang a bit positive. Zhang Yang quickly bring Yao down. Great aunt, little aunt, they are here. Before Zhang Yang had time to worship the wonders of a day's plan, Mom stood downstairs and shouted, Uncle, let's go down later. Zhang Yang wanted to get up, but Yao straddled Zhang Yang's body, like a green snake seducing a fey hideaway, heavenly thunder stirring up earthly fire. I can't, auntie and sister-in-law are waiting downstairs. Coward, uncle, are you a coward? No?
Ha? Ah, uncle, it's broken. Hello great aunt, hello sister-in-law's husband.
Zhang Yang went downstairs and his great aunt and sister-in-law were already sitting at the Baxian table, chatting about their parents. Great aunt is the oldest, already more than 50, close to 60. After seeing Zhang Yang down, she smiled and took out a red envelope. Where is your girlfriend? I heard your mom say she looks pretty. Quickly let auntie take a look. Zhang Yang was a little bit laughable. Surely the mom showed off this circle of people and then went to the family group to show off.
I just woke up, I am dressing up.
Zhang Yang smiled. Yaya should be on a rampage right now. Who let her just use the agitation method? Men after the age of 25 have the most backbone, but if they have the power to fight, they will never bide their time. If he admitted that he was a coward, there was no need to ask that he should be out of ammunition. Che, at a young age you start to crave for enjoyment, no career at all, far from the one introduced by sister-in-law. The sister-in-law's mouth is still rambling, but the great aunt is up and pinched her arm fiercely, dying. Can't stay, roll home. The sister-in-law was yelled at and didn't say anything more, but obviously still insisted on her suggestion. Zhang Yang knew what his sister-in-law was going to be angry about, so he waited for Yao to come down and talk to his elder sister-in-law. Zhang Yang then whispered in his sister-in-law's ear, Sister-in-law, did you see the watch on Yao's right hand? I saw it, what's wrong with it? Auntie was a bit puzzled, what's wrong with having a watch? Auntie, that's called Richard Mille, the market price is more than 1.3 million. Auntie looked at Zhang Yang, her eyes were full of suspicion. Zhang Yang nodded and pointed to the car outside. Auntie, that car is called Cayenne Cutra GT, landed at 3 million. My sister-in-law's pupils do contracted, looking at Zhang Yang and then Yao. Zhang Yang nodded his head.
The sister-in-law then looked back and forth between Yao Yao and Zhang Yang for 4 to 5 seconds, and when Yao Yao walked in, her face immediately became bright. Yang Yang, what a good eye, this girl is so pretty, she is a match made in heaven with my Yang Yang, a perfect match, a perfect match. Auntie. Zhang Yang, your girlfriend is from Miaojiang? Did you put a curse on your sister-in-law? No, she's from Gotham. Big brother Batman. She has money power. Chapter 37 Fairy in the Private Room. Great aunt, little aunt is half here to see Yao Yao, half here to shout at mom to go to the ancestor festival in the afternoon. Grandma died a year ago and this year is the first anniversary. Zhang Yang doesn't need to go, he's already out of the 5 suits. Although he was not sure what kind of relatives the 5 suits were, but there was a simple understanding that a name that was not on the tombstone was out of the 5 suits. Yao Yao, why don't you go with auntie to pay your respects to the ancestors this afternoon, and let Zhang Yang's grandmother take a look. The ancestor worship will definitely bring grandpa along with it, and all the living aunts and uncles on mom's end will definitely be there. Mom is showing off again. Yao Yao is indifferent, and even a little excited, the spirit of the little sister's favorite is lively. But it is the silent father who was the first to open his mouth to refuse. What do you want to bring the children to? Smoke and fire, and singing, and burning paper, a stay of 5 or 6 hours. Young people have their own business. If you want to show it to grandma, pick a day and Zhang Yang will lead you there. What's with the smoke and fire? Zhang Yang has a car, so they can just go back to the car when they're tired. Ask Zhang Yang if he wants to go. Mom looked to Zhang Yang for help. Zhang Yang had a big headache. This is with the daughter-in-law and mom fell into the river first save who was not the same as life. He could only look at his dad for help. He really does not want to go. Before he was also curious, because his grandparents are believers in Jesus. Dad a push, a buried nothing, but also every year Qing Ming Chong Yang something, dad will go to buy a bunch of flowers, go to see the tombstone what did not fall. But high school has been once, back a few days on the body have that smell. Zhang Yang, that car can go well, in case of bump, you know how much money to repair it. When it comes to money, mom is a little distressed. This cannonball is not open to the eyes, in case it crashes into it, there is really no place to talk about it. The sister-in-law is tugging on Yao Yao's hand. You guys are young, what can happen? You don't need to drive your car, your sister-in-law's husband will be here later, you'll be in her husband's car. In the meantime, my sister-in-law's husband drove a pickup truck, the back of which was piled up with all kinds of paper money and wreaths. Looking at his aunt's husband's pickup truck, Zhang Yang suddenly had an attention. Mom, Yao Yao, and I really have something to do this afternoon. Yao Yao said that dad works too hard to get up a tricycle and wants to buy him a car too, to take care of his transportation and hauling goods. Isn't it Yao Yao? Yao Yao glanced at Zhang Yang and then looked at the red envelope she received these days, confirming that you are not a human being. But it was bought for Zhang Yang's dad. She didn't care and smiled and said, yes, we are going to give uncle a surprise. Dad, mom knew that the money was earned by Zhang Yang and wanted to persuade him. But auntie didn't know that and thought that Zhang Yang was really a soft eater. Forget it, the dead are not as important as the living, it's better to be filial when you're alive than anything else. With that, she dragged her dad and mom to the car. Waiting for people to go, Yao Yao will be stuffed in a small pocket full of bills taken out. Uncle, we buy what car? I only have more than 40,000, the card there are 5,000, enough it. Why don't we sell this watch and buy a good one? Zhang Yang cried and laughed a little. Last time I told her not to sell it easily, but I didn't expect that she would pay attention to it. Don't worry, uncle has money, I just said that to give you some face. Back when people ask, old Zhang who bought this car, my daughter-in-law bought, how face? Yao Yao blushed when she heard that. Who is your daughter-in-law? You didn't even buy a bouquet of flowers to express your love. Zhang Yang patted her, but after hearing this, let's go, we'll buy it later. To buy a car, you naturally have to find someone you know to buy it, and the Four Sons store pits its customers more than it pits its father. You have heard of customers pay money, sales drive out the door hit but want customers to pay for repair? Have you ever heard of the customer to drive the car back and was secretly driven back by the sales, want? Then pay again? Have you ever heard of the customer paid the money but not allowed to pick up the car? You must let the customer to help sell the car to pick up the car? Behind each outrageous one is a reality more real than a movie. Zhang Yang didn't want to be reneged on by his fourth son, so he decisively called Lu Bo up. Unluckily, he met 6 sons again on his way to the fourth store. The small county is not big and Zhang Yang's cayenne is too eye-catching. Brother, buy a car you find me. I have an old cousin who specializes in selling cars, guaranteed affordable. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked at the place where 6th son brought them and wanted to hit someone very badly. Selling cars is indeed selling cars, the place is also quite big. What cars are there? Vans, sedans, cross-country, RVs, and even tricycles have a few. The price is also affordable, the only pity is that they are all used. 6 old cousins saw Zhang Yang's car like a maniac and asked Zhang Yang if the car was for sale. If he sells it, he can send it to them first to help sell it. After hearing this, Zhang Yang only wanted to curse. I guess the front foot on this back foot do not know where to come up with a cousin to drive away to pretend to go. Or Lu Bo is a little more reliable, found a car repair friends, helped together to see the car.
However, the most taboo thing about buying a car is that there are a lot of people. At first, Zhang Yang only wanted to buy a Great Wall gun pickup truck for his dad, the Carfire, but still diesel version, drive up fuel efficient, look also very satisfied. As a result, the sixth son came a sentence, brother you buy the Great Wall gun, not as add a little to buy a Toyota pickup, cost effective pull full. Zhang Yang looked at the car chassis as high, dominant, the old man suffered a lifetime to the old to enjoy how. As a result, the 6 children in came a sentence, 500,000 Tonto have bought as well as add a little more to buy a Toyota Baidao, no 15 years of scrapping limit, but also preservation of value.
Tonto can do things bully can do, Tonto cannot do things bully can also do. Cost effective directly pull full.
Zhang Yang knew that it was a pit and looked at it for a while, but he still couldn't hold back his heart. The sixth son saw Zhang Yang's Baidao bought, but also wanted to come back to a set of cost-effective full of rhetoric, and resolutely by Zhang Yang was kicked out. And then buy down the dad will have to drive the big G-Babs sell the bastard. Toyota Bully, also known as Toyota Prado, landed before and after spending nearly 60. But Zhang Yang felt that the money spent is not at all bad. The moment he held the steering wheel in his hand, listening to the spring breeze and autumn rain, and looking at Yao Yao on the passenger side, even without a big sniper, he felt that he was as good as Director Chi, winning the sky in half a sun.
Wow, Bo, you changed your car off?
Lu Bo's old look, get on the car to feel a circle, send a friend circle. I did not expect that this time the second back is actually Lu Cc. Bully, Land Rover Outward 5 Counties Yoga Pants killing power is no less than the killing power of the mold on the spirit of the little sister. A figure material, a figure people.
No, Zhang Yang bought for his father, do you want to get together again in the evening?
Lu Bo thought of last night's lack of performance and was ready to go buy a bouquet of flowers later and pick out a gift or something.
No, I have an appointment to ride, you guys get together.
As soon as Lu Cc heard that the car was Zhang Yang's, she immediately lost interest. Her interest was lackluster, and even her chat with Lu Bo was a perfunctory okay. Zhang Yang could see that Lu Bo was not in a very good mood, so he proposed to celebrate and drown his sorrows in wine. Same place, same people, just a few less people. After the meal, Lu Zi set a cost-effective pull full and add a few more people to KTV.
Unlike yesterday's shyness, today Lu Bo is going to be much more open.
Lu Bo thought he was just a change of place to drown his sorrows. But when the music teacher held his hand for him to block the drinks. When he drank less than tired do not want to move when the music teacher held his shoulders and touched his head so that she lay on her lap to rest, when he staggered out of the kindergarten. When he staggered out of the KTV, the music teacher secretly stuffed a pack of bear cookies to him, urged him to go back to drink some hot milk do not empty stomach, when
he was shaken up.
Probably killed. Zhang Yang would not have thought, outside the 5 counties yoga pants will actually lose in the hands of the KTV music teacher, so that in the back of a month of crazy sinking.
Chapter 38 Outer 5 Counties Yoga Pants in a Hurry.
Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Tsuweifen's shock value plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of shock value. Ding, due to the host's boldness, Li Xiu Goose's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of shock value. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Zhou Xiaohua's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of shock value. In the morning, Zhang Yang was still lying on the bed huffing and puffing when the system beeps kept ringing, directly waking Zhang Yang up. Yao Yao next to him was like an octopus, her hands and feet were wrapped around Zhang Yang.
Lu Chuifan, Li Xiugus, Zhou Xiaohua?
Who are these people?
Zhang Yang was bewildered, how come shock value popped up even after a nap?
He went downstairs and squatted in the toilet, and found that Mom was organizing the floor cage, usually it should be Dad who was getting it right.
Mom, where's Dad? Why are you working on the cage?
Zhang Yang squatted on the ground and helped his mom to remove some dead fish and shrimp from the cage. These cages were put in the small ditches and rivers nearby to catch lobsters. Zhang Yang wants the old couple, now the lobster is cheap but only 4, 5, 6 2 lobsters but only $12 a catty, the small is cheaper, not worth so exhausted. Unfortunately, rural people are born idle, as long as there is an opportunity to make money, do not sleep or going.
$30 a day can be a busy thing.
He's gone to Wangzhuang to buy bakery fritters.
Wangzhuang?
Zhang Yang froze when he heard it. Wangzhuang's biscuits are quite tasty. If people from all over the countryside pass by, they will definitely go to buy them. But Wangzhuang is almost 10 miles away from them. Running more than 10 miles away to buy biscuits and fritters, this is how much of a craving it is. However, Zhang Yang looked at the disappearing bully in the yard, and combined with the system's beeps, he seemed to understand what was going on. Sure enough, not a moment later, a white Baidao drove back slowly from the bridge at the east end of the village. In the morning, there would be a group of vegetable and meat sellers squatting at the east end of the village. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Zhang Lu's shock value plus 100, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of pretentiousness.
The system's beeps turned on again. Originally almost less than a minute's journey, it took almost 10 minutes before Dad's car came back from the bridge.
Little sister, sit on the bow of the boat. Ah, brother, I sure walk.
Before people arrived, the deafening DJ sound sounded first.
Dad is like a great emperor strongman who has obtained the immortal medicine, and he has regained his life again. Hair comb shiny, polo shirt, briefcase small bag. Is that the belt is not good? Zhang Yang think later to give his Hermes to be belt to Dad. Wow, uncle, you are so handsome today. Yao Yao washed up and went downstairs to see her dad's outfit and couldn't help but marvel at him. Really, Dad heard Yao Yao's prize, the whole person is even happier. Okay, hurry to change clothes, later to fish a few crabs to Wulao Send, today the family feast to use. Mom black face, some unhappy. Got it. Dad happily went back to the house to change his clothes. As usual, Dad will definitely mutter a sentence, and then wait for Mom to get angry and then go. After all, the meaning of earning money is to make the family happy. Yao Yao, I will enroll you in a driving school later. Inside the living room, Zhang Yang and Yao Yao are blowing the ceiling fan, drinking a bowl of cool iced mung bean congee, and then a serving of baklava. Fritters are beautiful. Ah, will it be sunny then? Uncle, can I go buy a sunscreen? Yao Yao didn't understand why Zhang Yang suddenly asked her to learn how to drive, but Zhang Yang asked her to learn, so she did. Well, okay, let's go to the city and buy some later. Zhang Yang wanted Yao Yao to learn how to drive and he got the inspiration from his dad. When they have enough fun, they will go back. There are too few places in the county where they can get some pussy. By then, Yao Yao will drive his Cayenne, and when he gets out of the car, he will have a gold bracelet in his left hand and a Richard Miller in his right hand, and he will not be shocked by those mental girls. That shock point, pretend value is not rubbing to come. And to Dad bought a bully, Mom that cannot be thicker than the other. Go to the city to buy a whole set of gold bracelets for Mom, gold necklaces, and a whole set of cosmetics bags clothes. Mom said on the mouth to spend money, the result is still smiling on the change, dragging the dad out to string relatives to go. Needless to say, without a moment's effort, ding 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 the system's beeps rang again. Zhang Yang, who had no dinner to eat, took Yao Yao to a fried barbecue restaurant. That was the fried restaurant that Zhang Yang used to go to every week when he was studying, ordering a cold skin and 7 or 8 fried kebabs. The sauce was brushed by himself, and the dried flowers, mushrooms, and tenderloins that were drenched in the soup filled the brain with a sense of satisfaction. After eating, the two of them were ready to take a stroll, but what they didn't expect was Lu Bo calling. Hey, Zhang Yang, I've made a big deal today, so you should go to KTV to celebrate. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. Lu Bo was never a generous person. Today, he actually took the initiative to call him to go to KTV to celebrate, if according to his past character, he should find a big stall and buy 2 bottles of good wine. After all, compared to the spiritual level of enjoyment, he is more inclined to the material level of enjoyment. Eat down to count their own. Could it be that I sold the crabs to the Shanghai people today? Bringing Yao Yao to the KTV's box. At this time, Sixth Son and Lu Bo have each ordered a music teacher. Sixth Son, who pursued the ultimate cost-effectiveness, directly picked an F-cup girl. The table is also placed on the various types of drinks and fruit plate. Look at the consumption of the start should be in 3 or 4,000 this way. For Lu Bo this is considered hemorrhaging. Uncle, your friend seems to like that princess. Zhang Yang and Yao Yao sang for a while and found it meaningless. KTV once in a while is okay, this every day to go. Do not point the princess again, fun is not much fun. No way? Zhang Yang glanced at Lu Bo who was next to him with his afterglow in disbelief. Lu Bo's previous liking for Lu Sisi that was a little cute. It could be seen, he couldn't have moved on so quickly. Just when he saw Lu Bo, he seemed to almost understand why Lu Bo would fall in love. Only to see 4 people are playing a game of bragging rights. Lu Zi and his 200 pounds of cost-effective group, Lu Bo, and that princess group. Whoever loses a drink, or can mention a dare. 6 is worthy of the cost-effective spokesman on his choice of the 200 pounds, clunk 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 a drink. Directly Lu Bo and their duo killed the armor. Brother, I'll drink for you. Brother, let's not drink, let's do a dare. Brother, let me help you to the toilet. Good guy, this set of combinations down, are almost by Lu Bo fascinated into a retarded. In the next few days, Lu Bo always called Zhang Yang to go to KTV for various reasons. Zhang Yang sometimes invited a few times, anyway, he has a shock value system, occasionally a few new faces shocked, the cost will come back. Compared to the outer 5 counties yoga pants, Zhang Yang was more inclined towards the KTV music teacher. After all, the music teacher would at best be a cuckold for Lu Bo in the future. Muddling through nearly a week. Outside 5 counties yoga pants Lu Sisi some cannot sit still. Lu Bo has not called her for a week to send crabs. Previously, Lu Bo would send her many crabs every week for her to give to her relatives and friends at home. She would backhandedly sell them to nearby aquatic dealers for less than half the price, and she would have an income of a few hundred a week. Coupled with Lu Bo from time to time to send her some other aquatic products and so on, she can have a weekly income of 1,000. But Lu Bo has not contacted her for a week, her credit card will soon be overdue. For her credit card overdue is not a problem, if she cannot pay in time, the bank to her card down, waiting for her will be a series of thunderstorms. Chapter 39 Is this a showdown? System, inquiring about load point balance. Balance of pretentious points, 725 points. After more than a week of hard work by Dad, Mom, and Zhang Yang, the pretense points have successfully come to 725 points, one step closer to the premium lucky draw.
System, give me 3 times of premium draw.
After Zhang Yang sent Yao Yao to the driving school in the morning, he himself sat in the car outside the driving school and prepared for the lottery. I can't do it without drawing. The bank suddenly drew the money for the mortgage this morning. He had bought his dad a Baidu and spent a lot of money to support Lu Bo. Although in the KTV earned a lot of pretentious points, but that is pretentious points, not cash. If you don't draw yourself, you will become a pauper with only $5,000 on your card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Vacheron Constantine Woodland 400E B065. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting $1.4 million, it's been transferred to the bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Magatama Fighting Mastery. Along with the end of the lucky draw, a flash of memory suddenly flashed through Zhang Yang's mind as he sat in the car. The memory flooded with a large number of fighting techniques. It was just that these fighting techniques were not used to compete with people, but to kill them. Magatama was currently recognized as the most practical close combat technique, and it was also a fighting technique that most of the special forces in the world were currently learning. The strikes are vicious and pick the weakest places of the human body to attack. Like what elbow strike, broken throat punch, holding leg wrestling, special forces get hit by and not dead also have to be disabled, not to mention the ordinary.
After digesting this knowledge, Zhang Yang looked at Vacheron Constantine's Woolrich. Compared to Rolex and Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantine's watch value retention rate has always been very low.
This Vacheron Constantine Woodland 400 EB065 is officially priced at about $3.6 million, but the market recovery price is only less than half of his, about $1.5 million.
But no matter what, it's still one of the world's top 10 luxury watches. The average person can only look at the back of it.
Zhang Yang brought the Woolu type he just got on his hand, the brown strap, with the gold color watch, had a hint of business atmosphere. Compared to Richard Mille, Vacheron Constantin might be more suitable for Zhang Yang.
While admiring it, Zhang Yang's cell phone suddenly rang.
At first glance, it was an unrecognizable number, but it was from Bin Jiang. Zhang Yang thought for a moment, but picked it up.
Hello, are you Zhang Yang? You are?
Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. The voice was somewhat familiar but couldn't remember who it was.
I'm Su Hui, Lu Cici's friend, you forgot about me so quickly.
A delicate voice came out from the other end of the phone.
Remember Su, big beautiful girl, how can not remember it, how to see what's the matter?
Zhang Yang frowned. Su Hui, this senior outside the 5 counties yoga pants looking for their own why. And how did she have her own phone number? Zhang Yang's tone is a little cold. This woman's vision is particularly high, it is difficult to shock her, pressure is not their customers, Zhang Yang naturally will not have any good tone. Sensing the impatience in Zhang Yang's tone, Su Hui, who was still trying to set up an old conversation, instantly got to the point. Zhang Yang, today is our Cici's birthday, I want to invite you and Lu Bo and the others over for dinner.
Hearing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but be a bit surprised.
Good guy, Lu Bo, this guy is playing these days, completely forgot about Lu Cici, even her birthday is forgotten.
This you wait, I ask about the noon arrangement, we'll give you an answer later.
Zhang Yang hung up the phone and called Lu Bo. It was very noisy on the other end of the phone and it looked like it was in the seafood market. The poor crab grew so big and just sold for a few dollars, not enough for Lu Bo to consume in one night.
Hey, Lu Bo, just now Su Hui called over and said that the night is Lu Cici's birthday, did she not call you? Are we going or not?
Lu Bo didn't hear it clearly, so Zhang Yang had to repeat a few more sentences. Lu Bo, who heard what Zhang Yang was saying, was also a bit stunned. Let's go, there are just some things to be said clearly. Once Zhang Yang heard, so hung up and gave Su Hui a reply.
The location is still Kai Boss's restaurant. Wow, Zhang Yang, you changed your watch again?
As soon as she was seated, Su Hui saw the watch on Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang nodded. Well, the previous one was given to Yao Yao, so I just bought another one. Ding, due to the host's luxury, Su Hui's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining a point of pretentiousness.
Sister Hugh, is this watch worth a lot of money?
The busty Pandani was still in her white blouse plus green yoga pants, still with that lowered head and drooping chest look. See Su Hui a very serious expression, so asked out of the mouth. Worth money, Vacheron Constantine's Woolu of type almost more than 3 million. Hiss. Lu Cici and Pandani sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Su Hui's words. Looking at Zhang Yang, they were on the verge of swallowing someone in their eyes. Ding, due to the host's luxury, Lu Cici's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's luxury, Sweet Pan's shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretending points. How could the two of them not expect a watch to be able to be worth more than $3 million? How much money did this Zhang Yang have to have? On the contrary, Yao Yao, who was on the side, curiously picked up Zhang Yang's watch and compared it with her own.
Uncle, this watch doesn't look good at all.
Uncle, next time, let's buy a couple's watch band online to wear.
Hearing Yao Yao's words, Lu Sisi and Pan Danny were dripping with envy.
Letting go of millions of dollars of watches and buying a couple's watch online to wear. And what made them even more envious was yet to come. Do you have any favorite car? It's about to be subject 3? Yao Yao shook her head. The spiritual little sister's knowledge of cars still stays at the level of Ghostfire.
Uncle, why don't I still drive your Cayenne?
Okay. Ding, due to the host's luxury, Lu Sisi's shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's luxury, Pan Danny's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Pan Danny couldn't care less about her face. She directly started crashing with the ball, bending down to pick up her cell phone for a while, and asking to add Zhang Yang's WeChat for a while. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang wasn't the sixth son's guy who was looking for the ultimate price-performance ratio, so how could he possibly like this brainless guy? Being pestered by such a shameless person, don't get married, you can get your skin off in one go. After answering a few questions politely, Zhang Yang simply switched places with Yao Yao. Unexpectedly, this Pan Danny still refused to let go of her, while not a moment later Lu Bo drove up in his car. With a cake. Lu Sisi saw Lu Bo brought a cake over. At first her eyes were still a little complacent. But when she saw the person who came down from the passenger seat, the whole person was dumbfounded. What came down from the passenger seat was not Lu Zi, but a woman she had never even seen before. Zhang Yang instantly recognized that this was the music teacher that Lu Bo had recently ordered every day. Unlike her previous professional style, today she was dressed more like a music teacher. The table stared blankly at the other party holding Lu Bo's hand. Zhang Yang was also shocked. Is Lu Bo planning to show his cards? Chapter 40, I'm a coward. No one expected that Lu Bo would bring a girl over, or a beautiful girl. The gazes of the crowd were hovering frantically between Lu Sisi and the girl Lu Bo had brought. Lu Sisi's face instantly became gloomy. It was her birthday, and Lu Bo brought his sister over. The meaning was obvious. Lu Bo, who is this? At the dinner table, everyone tacitly did not open their mouths to ask who the girl Lu Bo brought over was. Whoever asked was embarrassed. Only Pan Danny this chesty stupidly asked out of the mouth. My girlfriend. Lu Bo's words out, Lu Sisi hanging hard is considered dead. But outside the 5 counties Yoga Pants good city still let her did not immediately get up and rolled her eyes, but instead, she put on a very generous look and stretched out her hand to take the initiative to greet. Hello Lu Sisi, Lu Bo's high school classmate. The music teacher coyly ran a strand of broken hair from her forehead to the back of her head. Hello, my name is Guyu, happy birthday to you. Compared to the outer 5 counties Yoga Pants outfit, Guyu's outfit could be described as plain. A long skirt, a crossbody bag, and not even a watch on her wrist. Vegetarians simply could not see that it was a music teacher. Lu Sisi looked up and down Guyu, although the other party dressed extremely plain, but the characteristics of opposites attract and opposites repel still let her instinctively detect a trace of the same kind of breath. Lu Bo's condition is actually not bad, looks like an average ordinary person, right, the 5 senses also did not offside. Although the diploma is only high school, but people earn money but college students several times off. Music teacher look on is also a very normal thing. Lu Bo, you this hidden deep enough how did not see before, you still have this ability usually proposing to our Sisi, while talking to another girl about love. Suhui does not know whether it is for Lu Sisi angry, or worried about the future she no longer eat to, cannot buy free crab. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was sneering. As Lu Bo's own cousin, he naturally stood by his cousin's side. Sister Hua, you can't say that. What is not to pursue a cost-effective crabs you eat, flowers you also received, but an attitude does not table, how to my brother as a dog slipped play chanting. You do your own math, how much money my brother has sent you crabs and invited you to dinner over the years. At this time, the side of the boss to see the time to see the difference, but also stood out to make up, there is a singlet, sign a lot of single or Lu Bo pay money. Pan Danny to the head, still stirring the poo, we are giving you the test, the Tang monk fetch scripture also 81 difficult it. The 6 herd immediately quit, still fetch the scripture, will be all menopausal. You. Pan Danny was furious with Lu Zi and immediately got up. Lu Sisi looked at Lu Bo with cold eyes, Lu Bo, is this what you mean? Lu Bo didn't say anything, just silently picked up the beer bottle and poured a glass of beer and drank it all in one go. Good, I wish you guys happiness. Lu Sisi was so angry that she left on the spot. Only leaving behind a dumbfounded Zhang Yang and Yao Yao, feeling that things have changed too fast. Sixth son, aren't you pursuing cost-effective? How come this Pan Danny is a fake? The air was a bit dull, Zhang Yang casually found a topic. She is cost-effective, I brushed $6 in her live room and invited her out for kebabs. She scolded me for being poor and let me roll, saying that sewing it on doesn't give. Che, honor like that, but also sew on, I fried into starch intestines I still do not give her to eat it. Zhang Yang. People at least chest to meet, you $6 want a seamless link, inevitably some whimsical it. Sister you, how did you and my uncle Bo hook up? Unlike the problems between men, Yao Yao is more curious about how Guyu got involved with Lu Bo. We didn't hook up, I was an actor hired by her.
Guyu's words shocked Zhang Yang, Yao Yao, and Lu Zi. They looked at Lu Bo with unbelievable faces. Sixth son even had a bitter look on his face. No brother, you're not going to stimulate my sister-in-law with your desire to capture her, you've screwed me over. Sister, hard work, the money I have transferred to you. Guyu looked at her cell phone and nodded. Thank you, brother, you can find me later. In Zhang Yang and Sixth son's moment of dumbfoundedness, Guyu actually walked away in such a watery manner. Gone. Took a ride and left. Lu Bo, what kind of game are you playing? This time even Zhang Yang was a bit confused as to what Lu Bo was doing. To say that he likes the music teacher, the two of them are playing a game. To say do not like it, and Lu Cece to angry away. Lu Bo didn't say anything, just asked the boss for a glass of wine, and carried out 2 bottles of Mao Tai out of the car. Cousin, this wine you also willing to take out to drink? Ah, crazy it. Lu Zi's mouth was surprised, but the action of his hand was not slow, and he immediately arranged the wine glass. Zhang Yang also noticed the difference in Lu Bo's demeanor. He vaguely felt as if Lu Bo had something big to say. Come on, let's dry this glass first. Lu Bo did not say anything but just arrived at a full cup and then drank it all in one go. Zhang Yang was skeptical for a moment and followed suit with a single gulp, but this time he didn't use the antidote pill. He thought that his good brother was suddenly awakened to the fact that once he stepped into the footbath door, he would not be a clown from now on. Unexpectedly, Lu Bo's second sentence made Zhang Yang instantly realize that something was wrong. Zhang Yang, during my absence, my dad and mom will need to be taken care of by uncle and auntie. Hearing these words, Zhang Yang looked up sharply. Lu Bo, have you encountered something? If it's a matter of money, ask me. Within 10 million you can mention whatever you want. Outside of 10 million you give me some time, I can find you $100 million. This is not Zhang Yang bragging, he is holding nearly 500 pretense points in his hand, cars, watches, casually cashing in on them. Lu Zi couldn't close his mouth in shock after hearing Zhang Yang's words. However, Lu Bo smiled and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Zhang Yang, you're a brother, I really didn't make a mistake, come and have another drink. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to ask, Lu Bo followed and drank the second cup. A cup of 1 or 2, which made the small amount of alcohol Zhang Yang's stomach turned over, but still swallowed. His heart had a not so good conjecture. He didn't dare to ask, he was afraid that if he asked if it was true, he would be in trouble. This third cup, to this damn god, what an eye. Lu Bo said and downed this cup of wine in one gulp. Sixth son also seems to understand what, some slightly red, brother, you will not be what incurable disease it. Lu Bo nodded, and the heart hanging in Zhang Yang's heart was completely dead. Sitting on a stool with his butt, he felt that his chest was clogged with panic, and his mind couldn't help but recall the images of the two of them growing up together. Pouring a cup of wine, suddenly he still has a system. One can even draw such things as power attributes. It is not impossible to draw a cure for cancer. If he didn't get it now, it must be that the level of the lottery wasn't enough. If 1,000 points is not enough, he will have 10,000 points. I believe that he will definitely be able to draw something to cure Lu Bo. But for now, it was better to ask Lu Bo how far his condition had gotten. If it's serious, the treatment will be put on hold for a while so that he can have enough time to accumulate pretense points. Lu Bo, what kind of cancer do you have? No, we go abroad first. I heard that the effect of targeted drugs there is very good. Lu Bo looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. Cancer? What cancer? When did I say I have cancer? Zhang Yang also froze. If it's not cancer, then what incurable disease have you got? Zhang Yang really couldn't figure out what incurable disease there was now besides cancer. Impotence. Impotence. Oh, I haven't used it yet. That day, I was in love with Guyu, the groom was in love and the concubine was in love. She put her long hair up and I closed the curtains. Whoa. I'm such a coward. My dad knows an old Chinese doctor in Binjiang, I'm going to go for treatment for a while. Whoa, Zhang Yang, how can I be a coward? I've eaten oysters, I've drunk the 3 whip wine, and I've taken 3 of the little blue pills at once. Whoa, Zhang Yang, how can I be a coward? Zhang Yang. Bought a watch last year. Chapter 41 Extraordinary Raffle Draw Opening. Lu Bo left early the next morning, drove the car and left before dawn. How did he not expect to hide his sword in the seal, to raise the essence of 28 years, not to seek a sword to chop down the sky, the mountains and rivers flow backwards? At the very least, he must kill one person at 100 steps, and kill the other side to lose their armor and press the pulse belt. I didn't expect, after raising 28 years, it is actually a stinky son, how can he accept it? What yoga pants, what music teacher, everything is just a bubble. Lu Bo week every day to send crabs task then by Zhang Yang dad, help delivery. Dad was also happy to do so, he couldn't wait to live in the car 24 hours a day now. Zhang Yang also started to live a 3.1 line life every day. In the morning, he would send Yao Yao to learn driving, and after that, he would help his dad to deliver the crabs. The small restaurant owners, who watched Zhang Yang and the others drive their cars to deliver crabs, did not want them to deliver the crabs after a few days. They either thought that there was something wrong with their crabs, or they thought that they earned too much and their hearts were not fair. It made Zhang Yang laugh and cry.
In the afternoon or evening, Zhang Yang took Yao Yao around to visit relatives, not for any other reason, just for the pretense value. A Baidao, a Cayenne, parked in front of the uncle's house, carried out Maotai and Huazi from the car's trunk yard. Those neighbors of the uncle's house, aunts and uncles who were not so enthusiastic in the past are all shocked one by one.
Pretentious points came clattering in. Ba, 100, ba, 200, ba, 300.
After almost half a month, the 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts were basically visited by Zhang Yang and the others.
Yao Yao's driver's license was also successfully obtained. She was lying on the bed, happily counting the red packets given by her relatives.
Zhang Yang, on the other hand, started to bathe and purify himself as his pretense points officially came to 1,000 points today. According to past experience, the primary level is worth about $10,000, the intermediate level will overflow by about 20%, and the advanced level draw will be between 50% and 300%, so this 1,000 points of pretense points will overflow by 1,000% if not better.
Then it will take off.
Zhang Yang is already fantasizing that he drove a big bull or Rolls Royce to the gas station and said to the gas man, "Brother, fill up 98 and add 100 more overflowing points on the ground.
System, give me a special lottery."
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the year 2050, the takeout drone system. This system is worth 100,000 pretentious points, currently unlocked 1%, subsequent hosts can continue to unlock through pretentious points, no need to draw to get.
Ha!
Zhang Yang frowned, what the hell is this takeout drone system? Where is my Lamborghini, where is my big brother?
You're a pretender system, not a takeaway system, what are you giving me this takeaway drone system for?
It's still a crippled version. Frowning, Zhang Yang opened the system interface to check what the hell this takeaway drone system was. At a glance, the entire person was stunned.
The entire drone takeout system contains 3 parts consisting of the main server, AI intelligence, and takeout drones.
In 2050, the takeaway will be completely replaced by cheap and practical drones. Controlled by AI intelligence, the server records the information and the takeaway drone delivers it directly to the table. All you need to do is place your first order, have it delivered by a delivery person, and fly a drone to a specific location, such as a window or doorway. The AI will automatically return and record the direction, coordinates, altitude, and everything else. The next time the order is placed, it will be matched with the big data to plan the most perfect and fastest delivery route.
A takeout that originally took 10 or 20 minutes can be delivered by the drone in less than 5 minutes. After seeing this, Zhang Yang sucked in a breath of cold air for those takeout workers.
Time is developing, technology will definitely replace part of the manpower, just did not expect to replace so completely. Now a drone costs only a few $1,000s, on the cost-effective than the deliveryman incense much more. I can't believe those capitalists, no Zhang Yang this set of drones, will be how crazy. Other than that, not to mention Dong, Ma and their takeaway trio have to fight with the dog's brain to come out. However, Zhang Yang suddenly had his own idea, exactly his own ambition. Standing on the tip of the wind and waves, pigs can fly to the sky. From 8 to 13 years, the tip of the storm is the internet. From 13 to 19 years, the tip of the storm is real estate. And from 19 years to now, the tip of the storm is live broadcasting. Even an ordinary person can easily gain a lifetime of inexhaustible wealth by grasping the wind and waves. Zhang Yang also wanted to try to see if he could be that pig in the wind. At the thought of having won himself bagging the entire Chinese takeout industry, Zhang Yang could not suppress his trembling. "Uncle, what are you shaking? Is the air conditioner set too low?" Yao Yao looked at Zhang Yang standing at the air conditioning outlet and shivering straight. She thought the other party was cold. She just planned to turn off the air conditioning and open the window to blow the evening breeze, but she didn't expect her hand to be pulled by Zhang Yang. "Consort, what do you see in front of you?" Yao Yao looked at the darkness in front of her and asked tentatively, "Uncle, are you trying to play the field?" The vertical sun does not conspire with each other. Half an hour later, in the car at the east end of the village, Zhang Yang smoked an aftermath cigarette and said to Yao Yao, "Yao Yao, let's go back." Yao Yao nodded. In the afternoon of the next day, the two of them returned to Binjiang City with a trunk full of food and drinks under the instructions of their dad and mom. Go back to the first thing of course is to go to the cousin that the mom they bring some of the food tonic things to the cousin them. Because of the orders from Wang Defa and Fang Dizhou, cousin and her husband were unusually busy. After collecting the things, they did not have time to stay for dinner with Zhang Yang. This was just what Zhang Yang wanted, he still wanted to visit the trendy street. To be exact, Yao Yao wanted to go to Little Yellow and Little Green. After putting the stuff in the refrigerator, the two of them went to the supermarket again, bought a lot of food and drinks, and cleaned up the house before heading to Trend Street. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green, their cell phones were not working at times, not because of the lack of phone bills, but theirs was down from time to time. If they wanted to find them, they could only go through the spirit girl. The first person Zhang Yang thought of was 100 Swallows, but the other party is now afraid to be very busy and not much effort to take care of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's second thought was Xiong Xiong, sent a message to the other side, coincidentally this is the restaurant. Xiong Xiong said that she ate fried rice in Fang Yuan.
Zhang Yang without saying a word on the kill to the trend of the street, such as to arrive, Zhang Yang deliberately give Yao Yao open. He could think of the reaction of those mental little girls after seeing Yao Yao. In fact, it was true. When the car stopped in front of Fang Yuan's stall, when Yao Yao got down from the car, the system beeps never stopped. Yao Yao's left hand big gold bracelet, right hand many people know Richard Miller, also driving a flamboyant Cayenne, who knows Yao Yao is not shocked. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lin Xiong shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host to obtain 10 points of pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Han Mimi shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host to obtain 10 points of pretentious points. Due to Zhang Yang's sake, quite a few people are recognizing Zhang Yang's car and Yao Yao's, only to think that they did not expect that the traffic light trio shifted and became so opulent. Zhang Yang also some people side or spirit little sisters pretend point good earn ah. Chapter 42 Shock Value Bumper Crop. Uncle, where have you been lately? How come I haven't seen you? Yao Yao got off the car after a group of spirit little sister just envy and jealous, but did not go up to talk. Spirit little sister, spirit little guy is the most lack of that essence in, until after seeing Zhang Yang down from the passenger side, Xiong this only came up to pick up the conversation. Back home to play for a period of time, how the 100 yen do not accompany Fang Yuan stall, let you accompany Fang Yuan stall in front of a lot of people, of course, most of them are over to mingle with the spirit of the little sister. Fang Yuan divided the area where the stall was set up into 2 blocks, one with only stools and a table for whoever eats and sits. There was also a part that was reserved for normal guests. Despite Fang Yuan's complicated environment and colorful hair, there were still many people who came over for the cumin curry fried rice every day. The exquisite plating and clean and hygienic ingredients also attracted a lot of repeat customers. Xiong, can I ask you something? Bear couldn't wait to find out where little yellow, little green was. However, Xiong seemed to know what Xiong was going to ask and replied directly, don't look for them, they are now even cheaper than the cheapest prostitute on Trend Street, dogs are not even willing to touch them. Yao Yao was furious when she heard that, pulling Xiong's collar to beat someone up. Next to the spirit boy, the spirit girl immediately stood up as soon as she saw Yao Yao wanting to make a move. 100 yen is now a real trend of street sister, a lot of spirit sister, spirit boy are pointing to Fang Yuan a fried rice alive. 100 yen is not Xiong is a sister Xiong didn't get angry because Yao Yao was tugging at her, instead he waved his hand to signal the crowd to back off. If you don't believe me, you can go to Night Color later to see, they will appear there every night. $50, even a pack of cigarettes will do. Yao Yao naturally didn't believe her words, and huffed and puffed as she searched around, but it wasn't time yet. The weather is so hot, the spirit little sister, the spirit boy is not willing to come out. Uncle, when did you come back? Want a fried rice? Fang Yuan didn't have that gloomy temperament before, the whole face was covered in smiles, looking extraordinarily happy. Have a cumin curry, how about tired? Zhang Yang lit a cigarette and smiled as he watched Fang Yuan keep flipping the pot up and down and turning it upside down with full concentration. The dining table was polished by him, and 3 white linen cloths were kept on the table from time to time, immediately wiping it clean when it got a little dirty. It's alright, it's quite an accomplishment to see them eat all the fried rice I made. Zhang Yang nodded, small fortune relies on hard work, big fortune relies on luck. As far as Fang Yuan's craftsmanship is concerned, as well as his mindset, even without Fang Dezhou, he would be able to feed and clothe himself and be well off and rich. The moment he saw Fang Yuan's fried rice, Zhang Yang's mind about how to carry out the business of takeaway drones seemed to have an idea all of a sudden. Nowadays, many catering prices were high, which was not their intention at all. A $10 fried rice, if it is not sold to 15, 20, takeaway platforms take a cut, right, or delivery fees, they simply do not have to earn. So what if they let the customers and merchants directly dock? Will it be the restaurant industry's pinkies? The more Zhang Yang thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. Looking towards the fried rice flying up and down in Fang Yuan, an idea came to his mind, only it was not the time to chat. It was almost time for the trendy street people and Fang Yuan was busy. After serving a cumin curry fried rice, plus a bottle of soft drink, Zhang Yang sat down on the stool and looked at these spiritual little sisters, spiritual guys with greed in their eyes. What a great labor force, no social security, no salary, 1 meal, 1 pack of cigarettes. The degree of cheapness is comparable to clear to stupid college students. Yao Yao, come and have some. Fang Yuan's craftsmanship seems to have improved again. Zhang Yang watched Yao Yao standing on the street pacing back and forth non-stop and directly pulled her back. Uncle, do you think what that bear said is true? Yao Yao seemed to still have a grudge against Xiong for seducing Zhang Yang, and the first thing that came out of her mouth was that bear. I don't know, but I will go and see if I know. Before that, you should eat a few mouthfuls of rice first, in case you encounter some unexpected situation later, you won't have the strength to beat up others. Zhang Yang's heart has already believed 80% of Xiong's words. The spirit sister has never been tireless in her efforts to learn about her rival's dark secrets. For example, 100 Swallows and Green Snake, the two of them are as knowledgeable as they are about their respective black materials. Xiong said small yellow, small green sheepdog do not touch, that is only afraid of the truth.
Only hope that the two do not fall too completely, there is still save it. Soon the night completely descended, the sky is dark, a star cannot be seen. With only that dim light, it was impossible to shine into the dirty darkness. Yao Yao really couldn't wait any longer and dragged Zhang Yang to Night Color without finishing her fried rice. Night Color was the bar that Zhang Yang went to for the first time. The signboard of the bar was at the front, but the entrance was in the alley, with a section in the middle that was not illuminated by streetlights. If it wasn't for the neon signboard of Night Color, it would have been pitch black. Yao Yao tugged Zhang Yang and quickly ran towards the night bar, but when she was about to walk into the alley, Yao Yao suddenly slowed down. She didn't even dare to walk, holding Zhang Yang's arm with her hand, her eyes staring dead ahead at the alley. In the dimly lit alley, there were a few girls hiding in the darkness, and from time to time, bright lights that flickered on and off, as well as curls of white smoke rose up. Little Yellow, Little Green, is that you guys? Yao Yao held Zhang Yang's arm, which was unconsciously pinched tight because of nervousness. At this moment, Little Yellow and Little Green still had their previous lively appearance. With dirty braids on their heads and smoky makeup, the upper half of their body was a tank top of unknown color, the lower half of their body was a pair of hot pants, and they didn't even wear any underwear inside. Her eyes were mesmerized and her movements were mute. Yao Yao shouted from 3 to 4 meters away, but the duo didn't react, instead they stood up in a daze. Coincidentally at this time, an old man passed by. To the two people's chest is a hard touch, non-stop obscene. The two people like no reaction, let the old man obscene up and down. Around the spirit of the little sister, the spirit of the young man are all a piece of contemptuous color. In less than a minute, Little Yellow, Little Green took the $20 given by the old man and continued squatting again. Little Yellow, Little Green, is that you guys? Yao Yao walked in a few more meters and stood at the entrance of the alley. At this time, the entrance of the alley was like a demarcation line. Yao Yao, who had a glossy and opulent appearance, stood tall and bathed in light. Little Yellow, Little Green were like sewer rats, huddled in the dark corners. Yao Yao. The two of them looked up in delight at hearing Yao Yao's voice, but they quickly handed it down again, not daring to look at Yao Yao. Zhang Yang nodded, not daring to face their companions, still a little bit of shame. There is still salvation. Little Yellow, Little Green, how did you guys become like this? Let's go, let's not stay here, let's go home, okay? Yao Yao with a sobbing voice, pulling Little Yellow, Little Green is going to come out, but the two of them are unwilling to do so. Perhaps they have already fallen into such a state, there is still a pure land in their hearts, they don't want their family and friends to see them like this. Yao Yao. I've searched so hard for you. Just when Yao Yao was pulling Xiao Huang and Xiao Green and wanted to take them away, 7 or 8 spiritual guys walked out from the shadows. The leader was none other than Da Fei, who was seen last time, and next to him was Li Wei, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Li Wei? Yao Yao froze for a while when she saw Li Wei, but after a moment she suddenly thought of something. Li Wei, Little Yellow, Little Green became like this because of you guys, isn't it? Li Wei was quite happy to see Yao Yao at first, but when he saw the big gold bracelet Yao Yao was carrying, and the watch, as well as Zhang Yang standing next to her, his brain didn't shrivel up into a cerebellum. He instantly changed to understand what was going on. You got ed by him, didn't you? The joy in Li Wei's eyes changed from love to hate, and his eyes towards Zhang Yang became more and more icy. I'll kill you. Li Wei was just about to pull out something from his pocket, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Da Fei, who was on the side. On the night bar, there were several people staring at this side. Boss, looking quite rich, let's discuss it, reward $1 million or so, how about it, let's forget about this. We'll let you take these two away as well. Otherwise don't blame the brothers for not being light and heavy-handed, touching places that shouldn't be touched on. Da Fei, eyes obscene, staring at Yao Yao, eyes up and down. The sight of Li Wei some cannot bear it. Brother Fei, she is my girlfriend, cannot look at my face, let her go. Splat. Da Fei direct to slap, put your mom, was a cuckold still pretend love it. Give it or not. Do not give. Zhang Yang teasingly took out his cell phone, looked at the closer and closer Daffy. Several people, said with a smile. You have already infringed on my safety, and then come over, I have to carry out self-defense. Ha, it. Da Fei. Several people did not take Zhang Yang's words to heart, instead, they snickered at Zhang Yang's almost nerdy words. Sister Xion, it's not good. Da Fei and the others were about to surround Uncle. Upon hearing this, Xion, who was drinking at Dynasty, immediately ran over with a group of spirit sisters and spirit boys. But when she arrived at the scene, the battle was long over. On the ground, a few of Da Fei fell on the ground and wailed in pain, and Li Wei had a butterfly knife sticking out of his shoulder. Zhang Yang, however, stood in the middle of the circle unharmed. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Yao Yao's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lin Xiongxiong's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, due to the host's boldness, Zhou Fangfang's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pretentious points. Zhang Yang stood in the middle of the crowd and quietly lit a cigarette. His exterior was cold and unfeeling, as if he was now the bearer of Causeway Bay. While inwardly, he was overjoyed. The shock value had been ringing non-stop since just now. Chapter 43. Brother, is this heaven? Not a moment's effort later, 3 or 4 police cars came whistling over. Trendy Street, as the worst area for trouble, had always been equipped with police forces.
What's the situation, old brother?
Director Chang, who had had a one-sided relationship with Zhang Yang, looked at the 7 or 8 mental boys who were wailing on the ground with a surprised look on his face. I hit them, they wanted to blackmail me as well as assault my girlfriend, I acted in self-defense, there's a video over here as proof. Zhang Yang opened his cell phone video. In the video, Zhang Yang has issued a warning to the other side, still insisted on doing it. In the video, Zhang Yang had already warned the other party and insisted on making a move. In the back, he even took out the butterfly knife and other knives, and Zhang Yang's performance was a textbook example of self-defense. Point to point, after the other party lost the ability to resist, immediately stopped. Take all the people back, and send the injured to the hospital first.
With a wave of Director Cheng's hand, several people from Dafei were cuffed. This Dafei grimaced in pain but still didn't forget to show a ferocious expression towards Zhang Yang and didn't say a word.
A dog that bites does not bark. Zhang Yang believed that this Daffy would definitely take revenge on himself. Zhang Yang would not give him a chance. So he pulled Chief Cheng and said, Chief Cheng, take these girls back too. I suspect they are using contraband to control underage girls and force them to sell.
Xiao Huang, Xiao Green are definitely adults, they are older than Yao Yao.
But once anything is colored with the word underage, that changes. Degree as a Trend Street director for more than 10 years, what big case small case murder have not encountered. But this nature of the case is still the first time to hear. Pupils are contracted a few points. Repeatedly confirmed Zhang Yang this is not a joke, immediately sent another 7 or 8 additional police cars, a few female police officers. The movement of the large directly alarmed the entire Trendy Street.
Uncle, why did you send little yellow, little green inside Ah?
At night, Yaya launched a rare fire at Zhang Yang. She tried to ask Zhang Yang to bail little yellow, little green out, but she was rejected by Zhang Yang.
From the time she drove to the time she went home, she didn't talk to Zhang Yang as if she was gambling.
Zhang Yang smiled and didn't explain anything more, just gave her a home remedy and hugged her before speaking.
Dafei treated them so well, they didn't leave. They must have some kind of handle on them. If they don't give a clear explanation, Dafei and his men will come out and will still control them, and they will be really wasted.
Yao apologized after hearing this. Uncle, I'm sorry, I'm too stupid. I didn't think that much. Why don't I let you once again?
Zhang Yang. Grace will revenge Ah.
Counting the days, how come the 7 days protection period hasn't arrived yet? Don't toss it, I'll go and buy a few meals early tomorrow morning. You go and buy a few clothes, I'll trust someone to send them in, I won't let them suffer. Yao nodded after hearing this and turned off the light to sleep with some regret. The fermentation level of the matter was much more than that. The system's beeps were still dinging all night long. More than 300 pretense points had been harvested alone. Zhang Yang didn't even think about it and just drew the prize. What he wanted now was money to support his drone takeaway business. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtained 100 so squeal pills. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining 1.4 million in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host, get a copy of the Shaxian recipe. Sow squealing pill, pills that all sows have to squeal after eating them. One lasts for an hour, no side effects other than consuming energy.
Zhang Yang.
It's not like he can't, what's the point of giving him this stuff really? Oops, how did it accidentally fall in his mouth? How did he accidentally swallow it?
Yao come over here for a second. Ah. Uncle can't. It's broken again.
Downstairs the 8-year-old boy is writing his summer vacation homework. Mom, upstairs started to play the electric drill again, annoying as hell.
Okay, go watch TV first, you can write later.
Wu Mei walked over, listening to the commotion upstairs, glanced at his son who was writing homework outside, and couldn't help but close the door to the room.
Hey, Lubo, what's going on? Buddy is back in Binjiang, introducing you to a good thing ah. To the exhausted Yao, covering the cup, Zhang Yang couldn't help but make a call to Lubo.
Just finished acupuncture, immediately drink Chinese medicine. Lubo's voice in the breathless, sounds like the disease is almost over. People also want to lose the illusion. Where are you ah? I'll go pick you up ah. Zhang Yang looked at the home on the sofa, dining table, sink, toilet, messy water stains, or first do not Lubo invited to the home.
Let's not invite Lubo to the house yet.
Let's ask the housekeeper to clean the house some other day. No, you say a location, I'll go with your 6th son to find you. Lubo said breathlessly. Okay, Zhang Yang thought about it and reported the location of Speed 8 Billiards. He just had to go there anyway. The Shaxian recipe he just drew is not the kind of Shaxian recipe you can learn with a franchise fee of 5,000. I found the Shaxian that I often eat, and found that the other side's door actually hangs the words transfer, sublet. Zhang Yang had just wanted to come over and ask how to join Shaxian. Although he is the most authentic Shaxian, but after all, to use people's signboards and brands, the fees still have to pay. I just didn't expect this to be readily available. Boss lady, the old set of chicken leg rice for the whole family. After hearing the commotion, the boss's wife also came out, and Zhang Yang chatted with the boss's wife during the meal. It turned out that the reason why the boss's wife couldn't keep it open was all because of the spiritual little sister, the spiritual little guy. Often, during the noon rush, 3 or 4 mental boys come over and order a fried rice, which sits for an hour, and the free seaweed and egg soup is drunk bowl after bowl. Engaged in other normal dinner guests, but also no way to eat.
A long time, not enough to make ends meet is not a loss.
This just gives Zhang Yang the opportunity, the transfer fee plus equipment and so on, adding up to only 400,000 yuan. Zhang Yang directly to the disc down. The boss is also a quick person. Some of the purchase channels and so on told Zhang Yang. When the conversation was almost over, Lu Bo and his men also came over. Boss, 1 snow vegetable noodle, plus 1 chicken leg and 1 marinated egg. As usual, Lu Zi insisted on the price. A snow vegetable noodle with shredded pork was 11, and the shredded pork was pitifully small. But order a 5 yuan snow vegetable noodles, plus a 5 yuan chicken leg is only 10 yuan, can also white or a halogen egg, cost effective indeed pull full. Sixth son, how about coming over to help me? I just opened a store and I am in need of help. Zhang Yang looked at sixth son who was wolfing down his food and stirring up all the bones suddenly brightened up. Sixth son is Lu Bo's cousin, he can't run away from the temple, he is still quite assured about his character.
No go, I'd better go back and follow my brother to raise crabs. The money is less, but it's free and there are fewer things to do.
Zhang Yang had to give up after hearing that, although he was a bit sorry. After simply eating a little bit, Zhang Yang planned to take a few people just to go to the billiard room to play for a while, and wait until the evening to have a good meal, and then go to Dynasty or something. What Zhang Yang didn't expect was that Zhang Yang became famous in one battle, and became the object of worship of the spirit girl and spirit boy. Some people say he's a retired special forces soldier of the Warwolf, and he can fight dozens of them in one shot. Others said that he was so well connected that he could just lock someone up and get him killed. People greeted Zhang Yang all the way. Especially when Zhang Yang arrived at the billiard hall, the spirit girl and spirit boy all stood up straight as soon as they entered. "Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle." The shouts were so loud that Zhang Yang was a bit embarrassed and bought a bottle of drink for one person. Lu Zi's eyes were straight, all kinds of spiritual little girls, with the same cheap expression as when Zhang Yang first came here. Especially for a bottle of drink and a cigarette, they were able to get the spirit girls to be grateful. In this cost-effective way, sixth son only felt that he had arrived in heaven. Chapter 44 Hard Currency, So Squeal Pill. Brother, I'll hang out with you, I studied business administration in college. The sixth son suddenly backtracked, never mentioning the matter of raising crabs.
Didn't you go to junior college? You studied business administration in junior college?
Zhang Yang thought he was hallucinating for a moment after hearing that.
What kind of junior college dared to offer a business administration program?
What's the difference between going to a high school to sell healthcare products and a university to teach a healthcare class?
If you can go to a college, how many of you can get in touch with the management position?
However, Zhang Yang was still quite happy that sixth son could come.
Okay, turn around and go rent an apartment, I'll reimburse you. Okay, brother, I'll watch it now.
Sixth son pulled out his cell phone and started to look for real estate information. Unexpectedly, Xiong was holding a bottle of Coke at this moment and came over.
Brother, why waste that money? Why don't we share a room? I have a vacant room there.
Xiong handed a bottle of Coke to sixth son. Sixth son was a bit flattered and looked at Xiong. Xiong looked at Zhang Yang. Uncle, let me introduce you. Who is this brother? Wang Kuan, nicknamed sixth son, his younger brother from the old family. He is not resistant to collapses. Xiong, please let him go. The sixth son of the pursuit of the ultimate cost-effective. Xiong, give money is the brother. $10 randomly see.
If this avalanche on, completely on the waist. Uncle, this is not true. I am resistant to collapse. I have this body bar.
Turning his head, sixth son gave Zhang Yang a super double and was considered to be chipped on by the bear.
The key is that Zhang Yang can't do anything about it.
Seeing the two of them running aside to get bored, Zhang Yang could not do anything about it.
Zhang Yang, are you really going to open an entity here? It's not easy to do so now.
Lu Bo played billiards with Zhang Yang for a while, then rubbed his waist and took a sip of the wolfberry and seahorse 3-whip soup in the thermos, smelling flirty from a long distance away. Well, pretty much, but I'm going to try the drone food delivery business to see if it works. Zhang Yang said as he pulled out a So Squeal pill. Don't drink that stuff, it's tawdry. Try this So Squeal pill, 1 for an hour. Besides consuming a bit of stamina, it's guaranteed to have no side effects.
Lu Bo suspiciously picked up the pill. You tried it?
Of course. No, I'm strong and robust, need this thing. Why? I have a friend tried, an hour only more or less. After hearing this, Lu Bo was about to pick it up and put it in his mouth, scaring Zhang Yang to stop it.
What are you doing?
Zhang Yang looked at Lu Bo in shock.
Lu Bo was a bit surprised and said, eating, what can I do? Damn, you eat now, who will give you a solution later? Zhang Yang did not expect Lu Bo to be such a tiger. It's okay, buddy, what have not eaten, can have what use, and then again this side is not a lot of things?
Lu Bo pointed to the mental girls around. Zhang Yang forehead, you find a new one, people are out to mix, not out to sell. Lu Bo swallowed the pills without thinking, and even served them with his tawdry goji berry and seahorse 3-whip soup. Just serve less than half a second, Lu Bo's bottom has a reaction.
Holy divine medicine, quick, find someone to try. Lu Bo was so ecstatic that he was about to find someone, but after looking around, each one of them was full of contempt in their eyes. Only then did he believe Zhang Yang's words, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and called out, "Hey Xiaoyua, fast you now take a taxi to the trendy street this side of the rush, I'm going to pick you up, let's open the shared location." Ignoring Zhang Yang's greeting, he rushed out in a puff of smoke. After a few minutes, Xiong exasperatedly slapped Lu Zi. "Brother, they are not ladies. When did I say they are ladies? They are spirit sisters, not ladies." Zhang Yang guessed that Sixth Son had come up with some cost-effective remarks again. Getting bare hooed. "Well, where is my brother? I want to go back with my brother to raise crabs, the city sets deep, I want to go back to the countryside." The Sixth Son again to beat the drum, but how can Zhang Yang let him go? "Your brother to find the small moon to go," said this small moon is Guyu. "Isn't she in her hometown?" Sixth Son nodded. "Yeah, my brother brought it here, said he had to find someone to try the efficacy, in case it works, then he won't cure it, what a waste of money." Zhang Yang. These two people, one pursuing cost-effectiveness and the other saving money like life, are really absolute. After almost an hour, Lu Bo came in from outside with his arm around Guyu. "Brother, you this sell screaming pills, from where to buy how much money and then buy me a few." Lu Bo at this time the spring breeze, complacent, and then look at the sight of the ancient moonbirdie, a look is to be a big mouth pumping the service of the submissive. "It has nothing to do with money, this thing has to rely on luck, turn around I'll give you 20 more if there is, I'll give you again." Zhang Yang wanted to say that if you have a disease, you need to cure it, this thing treats the symptoms but not the root cause. However, he didn't say it out loud. Look at Lu Bo's face, he is obviously a newbie in the pit, and he loves to play. After playing for a while in the afternoon, Lu Bo took Lu Zi to see the house. Zhang Yang bought some food and drinks and followed Yao Yao to the police station. It could be seen that Degree was quite attached to the case, her dark circles were all over her eyes, but the whole person was unusually excited, there should be a breakthrough in the case. Little Yellow, Little Green is a victim, under normal circumstances at this time is not allowed to contact outsiders, but Zhang Yang is a whistleblower, the situation is special will be allowed. At this time, Xiao Huan and Xiao Lu's mental state is obviously much better than before. At the very least, there was light in their eyes, devouring the food bought by Zhang Yang, while chatting with Yao Yao about something, pulling Yao Yao from time to time and laughing happily. Next to them, there was a female police officer listening the whole time. "Director Chang, is it convenient to reveal how the case is progressing?" Zhang Yang knew that there must be a big discovery when he looked at Degree with dark circles under his eyes but a hint of excitement hidden in his eyes. This is not convenient for the time being, but tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, Zhou Fangfang and Li Mengmeng will be able to lead away. "Older brother, this time you can be considered to have done your brother a great favor." Degree excitedly patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Like him, especially in the city, wanting to go 100 feet further is a fool's errand. A carrot is a carrot, and in case there is a change, there is still a chance of coincidence. Zhang Yang's appearance is what gave him an opportunity. "Older brother," jokingly, "it's old brother himself who is impartial and dedicated to the people has nothing to do with me." Degree also called himself old brother in a moment of excitement estimation, so naturally Zhang Yang would not let go of such an opportunity. Pretend to take out a so-squealing pill from his pocket. "Older brother is also tired recently, this is for older brother." "What is this?" Degree looked at the pill in Zhang Yang's hand with a puzzled face. "The latest product of traditional Chinese medicine, non-toxic, no side effects, immediate miraculous effect, 1 hour to start with, the only drawback is that it consumes energy." Degree's eyes widened with an incredulous look. It wasn't that he doubted the efficacy of what Zhang Yang said, he would know if it was useful or not if he tried it. He just didn't expect that Zhang Yang would send him this thing. It was hard to believe that he had investigated himself. Zhang Yang was also helpless, who made this the only thing he could get his hands on. However, if you talk to middle-aged men about health and wellness and middle-aged women about gossip, you will be right. Maybe Zhang Yang also did not expect it, his inadvertent gift will make the sow squealing pills become hard currency. Chapter 45 The Mixed Store. Zhang Yang did not know how seriously Wei's problem was with them, but from the degree of excitement in his words, Zhang Yang knew that it would definitely not be light. "I can only say one thing, ignorance is fearless. 17 or 18 years old is really the age of daring to think and do." Coming out from the police station, Yao Yao's whole body looked very happy. "Uncle, when Little Yellow, Little Green comes out, can we go back to my old home? We haven't been back for a long time." Spiritual little sisters usually don't go back, even those who don't go back on New Year's Day abound. Some of them went back with other spiritual youngsters, some of them didn't have the traveling expenses and their families didn't give them money, and some of them were simply blackballed by their families and couldn't go back. Zhang Yang didn't rush to answer, but thought for a moment. The drone takeaway business will only start after the Shaxin business is fully open, and in between, someone still needs to promote it, so it doesn't seem to be in much of a hurry. "Uncle, just go back for a trip, or I promise uncle." Yao Yao blushed and put her ear to Zhang Yang's ear. Zhang Yang's pupils all shrank. "Ahem, uncle thinks, it's good to go back, Little Yellow, Little Green needs to recuperate at home for a while." "Thank you uncle."
Yao Yao did not care about this cover-up reply from Zhang Yang and immediately happily opened her cell phone, not knowing who to contact. Waiting for the evening, Zhang Yang also wanted to invite Lu Bo. They go to Daiji Plaza to eat a fine chap, but unfortunately Lu Bo was busy to go back to play Recharge the New Number. Pressure cannot care about what to eat. As soon as Lu Zi heard that the three of them went, he felt that the cost-effective is not high, and wanted to keep it for later when he has a girlfriend. Then let Zhang Yang please. Zhang Yang was actually speechless after hearing this. Uncle, are these really given to you for us to eat? At 8:30 p.m., Xiong and the girls gathered at the entrance of Shaxian. Hearing Zhang Yang say that he would give them all these marinated chicken legs and marinated duck legs to eat, each of them had an unbelievable look on their faces. Well, eat up, Uncle will have to remake it tomorrow, so these are all for you to eat. Now a lot of Shaxian marinade soup are used ready-made seasoning packets, a variety of flavors and colors blended, including chicken legs, duck legs, meat and so on, in order to save time are unpacked and thrown directly into the marinade soup. Zhang Yang's purpose is not to make money. Naturally, it is not possible to be so confused. According to the system's recipe, bought beef bones, ducks, chicken began to simmer the soup. When Xiong and the girls heard about it, they were immediately happy and swarmed around like hungry ghosts.
Sixth son, you go recruit 2 people tomorrow.
Zhang Yang tried wrapping steamed dumplings and wrapping wontons, but they all ended in failure, so he had no choice but to let sixth son go and recruit people.
Brother, are there any requirements?
Sixth son, while adding chicken legs to the bears and girls, also did not forget to add their WeChat. The beautiful name is that in the future, if there is a similar activity, look for them. Free stuff was utilized by him to the fullest, cost-effective pull full. Well, we'll pack steamed dumplings, we'll pack wontons, fried rice on the line. The wages, you look at giving, do not be higher than you on the line.
Sixth son's salary is 6,500 a month. Social Security would Zhang Yang help him pay.
6,500 has been very high. On this wage bar dance, Love Shake can be recruited, and still packaged food packages.
Zhang Yang with sixth son is purely their own use at ease, ready to later win a handshake.
Don't worry, brother, I know an old cousin who was a talent agent. I guarantee that I will bring someone here tomorrow.
Zhang Yang had a black line.
The moment he heard the word old cousin, he got a headache.
He thought it was another unreliable cousin, but he didn't expect that when Zhang Yang went to the store the next day, it was true. One was wearing a white stepmother dress, and that manicure was longer than sixth son's life. One looked like a nanny for sixth son. Sixth son, I asked you to hire ants who can work, not a secretary for you. And if your saliva drips into my soup, I'll pour it all through your back.
Zhang Yang was a little bit angry, although he didn't expect Shaxian to make money, but Shaxian was the first step for him to build up his business. Unexpectedly, sixth son clapped his hands together and stretched straight to stroke through from his ear. Brother, this is not good enough.
Xiaofang, Xiaoli to show brother Yang.
Click click click, stepmother skirt of Xiaofang to nail to the table, so a press, brush nail all off. Put on the apron, picked up the crust and began to wrap up.
1 round down 18 folds, 1 no less, 1 no more.
Then look at the milkmaid Xiaoli, put on the apron, a portion of river noodles poured into the pot, up and down. The fire is 4 at the same time, but also skillfully add a variety of seasonings.
Violent aesthetics and milk, big breasts, perfect combination, pleasing to the eye, breathtaking.
Brother, please check. Brother, please taste. Looking at the cage of fried dumplings that were as good as a work of art, and the colorful fried river noodles, Zhang Yang called sixth son outside.
How much is the salary? It's too high for me to pay.
This figure, this craft, must not be a month, tens of thousands of do not make money, cannot lose money Sixth son waved his hand. Brother, do not need us to spend money, this is all my old cousin their anchor.
Earn income every day by live broadcasting, we just provide the venue. Brother, isn't it better than hiring those ants, isn't it cost effective la full? This is not only cost effective, it is simply after the derivation of Lobita's law.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but give sixth son a thumbs up, just not waiting for him to praise sixth son for being reliable this time.
The two girls looked at the cell phone, actually directly so go, it went.
What is the situation? This is less than 1 o'clock on the go. Brother, people are anchors, only live 2 hours a day, the rest of the time to turn back indoors, chat with big brother.
Zhang Yang wants to curse, just don't know what to curse. People don't confiscate their money, they really don't know what to say.
Brother, don't be so hasty, the two of them are gone, I still have people here.
Lu Zi looked at his cell phone and sent a voice, you can come over to work
In less than 5 minutes, Xiong came over with a spiritual little sister.
Xiong, what are you doing here?
Zhang Yang looked at Xiong, who was dressed quite formally, and couldn't help but ask, going to work? Brother Lu Zi said that if you work here for 1 day, you'll get 1 meal a day for the rest of the month. It's just a matter of washing dishes and collecting tables, so I'm here. Zhang Yang's pupils widened as he looked at sixth son, no wonder he had added microblogging messages one by one yesterday. It turns out that he had already thought of this Sixth son proudly introduced to Zhang Yang, brother, I don't let them go on more than 1 day, one person is only given to go on 1 day, to ensure motivation.
I've done some math, the two of them only have 20 meals a day, a month is only 600, two people in a group of 30 groups to take turns on the 18,000, we only count the cost of materials may not even be 6,000, and anyway, we have endless ingredients every day, to whom it is not eat off. And compared to the ants, they not only work well, do not pay, but also can stay up all night, the cost-effective pull full off. Zhang Yang. A day's work really means letting people work from 12 noon to 12 midnight. But don't say if there is a chance that you can have a free meal every day if you do a day's work. I guess a lot of mental girls will rush to come. Suddenly Zhang Yang thought of another problem, recruiting so many spiritual girls. When they are not working, one of them will bring a group of them to sit here, so if the others are still eating or not, wouldn't they be repeating the same path of the previous boss's wife? Sixth son, you recruited so many spirit girls, won't something happen, right? Sixth son waved his hand stretched out and touched from his ears. Don't worry, brother, I have told them, half price after coming at 8:30, at that time we will sell all the ingredients that can't be sold during the day to them. Both solved the inventory, but also solved the situation of gathering during the day, cost-effective pull full off. Hiss. This cost-effective remark of sixth son really made Zhang Yang unable to find an excuse, except that he was a bit uneasy in his heart. The thought of his store after 8:30, filled with spirit little sister, spirit boy, clear over the shoulder dragon, eight-faced Buddha, is a headache. Uncle will not invite himself to drink tea. His store, not a mixed store. Chapter 46. Uncle, are you the devil? Forget it, let him go. Zhang Yang's first task was to put up the takeaway drone platform. The takeaway drone system in 2050 benefited from the development of the three-dimensional positioning system. It could be localized to a specific height and with high accuracy, and could be delivered directly to the customer's window opening. Whereas the current navigation could only locate two-dimensional coordinates. However, this is not difficult to defeat Zhang Yang, just need to fly this takeaway drone once at the window entrance of the customer's house. Next time, remember the route, coordinates, and directly return the same way on the line. What he wants to do is to find a place to plant the server, so that this drone system can access the navigation data, and the big data simulation will constantly optimize the delivery route. Uncle, long time no see. Zhang Yang was still holding the takeout drone and studying it, when a huge group of people walked in from the door. A colorful short hair, sunglasses, small suits, do not know also thought that again were the micro merchants to come to the party at 100 yen, you are not welcome here, give me a roll. Yao Yao took a look at Bai Yen and immediately exploded. What kind of 100 swallows had gotten into in the beginning? Everyone knew that she had to fly for a taxi. If it wasn't for Zhang Yang, how could she know Wang Defa, how could she know Fong Yuan? The result. Backhandedly, she backstabbed Zhang Yang. Yao Yao, you're a guest, why are you angry with her? Zhang Yang looked at Bai Yan. Today she was not dressed as an undead person or as a Bara fairy, but had a hint of a strong woman's flavor. Her face began to draw a thick makeup that did not match, and she wrapped her arms around Fong Yuan's arm, her eyes full of fatigue. Yo, uncle, down and out actually opened such a small store. 100 Yen had not yet opened his mouth. Behind 100 Yen a young girl wearing an ultra-short skirt with breasts that did not match her figure walked out. Next to it stood a bald man in the middle. Who was Green Snake if not Trendy Street? Zhang Yang looked at Green Snake, and then looked at 100 Swallows. Killing Zhang Yang would not have thought that the two of them could actually walk $1 to go. Pa! Green Snake had just finished speaking when Yao Yao went up and raised her hand to slap her. The slap that suddenly rose up confused a lot of people. By the time the spirit little sister at the back reacted and wanted to teach Yao Yao a lesson, Zhang Yang was already standing behind Yao Yao. The few spirit girls who were just about to make a move immediately turned off their fire. Zhang Yang's fierce reputation had spread all over Trend Street in the past 2 days. The previous Daffy was so arrogant, but in the end, Zhang Yang had wasted 4 of them by himself, and Zhang Yang was still sitting here with a good head on his shoulders. Not only that, Daffy and their gang ran away, caught, even microblogging friends have to be called to ask again, obviously is the trend of exhaustion. The people who have a face know what's going on once they ask around, but these spiritual girls and boys don't know. Why? Godfather Greensnake looked at Zhang Yang's expressionless eyes and was a bit scared. The middle-aged balding man was a bit disdainful at first. He did know quite a few of the bosses behind the scenes of this trendy street, and once he inquired, he knew what was going on. He knew a lot of the bosses behind this trendy street and knew what was going on as soon as he inquired about it. There was a rumor that the spirit girl and the spirit guy were so godly, and he just wanted to open his mouth, but he froze when he saw the watch that Yao Yao was wearing on her hand. Subconsciously looked at Zhang Yang's wrist, a brand new Vacheron Constantine Woodland Type 400E on his hand. Green Snake sensed that his godfather's gaze had also seen the watch on Yao Yao's hand and became envious and jealous. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lu Qingqing's shock value is plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lu Xian's shock value plus 1000, gaining 10 pretentious points. Like Xiong and the girls, as long as they know Yao Yao, those who know Zhang Yang are very surprised. A watch of more than $1 million was actually given just by saying so. Godfather, look at my face.
Green Snake was shocked, but the face she should find still had to be retrieved, or else the prestige she had built up these days would all be gone. The balding Mediterranean Sea also felt hung up when he heard, in front of his face to beat her goddaughter, this is not in the face of her it.
Today even if it is exempt. What do you mean by this?
Before the bald Mediterranean finished his words, he saw a pill that Zhang Yang took out and asked in surprise. Older brother, children love to fight right and wrong, adults only look at the pros and cons, this is called the sow squealing pill, an hour, can see the effect, the time is only more or less, the side effect is to consume a bit of energy, or this matter is not even a chant.
Balding Mediterranean heard a mouthful of saliva.
Women over 30 is 18, men over 25 is 60, before is hard to wait, now can only be waiting for hard. Like him, there are no other pleasures in life other than being able to have a good time. Although he was more or less suspicious of Zhang Yang's words, but what if?
An hour is an hour if you say so, huh?
The balding middle-aged man did not believe it, but still picked it up. Zhang Yang was also interested in seeing him make a fool of himself, or rather wanted to see Green Snake make a fool of himself. He took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the balding middle-aged man. Just try it and you will know whether it works or not. The balding middle-aged man hesitated for 3 seconds or took the mineral water and swallowed it.
The next second, there is a reaction. There is a reaction.
Ding! Feeling the host's bravado, Lu Qingqing's shock value plus 1000, gaining 10 pretense points. Others might just be shy, but Qing Snake was aware of his godfather's situation. She had tried all the blowing, playing, singing and rapping, but just didn't have the slightest reaction, and now she actually ate one of Zhang Yang's pills actually. But not waiting for her to be shocked for 3 seconds, she was roughly pulled down to the back kitchen by the bald middle-aged man. He didn't believe Zhang Yang's claim of an hour, the peak was just a few seconds. Old brother, the back kitchen is heavy, we still have to cook later, besides it's all oil, hot water, and then scalded. Zhang Yang immediately stopped the balding middle-aged man, jokingly, he is the back kitchen in case of splashing into the hot, how disgusting. The balding middle-aged man at this time work in here so much, looked at the car parked outside.
Pulling Green Snake, he walked in. Zhang Yang happily took out his cell phone. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about.
Hiss, not ashamed to be a senior, Thomas Spiral can be used in real combat out.
Hey. Senior's place is not right waste. Okay, Yao, call the police, just say they violated public order and good morals.
Zhang Yang watched for 10 minutes, perceived nothing interesting, and returned to the store. In less than 5 minutes, the police rushed over in their cars. Ouch. Balding Mediterranean even if the police came were not willing to suspend the wild, no way police had to force open the window to take people away. In order not to affect the city's appearance, to Zhang Yang's store and Zhang Yang asked for a disposable water cup buckle.
Well, more than enough.
Until he was taken away, the bald Mediterranean was still begging his uncle to let him finish the wild monster.
Yao, relieved?
Zhang Yang looked at Yao with a smirk and Yao nodded. As for 100 Yen and the group of spirit little sisters behind him, the spirit boys only felt a chill down their spine.
Is this man a devil?
To think that he could come up with a way to make someone's physical, mental double life worse than death.
Chapter 47, Sean K, Sean Tai, Sean Jin? 100 Yen, how did you get involved with Green Snake and the others?
Zhang Yang was not the least bit worried about the retaliation of the balding middle-aged man. After experiencing the power of the sow squealing pills, Zhang Yang would probably shout without hesitation even if he wanted the balding middle-aged man to shout out to his righteous father, and after doing so, he would have to kneel down and sing to Zhang Yang, always asking for you but never. For Fang Yuan's sake, he didn't throw out the group of 100 swallows, but personally served a chicken leg rice to a few people. He served Fang Yuan a cage of steamed dumplings with marinated meat, hoping that he would comment on it. I'm not opening a gym, with my connections, how could I possibly open it, this is not pulling a few partners. Bai Yen smiled while eating, staring at the drone in Zhang Yang's hand and asked, Uncle, you won't be angry with me, right? The drone in Zhang Yang's hand was different from the traditional takeout drones, it was surrounded by 4 wide-angle cameras that could cover 360. In the center was a round lunchbox, opened with a platform similar to DJI's Follow Me gimbal, which could still keep the lunchbox still even if it rolled over 360. No, it's Uncle who brought you into a circle that doesn't belong to you, and it's tiring to forcefully squeeze in, right? For Bai Jiayan Zhang Yang always has a trace of guilt, Wang Defa or Fang Yuan. 100 yen can become today, in the final analysis, Zhang Yang's cause accounted for 90%. Forced into the circle does not belong to her, pay the price only she knows. Bai Yen froze. Before she came here, she had thought that Zhang Yang would flip out, curse, or just kick them out, but she had never thought that Zhang Yang would say that. All the reasons and excuses she had thought of before did not add up and she froze in place, not knowing what to say. The sudden kindness of a stranger made her a bit defensive. Uncle, you're still good, why don't you give me a membership card to boost my performance?
Zhang Yan?
Uncle, our gym is different from other gyms. Bai Yen took out her cell phone and opened a leaflet. On the leaflet, Yoga Pants Personal Trainer, 1-to-1 teaching. After finishing, there is a separate room to relax, massage, and at night there is singing camping campfire party to enjoy the body and mind.
You're running to crash old den, right? Zhang Yang looked at it. This is still a ing gym.
I'm afraid it's 1 minute of fitness, 1 hour of massage, and 10 hours of eating and drinking. Uncle, not alright, our ideal customer target is after 60, after 70 Taishangdang, the main focus is a cozy company.
Older den after 80 seconds, middle den after 90 seconds, lesser den after aughts are not our target customers.
Zhang Yang seemed to be quite reasonable when he heard it. Post-80s old boarders have to be busy raising their families, post-90s middle boarders have to be busy working as cows and horses, and post-aughts young boarders don't have any money.
Only the 60s, 70s Taishangdang best meets the requirements.
Although it is an old man, but the old man has money and less things in health insurance. Isn't there such a saying, youth is dedicated to the little old man, not much to do but also gentle. Okay, uncle also supports your cause. How to charge? Zhang Yang is not fancy those yoga pants, not fancy those massage, singing bonfire party or something, simply want to support the young people to start a business. Uncle, start charging 10,000, send a free experience class, 100,000 free one-on-one transportation service. Hiss.
Good lord, this is running towards Taishangdang real estate.
Zhang Yang did not doubt for a second that Taishangdang would not take the bait. Didn't he see the gluttonous drool on the side of the sixth son who had been a firm believer in value for money about to fall off? Brother Yang, help me charge 10,000 too. Zhang Yang hadn't thought about how much to charge when sixth son suddenly appeared from the side. Do you have $10,000? Just charge it. Zhang Yang looked up at sixth son and found that he was staring at the yoga pants private tutor with glowing eyes. I don't have you have deducted from my paycheck. How cost effective is this?
Zhang Yang. So you're earning money during the day and spending it at night, and you don't want to take a penny home. No, you can't overdraw your paycheck. This means of collapsing people by 100 yen is obviously upgraded. In the face of the idea of the sixth son to use the chanting to ferry good people, Zhang Yang is resolutely not allowed. If you don't want to overdraw, I have my own. The six sons took out an Apple 8P. The screen is broken, the back cover of the glass move a little bit or falling slag. Just like this, also open WeChat balance, this card to mention a 800, that card to mention a 1000, but also really let him put together a $10,000. Alright, I'll charge 100,000 later, turn around and you go to experience 2 times. Got it. 2 times certainly will not get it, which is the same as the commercial platform. You do not go to a 10 times 8 times, the music teacher WeChat cannot be added, billiards assistant teacher hand are not for you to touch. The pursuit of cost-effective sixth son, go 2 times certainly will not go. If you let him charge a $10,000, he did not spend all the money can be closed only strange, in case you really get it, that's even worse. Sixth son is working in his own place, he has to be responsible for him, and it's better to help him save a little. Wow, brother sixth son, you're great, you can actually have $10,000. The cleaning Xiong stared at sixth son's $10,000 balance with glowing eyes. Hee, that's right, I won't brag to you, there aren't many people of my age who can come up with $10,000. Xiong, drink water or not, sixth son brother treats you. The sixth son of a face arrogant from the freezer took a bottle of 2 yuan of glass bottles of Coke, himself to the QR code scanning code 80 cents of the purchase price. Oh come on, it's chipped on, it's hopeless, it's ruined. Hee, thanks uncle. Hee, thank you brother 6. 100 yen looked at the recharge successful reminder, in front of Fang Yuan's face, she was ready to give Zhang Yang a flying kiss, but Yao, who had the last experience, stopped 100 yen sneak attack in advance. Bai Jiayan did not make any stops and was about to go and get Zhang Yang a membership card even without eating. Uncle, can you persuade Yen? She seems to have changed. As soon as 100 Swallow left, the group of micro-business queens behind her followed in great numbers. Xiong sitting at the table drinking a Coke, 6 in the mopping, Fang Yuan could not help but ask a question. Can't persuade, her parents can't persuade for more than 10 years, do you think uncle is God? People teach people cannot teach, things to teach people line. 100 yen hard to hear is a small man, floating. But uncle, she is now working with the boss behind the dynasty, and the godfather of the green snake, this is completely being used as a gun, in case something goes wrong. Yen is a top thunder. Uncle, can you help her? Fang Yuan is worthy of being the son of Fang Dezhou, and was not stunned by this sudden pie. The Gym 100 Swallows only accounted for a small share, the big head was the boss behind dynasty, as well as the balding middle-aged man just now. The reason why the gym was able to quickly open up, thanks to the boss behind the dynasty's strong funds, balding middle-aged man's deep background relations. All the way to the green light, all kinds of formalities are first on the car and then make up the ticket, only in less than a month's time, opened up. And can look at the 100 family yen, Fang Yuan and its back Fang Dezhou also accounted for a large part. Otherwise, just 100 family Swallow, a spiritual little sister, would not be qualified to be utilized by them. It's fine, nothing big can happen, it's fine if you want me to help her once, you mix with me.
Seeing Fang Yuan froze, subconsciously looked below Zhang Yang, scared Zhang Yang hastily pushed the steamed dumplings in front of him, the lo mein forward, eat it, how does it feel? Fang Yuan tasted them one by one, and as soon as he entered his eyes lit up, he couldn't help but give Zhang Yang a thumbs up. Uncle, where did you get the recipe from? I've eaten at a century-old Shaxian store, it's not as authentic as yours.
I stumbled upon it by chance, what do you think? You'll control the quality and cultivate the talents, Uncle will provide the funds, let's redefine Shaxian. Fang Yuan heard immediately nodded his head like a rattle. Since he was a child, others mentioned that he is the son of Fang Dezhou, he is too eager to prove himself. With Fang Yuan on board, Zhang Yang's hanging heart finally fell. He could now focus on his busy drone takeaway business. If he was counting on Sixth Son. Looking at Sixth Son, who had wiped on the glass door again, as well as Xiong Xiong, who was eating a chicken leg next to him, it was ruined, another one was ruined. Chapter 48 The Girl Who Can't Be Married for $500,000, 500 can be. Fang Yuan insisted to finish the last stall, to give the old customers an explanation. Zhang Yang also let him go. When Yao Yao went to send food to Xiao Huang and Xiao Green, Zhang Yang went to 100 Yan Shangjian. The whole gym covered a large area, Dynasty was on the first floor, second floor and Shang Ke was on the third floor, occupying a whole floor. The name is also in the same vein as Dynasty Gym. The wolfish ambition of the boss behind this imperial dynasty was clear at a glance. Hello sir, is this your first time here? As soon as he entered the door, a receptionist wearing yoga pants and a white undershirt took the initiative to walk out. Yoga pants have been mentioned on the waist, strangled tight, raise their hands and feet, figure dagger. Standing position is also very characteristic, not a rigid front but side 45, so that people notice the upturned plump buttocks, full of life level of the torso. With this hand, I'm afraid that Tai Shangdang would have to be confused before he even went in. At this time, although Zhang Yang is dressed in casual, but the watch on the hand, as well as the clothes or a glance was recognized by the receptionist, very enthusiastic to be on the hand. Lu Xian helped me to do a membership card, where is she? Lu Xian? Front desk lady tried to think for half a day, forced Zhang Yang had to change another name, 100 yen. Oh, it's our guest of Mr. 100, please come in, she's in the 6th private room. As soon as she heard that she was the guest of 100 Swallows, the receptionist's enthusiasm directly dropped from Samba Tropical to Arctic Ice Circle. She was not even willing to show Zhang Yang the way. Zhang Yang followed the number plate above and went all the way inside. He found that it had only been open for a few days, but there were already quite a lot of people. There were very few exercising in the lobby though, most of them were doing muscle relaxation aka massage in the private rooms. An almost 60-year-old man, swish, thighs were broken straight all of a sudden, swish, all of a sudden and then to the crotch axis. Yoga pants just pressed on him, sticking to give him stretches. An almost 50-something old denizen, janked by a red muscle yoga pants crosslock on his arms, face suffocated, still not forgetting to keep sucking and 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 sucking, top over lunging. A 40-something Mediterranean, only a few hairs left by a pair of back and forth friction static electricity, but is happy. When Zhang Yang walked to the 6th private room, 100 yen was wearing yoga pants, giving a middle-aged man to do the ordinary pull-up. The middle-aged man with a pair of thieving eyes constantly in the Bai Zheyan body survey, while Bai Zheyan do not pay attention, took the opportunity to touch a hand. 100 yen that temper actually endured, holding a smile and asked, brother, do a membership card oranges. The middle-aged man smiled lewdly, good, how much money to start charging? Brother 10,000 start charging, 100,000 send free 1-to-1 delivery. Hearing the words of the 100 yen, the middle-aged man immediately got up. You ing crazy, $10,000 old man can sleep 100 you know what? Cursing, he got up and left, and when he passed by Zhang Yang's side, Zhang Yang quietly stretched out his foot. Only hearing an ouch, the middle-aged man fell in the corner with a dog. Are you ing looking for death? Do you know who I am and who my father is? The middle-aged man looked viciously at Zhang Yang, spitting on Zhang Yang's face but not making a move. The ink and meat, as the North often said, was played to the fullest by him. Zhang Yang couldn't stand it and looked at 100 yen. Does the surveillance of this place of yours take a picture of it? 100 yen shook his head, not waiting for Zhang Yang to do it. The other party bared his soul and ran away. You're not going to take on such a small yakuza. Zhang Yang curiously walked into the box, looked around, just wanted to feel it on the soft big bed, was stopped by Bai Zheyan. Brother, don't sit, he might be dumping seeds on it. Zhang Yang was so scared that he ejected and started, looking at Bai Zheyan with an unbelievable face. 100 yen quickly waved her hand, it's not me, it's the private tutor who helped him press it, his hand speed is too fast, he scared people away, so I had to do it. I will let someone clean it up. Hiss. It is true that top shooters never fear the environment, and there is an output environment everywhere they go. Let's change the box. Zhang Yang always felt that there were countless voices shouting when he took a step, uncle, you stepped on us. Upon hearing this, 100 yen immediately brought Zhang Yang to box number 8. Lying on the soft big bed, Zhang Yang only felt like falling into cotton. This bed is actually a waterbed. Brother, can you not tell Fang Yuan about this? Bai Jiayan lowered her head, a little afraid to look straight into Zhang Yang's eyes. Don't worry, I won't say anything to Fang Yuan, but just lie to your employees with some words. Don't lie to yourself too. Startups, big cakes, chicken soup that is the most poisonous, a sentence after the listing to give you dividends. How many people simmering a lot of hair loss? 100 Yen nodded after listening, then looked at Zhang Yang with a look of hope. Scared, Zhang Yang hastily opened his mouth. Don't open your mouth. If you don't have a regular source of clients, I advise you to get out of it. Having been crushed once, Zhang Yang knew what 100 Yen was up to as soon as she looked up. 100 Yen sniffed and sat down in a corner nook, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from nowhere, pulling out a lighter from inside, a cigarette barred and smoked. Zhang Yang got up and patted Bai Jian's shoulder. Bai Jian waved his hand. Uncle, I'm fine, you let me be quiet. No, you leave you alone. What I want to say is it's time for a mechanic, bah, it's time for a private tutor. 100 Yen. Uncle, you are also a stinky man. 100 Yen huffed and puffed and pulled out a flat plate and threw it to Zhang Yang. Exempt. Zhang Yang took a look at the gold medal technician. Bah, gold medal private tutor $500 an hour, special private tutor $1,000 an hour. This is not a point in the private tutor this is clearly in the point 2 Shangding real estate license But when I think of the fast shooters just now, it's alright. 1 hour was enough for them to pump up their output. Uncle, I suggest you scroll back. The back is full of freshly arrived technicians, bah, private tutors. Zhang Yang wasn't the only one who mouthed off. 100 Yen was a bit too, and kept dragging backward with the tablet. Wait. Suddenly Zhang Yang seemed to see a familiar face. It returned a few more pages. Lu Cc? Shanghai, age 28, graduate student, unmarried, 3 years of work experience. Except for the right age, nothing else is right. Zhang Yang is a little incredulous to click on the header image. A little open is a 3-dimensional panoramic picture. Different angles are available, as if the next second to be beautiful maiden horse big change. Zhang Yang looked up and down. This is not Lu Cc it, even a special private tutor are not counted, can only be counted as a gold medal. Brother, your vision is not good you do not like tender? 100 Yen looked at Zhang Yang's panoramic photo constantly flipping and enlarging, and couldn't wait to have a one-click undressing function, but couldn't help but mock a sentence. What do you know, brother is looking at the photos, look at the memories. Zhang Yang took out his cell phone and called Lubo. Hey Lubo, what are you doing? Guess who I saw? Playing the field there is something to be. To be? Okay, let's talk. I saw Lu Cc, in Binjiang. I will send you the photo. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and sent a photo to Lubo. Brother, we don't allow photos here. Bai Yan looked at Zhang Yang with a grumpy face. Zhang Yang didn't even look at her and continued to scroll back and found another familiar figure. Don't talk nonsense, brother will charge you 100,000. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Xian's shock value is plus 1,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretending points. The chat box on Lubo's end kept showing that it was in the process of typing, only to type out 2 words a few moments later. Wait for me. Hee, thank you uncle. Uncle, you helped me charge another 100,000. My performance this month will reach the target. Zhang Yang shook his head. Don't let uncle crash alone. Call Wang Defa and ask him to charge 100,000. If he doesn't, just tell him that you're in love with Fang Yuan. 100 Yen heard thoughtfully walked away. Not a moment's effort, a familiar figure appeared in the box. Familiar black yoga pants, familiar small waist, curvy buttocks. Zhang Yan? Hello, Su Hui, long time no see. Chapter 49, What You Can't Do When You're Young Traps You for the Rest of Your Life. It was always easy to blush when acquaintances met. Su Hui's expression when she saw Zhang Yang's surprise was no less than Zhang Yang hearing that the national soccer team won the championship. Mr. Zhang, do you want us to do a few sets of dumbbells first and I'll give you a strength test? Sparing Su Hui's thick skin and strong mental quality, she was still a bit shy in this kind of transitory encounter. Forget it, just give me a muscle stretch directly first. Mr. Zhang, you haven't worked out yet, why don't I go check your body fat percentage first? No, just give me that cross lock, the one where the thighs click and lock my neck. Then, Mr. Zhang, I'll go get ready. What's the point, just press it. Zhang Yang rolled over and let Su Hui massage him, not letting Su Hui go to ventilate him. Su Hui helped Zhang Yang to press while looking anxiously at the outside, until Lu Bo walked in with all the wind and fire. Su Hui's hanging heart is completely dead. 100 Yen, take our Mr. Lu to technician number 26, private tutor number 26. As soon as Bai Jiayan left, Zhang Yang didn't want Su Hui to press it, just her Dayu funeral flower technique. The purple mud couldn't even be rubbed down. Zhang Yang, do you want any other services? For the sake of acquaintances, you can overstep the limit. Seeing that Zhang Yang was going to leave, Su Hui suddenly pulled Zhang Yang. Her charming eyes were silky and slimy and could pull silk. Unfortunately, at this time Zhang Yang firm like impotence. The love is with the clock stops, the intention is difficult to comb. The white moonlight transitions to become a mechanic, private tutor, such a bloody thing, how can I miss it? Moreover, now he is handsome and capable, who gives money to whom is not certain.
Really want to have a will not strong that day is also waiting for him to be 70 years old to pull on the bed, let her know what is called money is hard to earn, is hard to eat.
Of course, Zhang Yang is mainly afraid of Lu Bo's will is not firm. The ghost knows that behind his treatment is not to go back to marry Lu Cece.
With such a delay by Su Hui, Zhang Yang had already missed the most amazing encounter. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling glass, Lu Cece followed Lu Bo and looked at each other from a distance of less than 1 meter. That short meter seemed like a long river of time, seeing each other's 18-year-old selves.
Uncle, are you guys all seriously ill?
Come to the gym to play with look back our acquaintances directly to find a hotel together to take off the fall pants have to. 100 yen dangling a cigarette, swallowing clouds, holding a cell phone, watching the time pass.
An inch of time is an inch of gold, only in this will materialize.
You don't understand, when you reach uncle's age, you will understand what it means to raise your eyes to the rags and lose my love. Zhang Yang still wanted to give 100 yen a lecture, but unexpectedly, 100 yen was disdainful.
Swish, fishing up the sleeve, gauze like skin under the tattoo has not been cleaned. Till death do us part ZJL, love of a lifetime HMJ, never betray LSF. It's not just about crushes, first loves, and exes. Don't worry, we'll get over it. We'll get over it in one shot.
Zhang Yang also wanted to stir up some, but unexpectedly 100 yen issued a soul torture.
Uncle, how many times have you talked about it? Zhang Yang.
On this aspect of love talk really do not have the spirit of little sister authority, their love has been able to do in the face of ex-boyfriends and their girlfriends together with the waves not shocked.
99% of adults can't do that alone.
TSK, how to talk to customers, go move a stool for uncle by the way make a pot of tea, be careful to complain about you all.
Zhang Yang was poked to his shortcomings some annoyed. Che Bai Yen is also lazy to see the false sentiment here.
She turned her head and went to recharge Wang Defa's membership card. Zhang Yang was watching the show with great interest and some memories were retrieved in his mind.
Little brother, this hobby is elegant enough? Am I able to sit down and watch it together?
Zhang Yang was in the middle of watching or reminiscing when a middle-aged man came uninvited. Without caring whether Zhang Yang agreed or not, a yoga pants brought a stool and poured a pot of tea next to him.
Nowadays, Zhang Yang was no longer that ignorant teenager who knew nothing about luxury goods.
Versace, Louis Vuitton, Dolce & Gabbana, Patek Philippe, middle-aged people simply can buy ordinary people a life. Not the kind of life that kills and sets fire to people, but the kind of life that keeps him working here until he dies. Nope, my friend met his ex-girlfriend, keep a lookout so he doesn't eat again.
But
the middle-aged man did not expect that Zhang Yang would suddenly come up with this word, and for a moment, he was a bit defenseless.
Older brother, is the boss behind this? For that bald Mediterranean?
Zhang Yang knew the identity of this person when he saw 100 swallows standing obediently behind him. And the one who could make the boss behind this dynasty come over to be courteous first and have a history with Zhang Yang was probably that bald middle-aged man. Ha, old brother is really an interesting person. My name is Hong, I am the third in line, everyone calls me Hong San. I'm not interested in asking about the donkey Baldy, what I'm curious about is the pill in my brother's hand really as magical as the donkey Baldy said it was?
Can you please let me have one? Donkey Baldy?
This is aptly named, Donkey Face, Bald Man, summed up in one sentence. It looked like Zhang Yang still underestimated the temptation of an hour for a man. I'm sorry elder brother Hong, it's too expensive, I don't have it here for now, when I have it depends on fate. Zhang Yang saw Lu Bo standing up and shaking hands and hugging Lu Cece, it looks like he should be reconciled. People will be trapped by the young and unavailable things, will also be a moment of a scene to solve the confusion of a lifetime.
To put it more plainly, it is to unring the bell. So you're out? Not together about a friendship bureau?
Zhang Yang gossip heart bare burning.
However, Lu Bo opened his mouth and said, Zhang Yang, I don't want to go back. Ah. Zhang Yang thought that Lu Bo wanted to drink, vent, or ask for 20 more Sao squealing pills. I didn't expect to say this. I heard from Lu Zi that you were planning to redefine Shaxian. I think the prospect is good. If you can get me into the stock, I will. If not, I will work for you. You should have some idea about my ability. Lu Bo's ability Zhang Yang naturally believed, can live in the small county of his hometown is very nourishing people, each top are capable people. If you are able to sell crabs all over the county, how can you be an incapable person? And it just so happens that his takeaway drone also needs someone to promote it. Lu Bo, obviously, was more than suitable. With Lu Bo's joining, one's own drone takeaway blueprint was put together in a big way. Okay, then, brother Bo, call me boss, Zhang Yang joked with Lu Bo with a smile on his face. Lu Bo joked with Lu Bo, boss Zhang, can you give me 20 more so squeal pills? I used 5 yesterday, I don't have much left. 5 pills, are you crazy, is Guyu still alive? Alive, but I guess she's a coward. Okay, I'll get you 20 more later. The two of them had a word for each other, not noticing Hong San's face of black lines behind them. Chapter 50, Big Data Era, it's only getting more voluminous. Third brother, do you want me to ask for mercy from uncle? Bai Yen volunteered to go and ask for a so squeal pill for Hong San, but all he got was a blank stare. By the time Zhang Yang returned to the store, it was already past 8 o'clock. Zhang Yang estimated that Yao Yao's side should have almost finished delivering the meal, so he could go pick her up and take her back. It should be said that Zhang Yang could hardly stand the test of Su Huizhong's blows. Now, he was as if he had eaten the heaven and earth six harmonies. Only when he returned to the store, he almost didn't collapse. He walked in and out. Walked in and out again. A water of spirit girl, spirit boy, some not enough to sit also sat on the lap. There is a feeling of Kowloon Ice House. Walked in not a few steps, A4 paper fell on the ground. Zhang Yang, thinking of their own store, picked up ready to throw into the trash. Hit the eye actually is an ultrasound list. Sixth son, this ing you do good? Fang Yuan went out of the stall, the two small anchors after the mealtime also off the air. Xiong sat at the bar, drinking soda and playing with his cell phone. Only sixth son kept busy and happy, and greeted people from time to time. He wouldn't think he was a nine-striped dragon. Brother, business is good, right? Sixth son was dejected. Zhang Yang looked at the turnover after 7:30 p.m. $3, $5, $2.5, $1. This income is not related to the menu. These also, even if the key is a group of spirit little sister Q in the back kitchen. What? Not bad your head ah, what are they doing? Zhang Yang asked as he flung the ultrasound order to him and pointed to the kitchen. Sixth son mysteriously smiled. Brother, teach a man to fish is not as good as teach a man to fish. I let them fry their own rice, so that both let them know a grain of. Stop, does Fang Yuan know about this? Zhang Yang doesn't want to hear about fish, fishing and donkey here. He has heard too many donkeys today. He just wants to know if Fang Yuan knows about it. He only wanted to know if Fang Yuan knew about it. Fang Yuan was a clean freak about the kitchen. Before Zhang Yang left, the kitchen was still a bit messy, but after he left, the grease stains on the tiles were polished. All kinds of tableware and spices were neatly arranged. Zhang Yang took a look at the back kitchen and felt his heart suddenly contracted. A little spiritual girl was putting a spoonful of sugar into the fried rice. Who puts sugar in fried rice in a good family? I know, Fang Yuan said to let them do it, just in case there's one or two clan saints. Brother, don't worry, they won't use expensive ingredients, it's just rice and noodles. Zhang Yang. Wasted, completely wasted. This store is considered completely wasted. Luckily, I still have a drone takeout business. Pulling out his cell phone and setting the end point of the takeout drone here, Zhang Yang planned to bring the takeout drone back and test it by releasing it from his house window. Thinking that tonight might be a protracted battle, Zhang Yang planned to pack some big bones or something to gnaw on when he was hungry at night. When he first bought the beef bones, he specifically bought the ones with more meat. When he walked to the front desk here, he heard Xiong take a bite out of his husband here and take a bite out of his mwahaha. What? Change the mold again? Xiong hee smile. No, just chat 2 days of a child brother, tease him to play it, every day to me to send selfies, baby, wife shouting can be fun. Zhang Yang curiously took a look at the avatar. Exempt, good guy, neither airplane head, nor greasy uncle, but a scissors hand ghost animal selfie. Look at the age of the childish pimples cannot grow out. Looking at the chat record, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Xiong, it's too much don't chat small children into it. Children are immature, chatting too much and then put the children into the brother, cannot come out, then it will be trouble. Xiong had the hindsight to think that Zhang Yang was right and was just about to delete it, but Zhang Yang stopped her. Delete it later, I'll teach him a lesson first. Zhang Yang took Xiong's cell phone and typed a few words. Hubby, I want to buy you a limited edition set of Transformers as a birthday gift today. 128 is just short of 10, you transfer it to me. Only to see the chat box on the other end of the silence for a long time before sending a 5 transfer, after 10 seconds, and sent a 5 red envelope. The moment he pressed collect, the lad's chat box was still showing that he was typing. Zhang Yang pulled the person into the blacklist. Uncle, this you all collapse? Xiong looked at the $10 with an incredulous face. I'm letting him learn well, telling him what it means to touch flowers and grasses to show love. Zhang Yang was so happy that he could imagine that the kid behind the cell phone first had a stunned and unbelievable expression, and then screamed like crazy, followed by a movie star performance of crying in pain. After the calm is to send a circle of friends, sealed heart absolutely love, a Matt Rice. Saved another lost teenage boy. Happy. After telling sixth son to check on the drone later and not to close the door, Zhang Yang drove to the police station to pick up Yao Yao. By the time he waited at the police station, Yao Yao was holding up her cell phone to make a call. It's just $10, cousin will send it to you later, don't cry. Sis is not about the money, she shouted every day. Husband, dear, just for the lack of my $10, pull me black. This $10 is what our brothers put together. Sis, I'm having a hard time. Zhang Yang thought it would be better not to disturb Yao Yao comforting that ignorant teenager. He turned his head into the hall, intending to find a degree to inquire about the progress of the case. In case there is any leakage, Yao Yao or something should pay attention to it. The 17 or 18-year-old young man is really rash. Luckily it is in the country. If it is in foreign countries, a handful of truth, even Zhang Yang do not dare to go out. When I walked into the hall, I could clearly feel a joyful atmosphere. Brother, you came at the right time, that South squealing pill still have it? How much is it? I have a friend. Zhang Yang saw the degree has not yet greeted it. The degree took the initiative to shake Zhang Yang's hand with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang pulled to the corner. There are but not much more. I'll take 3 more for my old brother, the money is even. He naturally did not believe in the words of his friend who was born out of nothing, but the face he should give still had to be given. Degree heard that there are 3 happy, spirited to be with the birth of a 3rd child like. Zhang Yang also took the opportunity to ask about the status of the case. Almost there, their back junkies are also dug up by us almost. Daffy's gang don't have 17 or 18 years, don't want to come out. Zhang Yang's hanging heart was finally released upon hearing this. He refused Degree's treat. He could feel Degree's feeling that the game had just been recharged with skins and he couldn't wait to open one. On the way back, Yao Yao was still relentlessly comforting the ignorant teenager. It was only when they reached the parking lot and ran out of signal that they stopped. Uncle, I grew up with my aunt treating me the best. I'm often at my cousin's house. You won't be jealous, right? Of course not. Which guy would be jealous of a kid in his early teens? Besides, Yao Yao is not called Xiaoyin. However, Zhang Yang rubbed his nose and decided to send $500 to Xiong Xiong later so that she can rot this in her stomach. Yao Yao let out a giggle after hearing this and sat on Zhang Yang. Uncle, you know what? I delivered a cake to Xiao Huang and Xiao Green today and the boss didn't give me a fork. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Then what? Then I hope you can send a fork to me. Zhang Yang. Half an hour later, Yao Yao opened the car window and spat another mouthful of stale phlegm outside the car. It just happened to be seen by the downstairs who went downstairs to take out the garbage. Mom, the quality of these people is really bad, spitting everywhere. The young woman ignored the little boy's childish talk and stared at the old phlegm for a long time, unable to return to her senses. And back upstairs, Zhang Yang set the takeaway drone flying. The first return took 45 minutes, the second took 30 minutes, and the third took only 15 minutes. The 4th time, the 5th time. Along with the constant deduction of big data, the route was being optimized. Until the time was compressed at the limit of 10 minutes could no longer be compressed, Zhang Yang opened the software again and ordered a takeaway showing a delivery time of 1 hour and 20 minutes. Sighing, the era of big data will only become more and more voluminous. Chapter 51, The Birthplace of Spiritual Little Sisters. Duong, duong, duong. Early in the morning there was another electric drill sound. This time it really wasn't Zhang Yang. New neighborhoods are like this, people are renovating every day. Touching the position next to her, Yao Yao woke up a long time ago, happily mopping the floor in the house. That kind of leap on her face can be seen by everyone. Uncle, you are awake, look at the breakfast I made for you. Zhang Yang looked at the table. A milky eel soup was placed on the table. This is something Yao Yao specially learned from her mom before she left. The eel was also killed from home and then chilled in the refrigerator. Zhang Yang still remembered Yao Yao's reaction after she ate the thick eel last time. Thinking about Yao Yao's first time cooking, Zhang Yang still gave some face. The result was that the two of them stayed in bed for another hour. The little boy downstairs watched TV for another hour. Uncle, I want to lend a little bit of the money I have on me to Xiao Huang and Xiao Green so that they can buy some clothes, is that okay? Yao Yao was wearing her hair loose, her face with a slight blush, her eyes a little evasive. Said to borrow, in fact is to give. Spirit little sister borrowed money whenever return ah. According to the custom, this money is not strictly Yao Yao's. Zhang Yang, if you go to Yao Yao's, their family also have to give. Give it to me, my mom and those relatives are supposed to give it to you, you can spend it however you want. Zhang Yang doesn't care about the tens of thousands of dollars. Thank you uncle. Yao Yao happily kissed her. Without wrapping the bedsheet, she went to the cabinet and took out a parcel. From it, she took out $30,000 and handed it to Zhang Yang. Uncle, please give it to Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu for me. If I give it to them, they will get the wrong idea and it will harm them. Zhang Yang instantly understood Yao Yao's meaning after hearing this. If Yao Yao gave this money, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu would think that Yao Yao made a lot of money from Zhang Yang. With their relationship, once they ran out of money, their first reaction would be to borrow from Yao Yao. Borrowing would be a bottomless pit, and the two of them would not be expected to work in peace in the future. If you don't borrow, you won't be able to stand the test of human nature when you are in a hurry. Zhang Yang is the best person for this. Only Zhang Yang was a bit curious why Yao Yao would think so much. Looking at Zhang Yang staring at her, Yao Yao was a bit embarrassed. Uncle, you transferred 5,000 to me before and I lent them a little bit. But then they kept on borrowing until they borrowed all my $5,000. Zhang Yang touched Yao Yao's head and put away the $30,000. After washing up, he went to Shaxian. Fang Yuan had arrived long ago and was in the back kitchen handling the beef bones, chicken racks, and the steamed dumplings, wontons and other things to be wrapped today. Unlike those two little Netflix hosts, Fang Yuan did things slowly and methodically, and the cluttered refrigerator was also separated one by Fang Yuan with food-grade preservation boxes, and even labeled with the time of use. Fang Yuan, this is a week's worth of marinades, as well as seasonings. Zhang Yang handed the purchased seasonings to Fang Yuan. He was actually not defending Fang Yuan, but rather Bai Baiyan. Fang Yuan is not defending himself against Bai Jian. If he tells Fang Yuan about the recipe, it is the same as telling Bai Jian. With Bai Jiayan's character, in case he sees that Shaxian is making money, it would be strange that this formula can make money. Okay, Uncle Fong Yuan took the ingredients and looked at Zhang Yang to speak. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Zhang Yang asked, looking at Fong Yuan's hesitant look. Uncle, can I take on an apprentice? I found a good seedling with a superb sense of taste yesterday. I think it won't be long before she'll be able to hold her own. But does this store still need people? Right now the store has a daily fix of 2 spiritual little sisters, 2 little anchors, a Lu Zi, a Lu Bo, plus a Fong Yuan. For the tiny Shaxian, this configuration is really a bit high. The salary first according to 3002, turn back when can be out of the division, immediately can be corrected. Don't worry, the second store is already in the process of searching. How can one store satisfy Zhang Yang's needs? His ideal structure is to carry out the drone takeaway business through Shaxian. When the time is right and the money is available, then the full-scale promotion will start. Okay, thanks uncle. As soon as Fong Yuan heard this, he immediately took out his cell phone happily and went to make a call. In less than 20 minutes, a spiritual little girl ran over and bowed respectfully upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, not interfering with Fong Yuan's teaching. As a matter of fact, Fong Yuan's vision was still good. The little spiritual girl could precisely taste the spices in it after just a few tastes. No wonder Fong Yuan would love his talent. The little girl is also diligent. Take a pen brush to remember what things. Look at the person Fong Yuan is looking for, and then look at the person he is looking for. Zhang Yang only felt a sense of frustration. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Sixth Son. Sixth Son, where are you? Hurry back, it's almost dinner time. It was quite noisy on the other end of the phone, with all sorts of shouting and cursing. The environment was quite complicated at a glance. Okay, I'll be right back. After almost 20 minutes, Sixth Son rushed back with Bear and 2 other mental boys. No, Rocco, what are you doing again? Where is your cousin? Zhang Yang looked at Sixth Son holding a huge pile of leaflets in his hands and had a bit of a headache. He was letting him look after the store as the store manager. It should be a very leisure job, this day by day. How does he feel that he is busier than anyone else? Sixth Son hemmed and hawed. Cousin went to the nearby movie city, live base, to talk about business. Brother, this is not the opening of the new store. I find my old cousin ordered a batch of leaflets. After this piece of spiritual circle we wrapped up. Cousin. Hearing Sixth Son say the word old cousin, Zhang Yang felt his brain buzzing. Sixth Son, let's not talk about whether the spirit boy has the money to order or not, but who's going to deliver the order? Don't tell me you're the one to deliver it again. Sixth Son waved his hand and touched his hands behind his ears. Hey, brother, this is not true. This is not the spirit of the boy. A group of 2 people to send a day to take care of a month's meals, 30 groups to rotate, cost-effective pull full law. Good guy. After listening to the cost-effective speech of the 6 sons, Zhang Yang looked at him like the devil. Livestock also give 3 meals a day. The spirit of the little sister, the spirit of the little guy, and is only mixed 1 meal. This is to drain the spirit of the little sister, the spirit of the little guy, for a number of different values. On the cost-effective, capitalists also have to shed tears. Okay, you went to register a few takeaway platforms. If someone orders food, you point the merchant to personally deliver the food. Turn around and take this drone with you. Tell him to fly it in the window opening after the next time to order food in the same place, and so on. Turn around and I'll tell you how to maneuver the drone. The drone takeout system that the system had raffled off was a small server and 10 takeout drones in total, and if you wanted any more you would need to buy them from the system with pretentious points. It was not that expensive. 1 point of pretentiousness could exchange 1 unit. It was just that Zhang Yang felt that 10 units should be enough for the time being. As soon as Sixth Son heard this, he wanted to touch his head again, but was stopped by Zhang Yang's stern look. Brother, why are we wasting that money? If not, I'll just recruit a few more spiritual guys. Anyway, they don't have to sign a contract, and the price-performance ratio isn't any better than this. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Remember that you have to talk in person. Zhang Yang didn't dare to use Sixth Son's cost-effective. I don't know if this group of writers made up of mental boys will attack his takeaway halfway. Oh, Sixth Son was a bit unhappy after hearing this, probably because his own cost-effective comment was not adopted. After explaining a few things, and waiting until the afternoon, Zhang Yang and Yao picked up Little Yellow, Little Green, went to the nearby barber store, washed and straightened his dirty braids, and bought a few more outfits. Little Yellow, Little Green still looks like a mixer, but it is a lot more normal, only on the body of the Heart of Steel mark, temporarily cannot deal with, can only wait for the opportunity to go to the tattoo parlor to wash. When he was done with all this, Zhang Yang took the 3 of them and set off in the night. The 3 of them were all excited along the way, telling a lot of mixed things, and Zhang Yang was also curious about the birthplace of this spiritual little sister. Chapter 52, The Pair of Sheds. Plus also don't have to pay rent, worry about meal money, and then steal from home to sell some things. It is estimated that there are quite a lot of living expenses. At least not like the Trend Street gang of 7 or 8 people to order a fried Yao Yao's home is very far from Binjiang, driving then almost half to nearly 7 hours. Waiting for the time, the darkness of a piece of. Zhang Yang, who has not been out of the province since he was a child, realized that not all rural areas have concrete roads, and not all roads have streetlights at night.
The local girls don't even look at the self-built houses, but for the foreigners, what kind of existence? Little yellow, little green to the home, their home pitch black. They haven't been back for a long time, but when they arrived home, the elders were quite indifferent. It was said that children were the heart of the elders, and Zhang Yang suspected that they were hemorrhoids.
Yao Yao's family was the same.
On the curved hair-like street, a house was built over here, a high wall was raised over there, and there was an extinct slope if one did not pay attention.
By the time Zhang Yang arrived home, their family had already had breakfast.
An old man was sitting in the living room watching TV, and the green gauze curtains at the door were crawling with bugs. The big yellow dog of bastard Pai Zi, Wang Wang Wang, barked furiously towards them. Yao Yao kicked 2 feet before it shut up.
Yao Yao, you didn't tell them we are back?
Zhang Yang looked at the black-lighted house and the old man who did not respond after honking the horn. He could not help but ask in surprise. In his imagination, at this time, the door should be filled with onlookers, and once his car arrived, a small string of firecrackers would be set off first off.
Said.
Yao Yao's eyes were a bit red before Zhang Yang's family got the news in the middle of the night and made it so grand. Again red carpet, again 4 dishes and 4 soups, and firecrackers at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night.
On the contrary, their family.
Lifting the curtain and walking in, there was an indescribable smell in the house, like the smell of an old man and the musty smell of 10 days of continuous rain.
Grandma, I'm back.
Yao Yao shouted. The old man heard the voice and turned back, asked, Yao Yao is back, have you eaten?
No, Yao Yao looked at the stairway with disappointment.
Then she placed the Maotai in Zhang Yang's hand as well as Huazi on the ground. Grandma, tell my dad that I'm going out to live. Without waiting for Zhang Yang to say hello, Yao Yao dragged Zhang Yang to the car. This is a big deal, but looking at Yao Yao's red eyes, Zhang Yang can't say anything and speeds off with a kick of the gas. Until the sound of Zhang Yang's rumbling gas pedal, the light on the second floor balcony was only lit up. There were no good hotels in this county, and the only thing that was upmarket was a 4-star hotel. Zhang Yang booked an executive king room, and once inside, there were all sorts of inspection cameras. Yao Yao's mood was not high. No comparison does no harm. Sent a message to Xiao Wang, Xiao Green, and realized that both of them were not in a good mood either. The 3 spiritual little sisters combined and simply came out for a drink. Zhang Yang and the girls were in the county town, while Xiao Huang and Xiao Green were in the countryside, and it might take a while for the 2 of them to ride the electric bicycle. So Zhang Yang and Yao Yao prepared to go to the stall to order food first. Zhang Yang has always thought that the spirit of the little sister is the family personal reasons, until Zhang Yang to the stalls he realized what is called heritage. Before even arriving at the big stall, the deafening sound of music rang out. Spirit guys here are no longer open ghost fire, cold in winter and mosquitoes in summer. They have evolved to turn on the old man music. If Zhang Yang himself could storm the shock value, I am afraid it would have been 10,000 points by now. In front of the stall, there are a lot of old men's cars parked in front of the stall, and the license plates are D12345, D88888, D99999. The old man in the old man music down is not an old man, but a group of spirit boy, spirit girl. Previously, a ghost fire could sit with 3 people, but now it starts with 4, and some of them even have 2 people on the door.
It's just like a ING gangster's appearance.
These people should be the first generation of the spirit of the little girl, the spirit of the little guy. Many people do not even have an ink on the body. If you have 1 or 2 sets of tattoos on your body, you're definitely a big brother, and you're holding at least 2 spiritual girls next to you.
However, when Zhang Yang's Cayenne stopped here, the shock value kept coming out.
Ding, due to the host's bravado, my Yuhua's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Mu Xiaoli's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Gao Yuesher's shock value is plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Although it was not much, but it couldn't help that there were a lot of spiritual little sisters here. This was a joy for Zhang Yang, who hadn't had a large shock value credited to his account for a few days. Yao Yao was also quite happy. From Zhang Yang's passenger seat, she took out a pack of cigarettes and hopped down.
Sister Hong, long time no see.
The boss named Sister Hong could see that she was also a mixed person, with large tattoos densely packed on her arms and a pair of large angel wings tattooed on the front of her chest.
Yo, isn't this the traffic light trio? Where is little yellow and little green? The boss looked at Yao Yao for half a day before recognizing Yao Yao.
The main thing is that now Yao Yao's whole person has changed. The heavy makeup disappeared, replaced by a small family of rich and noble gas. They are on their way, they will be here soon. Yao Yao scattered a cigarette to Sister Hong. The other party grilled skewers while holding up a carbon fire to light the cigarette.
The small action is indeed handsome, with a kind of 13 Sisters vestigial feeling. While Yao Yao was chatting with the boss, Zhang Yang also looked around.
The spiritual guys here were a bit richer than the spiritual guys in Trendy Street. Zhang Yang felt that it might have something to do with the fact that many people here were still studying. When they were studying, their grandparents and parents gave them a lot of money for living expenses, and the food came to be strong. Handsome guy, what do you want to eat? Today Sister Hong will give you 20% discount.
After half a day of chatting to the ordering session, Red gave Zhang Yang scattered a cigarette. Zhang Yang took it in his hand and did not smoke it. Give me the imperial set meal. The set meal here is also quite unique. There is no specific menu name, or some vague, like what not drunk and not return package, good brother in the heart package, seeking chiseling package. However, according to the menu from low to high, Zhang Yang felt that this emperor package should be the most expensive. Okay. This Sister Hong didn't ask Zhang Yang if she could eat spicy food. She herself kept on taking ingredients from the freezer at the back and threw them onto the grill with a click. Not long after, Little Yellow and Little Green came over. Compared to Yao Yao, Xiao Huang, Xiao Green's circle of contacts is much wider. Like big sisters, they greeted each other here and received cigarettes there. Zhang Yang was shocked by this place. Zhang Yang had just sat down and hadn't even eaten the barbecue yet. Suddenly, an ear-splitting music sounded from the opposite stall. The owner of the opposite side did not know where to bring out an 80s ambient light, and Cuckoo was shaking. There were a few spiritual boys, holding bottles of wine and frantically provoking this side. Sister Hong's side is not willing to show weakness. The top of the head inexplicably lit up the rotating ambient light. Small spotlight Cuckoo was a burst of light. A horse stood in the forefront, shaking with the folding screen like, pick up a bottle of beer on the show up. The two sides of the hole with the shed like, see Zhang Yang are dumbfounded. Chapter 53 Telenkio Further Training College. Uncle, exciting or not? Xiao Huang and Xiao Green stood in front of them with beer bottles, and a group of people stood hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder and shook in front of them. The deafening music made Zhang Yang's heart jump out, but Yao Yao and the girls seemed to be enjoying themselves. Yao Yao did not participate and happily wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang and shook her head. Exciting! Zhang Yang cried and laughed a little. This was not just a humble version of a disco. After a group of people shook their heads for almost 20 minutes, a police car came huffing and puffing. Several parties seemed to be used to it. Turn off the lights, turn off the stereo. Little Yellow, Little Green uninterested returned to the seat, together with a few spirit little sister brought back. There is a serious imbalance in the male to female ratio of spiritual boys and girls here. The male to female ratio of spiritual girls and spiritual boys in Riverside Trendy Street was about 6-4, with 6 men and 4 women. Here, the male to female ratio is almost 8-2, with 8 males and 2 females. Zhang Yang guessed that this might have something to do with studying. When studying at home, the parents of the girls are usually more strict. Unlike the men, they just have to come back alive. This led to a serious imbalance in the male to female ratio at Zhang Yang's table. This naturally caused a lot of spiritual guys to covet, or out of the mix why Zhang Yang alone exclusive 7, 8 spiritual girls. Especially Yao Yao among them, pretty as hell. Older sister, get to know it, Wu Gang, you can also call me Gangzy brother, go brother to take you to shake your head off. A gray airplane head, holding a small bag, and the skate like a shake 3 steps came over. He put the bag on Zhang Yang's table and started to talk to him forcibly. However, without waiting for this gray airplane head to say a few words, Sister Hong walked over with a grilled lamb chop. Wu Gong, have you stolen your father's wheat and sold it, haven't you? Sister Hong, don't talk nonsense, when did I steal my father's wheat to sell? Wu Bang has some weakness. Red sister is a laugh. I went to help your father to calculate the account, but the difference is nearly $6,000 in the hole. I advise you to hurry up and go. A moment of your father should come. Sister Hong's sentence made a lot of people around them laugh. It looks like this Wu Gang seems to be not the first time to do this. Hee, thank you Sister Hong for relieving me. Yao Yao greeted Sister Hong with a playful smile. Sister Hong didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. You don't need to thank me. Your boyfriend's watch is more than 300. I guess it must be a powerful character too. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lin Fong shock value plus 100. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Li Meng's shock value is plus 100. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Gao Yuesher's shock value is plus 100. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Upon hearing Sister Hong's words, quite a number of spirit boys and spirit girls looked at Zhang Yang's watch. Zhang Yang was a bit surprised and looked at Sister Hong. He didn't expect to be able to see the value of Zhang Yang's watch at a glance, which made Zhang Yang a bit impressed. It's worthy of being the place where the spirit little sisters appeared, crouching tigers, hidden dragons. After drinking for a while, Little Yellow, Little Green some intention not yet finished, also want to go to the bar to play for a while, but Zhang Yang is a little tired. Think about it. If Zhang Yang didn't go, Yao Yao naturally couldn't go either, so the two of them ate some barbecue and then planned to go to the hotel to rest. What Zhang Yang didn't expect was that this Sister Hong actually had a deep secret, and showed Zhang Yang a hand when she was checking out. The calculator was useless, and her mouth was actually clearing the bill. Zhang Yang paid the money, took the menu and used his cell phone to calculate the difference. TSK. Yao Yao, what kind of person is this Sister Hong? I found that everyone in the neighborhood seems to respect her. On the way back, Zhang Yang couldn't help but pry curiously. Yao Yao shook her head. I don't know, I heard that she is a very good accountant. She has been in jail before, and then she sold barbecue here. Accountant? Jail? Did you study at Tilenkio? The next day, Zhang Yang slept until 9 a.m. when he was woken up by Yao Yao's cell phone. The caller was Yao Yao's sister-in-law, who learned that Yao Yao had brought her boyfriend back and wanted to invite Zhang Yang for dinner. Zhang Yang was a little bit in tears, going to the woman's home. The woman's home, a meal has not been eaten. First went to the sister-in-law's home to eat. However, Yao Yao had learned from her mother's mouth that since her mother's death, she had often stayed at her sister-in-law's house over the years. The relationship with her sister-in-law is much better than with her father and her stepmother. From the hotel out, drove almost 30 minutes to the place. 4 or 5 people were standing on the side of the road. Some were holding firecrackers in their hands, some were holding up their cell phones.
Uncle, this is my sister-in-law's father and sister-in-law. Yao Yao pressed the car window. The gloom on her face was swept away. She rolled down the window and shouted, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law's husband, great uncle, second uncle."
Zhang Yang stopped the car to disperse the cigarettes one by one.
A few moments later, a firecracker sounded. Zhang Yang sat on the main seat of the 8 Immortals table. Yao Yao's great uncle accompanied him on the left, Yao Yao's second uncle accompanied him on the right, and the one pouring the wine was Yao Yao's sister-in-law's husband, which was exactly the configuration of the table for a new aunt to come to the door. Zhang Yang was sitting directly opposite Yao Yao and a sad-looking kid. Yao Yao's sister-in-law was constantly serving various dishes. It was obvious that the other party was also paying quite a bit of attention. Another braised goose, another rolled duck soup, and a big carp. Zhang Yang, come, you are tired from driving, have some wine to relieve your fatigue. Yao Yao's sister-in-law's husband, as soon as he came up, poured a big glass of white for Zhang Yang, probably wanting to have a drink and see the character of the person through the wine. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang had taken an antidote to alcohol before starting the meal. The beginning of the drinking game is to taste, the middle of the even, the end is to penetrate. A meal down, corpses everywhere. Yao Yao's great uncle and second uncle had long been down, only her sister-in-law's husband was still holding out, but with Zhang Yang's sentence, "Drink some beer and rinse your mouth," he also fell on the dinner table. "Xiao Zhang, have some watermelon. You've seen the situation, I can only ask you to squeeze in with Xiaotao at night." Originally, Zhang Yang and Yao Yao were planning to stay in a hotel, but Yao Yao's sister-in-law heard about it and refused to agree, so Zhang Yang had to stay.
"It's okay, auntie. Zhang Yang does not matter, where to sleep is not sleep, internet cafe package, a stool can sleep."
I didn't realize that Zhang Yang didn't care, but Xiaotao's little brat was not happy. "Mom, I'm falling out of love, I want to be alone." "Then you sleep in the toilet." Yao Yao's sister-in-law was not spoiled, she went up to her ear and tore it for a while. Yao Yao slightly apologized and helped Zhang Yang to make up the bed and organize the pillowcases. "Uncle, just for one night, tomorrow we will stay in a hotel, okay?" Zhang Yang nodded. He could tell that Yao Yao's relationship with their sister-in-law's family was really good, and this sister-in-law's family was also sincere to Yao Yao.
Otherwise, they couldn't welcome Zhang Yang with such a big gesture.
"Xiaotao, squeeze inside and save some space for your brother-in-law."
Yao Yao instructed the little brat again, but as soon as Yao Yao left, the other party immediately took up a big part of the bed again. To deal with this kind of brat, Zhang Yang was naturally a handful and pulled out his cell phone. "Playing games or not?" The little brat looked at the V10 account and couldn't help but gulp a bit. "Play." Zhang Yang smiled. "Come and scan the code, my number will play for you, feel free to play." When the little kid boarded the number and was surprised there, Zhang Yang pulled out his cell phone and sent another message out. "Hey, what's Bear doing?" Chapter 54, Ichimi Spirit Little Sister. "Uncle, awake yet?"
In the morning Zhang Yang was still dreaming. In his dream he became an ice pick and was hugged by Crayola and licked like crazy. Once he opened his eyes, he found Yao Yao lying on the side with a bad smile on her face.
"Nope, not even close."
For Yao Yao's practice of calling her brother if she can't wake him up, Zhang Yang is still a bit fired up, but there is no way around it. The timing, the people in the ground are not favorable. Looking around, the little cousin is hugging his cell phone and huffing and puffing. The cell phone interface is still stuck on the chat conversation with Bear. "That mouthful of a baby, I guess I have to seal my heart and love again tomorrow." 10 minutes later, Yao Yao was at the pool again.
Zhang Yang washed up and followed downstairs.
Yao Yao's great uncle and second uncle had long since slipped away, no longer mentioning yesterday's agreement to stay and play for 2 more days, and go to their house to have a seat too. Only Yao Yao's sister-in-law is sitting on the dining table, fiddling with the breakfast. The breakfast was hand-rolled noodles cooked in chicken soup last night, a steaming pot full of noodles, with the specialty of dried radish and garlic. It was also very appetizing. Zhang Yang dried 2 bowls in one gulp. "Zhang Yang, I'm sorry, I have to go to work and pick up Yao Yao's cousin at noon, so I can't accompany you." Yao Yao's sister-in-law's husband should be a very naive character, probably because he felt that as the head of the family it was not good to rush off early in the morning. He froze and waited until Zhang Yang woke up, and only then was he in a hurry to leave. "Auntie, let me pick up Xiao, I know how to drive now too." Yao Yao's words made Yao Yao's sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband reveal a hint of surprise as well as relief in their eyes.
Especially Yao Yao's sister-in-law, from last night's all-night conversation, she knew that Zhang Yang and Zhang Yang's parents treated Yao Yao as if she was their own son, and didn't treat Yao Yao differently because of her status.
After having breakfast, Zhang Yang, who had nothing to do, planned to follow Yao Yao around the county town and pick up her cousin on the way. Brother, there is a good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Yao Yao didn't sleep well last night and the situation in the county town was complicated as long as Zhang Yang was driving. As he was driving, he suddenly received a call from Sixth Son. As soon as Sixth Son opened his mouth, a bad feeling welled up in Zhang Yang's heart. Let's start with the bad news. Brother, we didn't report our drone delivery, we were caught and the drone was seized. Zhang Yang's heart went cold after hearing this, forgetting that drones were not allowed to fly at will. It needs to be reported to the relevant authorities in advance, otherwise it is a prohibited flight. What about the good news? The good news is that my old cousin bailed me out and the drone was returned to us. After listening to Sixth Son's words, Zhang Yang only felt that both were bad news. Seeing that Zhang Yang didn't open his mouth, Sixth Son continued, Brother, these are not the key points. The key point is that this takeaway drone of yours is also too good. Not only is the performance stable, the positioning is accurate, the delivery time is super fast, the key is that the security guard's countermeasure gun doesn't work. I'm going, brother, where did you get this drone? It's so awesome. I have an old cousin who wants to buy one too. Sixth Son was still chattering away. Zhang Yang only felt a chill at the bottom of his heart. When his brain was so hot, he had to engage in the drone business, forgetting the difficulties and obstacles, as well as the layers of hurdles. Just like the bike sharing at the time, the phrase harmful to public safety and image was directly banned, and it took a long time before it was released. So what, Sixth Son, do you have anything else? Zhang Yang had the idea of beating a retreat in his head, but he was a bit reluctant. Brother, I think we can totally get Dong to cooperate and sell this takeout drone along with the takeout system as a package to Dong. And then take this money to produce so squeal pills. The cost effectiveness is absolutely high. Brother, it just so happens that I have an old cousin. As soon as he heard that Sixth Son was going to talk about his old cousin again, Zhang Yang directly hung up the phone. He won't sell the drone, he's going to be the pig on the wind and waves. Even if he really wants to sell it, it's not now. At the very least, he has to make some achievements to have some say and sit on the negotiation table. Not like selling vegetables, waiting for people to buy. A foot of gas straight to Yao Yao cousin's school, Higher Vocational and Technical College. Listen to the name, Higher, Vocational, Technical, 3 words connected together. A listen to professionalism is very strong. The students who come out from here are also polarized. Some of them have catfish whiskers, high ponytails, and look shy. The other part is hard to judge, with a mouth full of muffled sounds and chewing gum in their mouths. The only difference between them and the spiritual little sister is that they are just short of having some ink on their bodies. Zhang Yang was curious whether Yao Yao's cousin belonged to the former or the latter. The car was just about to drive in when the security guard at the entrance stopped Zhang Yang and the others. Foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter. What are you guys doing? It's not time for school to end yet. Yao Yao was just about to speak when Zhang Yang stopped them. Master, we are here to see Principal Gao. There is something. Zhang Yang rolled down the window and handed a cigarette to the other party. Vaguely remembering the time when he and Lu Bo were surfing the internet together, Lu Bo was caught by his mom and Zhang Yang tearfully proceeded to operate. He came to a realization. Confess to leniency, pure ing. If you want to say that you are going in to pick up students, the rules are here, and even if people want to let you in, it's not a good idea. But if you say it differently, even if he knows you're lying, he'll turn a blind eye. No. Zhang Yang. Grandpa, we are trying to find the college president to talk about some business matters. You said that if we walk in here, it will look like how powerless we are. Zhang Yang said and stuffed a pack of gold Chinese cigarettes into the Moncler outlet store pocket. As the saying goes, cigarettes are the knocker, wine is the paving bridge. The saying also goes that eating people's mouths is short and taking people's hands is soft. No means no. Zhang Yang. You big man. No, you pour smoke do not receive awe. Uncle, don't count it, let's walk in. Yao Yao saw that Zhang Yang was defeated 2 times in a row and persuaded him in the car. No, I have to go in today. So many primitive spirit little sister, do not pretend away. He is sorry for him this top match landing 3.5 million Kian Turg GT. Zhang Yang looked Moncler outlet online at the waistband of his pants to make sure that the other party didn't have a Maybach or Porsche car key around his waist before pulling out his cell phone. Hey, Principal Gao, I'm at the door, but this janitor Moncler outlet store he won't let in. Why don't you make a call to him? Sixth Son who just came out of the police station. And, okay. Zhang Yang hung up the phone and walked towards the grandpa. Grandpa, your Principal Gao said for you to give him a call. After saying that, he didn't give Moncler outlet store the time to ask questions and sat his butt back in the car. Uncle, actually the security guard. Zhang Yang waved his hand, signaling Yao Yao to keep quiet. Don't worry, it's a small case. Back in the day, when Uncle was in sales, he relied on this trick to pry open the doors of how many factories. It would be strange for a doorman to have the security principal's phone number. Hey, great nephew, there's a young man at the door who says he wants to talk business with you. Zhang Yang. Uncle, actually this security guard is our principal's maternal uncle. Zhang Yang. He should have thought that this granduncle is so arrogant, he must have a background.
Just wanted to bug her off. He didn't expect Zhang Yang's car window to be knocked on. Handsome, traffic light, why are you guys here? Sister Hong was riding a small electric bike. Her arms and the tattoos on her chest were covered by the long sleeves and the collar. Sister Hong, my uncle, and I wanted to go in to pick up my sister, but the grandpa wouldn't let us in. When Sister Hong heard this, she smiled and said, "It's okay, you can just tell the master that you're here to pick up someone." Sister Hong finished riding her electric bike and went in with a bang. Yao Yao got off half-heartedly and spoke to the grandpa. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was ready to turn around, really if so. The car slowly drove into the campus. Zhang Yang put on sunglasses, put the car music to the maximum, left hand half hanging on the window, hand resting on the cheek, mouth with a cigarette. Don't ask is NT. This time it is Yao Yao's turn to feel NT, covering her head and not daring to look up. But don't say, all the way to the system's beeps have not stopped. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Chao Xinxin's shock value is plus 100, gaining 1 point of pretense. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Shen Hanyan's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a bully. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Pan Meishuan's shock value is plus 100, gaining a point for pretending to be a pussy. Zhang Yang kept driving around the school again and again until he was sure that there was no more beeps from the system. Although it was a bit NT, the harvest was absolutely huge. More than 600 points were gained from the pretense points alone. Counting the ones earned before, almost Zhang Yang could have another extraordinary lucky draw. What Zhang Yang doesn't know is that the student groups in the school are all spreading the rumor that there is an NT who drove without closing the windows in the 38th summer and skipped around the campus. Chapter 55 Fangling Duku First Encounter. Once met Young misplaced his life. Little sister, here. After circling around and around, Zhang Yang arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Compared to the other students who were flighty and youthful, Yao Yao's little sister was a bit formal. Tall and tall, she looked out of place in the crowd even with her head down. High ponytail, catfish whiskers, buried under the low-hanging head is a delicate face. What Yao Yao little sister is holding in her hand is also not a cell phone, food, but a pile of books and a suitcase. None of the female classmates around her seemed willing to play with her. No one would want to be willing to be someone else's green leaf. This suddenly reminded Zhang Yang of a saying. The fruit of a barren heart is doomed to sorrow, and the fragrance of a despairing mire is bitter. When we heard that a child from the mountainous areas to enter the Qingbei University, the first reaction is certainly not how smart she is, but rather surprised at her will to grow as wild as Edelweiss. In fact, many children who go to vocational schools are not voluntary at first. Many schools, in order to improve the promotion rate, all kinds of cajoling to deceive the parents of those children with poor grades to sign the agreement to voluntarily give up the secondary school examination. Many of them again just can't do the questions, not can't do the people. But when it comes to this big dike of a vocational high school, the complicated interpersonal relationships and the muddy environment make it a sin to study at ease. Lin Xiao, this is your sister, so pretty. Yao Yao today wearing a fairy floral dress, 2 small suspenders lock shoulder blades, skirt until the calf, with small white socks, sneakers like a pure female university. A few boys, with their hair covering their eyes, stood not far from Yao Yao, whistling madly at Yao Yao, Yao Yao's cousin. Yao Yao's cousin's head hung even lower. This is only the first year in vocational high school, really can't imagine how she should spend the rest of the years. Was it like Yao Yao, going with the flow? Which class are you guys from? Looking for death, aren't you? Yao Yao was so angry that she chided at a few straggling students. Unfortunately, this kind of chiding not only didn't have a positive effect, but instead fueled these boys' arrogance even more. Yes, sister, I want to die of exhaustion, can I? After finishing a sentence, the surrounding boys and girls were laughing. Yao Yao was so angry that she was looking for tools everywhere. Yao Yao's cousin pulled Yao Yao's hand to show her to forget about it. The whistling was even louder as the boys' arrogance was further fueled. Just when a few boys were laughing, an engine roar sounded, scaring everyone. Cayenne Turb GT 4.0 TV8 engine like a hideous beast. The tires rubbing the ground set off gusts of white smoke, as if the beast was exhaling hot air. In the moment when everyone froze, the car violently started and accelerated, rushing straight toward those arrogant boys. Uncle, Yao Yao covered her eyes in fear, and the others didn't dare to look directly at it. With a squeak, the car stopped in time at a distance of less than a meter from the boys. The emergency braking tires left a series of thick brake marks on the ground. The few boys were frozen in place with fear. Zhang Yang did not get out of the car immediately, but slammed the gas pedal a few more times, and the loud roar scared a few boys into sitting on their asses in the garden. Only then did Zhang Yang slowly get out of the car and lifted one of the boys who was screaming the loudest in the air. The weight of less than 80 pounds was just a bit of a struggle for Zhang Yang. From his own pocket, he pulled out a cigarette, stuffed it in the other's mouth, dinged it, and lit it up. Kid, next time you mess with her, the brakes won't work so well. Oh. Although it's very pretentious, although it's very NT, but it's really handsome, the system's prompts kept ringing. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lin Zhao's shock value plus 10,000, congratulations to the host to obtain 100 points of pretentiousness.
Ding, due to the host's bravado, Li Zihan's shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Wang Yutong's shock value plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Which young girl isn't in love? Which teenager isn't in love? Listening to the shock value of almost 10,000 points, Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao's cousin in surprise. The other party looked at Zhang Yang with hot eyes. It startled Zhang Yang. This look was deja vu. Wasn't this the look Guo Xiang looked at Yang Qiao in the TV series in Fangling Duku? Hey, what are you doing? Making a scene, aren't you? Just as Zhang Yang was mercilessly harvesting the shock value of young girls, the security guard, with a cigarette in his mouth sent by Zhang Yang, rode a small electric donkey and dawdled over. The main reason for this is the fact that it is not a good idea to have a good time with your family, but it is a good idea to have a good time with your family. The key is that you can't do anything about it. It's possible that Moncler outlet store you haven't even heard of the disease, and if you touch him, he'll die. No, Moncler, this student fell down, I help him a little bit. Zhang Yang just carried the boy and lifted him a few times. The Moncler outlet store car got off, yanked the cigarette out of the boy's mouth, and sized him up carefully. Little age, who let you smoke? Know what is the consequence of smoking? The Moncler was clearly talking about the student, but his eyes were staring at Zhang Yang. The stern eyes reminded Zhang Yang of their head teacher. Grandpa, here are the cigarettes, I just confiscated them. Humph. Moncler outlet store small cigarettes were collected, the small electric donkey together and walked less than 100 meters and saw a smoking student. Little age, who let you smoke it? Know what the consequences of smoking? Your grandpa or your grandpa. Uncle, you were just so handsome. As soon as the grandpa left, Yao Yao wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang's waist and pampered him. Really, how handsome? Zhang Yang looked to make sure the grandpa was far away before he pulled out another cigarette and lit it up. Yes, as handsome as a 10-story building. Yao Yao smiled playfully and took a puff at Zhang Yang. The cousin next to her blushed red, but her eyes were still secretly staring at Zhang Yang. Alright, let's go back first. Seeing the grandpa carrying a bag of cigarettes and coming back, Zhang Yang was so scared that he hurriedly hid in the car. On the way back, Zhang Yang met Sister Hong again. Riding an electric bike, a thick pile of statements was placed in front of the bike. Both sides nodded slightly and did not say much. System, give me a special draw. Having just pretended in the campus, and then pretending in cousin Yao Yao's place, the system's pretending points were just enough for 1000 points. It was enough for him to draw another extraordinary lucky draw. Taking advantage of Yao Yao's efforts to buy milk tea with her sister, Zhang Yang decisively chose the lucky draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for choosing the prize. Choice 1, get 2000 Sao Squeal pills. Choice 2, receive a low-component version of So Squealer pill extractor. Ingredients list is already stated. System, I choose 2. The ingredient list was all about whips, kidneys and the like, expensive but not hard to get. The low-profile version of the So Squeal pill didn't have as powerful an effect as the So Squeal pill, but it had one thing that ordinary men couldn't say no to, a slow recovery of kidney function. Think about it, back in the day, no one drank Nutrition Express, but a Red Dates and Wolfberries Nutrition Express was sold off the shelves after it was revealed to have the function of benefiting the qi and tonifying the kidneys. What flavor of that powerful wine in the mouth, not to mention, once I heard that there are goji berries, epimedium, one by one, a drink and not squeak. But where he is a man, not a boy, heard that this thing is good for the kidneys, do not care whether you like it or not to taste a mouthful. Chapter 56 Encountering 3 times a day. Uncle, what are you drinking? Zhang Yang was still wondering where to put this extractor appropriately when Lin Xiao came over with a reddened face. I'm casual, something light will do. Oh, Lin Xiao heard and ran away with a swish of her red face. Zhang Yang took a look at this as not finished it, this is clearly like on their own. People, in the young, cannot meet 2 stunning people, if the end did not come together, he will become a ruler, measure who are not right. Fortunately, Zhang Yang is not. When he was a child, he was a face control, high school was a breast control, college was a leg control, then he graduated to hip control, black silk control, voice control, until recently, Zhang Yang realized that he is just simply horny, and presses his way out of control. Xiao Xiao, why is your face so hot, is it a cold? Lin Xiao, who finished buying milk tea, was sitting in the back row, her face was still as red as a shrimp. I guess Yao Yao wouldn't have thought that her cousin had fallen in love with her boyfriend with just a glance. Zhang Yang glanced at the rearview mirror inside, at this damn face value. It can't be helped. After strolling around the county again, Yao Yao didn't go back but went to look for Xiao Huang and Xiao Green. As the spiritual little sister, how could she swallow this breath? In terms of connections, she naturally could not compare to Little Yellow and Little Green. When Zhang Yang found Little Yellow and Little Green, they were inside a hotel. As soon as they pushed open the door, there was a smell of alcohol and stone manhwa. Xiao Xiao, don't go in yet. Yao Yao walked in and backed out, covering Xiao Xiao's eyes while Zhang Yang knocked on the door. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green, pack up, looking for you guys for something. Oh, uncle, tidy up right away. The movers and shakers in the house heard that it was Zhang Yang's voice and immediately got scared and started packing up. While tidying up, he also didn't forget to kick the mental boy on the ground severely a few times. It was only after almost 5 minutes that the sound of being well came from inside. The awful smell, though, was still a bit pungent. There were even used condoms left on the sink and on the ceiling. Zhang Yang had no choice but to ask the guest room auntie to come over and clean up before going in. Auntie cleaned up for almost 10 minutes and finally left in a fit of cursing. Uncle. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green stood up when they saw Zhang Yang, who was very well behaved. The 3 mental boys in the corner of the house also stood up when they saw Zhang Yang. It was estimated that they had heard something. Zhang Yang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and dispersed them one by one, and looked at the 3 mental boys. All of them were not very old. They should be smaller than Little Yellow and Little Green. This Little Yellow, Little Green is also considered an old cow eating young grass. Uncle, this is the boyfriend we just met. It's not what you think. Little Yellow, Little Green saw Zhang Yang sizing up a few people, and somewhat sheepishly hastened to explain.
The 3 spiritual guys were also hairy from Zhang Yang sizing them up. It's alright, I just want to ask if you guys know any elementary school kids from school? 3 guys? Boyfriends? Elementary school students don't even know that this is a greater than sign. The number is not equal. There must be one that is a backup. But Zhang Yang couldn't care less. Hearing Zhang Yang ask this, 3 spiritual guys instantly breathed a long sigh of relief. They thought Zhang Yang is really Xiao Huang, Xiao Green's uncle. The sense of oppression is too strong. Uncle, you must know him, he is still there. One of the spirit boys said as he pointed at one of the most tender-looking spirit boys who didn't have a bit of ink on him. Great, Little Yellow, Little Green, there are a couple of brats that have been harassing my sister. Why don't you ask them to help teach them a lesson? I know the rules, I've brought the cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao immediately pulled out a huazi from her small satchel with joy. It's not a gold medium, but a huazi that Yao Yao specially bought from the store. Yo, sister-in-law, on this small case, cigarettes and alcohol, forget it. You tell me the names of those people, I will go to clean him up in the afternoon. I'll remove his arm. Hearing Yao Yao's words, a few mental boys looked like they had found some professional match. The deeds they told were more scary than one another. The words they branded were more fierce than one another, almost as if they were chopping a white road with a knife and stabbing a white spot with a gun. Those who didn't know thought that they were the ultimate murderous princes. Sister, or not even Lin Xiao, is just a student who just went to vocational high school. In terms of age is also about junior high school. Some afraid of these things. It's okay, sis, no need for you to make a move. Just tell me which class you're in, I can ask around myself. The spiritual guy who read the book, his right hand slapped his ribs with a bang 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 bang. Zhang Yang held back a glance at Lin Xiao, who didn't dare to raise her head, and turned his head to Yao Yao. Yao Yao, take Xiao Xiao downstairs and buy another wazi. The spirit boy waved his hand at hearing this. Brother, no, this one is enough. Yao Yao didn't say anything after hearing this. She took Lin Xiao and went downstairs. After waiting for the people to leave, Zhang Yang took out $2,000 cash from his pocket. It was not that Zhang Yang deducted. Zhang Yang was worried to give more. They beat the people out for good or bad. This gang of spirit boy mixed is mixed. Righteousness is also true righteousness. Carrying the jade dragon for the king to die, in there, this is not an empty word. With that $2,000 cash taken out, Zhang Yang felt that the breathing of those mental boys became short. Be flexible, find a few people to have a group fight with them every now and then after the school year starts, then go and report to the teacher. Upon hearing this, the spirit boy immediately said, no, uncle, no need to go through so much trouble. I will break his legs right now and make sure he won't be able to go to school next semester. Zhang Yang didn't say anything after hearing this and gave him a glance. When the mental boy realized that Zhang Yang was staring at him, he shut up. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but if I find someone to fight every now and then and report it to the teacher, it won't take more than a couple of times for him to drop out of school. In between, we can get someone to send some steel pipes or knives into his bed or suitcase. Hiss. Ding, due to the host's ruthlessness, Zhou Fangfang shock value plus 100. Congratulations to the host to obtain 1 point to pretend to be a point. Ding, due to the host's ruthlessness, Li Mengmeng shock value plus 100. Congratulations to the host to obtain 1 point of pretentiousness points. A few spirit guys and spirit girls were shocked by Zhang Yang's maneuver.
They used to have any grudges. Any hatred is basically about a place, the real gun battle against a sun. If you are not as good as the others, then you will admit that you are not as good as the others, and you will take a detour in the future. When have you ever played such a sinister set? They will not fight about the school. In the school, to fight a group fight is estimated to have to press on a detention. It doesn't take 3 times to have a hard relationship and have to drop out of school. Not to mention also hide some control knives, which school leaders dare to tolerate such students. Smart. After the matter is accomplished, uncle will let small yellow, small green, and then give you 2,000.
Remember, don't make too much noise, otherwise uncle will be very angry. Zhang Yang patted the shoulders of the 3 of them. The huge force almost didn't knock them down.
It didn't take a while for Yao Yao to bring another cigarette over, but instead of bringing Lin Xiao, she left it in the car. After explaining a few more things and making a date to go to the bar for a drink together in the evening, Zhang Yang and the others left.
In the afternoon, Yao Yao's dad asked Yao Yao's sister-in-law to make a call to Yao Yao, hoping that Yao Yao and Zhang Yang could make a trip. Yao Yao didn't say she would go, nor did she say she wouldn't go. What Zhang Yang didn't expect was that in the bar, Zhang Yang actually met Sister Hong again. He met her 3 times in one day. If there is no fate, Zhang Yang would not believe it himself. What Zhang Yang didn't expect is that this Sister Hong actually came over to help the bar to do financial statements and tax accounting. Chapter 57, The Rich Second-Generation Version of Little Sister Spirit. Sister Hong, it's really a real person. Zhang Yang was shocked as he looked at the stack of financial statements, various invoices, and whatnot in Sister Hong's hand. Going to school in the morning, coming to the bar at night, and doing a barbecue on the side every now and then. This business ability, gah. Ha, earning a little hard money is nothing compared to you, little handsome boy. Coaxing a little girl, actually willing to send over $1 million of watches, really bold ah. Sister Hong held Yao Yao's hand and rubbed it a few times. Her eyes were a bit strange. Hiss. Upon hearing Sister Hong's words, several spiritual guys in the card bag all looked at Yao Yao's watch with a surprised face. Combined with what Zhang Yang said earlier, they all had a chill down their spine. Zhang Yang cried and laughed a little. He said that the day before yesterday at the barbecue store, how come Sister Hong's eyes felt strange when she looked at herself? It turned out that the root of it was here. Sister Hong, uncle, he didn't lie to me, we met our parents. Once Yao Yao heard that Sister Hong misunderstood, she quickly explained. But the prejudice in one's heart is a big mountain. Meeting the parents in Sister Hong's eyes is also a means for Zhang Yang to coax the little girl. Sister Hong smiled slightly. Really, that's me misunderstanding little handsome you. Come to dry a cup. In the future there are any accounting aspects of the work, find me to ensure that the professional. Sister Hong picked up a bottle of XO, with the pouring of beer cup violently poured a cup, a breath to finish. She finished it in one gulp. Again, it's all about character. Zhang Yang smiled and poured a glass of XO, drying it in one gulp. Sister Hong gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up, and in her heart, she classified Zhang Yang from a dead scumbag to a dead scumbag with some character. Finished adding Zhang Yang a WeChat. WeChat's background image is Tilenkio prison. A look at the embodiment of professional competence. Pinched Yao Yao's shoulders and left. Has this Sister Hong been hurt by a man before? Why does it feel like he hates men so much? Waiting for Sister Hong to walk away, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. Yao Yao shook her head, but a spirited young man volunteered to run over. Uncle, I heard. This Sister Hong doesn't like men and is hiss. Zhang Yang unconsciously floored Yao Yao to his side. He had always heard before that geniuses are always a bit eccentric and he still didn't believe it. After playing for a while more, Zhang Yang ordered a Divine Dragon set and withdrew after earning a few dozen shock points from the Atmosphere group. Originally, Zhang Yang and Yao Yao were planning to stay in a hotel, but Yao Yao's sister-in-law was too kind to refuse. Zhang Yang is also afraid of Yao Yao's sister-in-law misunderstanding Zhang Yang dislike what, had no choice but to live another night. But today, Zhang Yang is sleeping alone in a bed. The little kid was dragged to his dad's room to hit the floor. In the morning, Zhang Yang was woken up manually by Yao Yao, and early in the morning, he heard the little kid wailing. Zhang Yang was still unsure at first, but when he opened his cell phone, he saw that Meng Meng had sent a long list of small essays. At the beginning, in the middle, Zhang Yang did not look, but saw the ending a few words. Sorry, we are not suitable. After less than 10 minutes, it pulled Zhang Yang back again. Hello brother-in-law. Lin Xiao still blushed when she saw Zhang Yang and didn't dare to look at him. Zhang Yang didn't care and followed Yao Yao to his dad's house after having a breakfast. It was still the same big yellow dog and the same green curtain. The difference was that the doorway was full of people. There were many people standing in front of the door, some of them Yao Yao couldn't even name. Zhang Yang was like a grandson dispersing cigarettes from person to person. There were not many outsiders at the lunch table, just Yao Yao's grandmother, Yao Yao's father, stepmother, and a little chubby guy who should have been born to the stepmother. Of course, there is no good food. The only 2 hot dishes are bean curd, a shredded potato, the rest are cold dishes. Drinking is also beer. With Yao Yao, her sister-in-law's family's attitude is far away. During the meal, Yao Yao's grandmother gave 1 roasted goose and 1 goose leg to Zhang Yang and 1 to little fatty. Yao Yao's stepmother asked about what Zhang Yang did, what his family did, and where he lived now. After dinner, Yao Yao's father asked Zhang Yang how much dowry he would pay to marry Yao Yao and when he planned to get engaged or married. He didn't ask anything about Yao Yao. Zhang Yang has always thought that the patriarchal attitude and the idea of having a stepmother and then a stepfather are all made up by brainless scriptwriters in TV dramas in order to cheat the tears of middle-aged women. What era is it now? What they see is only favoring women over men, rich women raising poor children. Now it seems that he is too naive. When she went, Yao Yao was full of joy. When she left, Yao Yao was red-eyed. After going to the supermarket to buy some things and saying goodbye to Yao Yao's sister-in-law, Zhang Yang returned to Binjiang directly. Back in Binjiang, Yao Yao asked Zhang Yang 3 times without saying a word, scaring Zhang Yang to go to Trent Street early the next morning. Fang Yuan, where is 6th son? In the morning, Fang Yuan was handling the ingredients, methodically putting them one by one into the thermos box and labeling them.
There was still no sign of Sixth Son. Sixth Son went to buy vegetables, he said he bought them cheaper. The words didn't last long before a bid pulled up in front of the store. Sixth Son carried down a large amount of vegetables and materials from the trunk and passenger side.
Sixth Son, don't we have a supply? And you bought too much, can we use it all? Zhang Yang looked at Sixth Son's handbag, a handbag to move down, the back kitchen is almost full. Fang Yuan's brows were furrowed, seemingly not happy that the back kitchen was filled with so many things.
Sixth Son heatedly smiled, brother, that's too expensive. I've been tracking down the grandparents in the neighborhood for the past 2 days and sent them a place to buy food for a huge discount, cost effective. Zhang Yang only felt the sky spinning after hearing this. Where there is a vegetable market nearby, you play the money of the internet car, also does not see how much cheaper than the vegetables, right? Lucy didn't see Zhang Yang's face and continued, don't worry, Bo talked to the movie city next door last night, and the Netflix base, and we will provide their boxed lunches. We need 400 boxed lunches today, these materials can be used up in 2 days. Zhang Yang froze, a little curious, did not expect Lu Bo to do things so quickly, actually so fast to talk down. How did he talk about it? Not much to talk about, is to find them in charge of the director to drink, by the way send a few South squealing pills. Brother, you don't even know how messy that director is with the actress. Lucy colorfully told Zhang Yang what he saw: 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was left with a black line. The value of the South squeal pill was undoubted. Zhang Yang drew from the system on almost $10,000 apiece. In terms of market value, Zhang Yang believed that at $100,000 a pill, Donkey Baldy would definitely buy 10 of them without hesitation. Zhang Yang only felt dizzy. How many boxed lunches would he have to sell to get his money back? Waving his hand to signal Sixth Son to hurry up and get busy, Zhang Yang then sat on the dining table to think about where to put the primary South squeal pill for production. Even if the production was not much, it would be good to give them away instead of selling them for his own consumption. Just thinking about it, a pink McLaren squeaked stopped in front of Shaw County. From the car jumped down a Hulu baby. Chapter 58. Donkey Baldy, you are discerning. Yes, it was indeed a Hulua. Zhang Yang pulled out his brain and organized the words in his mind one by one, still he could only say that it was a gourd boy. A purple outfit and a purple gourd made of hair on his head. If it's not a gourd baby, what is it? Brother Fang Yuan, people are coming to play with you again. A cute voice dried up Zhang Yang's goosebumps. Zhang Yang looked at Sixth Son, what's the situation? Fang Yuan cheated on him? Loves the new and loves the old? Hundreds of swallows are green before spring arrives? Sixth Son had a bitter look on his face, my ex-girlfriend? Ha! Zhang Yang looked at Sixth Son in horror and compared his hand between him and Hulun. Aren't you Sixth Son pursuing cost-effectiveness? You can even lay your hands on this gourd girl? And your girlfriend, why would she take a bite of Brother Fang Yuan and call like a kitten in heat? Brother, it's not what you think, we just talked for 30 minutes and she moved on. Zhang Yang. Is the world having a seizure? Why does it feel like everything is out of whack early in the morning? Brother, that day I went to the gym, looking for Pan Sweet to do great healthcare. Shucks, I met her when I did my workout. She gave me a 16 Pro Max and asked me to be her boyfriend. I saw that she looked good, and the price-performance ratio was okay, so I agreed. What happened? How did she hook up with Fang Yuan? Zhang Yang looked at Hulua standing next to Fang Yuan, just like that spider spirit looking at Mungtang, Pan Jinlian looking at Wu Song, Hulk looking at Black Widow. Sixth face aggrieved, I do not want to bring back to eat is not cost-effective. Point well, the result of. The Sixth Son of remorse with a hand slammed the door of the van. The Zhang Yang startled a jump. She moved on to Fang Yuan? Sixth Son not so much, only half an hour of love. Sixy waved his hand, not brother, she promised me to send me another Apple 16 Pro Max at night. I thought to earn a one for Xiong Xiong, did not think. Zhang Yang. Okay, just a cell phone, hurry up and organize the materials, back to the dining rush hour. Zhang Yang followed to move a box of materials intended to be stuffed into the back kitchen cabinet. As for this gourd, anyway, just as did not see, cannot afford to mess with. When Zhang Yang lowered his head and moved the materials, thinking to hurry up and finish moving away from this Hulua, he raised his head and realized that Hulua was staring at himself. The 4 eyes are facing each other. Bad, his own damn face value. Uncle, be my boyfriend, I'll give you an Apple 16 Pro Max. Zhang Yang's sweaty hairs stood up and goosebumps rose when he heard that. Don't, Uncle has a girlfriend, you'd better find your brother Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lifted his head and looked at Zhang Yang as if to ask for help, as if to say, Uncle, please, say yes to her, save me. Zhang Yang also frowned and sent him an expression of love and helplessness. Thinking of the dead friend of the road is not dead. Poor road to hurry up to slip, who knows this Hulua actually do not follow the rules. It's okay, Uncle, you do not think that a girl as good as me, not worthy of 2 boyfriends well. Zhang Yang. Yes, but you have to fix your brother Fang Yuan first, we are not in a hurry. Hulua heard that there are some reasons. From the small satchel that she carries around, she took out $1,000 and handed it to Zhang Yang. Take it, I'm happy, I'll reward you. Zhang Yang was stunned, is he so arrogant? He gave $1,000 in one sentence. Then he looked at sixth son, who kept pounding his feet and chest. Thank you. Zhang Yang took the $1,000, ignoring Fong Yuan's pleading eyes, and hurriedly slipped away. When he stepped out of the store, he saw sixth son following him out. Brother, can you advance me $1,000 of salary first? Sixth son's eyes stared at the $1,000, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Don't you have $10,000? Zhang Yang asked, but still shoved the $1,000 into his hands. The money felt like a soft meal when he took it. If it was before, he would have been happy. Now, well, in case there is a system log. The first so-and-so host on so-and-so day was rewarded $1,000, then he still do not mix. I bought a cell phone for your bear. Before that his cell phone has been stuck. Send messages with me a moment to receive not. Zhang Yang. That is not receive, that is selective blindness, okay. Sixth son, listen to my advice. Xiong such a girl you cannot grasp, you will be crushed by her to death. But get the money of the sixth son obviously did not listen to it. He giggle. Brain is estimated to have been in the why what? Don't worry, brother, I won't be crashed by a woman. I'm just pretending to be mesmerized by her. This is just part of my plan. I have my rhythm. Got to. Ruined. And you've got your rhythm. You're about to be crumpled into a licking dog. And you've got your rhythm. You've got your ways, don't you? Wasted. This time is completely collapsed on. I want to persuade to think or forget. Bears are not 100 yen. Top of the 6 children collapse into a black household. Not much of a thing. Out of the door, Zhang Yang went straight to the gym to do a big healthcare, to do a workout. It's not even 10:30 in the morning, but there are quite a few people working out in the gym. Basically, they were all after 60s and 70s Tai Shang Dang. Each one of them was sweating profusely, and it looked like they had changed their morning workout spot to this one. Next to them stood a variety of yoga pants, one hand carrying a cup of water, one hand holding a quick-acting heart pills. The cup of water is soaked with all kinds of things: wolfberry, ginseng, seahorse. These Tai Shang Dang are also hardworking. Zhang Yang is thinking, if he is here to auction the squealing pills, do not know what the price will be. Of course one is just thinking about it, unless when one is able to mass-produce Sao misery pills. Mr. Zhang, may I ask if you have an appointment for a technician? Yuck, an appointment for a private tutor? It was still the same yoga pants girl from last time. The difference was that today she was wearing shark pants. The thin shark pants, with the little white tank top on top, plus the sideways standing position, a sharp intake of breath, one word, Thai. No, any recommendations for technicians with good techniques? Yuck, private tutors? The front desk girl glanced at Zhang Yang. Other people come here, at least pretend a little. You are good to pretend, not even pretend. She directly treated them as a massage place. However, after looking at Zhang Yang's Vacheron Constantine, compared to those who just want to whore themselves out for nothing and blow themselves up as executives of listed companies, how much money they can earn and how much money they can make, she would prefer a straightforward person like Zhang Yang who was not a hypocrite and would not charge the card. She preferred Zhang Yang's frankness. Brother, do you think I can do it? The receptionist said and spun around in front of Zhang Yang, fearing that Zhang Yang would not be satisfied, and did a difficult one-horse dance. Aren't you a receptionist? And you can be a private tutor? The receptionist girl smiled smugly. Brother, we are supposed to be private tutors, except that whoever doesn't have a class will be on duty at the front desk. Hiss. With such a social animal approach, Zhang Yang wondered if it was sixth son who had invested his shares. Alright then, but can you let me sleep later? Ding, due to the host's bravado, Gu Ziji's shock value plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of shock value. Brother, nasty, but my Ku's lessons are expensive, she's a gold medal technician, yuck, gold medal private tutor. Zhang Yang waved his hand, it's fine, just deduct how many hours you have yourself. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Gu Ziji's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of shock value. Gu Ziji deducted 10 at once, and after thinking about it a bit of a loss, she deducted another 20 hours. What she didn't expect was that Zhang Yang actually did fall asleep when she pressed the button. When Zhang Yang opened his eyes, it was already mealtime, and left the gym in the grumbling eyes of the receptionist girl. Halfway to the gym, he didn't expect to meet Hong San and Donkey Baldy, with Hong San in the front and Donkey Baldy in the back. Both of them were overjoyed to see Zhang Yang. Older brother, I didn't expect to meet you again, shall we have a meal together at noon? Hong San smiled and opened his mouth. Donkey Baldy on the side also smiled and nodded his head. It was not at all obvious that the two of them had made an enemy just 2 days ago. Forget it, I'm going to eat Shaxian. Do you two eat? Sand County? Air. Hong San, after hearing some difficult, Donkey Baldy see the situation quickly open. Old brother, do not be so outgoing, before are some misunderstanding. I heard that old brother is engaged in drone takeout. I am very optimistic, maybe we can help oh? Ha? Zhang Yang looked at Donkey Baldy and suddenly felt that this guy didn't seem to be that obscene anymore. Chapter 59, 25-year-old men only chat, not eat. Old brother Donkey, you also think that drone takeout is very promising, don't you? Zhang Yang took a step away and suddenly retracted it, looking at Donkey Baldy with a higgledy-piggledy face.
Donkey Baldy scratched his few hairs with some embarrassment. He only wanted to make a way of picking up a quarrel, but he didn't expect Zhang Yang to climb up the pole, so he could only continue to pretend with a hard head. Look favorably, the times are evolving, and science and technology are progressing. Workers like takeout, which has high risk factor and mechanical repetition, will definitely be replaced by robots in the future. Zhang Yang heard Donkey Baldy was so highly praised, and instantly had a sense of comfort that cows and horses were returning to the prairie to graze. Brother Donkey, let's go, I'll treat Brother Donkey to dinner, let's eat and talk. As the saying goes, a song that breaks the liver and intestines. Where to find a soulmate at the end of the world. Zhang Yang had a rare chance to meet a like-minded person, and immediately invited Donkey Baldy to go to Shaoxin County to discuss a big plan. Hong San shook his head after hearing this, still too young to look at problems only superficially. Unless you can handle the employment of 10 million takeaway riders, it is useless even if you are technically mature. However, seeing Zhang Yang and Donkey Baldy chatting, he could only follow Zhang Yang silently. What's the situation with Sixth Son? By the time he reached Shaoxian, Zhang Yang looked at the empty Shaoxian with a confused look on his face. It was so hard to get in a person, but Sixth Son just gave someone 30 and then let them go. Brother, it has nothing to do with me. This gourd girl is afraid of tiring out her brother Fong Yuan, so she packs up the place and gives 50 to one person and lets them go somewhere else to eat. The 6 children pointed to the back kitchen of the gourd girl, is lying on the operating table, hands on the cheeks staring at Fong Yuan. Zhang Yang took a look at this as not nonsense. Customers are getting money, but this store did not earn awe. Brother, our store can still earn 50 it, gone one person, she gave us store compensation $50. Hiss. This is really dirt cheap Their store's midday traffic peak is almost 200 people, one person is $120,000 just blew away. Not right one person gives 50, how come Sixth Son only gives people 30? Noticing Zhang Yang's eyes, Sixth Son put away the 20 silently. Zhang Yang didn't want to care, after all, this injustice doesn't happen every day. Fong Yuan, 1 chicken leg rice, another pigeon soup, pour more marinade and put more pickles. After ordering, he looked at Donkey Baldy. Donkey old brother, what are you eating? When has Donkey Baldy ever eaten Shaoxian? Even if he is down and out then he must have 3 dishes and 1 soup Fong Yuan, a chicken leg rice, don't bother with the marinade, it's too salty and easy to lose hair. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered Hong San in the back, followed by another instruction, 1 more $5 of snow vegetable noodles. Donkey Baldy. Hong San. Older brother Donkey Baldy just wanted to say no, I'll treat, let's go out to eat. I did not expect a purple gourd baby rubbed out. Swish dumped $1,000 thrown on the table, scared the 3 jumped. Zhang Yang thought she was going to throw a what it. Not allowed to point, and then my home Fong Yuan brother tired, this $1,000 to take to go outside to eat. Hiss. Is it possible to be so capricious with money? Huliwa saw Zhang Yang trio didn't move, and actually planned to pull out money from the gourd backpack again. The 6th son who watched it pounded his feet in chest Why didn't he think of it? He found a few villains to come over and intentionally stimulate Huliwa, who in a fit of anger madly dumped money to hit his face. The villains do not accept, but instead pull out the money to let the Hulk not disgrace, the Hulk in a fit of rage, once again dumping money to hit the face. Rocco suddenly felt that he had missed $1 million. Has little sister made enough noise? Zhang Yang was thinking about how much is too much, but I didn't expect Hong San, who had been silent, to suddenly open his mouth. One sentence thundered Zhang Yang, don't. Looking at Hong San, and then looking at Hulanhua seems like it does have a few resemblance. Brother, you promised not to interfere with my freedom this summer vacation. Summer vacation? Huliwa is still studying? Huliwa was a little aggravated, but she seemed to be afraid of Hong San, her voice was a few points lower. Enough, I let you come over to play, not let you come over to fool around, now immediately go back and change my hair back. Hong San escorted Huliwa about to go back, the 2 of them walked in front, a driver driving a McLaren followed behind. Donkey Baldy saw Hong San walking away, and then looked at the chicken leg rice in front of him which only had chicken legs and rice, instantly lost his appetite. Brother, I suddenly remembered that there is something else, why don't I invite you tonight, and then I will call a few more people in my circle, let's talk openly. Zhang Yang heard that he was worried about who he could find to get through to. He didn't expect this Donkey Baldy to send a pillow to him. Okay, then, Donkey brother, add your contact information, I will definitely be there tonight. After adding WeChat, the donkey bawled or refused to go, grinding with a small daughter-in-law like. Brother you that's so squealing pills still have I 100,000 a high price to buy, how many to how many? Bam! Donkey Baldy's words just finished, the door suddenly rang the sound of something falling to the ground. Lu Bo holding a phone box stood in the doorway, heard the words of the Donkey Baldy only feel the sky has collapsed. What happened to him? Donkey Baldy was startled by Lu Bo and asked with a frown. Nothing, his own people raise crabs, his family of pond crabs died just. Zhang Yang couldn't care about comforting Lu Bo, he just wanted to hurry up and get rid of Donkey Baldy, the chicken leg rice would get cold later. Brother Donkey, you should also know that this thing is quite rare. I will ask for you in the afternoon. If there is any in the evening, I will bring it over. Donkey Baldy heard Di Zhanyang did not refuse on the spot, immediately happy fly.
Which middle-aged man can resist the temptation of an hour, especially a milk delivery, newspaper delivery type of player like Donkey Baldy?
Happy to go to the phone to shake people. After the people left, Lubo then looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, is this so squeal pill really so expensive? Zhang Yang nodded his head, seeing Lubo's heartbroken and dying expression. He was again a little heartbroken. After all, this bastard proposed all with only 3 roses. I guess he wants to die now. But that's relative to others. I have the recipe for this thing. Turn around, we find a factory, mass produce, it will not be so expensive. But before that, you don't just give it away, it's really not a sure thing when you run out.
Lubo heard the mood instantly on a lot better, but still heartbroken, driving a van to send a boxed lunch.
Uncle, will you come back for lunch?
Zhang Yang had just finished his chicken leg rice in Shaxian, but to his surprise, Yao Yao sent a message. It was accompanied by a photo of a dining table with scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a serving of pitch black, let's call it ribs.
Zooming in carefully, one could still see Yao Yao's hand with a band-aid on it.
Zhang Yang suddenly felt a tinge of guilt in his heart. Having been single for a long time, he actually forgot that he was now the one with a girlfriend.
Nope, I'm going back now.
Back home, Yao Yao was standing barefoot in the kitchen, carefully making soup for Zhang Yang. The white apron looked so tiny and her little strawberry heart panties were so playful. Upon seeing Zhang Yang coming back, Yao Yao's face immediately smiled happily. Uncle, you eat first, the soup will be ready soon.
Eat? The only ones who can eat at this time of the year are men after the age of 25, right? He could have just turned 18 now. Uncle, let's have a chat. Uncle, apron. Uncle. Bad. Chapter 60, Whisking Away the Children from 9 o'clock. Brother, you take me with you.
At night, Donkey Baldy set up a table in the presidential suite of the Riverside International Hotel, called out some people in the circle, and called out Bai Jiayan, the 100 swallows, and shouted Fong Yuan. Sixth son heard it is Binjiang International 5-star, or presidential suite, also want to go. No, today it's someone else's treat, next time I'll take you guys on a trip alone. Besides, if you go, who will stay to look after the store?
Don't tell me to let Xiong Xiong look after the store. It's basic common sense not to bring guests.
There to watch the store is nothing, anyway, there is monitoring. The big deal is to be flying a few cans of drinks, flying a few chicken legs only. The key is the sixth son of this t-shirt, big pants, sandals, takeout is not afraid of shame, but afraid of the leadership misunderstanding, look down on people. People do not respect what?
Brother, do you think I wear this body embarrassing? You wait for me a moment.
Six heard the scuffling, ran back, less than 5 minutes, a suit, black leather shoes on the return. Now is a big summer, even at night there are nearly 30, six so wearing a suit, inside wearing a white shirt, with black sunglasses with a psycho, to go to Karma Pod like. Brother, you just take me with it, I'm blowing out of the water with bear. What did you blow? When Zhang Yang heard sixth son say that, a bad feeling came up in his heart at once. I said I am the general manager of our drone program.
General manager? Brother sixth son, do you want to see what you're talking about?
Zhang Yang looked at sixth son with a horrified expression. No company, no employees, no startup capital, no project plan, office location, San County. With this condition, the crooks would not dare to open their mouths and say that they are a purse company when they come here.
Brother is fine, I look for my old cousin to produce a website in the afternoon. Rocco said and opened a webpage, banner drone takeout company.
In the background was a drone, and on the right was an input box, employee account, login password. It was time to say no. Rocco's old watch was a lot more reliable this time. Zhang Yang saw that sixth son had been frozen motionless and hurriedly urged, he now couldn't wait to see what kind of an introduction was inside.
Brother, it's just a picture, you can't input it.
Sixth son operated a few times, nothing responded.
Zhang Yang
now actually believes sixth son's old cousin. Zhang Yang turned around and left, but sixth son pulled Zhang Yang's sleeve. Brother, let me pretend in front of Xiong Xiong once. Looking at sixth son's pitiful appearance, Yao Yao couldn't stand it anymore. Uncle, just take him there, I'll give up my seat if there's not enough room.
As soon as sixth son heard this, he looked at Yao Yao gratefully and then immediately looked at Zhang Yang with excitement.
Zhang Yang held his forehead, seeing Yao Yao nodding her head, he had no choice but to agree.
Uncle, bring Xiong Xiong with you too, just in case there is a spot?
Sixth son is overdoing it. Why, if there are not enough seats, I will give up my seat as well. Zhang Yang looked at sixth son angrily. Yao Yao had given up her seat, but now she is still trying to get an inch. Seeing Zhang Yang's anger, sixth son didn't dare to be too reckless. Brother, I won't go, you can take Xiong Xiong with you, she can be your secretary.
Xiong Xiong? A secretary? A secretary who wears one-point pants, revealing navel dress and covered in tattoos? Sixth son, you're not right, are you using this offer to reach an ulterior motive with Xiong Xiong?
Although Zhang Yang didn't know where Bear had to go for what, but sixth son he understood. That hand of cost effective, it is highly likely that Xiong Xiong help him. Or give him. Or let him. Not brother, the main thing is that after Xiong Xiong heard that I am the general manager, he bought me a suit. I am a little embarrassed. Sixth son lowered his head, a little afraid to look at Zhang Yang. However, instead of getting angry, Zhang Yang patted Sixth son's shoulder with a happy face. Sixth son can do it, you can actually make Xiong Xiong buy you clothes. Although it was Sixth son who bragged first, but being able to get spirit little sister to spend money on him with the exception of mold, that was also considered a skill. Where's Xiong Xiong? Let her come, I can say goodbye. If there are not enough places, you all may not have a place. As soon as Rocco heard this, he immediately waved his hand toward the distance. Xiong Xiong thump ran over, an executive small suit, black silk small skirt, in addition to the body of the tattoos a little hot eyes, the other is really like that. Xiong Xiong, uncle can talk to you in advance, cannot collapse Lao Deng. These people on uncle are quite important. Hearing this, Xiong Xiong immediately nodded happily, don't worry, I promise not to give you any trouble. Zhang Yang sighed, he had a feeling that the meal tonight would not be peaceful. After Sixth son and Xiong Xiong got on the car, Zhang Yang always felt that something was not right until he got off the car, then he suddenly remembered something.
Sixth son, where did Xiong Xiong get the money to buy you a suit? This suit on Sixth son looks not cheap, not the kind of 200 water goods. Cell phone down. Where did the cell phone come from? I bought. Waste, this is not still being collapsed, stupid. Uncle, hurry up. Xiong Xiong and 100 yen in front of the non-stop urging, the two people like a curious baby, a moment to play with the fountain, a moment to touch the sightseeing greenery. Until the time to the box, this only convergence a little. Once inside the nearly 200 square feet of large box, brilliant. Pure European style of decoration, showing all the luxury. Xiong Xiong, why are you here? Bai Jiayan and Fang Yuan had already arrived. 100 yen was dressed in a black dress, gorgeous as a child who had stolen the clothes of an adult. Fang Yuan next to him was no better, a suit bow tie. Hee, what, where your sister Swallow appears, can't we even show up? Zhang Yang's eyes fell out after hearing this. What is this, hasn't Xiong Xiong's relationship with 100 Swallows always been very ironic? When did it become like this? Zhang Yang looked at Sixth son, who shook his head. Zhang Yang looked at Fang Yuan again, who was working on the bow tie. It was probably cheap, one side was high and one side was low, and Fang Yuan was able to work hard to keep both sides as high as each other. Uncle, I seem to have heard from others that 100 yen basically doesn't play with Xiong Xiong and the girls anymore, and doesn't let Xiong Xiong and the girls go to her. Yao Yao put her mouth close to Zhang Yang's ear and whispered. Zhang Yang thought about it and realized that it could be 100 Swallows. However, this Bai Jiayan did change a bit and became very different from before. The former 100 Swallows was poor and mixed up, but like a swallow, he was unrestrained and savage. The current 100 Swallows, however, has really become 100 Swallows. Zhang Yang thought that the two would fight, but he didn't expect 100 Swallows to take a step back first, sitting quietly in the corner of the box. Not a moment later, the door of the box was pushed open. Donkey Baldy walked in front to open the door, Green Snake stood on the right and Hong San walked behind him. Behind Hong San was a reluctant Hulyua. Only now the gourd on top of Hulyua's head was gone, cloaked in hair. Evil Sword Immortal came and probably ate his fill in one bite. However, after seeing Fang Yuan, Hulyua instantly resurrected, did not need to be dragged by Hong San, jumped and ran over. After seeing Bai Jiayan holding Fang Yuan's hand, immediately frowned, you are Fang Yuan's brother's girlfriend, you break up, I'll give you $100,000. If put aside in the past, Bai Jiayan must have begun to curse, not hands have been considered a good mood. But now Bai Jiayan is a smile, Hongyin, Fang Yuan is not for sale, cannot be measured by money. Hongyin acted as if she hadn't heard, $500,000. Seeing that 100 Swallow was still not agreeing, Hongyin pulled out a card, a black card that both 100 Swallow and Zhang Yang and they both recognized. $1 million, not enough to brush it yourself. Bai Jiayan looked at Hong San with some difficulty, hoping that the other party would bring back Hulun. But Hong San just acted as if he didn't see it, letting Hulyua fool around. The others also turned a blind eye as if they were all watching the fun. Enough, don't you know the rules between spiritual little sisters? Xiong Xiong couldn't stand it anymore and stood out. The rules between the spirit little sister? What's a spirit little sister? Hulyua did not get angry because Xiong Xiong was angry. Instead, he inquired with a curious face and a very curious light in his eyes. This look Zhang Yang had also had. Whenever he performed in the countryside when he was a child, he started to whisk away the children as soon as it was 9 o'clock, and his own eyes at that time were just as full of curiosity as Hulyua's. Chapter 61 Hulyua's Shock. Oh, spirit little sister is what, is not your kind of rich people can understand. You only need to know, others collapsed with the old den cannot collapse. Xiong Xiong's sharp words made Hong San's brow frown. Donkey Baldy immediately poked and cooed at Green Snake on the side and made a look. Xiong Xiong, what kind of thing are you? Hurry up and get back to Trendy Street. You don't even have a number. What kind of big man are you charging? Xiong Xiong was dumbfounded by Green Snake's dislike and could only look towards 100 yen. But 100 yen didn't seem to see anything. She just held Fang Yuan's hand tightly and lowered her head.
Enough, Green Snake, if you keep yelling believe it or not I'll put your video on the internet and make you an internet sensation overnight. In the end, it was Yao Yao who couldn't stand to watch anymore. To be exact, it was Zhang Yang who couldn't stand to watch anymore. Luzi didn't expect it, Zhang Yang didn't expect it, and Donkey Baldy didn't expect the meal to get into such a mess before it even started.
Brother, one of them doesn't seem to be a drone comprehension, huh?
As the atmosphere was frozen, Sixth Son suddenly said in Zhang Yang's ear.
HM? Are you sure?
Zhang Yang asked with some disbelief. Sure, I'm in the same boat as one of them. He ordered number 88 on the front foot and I ordered it on the back foot. Number 88 said that he is a small staff of the organization, no money, and still bragging, unlike me who was a general manager at a young age. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, not sure who to believe, but it didn't matter, just try it and you'll know. Alright, take a step back, peace is precious. As soon as Donkey Baldy opened his mouth, Zhang Yang also told Yao Yao to sit down first, while Sixth Son went to comfort Xiong Xiong.
Only Hulua Heartless still asks, spiritual little sister is what, collapse old and what is the meaning of? Older brother, let me introduce you.
The dishes were not yet served, the atmosphere on the girls' side was slightly awkward, and Donkey Baldy, as the one who saved the game, had to come out and move the atmosphere.
Zhang Yang also had the exact same intention. Sure, then I'll be grateful to Brother Donkey.
Zhang Yang smiled and got up, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. The waiter next to him just wanted to come up and help pour the wine but was rejected by Zhang Yang. Buddy, this is an expert in drones, with unique insights on the future development of drones. Donkey Baldy pointed at a young man and introduced him to Zhang Yang with a smile. Zhang Yang directly poured a pot and poured another pot for the other party. Come on, expert, have a drink. The young man still wanted to pretend to be reserved. I can't drink. But Zhang Yang didn't give him a chance. There is no one who doesn't drink when he walks in the river. Come on, let's drink. The young man was a bit hesitant, but after seeing Donkey Baldy's eyes, he clenched his teeth and dried up a cup. A glass of almost 2 taels was enough for the young man to get a headache instantly, and his face turned red. Zhang Yang reckoned that there was a possibility that he might actually be an expert in drones, as the few people behind him were not at all as matronly as him. Especially the small staff of the unit that Six said had transformed into the leader in charge of this piece of approval. Zhang Yang flattered a few and had another drink. After one round, Zhang Yang had already drunk almost 2 taels by himself. Hong San and Donkey Baldy looked at each other with a hint of cunning in their eyes. Old brother, it's our custom here, good things come in pairs, come let's toast you. A few people started to return the toast again. Zhang Yang still came and refused.
In between the toasts, Zhang Yang asked the names of a few people.
Especially the small staff who posed as a leader. Zhang Yang even asked the name and any word.
Sixth Son top for a while, I'll check something. Like this kind of career staff, the name and whatnot will be known once you check on the internet.
Pretending not to be able to beat the booze, he asked Sixth Son to top for a while and check the information himself. Sixty stood up and cleared his throat. Everyone, I'm the general manager of our drone takeout, I'll toast to everyone. Sixth Son hesitantly stood up, but I did not expect to get a silence in return. A few people on the opposite side of the table looked at Sixth Son with the same expression as if they were looking at him. Others are drinking white, you drink a beer, but also toast a cup. Sixth Son see no one care about him, awkward smile, with all of you to joke, I show everyone a baked, awkward atmosphere.
But
the whole person of Six Sons who violently showed off was like a heavenly maiden, and all the beer that he just drank in was vomited out. Fortunately, this is a large round table that can accommodate 30 people, with a wigwam running water in the center, or else it is estimated that the opposite side of the table has become a soup chicken. Sixth Son coughed and picked up another wine glass. Everyone sorry, just inserted deep, I change white, beer myself may not be too good, I show everyone a bottle. Still cold, he had to look at Zhang Yang with his afterglow and realized that Zhang Yang was still checking his cell phone. With a hard heart, he tilted his neck, I'm dry, everyone. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Donkey Baldy and the rest of them were shocked beyond words. They had never seen anyone who dared to blow white wine into a bottle. Seen so dry, basically all cremated, that fire scurried old high. Puff. Just gulp less than 3 times, Sixth Son sprayed out again. Brother, have you searched yet? I can't carry it anymore, I'm dizzy. Zhang Yang was speechless. You just drank less than 3 taels, this is dizziness? It's only been less than 30 seconds. This is not as good as a child's ability to control the scene. This is also difficult for him. In the past in KTV are only singing and not drinking. Sister, a hug is a small half night, the main cost effective. No. Zhang Yang smiled and got up. It doesn't matter who is searched, who is not searched is the key. Come on, Donkey brother, my brother loves to joke, let's drink one, come to the deep feelings, a mouthful of boredom. Brother Donkey, come on, we hate each other and forget the years, let's do 3 in a row, how about we tie the knot later? Zhang Yang single-handedly challenged Donkey Baldy and all of them to drink one pot after another. Before the first dish came up, Donkey Baldy's men were being poured by Zhang Yang. Old brother, my last name is not Donkey, my last name is Lu, my name is Lu Yue. Donkey Baldy already had a bit of a big tongue but was still holding on. Come, Donkey Yue, have another drink, I'll make amends to you.
Zhang Yang dried another cup. At this time, the donkey Baldy is already about to die. The wine is definitely not drunk. Old brother, I want to ask you, where is your sow screaming pill? It's too magical. Can you tell my old brother not? Already drunk donkey Baldy finally gave out the real purpose. The original fancy drone is fake, fancy sow screaming pill is real. Come on, donkey Baldy, let's have another drink and I will tell you. Zhang Yang poured donkey Baldy 3 more cups in a row and with a plop donkey Baldy fell heavily. Zhang Yang didn't care about him, neither did Green Snake. She was busy sparring with Xiong Xiong and Yao Yao. Seeing donkey Baldy fall to the ground, Zhang Yang pulled out a sow squeal pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. Even in his sleeping state, the sow squeal pill still played steadily. Zhang Yang just flipped donkey Baldy, who was on top of his tent, over. Hiss. Hong San, who was in a daze from drinking, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this scene and hurriedly pretended to be dizzy. How painful this must be. Ding! Perceiving the host's bravado, Hong Yin's shock value plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pretending points. Chapter 62. If you can't beat me, you'll have to call your parents. Hong Yin? Zhang Yang scanned around to find the Hulyua staring at him with surprised eyes. The moment his eyes met, this Hulyua actually got shy and put his head down. What to do, this damn face value. Zhang Yang sighed, finished falling for another one. But not waiting for Zhang Yang to pull out a mirror and appreciate it, Xiong Xiong and 100 Swallow, the green snake side seems to have split the difference. 100 Swallow from now on, I, Xiong Xiong, will be done with you, grass. Xiong Xiong drank the wine in the wine glass, slammed to the ground, flinging the chair to fly long away. The huge commotion scared several people into convulsions. 100 Yen didn't say anything, just held Fong Yuan's hand tightly. Let's go too. Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao, who was a bit confused from drinking, and cried and laughed. People are getting married in Shoya and you are jumping around with this. Almost about to walk to the elevator entrance, Fong Yuan ran over. Uncle, can you not be angry with Yanzi? She also has a hard time. I don't know exactly, but I believe Yanzi is not that kind of person. Zhang Yang smiled. He couldn't guess what the 100 Swallows were suffering from, but it was probably related to Fong Yuan and Fong Dezhou. He could only say that Fong Dezhou was too ruthless. 100 Swallow was played around, and in the end, he might be a basket case. However, he will not be angry with Bai Zhayan. Put yourself in his shoes. With Bai Zhayan's current experience, age, when she stands alone at the crossroads to make a choice must also be very confused. Don't worry, for your sake, as long as she doesn't do anything to jeopardize me, I won't be angry with her. Fong Yuan took a long breath after hearing this and gave Zhang Yang a deep bow. With the elevator door slowly closing, Zhang Yang always felt as if he had missed something. The next morning when Zhang Yang was sleeping, he heard Yao Yao calling Xiao Huang and Xiao Green. Xiao Huang, Xiao Green, get up and grab the red packets, someone is grabbing the first sister. First sister? Zhang Yang rubbed his waist. What a long time ago word. I can't let Yao Yao drink too much next time. Other people drink too much and go crazy, sing and dance raps, point and scream like a dragon. Yao Yao had to ask Zhang Yang to be the rocker when she got drunk and kept repeating, Dad's dad is called. A sister? Xiong Xiong? 6 sons. Zhang Yang suddenly startled, his mind instantly recalled 6 sons, the sight of being sucked dry by a bear. 6 sons. What about last night when he said he missed something? 6th son, where are you? Zhang Yang hurriedly paged a call over. I'm taking the bus back. 6th son's voice was a bit hoarse. I'm sorry, Yao Yao and the girls got drunk and went crazy last night, I forgot about you. Zhang Yang slightly apologized, he was more or less a little bit too heavy-handed. Luckily, 6th son is in Binjiang, not in Tianfu Avenue, otherwise. It's okay, brother, I also suffer. Last night later I woke up, found you all gone, just left the donkey Baldy, they lie there. I'm afraid the waiter called me to pay, I also lie. Later, the donkey and the bald guy woke up, paid the money, and gave the waiter $500 to send me home, and when he left, I asked for the $500 back. Where's Xiong Xiong, brother, did you send him home? Lu Zi is still thinking about Xiong Xiong even after this, he is considered hopeless. Hearing this, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He is not afraid of Xiong Xiong and Bai Bai Yen breakup, hot-headed to rob what a sister, he is worried about the 6th son. The first sister is so good to grab it, the 6th son don't be collapsed into a black household. Now it seems that it should have nothing to do with the 6 children. Open the cell phone, see the group messages at an exaggerated speed rapid floating screen. Trendy sister Green Snake requests Trendy Street Hulu sister to join this group. Congratulations to Trendy Street Gourd sister for joining this group. Congratulations to Trendy Street Hulu sister, honored to be the first sister. Red packets have been sent non-stop. 888A has been sent almost more than 100. Red packets have not stopped like. Not only did it not stop, Green Snake, 100 Swallows, there are other administrators. One person sent 10,888. This row directly pull full. Zhang Yang sighed. This Hong Yin is still rich and generous. Looks like this sister Hong Yin is to be certain. However, he suddenly thought of something. If Hong Yin wants to be the first sister, wouldn't she have to swipe at least $88,000? That is to say, each spirit little sister can at least grab a few hundred. Good luck, grab 1,000 is not impossible.
And according to that little ninny Hong Yin's personality, 88,000 was by no means her personality. The next week's time, or even 2 weeks' time, is afraid to see the spirit of the little sister's figure off. I don't think she will come out to crash the old board. Rely on yourself, how else can you pretend to be a bully? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao, who was excited about the red packet point. Yao Yao, do you want to be a sister? Yao Yao froze and then shook her head. Don't, when the first sister, they will call me Sister Yao. How hard to hear. Okay, seeing Yao Yao didn't have the idea of competing, Zhang Yang was still very relieved. Men, who don't want other people's wives, tight and unrestrained, their own wife virtuous and virtuous. Xiong, do you want to be a first sister? Zhang Yang thought for a while. Since the spiritual little sister is not expected to come out in a short time, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. But uncle, I'm coming to my relatives, and I don't want to go through the back door for fear of pain. Zhang Yang. What beautiful thing to think about it, even eat and take, I just ask you want to be a sister. Xiong almost instantly seconds back, want. Okay, uncle send you up. Trend Street Bear initiated the announcement. Swish, one red packet after another began to continuously float the screen. Zhang Yang this time sent not 888 red packets, but 8,888 red packets. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Wu Sihan's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretending points. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Zhou Nan's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretending points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Dai Fongfong's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's boldness, Tian Sini's shock value is plus 300, gaining 3 pretense points. The group was instantly abuzz. It was clear that Zhang Yang was planning to help Xiong snatch the first sister. And the first shot was 8,888 red packets, except for those who had a cell phone that was in arrears with no hotspot. Almost all of them were called up and started grabbing the red packets. 100 yen lying on the square circle, looking at the cell phone. Zhang Yang constantly floating over the red envelope, mixed feelings. Binjiang Shanha Bay, inside the villa halfway up the hill, the gourd girl wearing Hello Kitty nightgown did not know whether she was lying down or lying on her back. Anyway, she could not distinguish between the front and back side of her face, rolling back and forth non-stop on the pink bed. Hee, Green Snake really didn't lie to me, uncle. He likes spirit little sister. This sister, I'll be the one. Sister Hulu of Trendy Street launched the announcement. Swish, another 8888 red packet kept floating the screen. The two of them, one each, kept on sending it out, and the money didn't seem to be money anymore. The 8888 red hair sent into the feeling of $8.80. Ding, feeling the host's bravado, Wang Yuxuan shock value plus 500, gained 5 points of pretentiousness. Ding, feeling the host's boldness, Dai Zihan's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretentious points. Ding, sensing the host's bravado, Lin Siton's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Li Mengqi's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. Ding, sensing the host's arrogance, Li Mengqi's shock value is plus 500, gaining 5 pretense points. Along with the more and more red envelopes being handed out, the unit of measurement changed from 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000 to 1,000,000, and the shock value was constantly on the rise. In just less than half an hour, Zhang Yang had already sent out more than $1 million. Although the shock value gained far exceeded the money sent out, Zhang Yang's savings would soon reach the bottom. Unless he stopped the draw now. But this stopping would easily make spirit little sister misunderstand. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang found Donkey Baldy's WeChat before he pushed Hong San's WeChat. He added it and passed it in seconds. Mr. Hong, your sister is on a collision course with me in WeChat group and sent out almost more than 1 million red packets. Is that what you mean? Let me see. There was no reply from Hong San's side. It was only less than 10 minutes of work in Trendy Street's group. Trendy Street Hulu's sister made an announcement. Congratulations to Trendy Street Bear, honored to be the first sister. One post was 10. Following closely behind Trendy Street Hulu's sister, she invited Trendy Street Hong San into the group. Congratulations Trendy Street Xiong, honored to be the first sister. 8888 red packets, 1 cent is 100. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Xian's shock value plus 10,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 100 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Qingqing's shock value is plus 10,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 100 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Hu Dai's shock value is plus 10,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of pretentiousness. Chapter 63. Is it so hard to market this year? Rely on. Zhang Yang had only wanted to sue his parents and unplug Hong Yin's internet connection, but he didn't expect this Hong San to be so facetious. This time instead, Zhang Yang was put on the shelf. Begging someone is like swallowing a 3-foot sword, relying on someone is like going up to the 9th heaven, and favors seem to be free, but in fact they are the hardest thing to return. If Hong Yin didn't send it out up to this point, then things would probably stop here. Zhang Yang and Hong San would not owe any favors. However, Hong San was worthy of being a businessman, not only letting Hong Yin send it out, but also sending it out himself, which made it difficult for Zhang Yang. Older brother, last night it was actually a misunderstanding. How about tonight I will be the host to make amends and apologize to older brother. When he saw this message, Zhang Yang's scalp was a bit numb. To go, or not to go, was the question. Then, old brother will apologize. Zhang Yang thought about it and took out 10 Sao Squeal pills from the space. Hong San swiped $1 million for himself and he gave him 10 Sao Squeal pills back. Looked at the plastic bag, feels a little not quite right, intends to go to the pharmacy later to buy a box or something. Uncle, are you looking at the bear that small? Want to her? Yao Yao sat up with some jealousy. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Yao Yao picked up a Sao squealing pill and sent it into Zhang Yang's mouth without waiting for his reaction. Mom, can you take care of it? Upstairs is playing electric drill every day. Go watch TV in the living room first, help mom to bring the door with her. Wasted. Zhang Yang rubbed his waist and gulped down the eel soup. The eel that used to get a nosebleed if he ate a few segments, now he actually doesn't even mind the heat after eating a bowl of it down. Uncle. Still drinking, no longer give you a bowl. Yao Yao walked all trembling, but still did not forget to show a winning expression. No, uncle is a coward. Sao squeal pills, although not overdraft kidney, but consume physical strength. Zhang Yang hugged Yao Yao all the way back last night, plus continuous high frequency. A normal person would have been sucked dry long ago. The system gave me 11 advanced draws. Zhang Yang looked at the balance of the pretense points. Yesterday's money was not spent in vain. The pretense points came to 1,600 points in a flash. Almost 600 of them were gained by Hong San after he swiped 1 million for Xiong Xiong. However, this was in exchange for overdrafting Spirit Little Sister's expectation value, and in the future, this trendy group is probably not going to be able to glean shock value. Don't expect to see Spirit Little Sister send you a message in the next month either. System, give me 1 special draw and 6 advanced draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.6 million in cash, the source of income has been indicated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.4 million in cash, source of income noted. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3D holographic projection equipment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Sao Squealer pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of physical freedom. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining $1.9 million in cash, source of income noted. Drew 1 free attribute point again. What to do about face value, IQ, it seems like I need this attribute point. Forget it, randomize it. Hiss, is this the power of 18 per capita? Uncle, can I call you brother coward from now on? Yao Yao playfully sat on the dining table and teased Zhang Yang with her feet. Zhang Yang was instantly enraged. A great man born in heaven and earth can't be depressed and live under people for a long time. Uncle, I was wrong. Uncle. It's over. Zhang Yang opened his eyes again and it was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yao Yao was sleeping like a little piggy at this time, snoring. Zhang Yang carried her back to her room, found a blanket and draped it over her, turned the air conditioning vents upwards, put the door on and went to Trendy Street. Looking at his cell phone, he found that Donkey Baldy had actually sent a message. Said he'd already spoken to the one in charge of the drone reporting side. The other party will turn a blind eye, but the long-term solution is still to set up a company and report this project as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would still fall under the scope of violating the law. Zhang Yang looked at it and did not reply. Donkey Baldy's credibility was now negative with Zhang Yang, and he could not lend a single penny by putting out an online loan. From the system, the 4.9 million drawn today was taken out, weighing nearly 120 pounds. The whole stuffed a full suitcase. Driving, Zhang Yang called his bank account manager to make an appointment. This kind of large deposits, or cash, is actually still quite troublesome. Good thing the system issued a certificate for himself. When Zhang Yang arrived at the bank, probably because it was a Monday, there were still quite a lot of people handling the business, and there was actually no parking space. Luckily, the business manager would come to the rescue and occupied one for Zhang Yang in advance. Zhang Yang was waiting for the bank manager to bring someone over, when a familiar voice rang out from a parking space next to him. If you want to marry me, I want to check the capital, you first put the 188,000 dowry on my account. Zhang Yang looked at this as not the old Indian turtle dove. Hiss, this is from the Siberian old crab evolution into the Caucasus old black eagle. I don't care if the opposite side is a civil engineering old brother, or IT blue workers. After the bank manager arrived with 2 security guards, Zhang Yang went to deposit money. What surprised Zhang Yang was that Fu Shouer was actually still in the lobby, only to be relegated to cleaning. When he saw Zhang Yang, his eyes were still harboring condescension. With a grunt, he went to clean the restrooms. When Zhang Yang came out and drove away, the old Indian turtle dove was still there. A middle-aged man with a somewhat blonde body and a very honest face was holding a fruit loaf around the old Indian turtle dove. Yuan, my mom said the dowry can only go up to 388,000, but the real estate license can be added to your name after we get the marriage license. Okay, but there are too many cheating marriages and too many scumbags now. You put this 388,000 on my account for a month. Hiss. Zhang Yang heard cannot afford to mess with, this is where the Caucasian old black eagle, this is more than the old Somali hyena is still ruthless it is simply the old corpse of Lu Wangdong. I drove the car all the way to the trendy street. With the past 8:30 after the lively trend of the street is different. Today's trend street is comparable to New Year's Eve. In less than 3 hours, the spirit of the trend of the street girl, spirit of the guy not only hairstyle, clothes change again. Even their cell phones have changed. All of them have an Apple 16 Pro Max. Sensei, true or false, it should be said that is not the spirit of the little sister, the spirit of the boy's way is really wild. Dozens of a clothing store, a large amount of tube full of snack store, can pour cell phone high imitation store. Only you can't think of anything that they can't find. As soon as Zhang Yang entered the San County to see a room full of spirit girl, spirit boy. Eating is not crowdfunding meal, but a per capita chicken leg rice package. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, many bold spirit girls would greet him and ask for a cigarette. The uninformed spirit little sisters would also contribute a little bit of shock value. Sixth son, do you have time tonight? Brother will take you to a good meal. No time, brother. Xiong is going to start a live broadcast tonight, I have to rank her. Sixth son stared at the phone, a moment to run this other live room to grab a few small stars, a moment to run that live room to grab a red envelope. Xiong open live? This is intended to take a sister named Cash but on their tattoos, environment, a mouth swan dialect, can it work? Zhang Yang found a seat for himself, ordered a chicken leg rice, and ate it with a whimper. Not a moment later, Su Hui, who was wearing a white sunscreen suit and black bottoms, came in carrying an older man wearing a crossbody undershirt, black pants, and sneakers. How do you pick such a place this can eat what good things Brother, it's not easy for you to earn money, let's just eat casually, and don't buy me flowers next time, it's too wasteful. Zhang Yang listened to this outside the 5 counties yoga pants when the vision is so bad, the heart so good. But when Zhang Yang along the hurdle undershirt uncle's wrist to look, Patek Philippe star, another favorite low-profile big brother I guess the hurdle undershirt uncle thought he was a hunter. But then again, is the market so difficult this year? Chapter 64 Spirit Little Sister Live Broadcast 1 Broadcast 3 Bands. Uncle, can you stop playing the field? I'm dusty. At night, Zhang Yang took Yao to the hotel booked by Hong San. The road was getting more and more remote, Zhang Yang was a bit scared. However, at least he has a bit of kung fu background, in addition, he and Hong San does not have any deep hatred, it should not be so. Luckily, after driving for less than 10 minutes, he drove to the navigation position at the foot of a mountain. Cloud deep in. 4 ancient small seals of the alphabet were hanging on the door with dragons and phoenixes. Of course, Zhang Yang did not recognize it, the reason why he knew it was because there was an introduction next to the door. Private small food restaurant, do not enter unless invited. Donkey Baldy was waiting at the door early, his crotch was swollen with a big bag, guessing that he should be ruined. Old brother Donkey, what's going on? Zhang Yang parked his car in the parking space, next to a Rolls-Royce, a McLaren, and a Bentley. On the contrary, Zhang Yang's Cayenne appeared to have some fallen out of the class. It's alright, fell down, before it was not lifting, now it's not feeling, the result is pretty much the same. Donkey Baldy was open-minded. Taking Zhang Yang to go inside, all the way to the small bridge in water, the force is quite high. When they entered, Hong San was drinking tea with Hong Yin in the living room. Hong Yin was holding a bouquet of peonies in her hand, tugging on a petal for a while, then tugging on a petal, then going to the vase next to her to get it when she had torn it out. When Hong San saw Zhang Yang, he smiled and got up. Old brother, my sister was not understanding in the morning, she didn't hurt you, did she? When Hong Yin heard that, she twisted her head with a grunt and saw Zhang Yang and Yao holding hands, the petals tugging even more fiercely. It's fine, it was supposed to be kids fooling around. On the contrary, it's Mr. Hong, you're making me a bit embarrassed with this outburst. Zhang Yang took a wooden box out of Yao's small satchel. The moment the box was taken out, Donkey Baldy's eyes went straight. Mr. Hong, a little gift. Hong San looked at the 10 Sao screaming pills, the excitement in his eyes overflowing. Just ask which man doesn't want to experience doesn't want to experience the feeling of being a father. And this thing is given to those who are nearly old and have the heart to have to play with power. Donkey Baldy's harumph was dripping down, staring at Yao's bag for half a day like a small child expecting a toy. Unfortunately, Yao didn't pull out anything except a pack of Auntie's napkins from it. Notify Master Lu, you can serve the food now. After opening the box and double-checking a few times, Hong San puts the box away and happily instructs the back kitchen to serve the food. The wine was definitely not daring to drink, and after seeing Zhang Yang's vast quantity, Hong San did not have a masochistic fetish. Old brother, you have to try the dishes today, even I don't eat them often. First course, fruit civet stewed waterfish whip. Second course, mushroom stew with flying dragon. Third course, braised geese.
Zhang Yang looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but search on his cell phone. Is it illegal for someone to treat a wild protected animal?
Seemingly sensing Zhang Yang's worry, Hong San asked the waiter on the side to bring up a bunch of breeding certificates and purchase records. It should be said that there is a reason why some things are eaten out of existence.
At least Zhang Yang found it very tasty. At the dinner table, Donkey Baldy had been wanting to talk, but they were all stopped by Hong San. Zhang Yang saw through it and didn't point it out, silently eating the delicious food, and from time to time, he also gave Yao Yao a couple of selfies. Trend Street's first sister, Xiong, is going to open a live broadcast soon. Walk by and don't miss it. Eat happy it. Sixth son of this goods actually group sent WeChat and even sent a circle of friends. Thinking of nothing to do, Zhang Yang has nothing to do, clicked in.
Once inside, the live broadcast background is quite familiar. It should be Balong apartment. Bear dressed up. A word is difficult to say, with the jumping godlike next to a few spirit little sister, spirit boy sitting.
Going should be the kind of more work more pay mode. Is a little star show a talent or something? A light sign, turn a heel or something.
Zhang Yang just clicked in and saw a few spiritual guys behind him shouting like crazy, "Thank you big brother for the little star." Probably jumping hot, a spiritual guy at the back directly flew his clothes off. Ding, due to large exposed tattoos, the live room is blocked for 10 minutes. Another violation may be escalated for punishment.
Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. What is this, a live streaming accident? Live script?
After chatting with Hong San for 10 minutes, Lu Zi sent another message. Trend Street's first sister Xiong is going to start live broadcasting again soon. Large amount of lucky bags are being distributed. Don't miss it if you pass by. Again, it is a group send, and again, it is a circle of friends. Zhang Yang had no choice but to click in. More than 1 million have helped Xiong brush a few small stars. A little open, a spiritual little sister in that cursing it, monkey, umame, stupid it, take off your clothes. Ding, due to verbal attacks on others, the live broadcast is blocked for 30 minutes. Another violation may be upgraded punishment.
Black screen again.
Spirit little sister startup not yet half, and even sealed 2 times. It was miserable, but it was really hard to hold back from laughing.
Uncle, what are you looking at, so happy with joy?
Yao Yao may have consumed a bit too much during the day, plus the stuff was a bit tasty. All of a sudden she ate a bit propped up. Nothing. Xiong opened a live broadcast under the name of Trendy Street's first sister, and ended up being blocked 2 times in a row. Yao Yao also wanted to search the live broadcast once she heard that unfortunately the live broadcast was still to be blocked for half an hour. The opposite side of the Hongyin heard Zhang Yang said what bear, a sister, live on the gas, twisted his head and sent a message to the green snake. A meal was eaten by the host and guest were very satisfied. Seeing that Hong San wanted to seize the time to experiment with the medicine, as soon as the meal was over, he immediately dragged Hongyin to bid farewell in a hurry. On the way out, he also sent Zhang Yang a few frozen beavers, flying dragons, geese, and so on, all of which have a breeding certificate of the kind. Only the donkey Baldy twisted and turned to follow Zhang Yang. Only when Zhang Yang was about to get on the car did he open his mouth. Brother, it was my fault yesterday, but we really need to form a company and apply for the drone program. I heard that there are already companies in China that have applied successfully, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you.
Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Although Donkey Baldy was a bit worse in character, what he said was not unreasonable.
Having figured this out, Zhang Yang planned to register a company tomorrow and let Sixth Son be the legal person.
It would be enough for him to brag for a while.
So, old brother, what do you think about the so squealing pill? Donkey Baldy rubbed his hands together with a look of excitement.
So squeal pill?
What's this so squeal pill thing in here?
Zhang Yang kicked the gas and took off.
Donkey Baldy is the standard Zhengshan wolf. When he gets his way, he goes wild. Taking Yao Yao to the beach to blow the sea breeze for a while, eliminating the food. In the past, when I was studying, I had time and no money, and then I worked, so I had no money and no time. Yao Yao is also very happy. Come to Binjiang so long or the first time to see the sea, bare little feet, but also do not care what ant, in the seaside crazy batch running around.
Uncle, it's so romantic, like the plot in a Korean drama.
Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Yang sat under a raised rock and watched Yao Yao running around. Yao Yao, who was tired of running, sat in Zhang Yang's arms and looked at the sea breeze. Zhang Yang rubbed her head. What's so romantic about watching the sea? It's only romantic when you watch it with your favorite. A person can only be a wave. And most Korean dramas end in tragedy. As a result, the good life may be too comfortable. Anticum sanitary napkin are not padded. Yao Yao actually shouted up a stomachache.
The two of them had no choice but to go back.
On the way back, Sixth Son sent another message. Trend Street Swallow is on air for the 3rd time. 1,000 renminbi lucky bags are randomly collected. Hurry into the live broadcast room to collect. Zhang Yang directly blacked out Sixth Son, lest he send another message in the middle of the night. However, the bear's live room should still enter. Brush a sports car may be able to get a shock value or something. This time a few people honest a lot, wearing long sleeves, mouth closed tightly sitting on the bed. Like a little daughter-in-law who just married into the house, coyly looking at the camera. Ding, due to multiple people broadcasting live on the bed, there is a suspicion of pornographic enticement. The live room is blocked for 6 hours. Another violation may be upgraded and punished. In the Baolong apartment, a few spiritual little sisters, spiritual guys saw the black screen of the live room for a while in a daze.
Grass. Broadcast you. Roll you. Chapter 65. Yao Yao also wants to live stream. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau with the intention of registering 2 companies.
One drone and one healthcare product.
One of the legal persons was Sixth Son and one Lu Bo.
Lu Zi was eager to be the general manager and the legal person. Lu Bo is not as heartless as Lu Zi. He doesn't want to be the legal person, nor does he want to be the general manager. However, Zhang Yang said that after he became the manager, the primary Cao's screaming pills casually eat. Lu Bo also readily agreed. I thought to get the legal person funds this company can be registered, did not think there is a registered place. That is, the company office location. This can be Zhang Yang to the whole of the dumbfounded.
Primary Cao's squealing pills. Okay, Zhang Yang can be directly placed in the old home.
After all, the Cao squealing pills rely on the machine and not the formula. As long as the machine is not stolen, the formula what is leaked is also fine.
But the drone takeaway must be placed in Bin Jia.
Brother. As soon as Sixth Son opened his mouth, Zhang Yang knew what he was going to say. Don't mention your what's his name old cousin.
I'll find my own agent. The location of the drones couldn't be too far from the trendy street and the rent couldn't be too expensive. Registering the 2 companies, Zhang Yang paid $1 million of registered capital each into the company's account. He still had less than 3 million or so left in his account. It seems to be a lot. However, for the Binjiang where the land is so expensive, this $3 million is the existence of a sprinkling of water. Especially the rent near Trend Street is frighteningly high. After looking for several intermediaries, the price of the right one is high, and the price of the right location is not good. Zhang Yang had no choice but to rely his hopes on Sixth Son's old cousin. Sixth Son, this is also your old cousin?
Zhang Yang looked at the goatee so long old man, some incredulous. Brother Yang, this is not my old cousin, this is my second uncle, a feng shui master. Sixth Son proudly introduced the goat beard in front of him to Zhang Yang. The goat took the compass and looked around Zhang Yang, his mouth kept muttering words, strange, you should have been a mediocre laborer's destiny, why are you so expensive now? But it's a pity. Zhang Yang was shocked when he heard that if he didn't have a system, he would probably take over an old Indian turtle dove and be a slave to money for the rest of his life if he was lucky. The probability of bad luck is the end of the silly column in his old age. Hearing the pity in the mouth of Sixth Son's second uncle instantly aroused Zhang Yang's curiosity. Just not waiting for Zhang Yang to ask it, Sixth Son stabbed his second uncle. Second uncle is wrong is not to ask about the future.
Sixth Son's second uncle had his feet on the 7 stars again and took the compass for another turn.
Sir, I see that your seal hall is dark, red with black in the sky, plus red ink infused essence. There will be a plague of blood and light.
Zhang Yang.
This time Zhang Yang saw clearly that this compass is not driven at all.
Second uncle is wrong again, we are asking about the company. Second uncle heard and started to search for the dragon again to divide the gold to see the entangled mountain.
Forget it, Zhang Yang better call and ask the others. Zhang Yang's first intention was to ask Hong San, but after thinking about it, he called Donkey Baldy. It was not true that Donkey Baldy was a villain, but he preferred Donkey Baldy to Hong San.
Hey, brother Donkey, where is it? Can I ask you to do me a favor or not? There will be a big thank you after it's done.
As soon as Donkey Baldy, who was sleeping in a daze, heard that it was Zhang Yang's voice, he immediately kicked Green Snake off the bed.
Brother, you're too polite, just tell me what's going on, what's with the thanks?
Zhang Yang didn't want to pay attention to Donkey Baldy's hypocritical politeness, and directly opened the door. Brother Donkey, I intend to rent a place as a warehouse for drones, and I've already requested for the company's office to be located near the trendy street, which is cost effective. Donkey Baldy heard on this, also thought it was something. Old brother, you will wait. I make a phone call to help you get it done.
Less than 5 minutes a strange number of Binjiang called. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yan? I am the person in charge of Hongsheng Mansion. I heard that you want an office space, right?
Zhang Yang was surprised for 3 seconds. Hongsheng Mansion was not far from Trend Street. Standing at a high place, he was able to see the entire Trend Street in full view. It belongs to the CBD of the Bin CBD, and it is very expensive.
Can work here are generally what lawyers, top designers, financial elite.
This Donkey Baldy is too much to look down on their own right. This year down the rent alone shall not be nearly 10 million.
Mr. Zhang, we were entrusted by Mr. Hong to give you a 500 square feet of office space. Do you think it's enough? Mr. Hong? Mr. Hong?
This Donkey Baldy, looking for his help, he found Hong San's head.
Really, will middleman earn difference? Rent, how much is the rent? Hongsheng building even 500 square feet of toilet that is worth a lot of money, right? Mr. Hong said to temporarily waive your rent for 1 year. Well, I know. Thank Mr. Hong for me.
Zhang Yang hung up the phone with a somewhat heavy heart. A businessman who gives you $100,000, then he must want to get 200,000, 1 million, or even more from you. Naturally, Zhang Yang would not believe in any dragon pride script, where the pants come off to dominate and the four directions are submissive. He was more convinced that this Hong San was eyeing the Sao squealing pills. However, things are precious and Zhang Yang planned to give him a few dozen more pills after a while to pay back the favor.
After sending sixth son's second uncle back, Zhang Yang returned home.
Yao Yao looked like a wilted chimera, nestled in the sofa, drooping her ears and looking at her cell phone.
Uncle, can I start a live broadcast too?
Why? Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao's cell phone screen with some confusion, wondering why she suddenly started a live broadcast.
In the screen, Xiong and a few of them were shaking their flower hands vigorously.
One small heart shaking the flower hand once. An ID called Trendy Street Hulu Sisters ID was 99 little stars in one breath. Just after 99 little stars, there were 99 light tags. One lighted card dancing once Phoenix dancing 9 heavens. 99 lamp tags jumped over, another 99 sports car. Spirit girl, spirit boy that small body cannot withstand so disc. One by one tired lying on the ground, do not want to move. Let this gourd sister in the live broadcast how to shout all ignore him. You expect a group of flying cars, flying hams, flying mineral water spirit guy, spirit girl can have what contract spirit? Ding, due to the fact that the anchor received a reward gift but did not finish honoring his promise, the live room has been banned.
Swish, the live room went yellow again. It was estimated that there weren't many live rooms left for them.
If you're bored, let Xiao Huang, Xiao Green come over, I'll take them for a medical checkup, if there's no problem.
Zhang Yang thought Yao Yao was just bored.
After all, once little yellow, little green left, she didn't even have 2 people to play with.
As for Xiong and the girls?
Spirit little sisters all have their own circles, outsiders are usually hard to integrate into.
No uncle, I just want to help you and share your burden. Zhang Yang looked at Yao Yao and his heart couldn't help but warm up.
However, he suddenly remembered that he had drawn the 3D holographic projection device earlier.
Chapter 66 Donkey Baldy being green?
The system only said that it was a 3D holographic projection, nor did it say how powerful this thing was. But what of the 3 iron laws of crossing over and being reborn? When the system produces something, it must be a fine product.
Alright, turn around, I'll organize my office and leave you a place for you to broadcast live. Thanks uncle.
Yao Yao had thought that Zhang Yang would not agree. Which rich man likes his wife, lover, mistress to show her face, especially the anchor? What is not said in the live broadcasting room with dirty words? Backstage all kinds of private messages are flying all over the place, ceiling cannot be sealed over.
Unless the kind of pure love minotaur who likes to wear a hat, basically will not agree. It's fine, what are you thanking, it's all.
Not Yao Yao, what are you doing drinking ice water?
Don't you come over Yao Yao. Uncle, get up now.
In the morning, Zhang Yang is still under the blanket, returning blood and blue. Yao Yao is already dressed up and can't wait to see the office. Now only 18, this if to 30, 35 combat power shall not be comparable to subhuman well. Zhang Yang holding a bowl of eel noodles sitting in the passenger seat, Yao Yao in the morning rush hour on the road turtle speed driving. The cranky old driver saw that the car was a Cayenne and Yao Yao was a female driver, so he could only consider himself unlucky.
Uncle, next time it's better for you to drive, it's too scary.
Yao Yao got out of the car, her hands and feet were a bit shaky.
The novice has not yet skilled it directly into the hell level copy, for her, it is simply too horrible. It's okay, it's good when you're skilled. It's good to drive, you can't move your hands when you're driving.
After parking the car, Zhang Yang took Yao Yao on the elevator and went straight to the office that Hong San temporarily rented to Zhang Yang. In the elevator, there were basically white-collar workers in suits with a cup of coffee in hand. However, no one dared to underestimate Zhang Yang and Yao Yao. The watches they wore on their hands could speak for their owners even though they could not speak. A Vacheron Constantine of more than $3 million and a Richard Mille of more than $1 million, together with that outfit, everyone knows that these 2 young people have an unusual status. Came to the 33rd floor, thought it would be rough, did not expect the hard furnishings. What has all been installed, the carpet is also laid. If you want to work, find someone to install a few glass partitions, find a few desks and chairs can be constructed.
Yao Yao, this will be the live room for you.
Zhang Yang carved out an area of almost 100 square feet. The remaining 200 square feet, he planned to place the server, although the server's footprint was less than 10 square feet now. But in case it succeeds.
Older brother, coming over so early?
Hong San walked in with a woman with a face full of spring, 175 wraparound skirt, walking and shaking people's eyes a little bit. Yes, Yao Yao longing to open the live broadcast, this does not hurry over to pick the venue.
Hong San froze for a full 3 seconds upon hearing this.
He had thought of many kinds of uses, but he had never thought of it alone. This office was actually for his girlfriend to open a live broadcast. Brother, with all due respect, on your Sao squealing pill, is simply a cross-generation product, then your drone, and what live broadcast, earn more. Hong San would like to tell him, don't mess with your broken drones, and don't mess with the live broadcast.
If you can produce that so squealing pill, the next richest person is you. However, he still kept this to himself and didn't say anything, because he also wanted to take part in his share. There's no way that South Squeal pill is limited in quantity, there's no way to mass produce it for now. But there's already a primary version, although it's not as powerful as the South Squeal pill, it has an advantage that the So Squeal pill doesn't have, and that's the ability to slowly recover, and it's not even impossible to return to the peak. Really? Hong-san was shocked upon hearing this. The South Squeal pill is good, but it's a bit of a loss of face to rely on drugs all the time. If it can recover to its peak, how much money can't be exchanged for it? When it's true, but exactly how long do we to recover to the peak have to wait for verification? No hurry, brother, by the time you produce out the first batch of products I must first give me no matter how much the price is, I want it all. Hong-san waved his hand and was about to give money to Zhang Yang, but was rejected by Zhang Yang. He hadn't thought about the pricing of the primary South Squeal pill. It didn't feel too good to go low and not too good to go high. Hong-san was anxious after hearing this, but it was useless to force him to do so. He had inquired about this So Squeal pill, and there was no way it could be sold in Zhang Yang's hometown. Even find someone to knock on the side of the Lubo also did not ask what things out. It seems that the So Squealing pills like Zhang Yang out of thin air out of the same. However, as long as you have a good relationship with Zhang Yang, if you really have it in the future, you should have a share of it. Thinking of this, Hong-san, with a wave of his hand, a young man with golden glasses, thumped over. Manager Lin, find a few designers to come over and decorate it according to Mr. Sang's requirements, the cost will be on my head. Okay, Mr. Hong. Without even giving Zhang Yang a chance to refuse, the young man with the golden glasses ran away. In no time at all, several designers came in and began to write and draw to set up. By noon, the glass partitions and all kinds of decorating materials started to enter. According to Zhang Yang's request, the designers set up soundproof cotton and vacuum glass for Yao Yao's live broadcasting room to ensure that it would not be affected by the outside world. Zhang Yang didn't know how to do this, so he let them do it. Taking Yao Yao to Daiji Plaza, ready to buy clothes and so on. Yao Yao wanted to go for the model like Xiong's and theirs, but was rejected by Zhang Yang. That little crazy batch of Honin would definitely dish it out. And with the 3D holographic projection, Zhang Yang felt that the live broadcast should not be too bad. Buying a few extravagant clothes would also make those AAA building materials King General well shut their mouths. Thank you, uncle. Yao Yao felt that Zhang Yang was a bit jealous, but instead she was happier. If Zhang Yang was assured of everything and didn't ask anything about her, then she would be sad instead. As soon as Zhang Yang and Yao Yao appeared on the second floor of the luxury goods in Daiji Plaza, they immediately attracted the attention of all the major shopping guides. Each one of them was like a humanoid radar, immediately scanning the value on Zhang Yang and Yao Yao with precision. Confirming their eyes, they were the ones who could afford to buy it. Miss, may I ask what you need? The shopping guide lady was polite and introduced the person. Feel free to look. Money is the poor man's guts. Zhang Yang's card doesn't have much money but more than $3 million, although it can't be like the tycoon, this one don't want it, the others are all wrapped up. But buy a bag, buy a dress or something, or enough. The shopping guide heard Zhang Yang said casually look, immediately out of the joy outside. Generally, this kind of customer tends to buy more things. Uncle, it's so expensive, and I don't think it looks good. Yao Yao looked around the luxury store and saw the price tag. A slipper cost more than $20,000. A random bag would start at tens of thousands of dollars. As for the clothes, Zhang Yang also felt that they were not that great, the fabrics and also the design, it didn't feel like it was in line with the public aesthetics. Buy one, can't bring it but can't live without it. After shopping around, Yao Yao pulled Zhang Yang and was about to leave, but she was rejected by Zhang Yang. There was a bag that Yao Yao touched twice, indicating that the other party liked the bag. Hello, I can try this one. Yao Yao somewhat timidly fingered a small pink-colored shoulder bag with a shiny chain strap. Okay, please wait a moment. The shopper wore gloves and carefully took the bag off the shelf. Yao Yao carried it on her back and looked left and right in the mirror. Every now and then she even made a stinky face and asked Zhang Yang to take her picture. Zhang Yang also felt that this small bag with chain was a good match for Yao Yao, although the price was very expensive, nearly $110,000, Zhang Yang still bought it without even frowning. Just as Zhang Yang was about to check out, an argument broke out inside. Why don't you let us try it on? How can we buy it if you don't let us try it on? The voice sounded familiar. Zhang Yang took 2 steps forward, turned his body sideways and looked over. It was actually trendy street Green Snake. Just Green Snake holding but not Donkey Bald, but a yellow hair. What is this situation? Donkey Baldy was green? Chapter 67. A crazy batch did not go, another one came. Aldebaran often said that poor love is like bananas, either green or yellow, to the end of the bite did not eat but first turned black. Although the Donkey Bald man is rich, but he's stingy. I guess he is the same kind of goods as Wang Defa. This Green Snake looking for someone else seems to be justifiable. Little yellow hair has no money, but it has emotional value. But Zhang Yang wouldn't let her try it on if he were that guide. If a member sees that a spiritual little sister is trying it on, who would dare to try on the clothes behind?
not afraid of winning the lottery.
A dog's eye view is not it.
What surprised Zhang Yang was that Green Snake actually pulled out a black card, but instead of handing it to the shopping guide, he threw it on the ground. The shopper looked at it with an unbelievable face.
Zhang Yang also found it unbelievable. Nima, when did the black card become a common item on the floor?
Out of professional ethics and the pressure of life, the shopper still picked it up. Leading Green Snake, he headed towards the bar. Zhang Yang, on the other hand,
pulled out his cell phone and just watched Green Snake walk over with a little yellow hair, talking and laughing. "Hello, Green Snake, I didn't expect to see you here."
When Green Snake saw Zhang Yang, her whole body froze in place. She wanted to turn around and leave, but then she saw the cell phone that Zhang Yang was filming, so she was so scared that it was not a good idea to leave, nor was it a good idea not to leave.
"Sister Green Snake, what's wrong? Go pay the bill. Later we'll try that waterbed too."
The little yellow hair next to him didn't realize Ching Snake's discolored face, still chattering, barking at Ching Snake was a bite. Completely oblivious to the fact that all this was recorded by Zhang Yang.
"Film something, film."
Little yellow hair tugged at the Green Snake, and after seeing that it froze in place and did not move, he then followed his gaze and saw Zhang Yang. After seeing Zhang Yang filming with his cell phone, he immediately wanted to come up and grab the phone. "Sir, filming is other people's freedom, they are just taking pictures of their clothes, please don't make trouble here." One is a spiritual little girl with an unknown black card, and the other is a customer wearing a multi-million-dollar watch who has already paid the bill. It's not really hard to choose who to defend and who to oust.
"He's filming us, are you blind?"
Little yellow hair was furious and was about to make a move, but was stopped dead in his tracks by the guide. Green Snake also stopped little yellow hair and whispered a few words in his ear. It should be said that at this age, little yellow hair is really not afraid to live off. Zhang Yang's reputation is notorious and his record can be traced, but this little yellow hair is still not afraid. If you ask him why he is not afraid, he is not afraid.
"Are you the one who sent Li Wei and the others in, and robbed Li Wei's girlfriend? Uncle so old, still finds such a small, the body to eat it, do you want to pull help set off?"
After hearing that the other party was Zhang Yang, this little yellow hair was not afraid and even flirted.
Zhang Yang cried and laughed a bit after hearing this.
To say that this little yellow hair is educated, I guess high school reading is not a problem. To say that this little yellow hair is uneducated, he actually knows to pull the gang set. However, the feelings return to feelings, angry or not, that is another matter.
"You are so brave."
Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up towards little yellow hair. Without waiting for Green Snake to say anything, he directly sent the video to Xiong Xiong.
"Wow, where did Uncle get such a powerful video?"
Xiong Xiong was still sighing with emotion, but she didn't expect Zhang Yang to let her send it to the group directly. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Xiong Xiong's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of pretense value. Xiong Xiong was in a daze for 10 seconds before she hesitantly replied back, "Uncle, this is not good." Zhang Yang did have Donkey Baldy's contact information, but Zhang Yang asked her to send it, so Xiong Xiong naturally understood what Zhang Yang meant. She was not the kind of person who did not know how to be grateful. But if this kind of video is sent to the group, there are only two results. One is Donkey Baldy leaving Trendy Street, and the other is Green Snake getting crazy revenge from Donkey Baldy. "Send it." Zhang Yang coldly replied back with a single word. Xiong Xiong was just a little bit more decisive than 100 yen, if 100 yen would have sent it by now.
Xiong Xiong was silent for 3 seconds, but still sent it out.
Idle chatter scolding in the group, first quiet for a moment, a few moments later instantly exploded pot.
"Spirit little sister change boyfriend, steal girlfriend's male friend, that is a common thing."
The spirit of the little sister collapsed. Lao Dang was photographed in a room or something, that's nothing, often happen. But like Donkey Bald, such a heavyweight, was green or the first time.
In an instant, the group directly exploded. Donkey Baldy is drinking tea here in Hong San. The cell phone ding 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 rang up. A different spirit little sister sent him an identical video.
After seeing the content, Donkey Baldy's face changed drastically. Donkey Baldy and the others are not the kind of people who are stingy. It wasn't possible to sit on a bus and not let others sit on it, but it was a bit much when others sat up while they were sitting on it. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Lu Qingqing's shock value is plus 1000, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pretentious points. Your ruthless Green Snake obviously saw the video in the group as well. His eyes glanced at Zhang Yang sorrowfully before rushing to leave.
Hee, yeah, be careful, there is always a time when your uncle is away.
Little yellow hair didn't forget to throw down a harsh word on his way out. Zhang Yang looked at his back and shook his head. This little yellow hair already has a way of taking death.
The rule of law society saved him off.
Zhang Yang didn't rush to make a move, he was waiting for Donkey Baldy. If Donkey Baldy was too much of a waste, he would do it himself. After being stirred up by Green Snake and Little Yellow Hair, Zhang Yang only felt bad luck and had no interest to continue shopping. He bought a cone for Yao Yao and hurriedly went to Trend Street to watch the show. In the past, there were not many people on Trend Street at this time of the day. Spiritual girls and boys who had no money preferred to sleep a little more, and the 3 meals a day were changed to 1 meal a day. But these days are different, one by one have money, tattoos, do hair.
Retaliatory consumption, chicken leg rice with chicken legs that are routine operations.
The hotel lubricant anything is also used half throw half, rather than like before, throw a big snot throw inside. Zhang Yang kicked the gas and stopped downstairs to the business K, directly up the stairs. The front desk girl saw Zhang Yang, immediately eyes glowing, and the kind of sick son can't wait to put people yoga pants touch lassie colored billet compared to.
Zhang Yang is simply a saint.
Spending thousands of dollars just for a massage. Only when she saw Yao Yao next to Zhang Yang she instantly soured. Why can a mental little sister wear $1 million watch and carry a Chanel bag?
Zhang Yang ignored the front desk's jealousy and instead asked where Bacchanal Yen was.
After finding out where the box was, he took Yao Yao and went straight to the box. The curtains of the box were drawn tightly, and 100 Swallows was guarding outside the box, and vaguely, it seemed that she could hear a hint of a decadent sound.
Bye Yen, come over here and I'll ask you something.
Zhang Yang didn't have time to care about those subterfuge things, he now wanted to know why Bai Jiayan swiped his black card to Green Snake.
Uncle, that's not Feng Yuan's black card, it's from Yi Fan? Yi Fan? Who is Yi Fan?
Bai Jiayan used his hand to point inside the box. I don't know about the rest, I only know that it seems to be Hong Yin's suitor. He's less than 16 years old, and this card is for Green Snake.
The reason, uncle, you know. Zhang Yang didn't understand the ambiguous look of Bai Yen.
However, if he dares to pursue a crazy batch like Hong Yin, he is afraid that he is also another crazy batch.
And it is still a crazy batch with a newbie aura.
This time Trendy Street is afraid to be stirred up by these two crazy batches.
Chapter 68 Sixth Son sends a red packet, the group has no more. I can't afford to mess with them.
Read the novel No, Yi, Lin, shall these three surnames cannot be messed with, hit the small, mess with the old. In case you can beat it, turn around and then say, 30 years east of the river, 30 west of the river, after the sleep still sleep, afraid of the late years have to be unknown.
Take Yao Yao and hurry to go, do not want to pay attention to this crazy batch. Right after Zhang Yang left, less than 5 minutes, a small yellow hair contentedly walked out, directly pulled open the curtains.
He didn't care if the yoga pants teacher inside had put on her clothes or not, and left with a fresh look on his face. Zhang Yang waited for half a day in Shaxian, and did not listen to the donkey Baldy to make some noise. This donkey Baldy is, as expected, undoubtedly a waste of time, pure love minotaur. Green Snake is still active in the trend of the street, even more arrogant than before, with a small yellow hair will be waving through the city. In the afternoon, a notice rang out in the Trend Street group. Trend Street Green Snake invites Trend Street Dad to enter the group. A shot is capped at 20,000 red packets, a cent is 10. I thought it was a feast, but I didn't realize that in addition to a few people responded to the Green Snake, no one took care of it. Green Snake is still in the group self-consciously kept saying, wow, I drew 214. A $20,000 red packet once it sent its 200,000, thank you dad. He grabbed more than 1,000 in total, so happy. Unfortunately no one in the group paid any attention to her. Spirit little sister, spirit boy although lack of money, but not lack of backbone. He took this Trendy Street dad, who receives red packets shall not call him a dad. Spiritual little guy, spiritual little sister. This group is like lying flat 3 and big god, hanging wall female. Money for them is just a number, is the spice of life, not a necessity. $300 a day can pass, $3 a day can live. Only 2 days ago Zhang Yang and Hong San had spread bait. These spiritual boys and spiritual girls were fed to the fullest. Who would care about these 3 melons and dates? Announcement, welcome Trendy Street dads into the group. Another series of 10 capped 20,000 red envelopes. But the people who grabbed it are still very few. It is estimated that many people looking at the screen now have a look of disdain on their faces. Rich people? Oh. Still want to be a father. Unwilling Trend Street fathers sent 10 consecutive 20,000 red envelopes. Just into the group red packets were sent nearly 300,000 yuan. Unfortunately, this not only cannot hook their greed, but will provoke the spirit of the little sister, the spirit of the little boy's rebellious heart. Anyone who claimed it at this time would definitely be looked down upon. Just as Trendy Street Dad was embarrassed beyond belief, Trendy Street Green Snake at Trendy Street Swallow come out and claim the red packet. 100 Swallows in Shangjian naturally noticed the movement in the group. However, she was particularly disgusted by Yi Fan's name as Trendy Street's father. Originally, she didn't want to take care of the outcry, but she didn't expect that Green Snake, this actually took the initiative to at her. Obviously dragging her down, but the point was that she didn't dare to offend this Yi Fan now. She could only harden her head, receive a red packet, and send a red packet, welcome Trendy Street Dad into the group. So cheap. Xiong saw the 100 yen really let a red packet, directly cursed directly after the withdrawal of the group, followed by the second, the third. More and more spiritual little sister, spiritual little guy began to retreat. Less than a moment nearly 500 people of the group retired, a large half. The rest were some spiritual little sisters who had gone ashore, or spiritual little sisters who were still sleeping and didn't have time to look at their cell phones, spiritual little sisters, spiritual little guys. Xiong did this beautifully. Zhang Yang couldn't help but give Xiong a nod of approval and followed suit.
As for the fear of retaliation? Don't be ridiculous, would a group of spirit girls and spirit guys be afraid of retaliation? It wasn't certain who would retaliate against whom. Yifan and the others weren't the only ones with a newbie aura. If they get angry, they will dare to do anything. No matter who you are. Sixth son, you're claiming all this red packet?
Brother, I kind of despise you. Zhang Yang looked at Sixth Son, who kept on clicking the red packet there, and was a bit less happy. Although the former Sixth Son pursued cost effectiveness, his three views were still very positive, and when it came to facing Lu Cece and the others, he should have stood up for himself and never been ambiguous.
Now a little.
Brother, you misunderstand, this is my small number, it's hard to apply in. Zhang Yang took a look, it was really a gender female, the expression was a spitting tongue, rolling white eyes of the ghost animal female, the name is also very disgusting. Trend Street does not eat pudding.
How did you add this in?
Zhang Yang remembers that if it is applying to enter the group in addition to being female, look at the tattoos, but also to carry out a video or something.
Sixth Son heatedly smiled. Brother, you forget what my old cousin is doing.
Zhang Yang shook his head. Sixth Son's old table is too much, who can remember how many old table has appeared by now? Brother, I'm a live broadcaster, I don't have many girls, but I don't have a lot of girls. Less than a moment's effort, the Sixth Son of the red packet collar finished. I thought this stop, I did not expect 6 actually changed a number, and began to lead. Look at the list, there are several.
Good guy, this usually look at not less in the group wool gathering
has been collected after 5 number. The Sixth Son of this satisfied to close each number and send a few red packets. Red packets are also written on the 2 words, back to the package. While Zhang Yang was still wondering what this meant, Sixth Son had already uploaded all these screenshots and reported them. Ding, due to the group being involved in gambling, it has been permanently banned. If you have any objections, please initiate a manual review with the customer service. The remaining people in the group were dumbfounded, they were still ready to appease it, the group was directly gone. Why can't you just pull people in, for fear of a situation like today? Mental little sister, mental boy, this group is very easy to go crazy in the middle of the night, hair on the hair, some messy things. Sometimes it is not excessive, the administrator himself will delete, and then ban. The group is not unblocked, occasionally someone send a graduation photo catching adultery video, blocked also blocked, but because it is a personal reason can soon apply for unblocking. But 1,000 defenses did not expect to suddenly appear a few girls out together to send red envelopes. The key is that the Sixth Son also predicted their prediction. When they applied for unblocking to the artificial customer service said welcome to Trend Street, so and so means so and so to send a package. Whoever receives the bag has to send a comment and attach a complete screenshot of the chat. Directly blocked the reason for the complaint. Let this group owner how to explain, simply do not give unblocked. The trendy street group that had existed for an unknown period of time was blocked because of a few red packets. The crowd was furious and wanted to see who actually pulled this person in. Who pulls to find who trouble, a check found actually found to be their own audit in. And then check the information, simply cannot find any useful information about this person. Sixth Son, it's still you. Zhang Yang couldn't even help but give a thumbs up to Sixth Son. 5 numbers gripped more than 10,000 and sealed the group. Killing and executing. It is estimated that now the Trend Street group, the administrator, these people have to be angry, especially the green snake they brushed so much, suffered so many tons of, it is not easy to change. Now say no more is no more. Ding, Trendy Street Bear invites you to join the Trendy Street group chat. Ding, Trendy Street group owner invites you to join Trendy Street group chat. Xiong was also a master who could seize opportunities, and actually wanted to start another group all of a sudden. And the original administrator of Trend Street's group owner also started pulling heads. Chapter 69 Brother-in-law, you come out with me, my sister does not know it. Uncle, they give 100 red envelopes for entering the group, what should we do, why don't we send some too? The number of members in the group only just managed to reach more than 100, but Trend Street's original group chat is already about to break through 400 people. Xiong was in a hurry and also wanted to spread red packets to attract people. However, he was rejected by Zhang Yang. Jokingly, behind the new group stood Hongyin, Yifan, the 2 crazy batches, against them, the existence of a black card for one person. Unless they could gain shock value, even if Zhang Yang swiped all his family's assets, it would not be enough to challenge the 2 of them for pocket money. Sixth Son also had a downcast expression and was thinking of using the 14th of the 36 stratagems again, borrowing a corpse to return to his soul. But the new group has learned from their mistakes, not only to open the video, but also to send real-time location sharing. This basically eliminated the idea of 6 sons returning to their souls. Zhang Yang was also invited into the new group, but Xiong and 6 sons were not. As soon as they came in, all kinds of red envelopes rained down and all kinds of welcome. The names like Trendy Street Dad also disappeared and were replaced by one called Trendy Street Immortal Emperor. Hearing Zhang Yang's embarrassment, cancer was killing him. In the past, when he played the game, the ID he was most afraid of encountering was something like adversary demon god, evil youngster, bloodthirsty death, and all these things. At a glance, it is a middle-aged sick teenager, addicted, technical dish, do not allow to say. Did not pick the hero hang up, did not help him hang up, do not follow his group hang up, taunt but opposite hang up. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, directly changed his name to Trend Street Zhang Yang.
Same as Hong San, Donkey Baldy, and a few of them.
Yo, isn't this uncle, why don't you go to Xiong Xiong's side and come here to be an undercover? Zhang Yang had just finished changing his name when Green Snake came out to taunt. Only before her second sentence came out, she was directly kicked out by the trendy street gourd sister. Without Donkey Baldy to brush up her announcement, she wasn't even a manager. Uncle, come to Dynasty for a drink tonight. This almost fawning invitation from Hong Yin made a lot of people fall over their feet, while others were so angry that they had the heart to strangle Zhang Yang through the screen.
No, I still have something to do tonight.
Zhang Yang set the group to no disturb mode after sending the message. Letting Hong Yin frantically at herself in the group, Zhang Yang pretended to be invisible. Not waiting for the result he wanted, Zhang Yang did not have much interest in staying at Trend Street anymore. He took Yao Yao to Hongsheng Mansion, where the partitions and soft furnishings had already been completed. However, after arriving at the building, Zhang Yang did not let Yao Yao go up, but asked her to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some water and food first. Yao Yao wondered why Zhang Yang let her go alone, but she did not ask much. She drove the car and went straight to the nearby supermarket.
Zhang Yang, on the other hand, quickly went upstairs.
At this moment, the hall has been partitioned into 3 areas with different functions. One is a server room where heat dissipation is the main concern, one is a live broadcasting room where soundproofing is the main concern, and the other is an office area. Office buildings are generally divided into 3 grades, Grade A, Grade B, Grade C. Hongsheng, as the top office building in Binjiang, is naturally the ceiling of Grade A.
The floor height alone reaches 4.5 meters.
Even after the renovation, it still had a height of 3.8 meters. Zhang Yang quickly walked into Yao Yao's live room. According to Zhang Yang's request, the room used a lot of soundproofing materials, including double vacuum glass, soundproof cotton, and so on. As for formaldehyde and stuff, Hongsheng Mansion has a 24-hour fresh air system, so there is no worry about formaldehyde. Zhang Yang found a ladder and hung up all the 3D holographic projections drawn from the system. Hanging a whole circle from the 4 corners of the roof, densely packed with projection equipment. In the center, there was even a super large projection device. It took Zhang Yang almost an hour just to hang these devices. But the moment the machine was running, everything was worth it. When the system is produced, it will be a fine product. As soon as the machine was turned on, shrubs, streams, and sky-high maple trees rose up to cover the sky in the originally empty office. A ray of sunlight, between the shade of the trees, cast down, creating an effect of something. Zhang Yang pondered in his mind for a long time. Darley Park, Zelda, Tindaknan, none of the words matched. And just as Zhang Yang was pondering, the morning sun was fading, the grass was waking up, and life was in rhythm. The years were also gradually filled with the chirping of insects and birds, and the sun began to become vibrant.
Uncle?
Yao Yao carried a box of water and anxiously called out to Zhang Yang outside the office, breaking Zhang Yang's urge to go to the prairie to graze as a cow or horse. Coming, Zhang Yang turned off the projection, and backtracked it to when it first started. Not caring that Yao Yao was tired and sweaty, he blindfolded Yao Yao's eyes.
Uncle, I can't, I'm anti-depression now, can I wait a few more days for my great-aunt?
Yao Yao's words had not finished, but her voice came to an abrupt end. Looking at the surroundings, she was stunned. Even though Zhang Yang had already seen it once, he was still unusually shocked. The two of them did not say anything and let the projector time flow, from early morning to night and from night to sunrise. Zhang Yang's mind is already fantasizing, I wish there was someone like you, like the wind in the mountains. Unfortunately, as soon as Yao Yao opened her mouth, that beauty was destroyed. Uncle, if you get married in the future, I'll be your mistress.
Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang thought Yao Yao was worried about her parents and so on, and kindly consoled her, it's okay, don't think nonsense, when you reach the legal age, we'll get a marriage license. Yao Yao quickly waved her hand, don't, marry to wash clothes, to cook, to mop the floor, to brush the dishes, but also to give birth to a child, when the third only need to take a bath on the line.
Zhang Yang.
He so wanted to tell Yao Yao about the benefits of this marriage, but after searching his mind and thinking about it for half a day, it seems that there is really nothing. To barely mention the benefits apart from being able to pinpoint the respective retribution, it would also be able to put his parents' minds at ease, although he didn't know what they were resting on. Uncle, let's go to the buffet later.
Ha? Why do you suddenly think of having a buffet?
Zhang Yang rubbed Yao Yao's head that was leaning on his shoulder, not understanding why Yao Yao suddenly talked about this. Uncle, I used to do well in my studies. When I was in junior high school, my dad said that he would take me to a buffet for $35 a person if I got first in my class. My classmates said the grilled sausages there could be eaten indefinitely, and the drinks could be drunk at will, so I studied like crazy. When I came in first, my dad said he couldn't fit 4 people on his motorcycle, so he took his stepmom and his son, and came back to bring me.
I waited from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and got nothing.
Zhang Yang had no reason to feel a pang of heartache after hearing this. He could think of a 10 o'clock night, a young girl lying on her back at the window opening, suffering constantly and waiting in loss. Maybe if her mom was there, Yao should have been able to eat the buffet that she was longing for and probably wouldn't have given up on herself.
What happened then? Did you get to eat?
What you can't get when you're young, you'll be stuck for life. Lubo is like this, who wouldn't be? Eat. Xiao Huang sold his first knife for 300, please and small green eat. I ate 17 roasted sausages in one breath, the other did not eat anything, the stomach propped up. Yao said half a day, but Zhang Yang's curiosity a little, why just sold $300 so cheap then?
Xiao Huang is not ugly. $300, according to the age of the small yellow, is estimated to be.
I didn't really sell it, I lied to the old man, Yao explained, and found that Zhang Yang suddenly realized that he was angry. Well, uncle, I told you so much, you just remembered 300, didn't you? Zhang Yang scratched his head a bit awkwardly after hearing that.
No,
Yao, what are you tying your hair for? You are not anti-sedentary. Oh, uncle, I am not a delicate queen, I have all the means and strength.
Blah blah blah. Uncle, you should eat something lighter, it's too salty.
1 hour later, in a top buffet restaurant in Binjiang, Yao was there ruining her body with mineral water, a mouth opened with a childish smell.
Zhang Yang was holding his waist, holding the roasted waist, and didn't want to talk.
It's a waste of time, anti-subsidence can't stop her from opening the hang-up. Yao saw that Zhang Yang didn't say anything, smilingly came over and hugged Zhang Yang's arm. Uncle, you peel the shrimp for me to eat, okay, my hand is sore.
Zhang Yang didn't say anything, he was showing off his waist, oysters, and muscles.
It so happened that a waiter passed by. Yao immediately changed her whiny tone again. Brother-in-law, you came out with me, my sister doesn't know, right?
The waiter? Chapter 70, Underage Reward Refund.
The waiter shrimp is peeled one after another, from the brother-in-law to hear who the child is, to the sister cheated on her husband, the little three is their company boss. Spirit little sister that exploded 3 views of the experience, coupled with Yao the 2 version of the realization that if it wasn't for Zhang Yang's fear of the people in the back kitchen coming over, I guess Yao could tell a story comparable to Countryside Love, Unforgettable, Goodbye Aolang. Such hundreds of episodes of bitter love magic drama out.
Uncle, there is a good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear?
Zhang Yang, who was in a daze in the morning, was woken up by a phone call from Sixth Son, and when he touched the seat next to him, it was empty.
Yao had run off to live broadcast early in the morning.
Good news. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly, always feeling that the good news in Sixth Son's mouth wasn't any good either. Our store was splattered with poop to the head, but the one who splattered the poop was caught. Surname Xiao, it's a little yellow hair. Brother, did you sleep with someone's girlfriend?
Zhang Yang.
Yi, Lin, Xiao, did he offend 2 at once, but how come he doesn't remember knowing the little yellow hair surname Xiao? But Zhang Yang was about to be sucked dry by Yao every day, how could he have so much energy to find other people? Not wanting to listen to Sixth Son's riddles here, he hurriedly continued to pursue the question.
I don't even know who her girlfriend is, what about the bad news?
The bad news is that he has a rookie protection aura, someone lost money for him and released him again.
Ha? Who? His mom? Hearing little yellow hair, Zhang Yang's mind vaguely guessed.
Roughly guessed who it was. It's just that little yellow hair doesn't look like a rich owner. Otherwise, could he go as a mold to provide emotional value to Green Snake? I'm not sure, brother, there's something else to tell you. I see Fong Yuan cleaning alone there is quite hard. I found 4 part-time college students through my old cousin to come and help. 60 per person, 1 meal per day. If you think it's okay, you can give me a 240 later.
Zhang Yang.
60? Zhang Yang almost thought that he was hallucinating. When he was in college, handing out flyers was more than 60.
Sixth Son, is your old cousin not telling the truth to anyone?
He, brother Yang can't hide anything from you. I also condemned him. I privately made up to 100 for them myself. Zhang Yang guessed that, for such a dirty job, not to mention 60, even 100, I guess people are willing to do it. Can stay to do it, guess it is also touched by the sincerity of the Six Sons. After all, college students are the ones who can't even bear to cheat. Their biggest malice towards people might be that they intentionally didn't say thank you when they took the takeout. Alright, leave this matter alone for now, go out and look around to see where there are storefronts for transfer, preferably in neighborhoods with high traffic, schools. Zhang Yang was going to ask Sixth Son to give someone an extra 200, but once he heard her, Zhang Yang planned to give it himself. He opened his cell phone and found Yao's live broadcasting room. Although it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, many of the rubbing anchors had already started to rake in the money. Those who were washing clothes were washing clothes, those who were shampooing hair were shampooing hair, and those who were cooking were cooking. Zhang Yang didn't know where they got so many clothes to wash every day. After washing clothes, they washed the bedsheets and even the carpets. After washing the clothes, the bedsheets and even the carpets have to be washed again. Washing the hair, the water is changed over and over again, and the head looks like maggots have grown. Do a breakfast cannot wait to the whole full of Chinese banquet. Compared to these fishing women, Yao's live broadcast is simply a stream of clean water. Yao stood in the middle of the live broadcast room like a good student, at a loss to answer the questions on the cell phone screen. Of course, the most asked question was still the live broadcasting room.
Anchor, is this a real environment, or is it a green screen?
So beautiful, so real. It should be a green screen, it's only summer now, and the ginkgo is not yellow. But if it's a green screen, why did I just see a plum blossom deer walk past the screen? Yao bit the bullet and said it was a green screen, but did not answer any other questions. Zhang Yang wanted to use his own jitterbug number to go in and brush some for Yao, but on second thought, Yao, this little nymph looks careless, but there is a fine in the rough. Maybe she had secretly memorized her jitterbug number long ago. Hey, Lu Zi, lend me your jitterbug number, I'll reward your sister-in-law with some gifts. Zhang Yang thought about it but still felt like using Sixth Sons to avoid any accidents. Sixth Son was a bit embarrassed after hearing this. Uncle, why don't you use your own? If not, I'll use my big number, okay? Are you stupid? Your big number and bear interaction so often. When your sister-in-law stupid is not it, don't worry not to use for nothing. You fill up some, I will give you some after the reward to stay. After hearing this, Lu Zi twisted and gave Zhang Yang a small number. As soon as Zhang Yang boarded it, there were many private messages, and Zhang Yang looked at them. Hiss. Sixth Son, usually eat well enough. The chat of the private messages is enough to seal the book 180 times. Sixth Son sends a naive emoticon. They don't have money for breakfast, I just happen to have some, it's just mutual redemption. Zhang Yang ignored whether Sixth Son was redeeming each other or soul resonance, and after changing the name of his number to AAA Building Materials General Manager Wang, he entered Yao's live room. Wow, what a beautiful live room, what a beautiful anchor, what wealth art well. Swish, a small sports car floated by. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Yao's shock value plus 100, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of pretentiousness. Yao saw that after finally someone brushed the gift, she immediately came to the spirit. Mr. Wang, there is no talent, I'm just a chat anchor, why don't I sing a song for you? Zhang Yang was sour when he heard this. From the time he knew Yao until now, she hasn't sung a song for himself. But after 10 seconds, Zhang Yang started to feel a bit glad. Fallen leaf turtle. As soon as Yao opened her mouth, the number of people in the live room dropped directly from over 100 to 8. It was completely impossible to hear what song it was without the background music. Anchor, don't sing, later the neighbors should think that there's a murder in my house. Crazy, this is the witch in the drop head right. Anchor, you're not Joe Laurie obscene earth rebirth, how can it be so difficult to listen to? Zhang Yang also had goosebumps bursting out. Obviously, her voice was so nice, but when she sang, it was like a knife scraping on stainless steel. Anchor, how old are you, can you dance? Zhang Yang swiped one more sports car. But this time there was no shock value coming in. Sorry brother Wang, Anchor has a husband, chatting and singing is fine, but not dancing. Swish, Zhang Yang was still planning to continue swiping points in a different way when he actually realized that he was kicked. Right after that Yao sent a message to Zhang Yang. Hee, uncle, there's a stupid, swiped 2 sports cars for me and asked me to dance for him, look at her, I directly pulled him black. Zhang Yang. Brush the money, but also be scolded. If the real big brother is estimated to blow up in anger, the roadside dogs have to be slapped a few times. Turned his head and found the bare live room. A group of people had been disc of the beginning of the tongue. On the other hand, in a breakfast store on Trend Street, Hong Yin was eating breakfast while frantically brushing gifts. Even if Xiong had prepared his heart and called up a dozen spirit sisters and spirit boys in advance, he was still exhausted by Hong Yin's disc, and one of them was lying on the ground like a mangy dog. Yi Fan on the side was also frantically swiping gifts, plating people to death. Hong Yin, you so brush is not cheap. Xiong, that little Welching snake carefully served at the side. But looking at Hong Yin only less than an hour has already swiped nearly 200,000, suddenly jealous. Even if you split it 50-50, you'll still have nearly $100,000. Hong Yin heard Ching Snake call her name and glared at her. Ching Snake immediately changed her words, Hulu's sister, so brush is not cheaper for Xiong that if this goes on, she will have to take a few million this month. Hong Yin snorted coldly and didn't open her mouth, burying her head in brushing the gifts. Next to Lin Fan snorted, a few million? Have you forgotten what our status is? What identity? Green Snake was skeptical for a moment. Lin Fan hummed disdainfully, stupid, underage. When she wants to make a withdrawal, I'll just initiate an underage refund and see how she'll explain to her minions. At that time, I want her to kneel down and beg me. Hiss. Ching Snake sucked in a breath of cool air. The live streaming gifts were T+7 to be withdrawn, while the video earnings were withdrawable after a month. She could even imagine Bear with his little brother working hard for a week intending to withdraw his cash when he realized that the other party was underage and had to be refunded. The kind of fallout that would drive her crazy anyway. Not to mention the fact that there were so many underlings under her hand, watching her. And then look at the 2 smiling young men in front of her, smiling so harmlessly but making Green Snake feel chills all over her body. Chapter 71, 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Zhang Yang simply ate some eel, leek and goji berry noodles and arrived at the police station. Mr. Chang, what's the situation? When Zhang Yang arrived at the police station, Degree was waiting for him at the door. A mental boy, he is nothing. If he was alone I would lock him up for a few days, but someone is bailing him out. Who? Zhang Yang could almost guess 30% in his heart. Old brother, don't ask, no good. I helped you to fight for the maximum turnover of 7 days compensation. After signing the letter of understanding later, go back and install a surveillance.
Degree sighed. Zhang Yang's heart has affirmed 90%.
Older brother ask you something, like little yellow hair like this, is there no way at all?
Degree shook his head, though splashing poop is immoral,
but he belongs to the civil dispute, violation of law and order only, plus he has a rookie protection aura, as long as someone to help him to pay for the money, this is not a big deal at all, have to go deeper is just a few days of detention only, and bail him out of the people. Degree's words flickered without saying it explicitly. Zhang Yang also did not pursue the question, adults have the tacit understanding of adults. Zhang Yang also did not give the degree of New South squealing pills, licking dogs or bowing to the leadership, to give more than it seems cheap. Back to the trendy street, the entrance of the San County is crowded with people. For female college students are wearing masks to endure nausea, clean up the dirt. This little yellow hair is also disgusting enough, when what is not good, have to be a pooper boy.
Where is Fang Yuan?
Zhang Yang saw Lu Bo rinsing with water non-stop and spraying disinfectant. He threw up so many times he couldn't carry it anymore, I told him to go and rest. Zhang Yang nodded after hearing this, having someone with a heavy cleanliness fetish clean up his poop was a copy of hell. It was no less than a strong man locking a man on top of a man. Alright, leave this place to me, go and buy a few monitors, more than a few, and by the way, call Fang Yuan over. As soon as Lu Bo heard this, he also understood that there will definitely be people who will continue to mess up in the future, preventing the eventuality of installing a few monitors is still necessary.
Drove the van and left.
Fang Yuan did not take a while to come over, wearing a mask, face vomiting white. Zhang Yang didn't let him get close, but pulled him aside.
Fang Yuan, this place is too small, I'm planning to expand it, see if there's anything in there you want to take away, after tonight or tomorrow night it might not exist. Fang Yuan didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Yang's words, uncle, then how to expand it, digging down to the cellar?
Zhang Yang smiled mysteriously, don't ask about that, you will go and purchase some new stoves later, don't be afraid to spend money, someone will pay for us.
Fang Yuan nodded, uncle, then I'll go in and take the marinated soup away, it's been simmering for almost a month now and hasn't broken fire for a day.
Zhang Yang nodded after hearing this and told him to go first, he would bring it to him later. Fang Yuan, Lu Bo and Lu Zi were all sent away, leaving only the college students who were a bit nervous. The only ones left were the college students who were a bit nervous, because Lu Zi hadn't even given them the money yet, and the man had disappeared.
Zhang Yang didn't even know if he should say they were simple, or clear stupid.
You guys can get off work later by painting this a few more times, which one of you is the leader, I will settle the money to you.
Zhang Yang looked at a few female universities and was a bit embarrassed.
The weather right now is almost 30 even in the morning, plus wearing masks, sleeves and all. A few girls are already hot and flushed, so if they really work for a day, they can directly suffer from heatstroke. The four of them were so grateful to Zhang Yang that they didn't realize that if Zhang Yang didn't come to pay them, they might not be able to get their money back.
Thank you, uncle.
The four women happily took out their cell phones and opened the QR code, waiting for Zhang Yang to scan the code. Ding, Zhang Yang directly transferred $500 to each of the four. Ding, due to the host's bravado, Chen Shirling's shock value is plus 1,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's arrogance, Xin Jinjin's shock value is plus 1,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretentious points. Ding, due to the host's arrogance, He Tianyu's shock value is plus 1,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 pretense points. Ding, due to the host's arrogance, Luo Jingxiao's shock value is plus 1,000, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pretense points. The four were surprised to see Zhang Yang's code sweeping, and after inquiring again and again, after not giving the wrong one, they actually gave Zhang Yang a bow. College students are probably the best group to be shocked after the spiritual little sister. After brushing the wall a few more times until it was about to reflect the light, a few female college students left. On their way out, Zhang Yang gave one person a boxed lunch plus drinks. After everyone had left, Zhang Yang started to paint the doorway alone, looking a bit lousy. The owner of the store next to him kept a cold eye throughout. Smacking people for being poor, fearing people for being rich, hating people for having, and laughing at people for not having. Zhang Yang's store had been so hot before that a few of the bosses next to him had been craving for it, and they had been waiting for this day for a long time. They are waiting for this day for a long time.
If they don't fall down the well, they are afraid of Zhang Yang's retaliation.
Yo, uncle is in such a mess, where is your little girlfriend? Why didn't she come to help you? Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for half a day, he finally waited for someone to come. Green Snake was standing in the doorway with Little Yellow Hair standing proudly. Little Yellow Hair looked at Zhang Yang provocatively. Uncle, these are the ones I just pulled yesterday, how is the flavor still pure? Zhang Yang looked at Little Yellow Hair, he really wanted to give him a set. Don't be silly, the store didn't have a surveillance camera, you just got caught up in the moment. We'll settle this one day.
Zhang Yang said no more words and went into the store. It seems to be very frustrating, but in fact it is a little bit. He took out his cell phone and a Trend Street Huluwa in the trend group he just built, and he sent 3 messages at once. Go to Dynasty for a drink tonight, looking for you a little something. Sure, Uncle Hong Yin was brushing her gifts, Xiong, and the girls had already been dished out more air and less air. Seeing Zhang Yang at himself, he immediately jumped up happily. Yi Fan, who was beside her, naturally saw the message in the group, and her jealousy immediately turned over. Just that Hong Yin was happy for less than 3 seconds, Zhang Yang withdrew all the at Hong Yins and replaced it with a trendy street Hong San go to Dynasty for a drink tonight, looking for you for something. Hong San only replied with a faint yes. Then there was no further comment. And Zhang Yang also retreated, leaving Hong Yin to frantically post question marks in the group. Pissed off, Hong Yin was amused by Zhang Yang's teasing cutie. Operation was so angry that she was frantically smashing things. Yifan on the side saw the licking energy come up and pulled out his cell phone and made another call to Little Yellow Hair. By the evening, Lu Bo had installed 2 surveillance cameras at the entrance and another one on the opposite diagonal corner. Lu Bo, who has always been stingy, actually invested a lot of money this time to buy a high-definition monitor with night vision function. After everything was arranged, Zhang Yang posted a notice at the door and left. Zhang Yang, do you need me to help you talk to that kid Ye's brother, so that he doesn't overdo it? At night, Hong San looked at Zhang Yang, who had arrived late, and asked with a smile. There was no way that anyone would have a headache with these 2 kids. However, Zhang Yang opened his mouth, but he was a bit puzzled. Mr. Hong, I'm looking for you. I want to ask, do you know the landlords of the 2 stores next door to me? I want to talk to them about renting a room.